Traversing the world of Naruto, I shall rewrite all tragedies. On the night of the Nine Tails, awakening the Rebirth Eye, I will rescue the Fourth Hokage and Kushina, who were fated to sacrifice themselves. If Danzo seeks assassination, I shall dismantle his root organization, ensuring his twilight years are filled with unease. Does the Akatsuki organization aim to capture the tail beasts, Pain and his six paths? In the presence of the Rebirth Eye, they are but mere children. The Otsutsuki clan desires to annihilate the shinobi world? Apologies, but in this lifetime, every shinobi shall rise to greatness, leaving them to question their existence. Chapter 1. Awakening the Rebirth Eye. In a hidden leaf village, within the Forest of Death, Hokage holds a vial of genetic enhancement serum in his hands, his heart filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Should he succeed, the hope of awakening the rebirth I will flourish yet. Failure would present numerous challenges. Just yesterday, a trusted confidant, Hokage, delivered troubling news. The Elder Council, in collusion with the Second Elder, is advocating for the revocation of his status as heir, citing his close ties with Orochimaru. Following Orochimaru's defeat in the Hokage election to Minato Namikaze, the Hyuga clan fears that this association may jeopardize their entire lineage. Hokage is a descendant of the Third Elder, who staunchly opposes this proposal. Consequently, he sought counsel from Hyuga Hisashi, who has great faith in Jio's potential. Jio's capabilities far surpass those of his peers, marking him as the most promising genius destined to become a progenitor. Years prior, Hisashi had bravely advocated for Jio, delaying the imposition of the caged bird seal when Jio was merely 4 years old, and designating him as the next heir at the age of 6. Hisashi, while ambitious, is also selfless. He yearns for the Hyuga clan to truly rise during his tenure as clan leader, establishing them as the unrivaled noble family of Konoha. To achieve this, Jio's extraordinary potential is indispensable. The Third Elder and Hisashi have managed to secure a 3-month grace period if Jio's Byakugan does not achieve a new breakthrough. He risks losing his status as heir and facing the imposition of the caged bird seal. Challenges do not solely arise from within the Hyuga clan. With Orochimaru's decline, Jio has lost his protector and is once again under Danzo's scrutiny. Danzo had fixated on Jio since he graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 6. For Jio's exceptional abilities starkly contrast the traditional talents of the Hyuga clan. Despite Danzo's repeated attempts to place Jio under the watchful eye of Root, the Hyuga clan has remained resolute in their refusal, for their Byakugan shall not be tainted by any outsider. Now, with Orochimaru's downfall, Jio senses an increase in the number of Root ninjas assigned to surveil him. His capacity to study the Rebirth Eye is his greatest secret. By consuming mental energy, he can elevate his mental capacity. This innate talent is paramount. The strength of one's mental energy directly influences a ninja's perception, chakra limits, intellect, neural reaction speed, and resistance to genjutsu. These attributes dictate a ninja's potential. Jio's potential is virtually limitless. His mental energy has yet to reach its peak and continues to ascend. His mental prowess even affects the purity of his Byakugan. This is the very reason why, at 6 years of age, he was designated the next heir by Hisashi. However, this matter remains undisclosed within the village, as a gag order has been enforced within the Hyuga clan. Jio's Byakugan purity exceeds that of all ancestors in the clan's history, and through 15 years of relentless cultivation, his mental energy has reached an astonishing level. He has previously broken through a barrier, subsequently gaining deeper control over his mental energy. As he approaches the next threshold, the rate of mental energy growth slows. Based on prior experience, he has categorized this ability into 10 levels. Currently, his mental energy ranks at the 3rd level of the first stage, that he believes that upon reaching the 2nd stage, he shall acquire a new ability. At present, he commands the practical manipulation of mental energy, which can be used to directly pressure opponents, albeit at a significant cost. He can also construct a mental energy barrier, thoroughly blocking genjutsu attacks, and even reflecting them. This is his most practical ability, which he has employed to thwart genjutsu users on multiple occasions. The Uchiha clan's strength stems from their nearly insurmountable genjutsu. However, encountering Hyuga, Jio spells misfortune for them, as his abilities serve as the ultimate counter to illusions. This power has yet to reach its zenith, and Gyo is still deeply exploring its depths. As for enhancing his mental energy limits, his approach is straightforward, through reading books or engaging in profound contemplation. Studying ninjutsu and participating in Orochimaru's experimental New York activity that consumes mental energy aids in elevating his mental capacity. The ninth and final injection of the genetic enhancement serum begins. Should it lead to true transformation, external pressures will no longer pose a threat. Gyo slowly administers the cerulean serum into his forearm. Time seems to stand still in that moment, enveloped in an anxious silence. 10 seconds pass without any reaction. Every inch of his skin seems to whisper calm, and Gyo's heart releases a subtle sigh of relief. 20 seconds elapse, still no signs of rejection. However, at the 30-second mark, Gyo's pupils widen and shock. His heart feels as if struck by a hammer. A profound sensation surges within him, as though a mysterious force stirs to life within his being. Strangely, he experiences no anticipated pain, warmth, and comfort cascade through his visual pathways, enveloping his mind. His ocular prowess begins to surge, and his body instinctively absorbs the information transmitted from his Byakugan. Gyo's consciousness transcends into a realm of pure white. The life and deeds of Otsutsuki emerge like slides in a projector within this mental expanse. As the final fragment concludes, Gyo's awareness shifts, and the pristine space is illuminated by countless stars. A gentle, ancient voice resonates. An elder figure gradually materializes, his hair as white as snow, eyes closed, a crescent moon mark adorning his forehead, draped in a time-worn white robe. Through the ages, I have awaited this moment. At last, a descendant capable of bearing this will emerge from my bloodline. Hyuga Gyo's pupils contract in realization. You are the progenitor. Otsutsuki you. The elder nods slightly, his eyes still shut, but a hint of satisfaction graces his lips. Indeed, my brother Hikari seeks an heir in the shinobi world, while I have concealed my power within the bloodline, awaiting the true successor. Your bloodline has reverted, and your mental energy has touched the remnants of will within it. This signifies that the wheels of fate have begun to turn once more. The elder raises his hand. A pure chakra flows into Gyo's body. The seal of your mother is loosening. Her return is inevitable. Merely relying on my brother's chosen heir is insufficient. I need you to fight alongside them. The elder forms hand seals, and Gyo's eyes undergo a dramatic transformation. His Byakugan gradually tinged with a delicate golden hue. An excruciating pain pierces through Gyo's pupils, yet his resolve remains steadfast as he gazes unwaveringly at the elder. This is the Rebirth Eye. The elder's voice resonates once more. If you prefer that name, you may call it the Rebirth Eye. This is the ocular technique I bestow upon you. It will allow you to perceive the rifts of time and space, manipulating the essence of attraction and repulsion. But remember, this power is not meant for destruction, it is to safeguard. Just as my brother chose understanding, I choose vigilance. Hyuga Gyo feels a surge of immense natural energy within him, his body light as a feather, as if he can manipulate the trajectories of the stars. This is the assimilation of natural energy. The tone of Otsutsuki Yumura shifted to one of seriousness. My successor, you must journey to the ninja world and find the heir of my elder brother. The reincarnation of Ashura, who embodies the power of the sun, and Indra, who wields the power of the moon. Naruto and Sasuke. Then, Yumura's form began to dissipate, the starlight gradually dimming. My time is short, but your journey is just beginning. Remember, the heir of the feathered robe symbolizes creation, while you embody balance. My child, my eyes have glimpsed the future, and it will be fraught with challenges. You will become the hope of the ninja world. Never relinquish your hope. As the space collapsed, Hyuga Jwu, Kwaimu, abruptly returned to reality. In the reflection of the mirror, he discovered that his eyes had transformed into the golden-tinted reincarnation eyes, with faint blue patterns swirling like star trails within. The pupils that a full moon rune appeared in the palm of his right hand. Hyuga Jwu, Kwaimu, gazed contemplatively at the full moon symbol in his palm. Otsutsuki Yumura's vision extends even further than that of the Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 2. The Astonished Orochimaru. The moonlight of the Death Forest illuminated Hyuga Ju Koin Wu as he returned to the village along a concealed path, as was his custom. Beneath his dark goggles, his reincarnation eyes monitored the surroundings with a 360-degree view, prepared to awaken at any moment. The tinted lenses resembled sunglasses, but offered a clearer perspective. He could have relied on his enhanced mental strength to steadily awaken his reincarnation eyes in due time. However, the pressure from Danzo forced him to take risks. Have they arrived? As three shadowy figures surrounded him in a triangular formation, Hyuga Jaebu, KY Mu feigned just the right amount of surprise. This marked the third ambush he faced this month. He had evaded the previous two, but today, having awakened his reincarnation eyes, he was ready to retaliate. Hyuga Ko, the Hokage requests your presence. The leader, adorned with a fox-faced mask, stated coldly, his tone leaving no room for dispute. Through his goggles, Hyuga Jaebu, Kai's reincarnation eyes discerned the distinct mark of the root organization on the ninja Guochu throat. With this confirmation, he felt considerably more at ease. While he could kill the root ninjas, he absolutely could not harm the ANBU. Danzo's clandestine activities violated the laws of Konoha, and even if Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to protect him, he needed to maintain a semblance of propriety. If a conflict were to ensue, the one who would ultimately suffer would be Danzo. Are you attempting to deceive a child? Hyuga Jaebu, KY Mu sneered, his hand already reaching for his ninja tool pouch. In the shadows atop a distant treetop, Orochimaru narrowed his golden-slit eyes, observing the standoff from a distance. Akatsuki that moment. The three root ninjas had fully surrounded Hyuga Jaebu, the atmosphere tense with impending conflict. Do you dare defy orders? Is it not Danzo who wishes to see me? The confrontation was on the verge of erupting. Orochimaru's fingers twitched slightly, the snakes concealed within his sleeves poised to strike. Though he had lost his influence, he would not allow Danzo's men to act against his disciple without consequence. However, just as he prepared to intervene, he witnessed his disciple merely raise a hand, and one of the root ninjas was inexplicably drawn towards him, pierced through the heart. By a kunai with a soft thud, Orochimaru's pupils constricted in shock. Gravitational manipulation? He had never taught Hyuga Jaebu KY Nu such a technique. And oh, this did not even resemble a ninjutsu. It appeared more akin to a bloodline limit ability. The remaining two root ninjas immediately launched their attacks, weaving together fire and wind techniques, a torrent of searing flames approaching. Yet Jaebu, KY Mu, simply tilted his body, as if he had anticipated everything, his body flickering with a fluidity unparalleled by any ninja Orochimaru had encountered. Boom! The air shattered, an invisible repulsive force deflecting the flames, sending one root ninja hurtling backward, crashing against a tree trunk. Before he could fall, a kunai had already pierced his throat. Ah, was that repulsive force? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had never witnessed such a powerful, formless ninjutsu. The last remaining ninja turned and fled, darting several dozen meters away in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru smirked slightly. Can you escape? He was curious to see how his disciple would deal with this escaping foe. Then, Orochimaru beheld a scene that would remain etched in his memory for eternity. A vivid green chakra enveloped Hyuga Jaebu, encasing him like a burning flame. From his palm, a golden sword of light coalesced, its blade composed of highly compressed chakra, shimmering with lethal brilliance under the moonlight. Whoosh! The sword of light instantaneously extended, traversing 50 meters as if the distance were non-existent, the golden radiance flashing by. The fleeing root ninja did not even have time to utter a sound before his chest was pierced, pinning him to a distant tree. Orochimaru's breath hitched slightly. What power is this? He had never seen such a technique and could not comprehend its principles. The might of that light sword surpassed the boundaries of conventional ninjutsu. Yet soon, Hyuga Jaebu's body swayed slightly, as if the chakra consumption had been excessive. Orochimaru stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes glinting with contemplation. He was certain that no such ninjutsu existed within the ninja world thus. It could only be one possibility. Ocular techniques. It seems that Jaebu's experiment has succeeded. Is it an evolution of the Byakugan? He chose not to reveal himself, continuing to lurk in the shadows as he watched Hyuga Jaebu, KY Nu adeptly dispose of the bodies. Burning, burying, erasing trace of his methods were clean and efficient. even reminiscent of Orochimaru's own practices. A rare smile curved Orochimaru's lips. Truly, he is my disciple. He turned it apart, his golden eyes glowing in the darkness. It appears Danzo has encountered an insurmountable obstacle this time. Hyuga Keiwamu glanced towards the spot where Orochimaru had stood, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had sensed Orochimaru's presence long ago, but chose not to reveal it. After exiting the Death Forest, he returned directly to the Hyuga clan's estate. Next, it is time to address the internal conflicts. Hyuga Keiwamu murmured softly. He could not yet abandon the identity of the main family heir, as it afforded him numerous advantages. The morning mist cloaked the ancient residents of the Hyuga clan like gossamer, the air imbued with the coolness of early autumn. Hyuga Takuma rubbed his weary eyes, having stood guard throughout the night. As he prepared to change shifts, a familiar silhouette slowly emerged from the mist. Lord J.Wu Keiwamu. Takuma instinctively straightened his posture, but upon recognizing the figure's face, he froze in place. Takuma. Hyuga Keiwamu's voice was softer than the morning mist, yet it instinctively tightened Takuma's nerves. Go inform the clan leader and tell him. I received guidance from our ancestors during my training. Takuma's throat bobbed. He had never seen eyes like those before. But as a branch family member, he understood well what questions were appropriate and which were not. Yes. He bowed deeply, only to realize his back was already drenched with sweat upon turning to leave. In the conference hall, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Hyuga Hizashi was reviewing the clan matters of the month when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. The paper door was flung open forcefully, and Takuma knelt at the entrance, his forehead pressed to the ground. Clan leader, Lord J.Wu Keiwamu has returned, and his eyes. Hizashi furrowed his brow, about to inquire for details, when he saw Hyuga Keiwamu standing in the corridor. The morning light cast a golden sheen upon him. Crash! The elder's teacup shattered on the ground, porcelain shards scattering. The second elder's Byakugan activated instantly, veins bulging at his temples as he attempted to unravel Hyuga's unamusing trick. The third elder's prayer beads suddenly snapped, wooden beads rolling across the floor, producing a crisp sound in the otherwise silent conference hall. Hayashi Hyuga slowly rose. His wide sleeves fluttering without a breeze, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Hinata, his voice low and menacing. Though Hayashi appeared composed, turmoil raged within him, for he sensed an overwhelming bloodline resonance emanating from those eyes before him. Hinata Keiwamu calmly approached his designated position and knelt. This spot had been his exclusive domain since he was named the heir of the clan at the tender age of 6. 5 days ago, during my meditation at the ancestral shrine, my consciousness was drawn to an ancient temple, he stated with serene authority, igniting waves of astonishment among the gathered assembly. There, I encountered an elder who claimed to be from the Yamamura lineage. Yamamura ancestors? Elderson exclaimed, his white beard trembling in disbelief. Hinata Keiwamu nodded gently. Continuing his extraordinary narrative, the elder asserted that the Hyuga clan was destined to inherit the reincarnation eye, rather than the current Byakugan. The Byakugan is merely a result of bloodline degradation. While true power remains sealed deep within our lineage, he raised his hand, and with a sudden force, the water cup before Elder and I was drawn into his grasp. This spectacle left the assembly astounded. What manner of ability was this? Gravitational manipulation, chakra, resonance awe. Elder Dai murmured, his fingers trembling with excitement. Hinata Keiwamu glanced at the ceiling. Can our Hyuga clan's barrier shield us from prying eyes? Hayashi instinctively recalled the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's crystal ball technique. Rest assured, this is the deliberation hall of the Hyuga clan. Without reservation, Hinata Keiwamu began to gather his chakra. A vibrant green aura enveloped him, as his garments flickered like emerald flames. Two intricate jade-like patterns manifested at the corners of his eyes, while several ancient, tadpole-shaped seals appeared upon his chest. This is the Sagewatchu raiment of the reincarnation eye. The elders erupted into a frenzy. The servants and attendants seemed to be crushed under the weight of their bloodline, their legs giving way beneath them. This is the true power of our Hyuga clan Byakugan. This is the power that rightfully belongs to our Hyuga clan. The elders quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. This matter must remain confidential to avert a catastrophic incident. This must be kept strictly secret. If the brutes from the Cloud Village were to learn of this law, Elder Dai slammed his palm on the table, completely discarding his earlier intent to strip Hinata, Ju, Kainu of his status as heir. Elder Inai furrowed his brow. The problem lies in the execution. Ordinary eye injuries cannot be concealed from medical ninjas. His eyes now gleamed with fervor. Elder San's aged visage was alight with excitement, having cast aside his previous worries. He stroked his beard and suggested, "We could claim it was a mishap during training. Too dangerous, it would invite unwarranted scrutiny." Danzo has been watching us closely lately. The head of the medical team interjected, shaking his head. Debate ensued. Hayashi remained silent until the discussions began to wane, at which point he rapped the table gently. This simple gesture silenced the entire assembly. The resolutions are as follows. His voice brooked no dissent. First, we shall publicly declare that Hinata Ju Kainu has developed a light-sensitive ocular ailment due to secret training, necessitating long-term treatment and the temporary use of medical bandages to conceal his eyes. Second, all who are privy to this information must swear an oath of confidentiality, akin to that of a caged bird. We will strengthen the clan's barrier and establish anti-scrying seals. Reliable clan members will be assigned to guard duty around the clock. Third, Elder Dai will be tasked with compiling ancient texts regarding our ancestor Yamamura, ensuring we uncover any leads regarding the reincarnation eye. Fourth, we will prepare 3 emergency plans. Should any information leak, we will immediately activate the highest level of defense. Hayashi surveyed the assembly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Execute. After the meeting adjourned, Hayashi retained Hinata Ju Kainu for a private conversation. I have heard that Kushina Uzumaki is nearing her time. Hayashi mentioned casually, his fingers lightly tracing the rim of his teacup. I sense the 9 tails chakra is unusually agitated, indicating that the seal is beginning to weaken. Hayashi Wachu's expression sharpened. Stay vigilant. He paused before adding, limit your outings for the time being. Hinata Ju Kainu nodded slightly. Esteemed clan leader, if the Fourth Hokage encounters danger, may I intervene? Hayashi hesitated, then fell into contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Share your thoughts. Hinata Jebu Kainu replied, for our Hyuga clan, it would be far more advantageous for the Fourth Hokage to remain in power. Hayashi Wachu's brow relaxed. You are correct, Sarutobi Hiruzen is aging. Should Danzo seize the Hokage position, it would be exceedingly detrimental for us. You may act, but the Fourth Hokage must keep this a secret. Hayashi had faith in Minato Namikaku's character. He knew he would safeguard the secret. Hinata Ju Kainu exhaled in relief, fearing that Hayashi might not acquiesce, leaving him no choice but to act forcefully. That night, Hinata Jebu Kainu stood alone at the highest point of the Hyuga clan's territory. Beneath the bandages, the reincarnation eye reflected the cold moonlight. The third Hokage's crystal ball emitted a barely perceptible glow. Deeper within the death forest, the space warped silently, revealing a figure adorned with a striped mask. The crimson Sharingan flickered ominously in the darkness, fixated on the direction of Kanahagakure. Suno, the raspy whisper dissipated into the night breeze. Chapter 3. The Chaos of the Nine Tails. On the outskirts of Konoha, the night was dark and deep. Hinata Ju Kainu concealed himself amidst dense underbrush, his reincarnation maintaining its widest range of reconnaissance. His breathing was steady, yet his heart raced with anticipation as time progressed. It is tonight, what? Scenes from the original narrative vividly danced in his mind. Kushina, weakened after childbirth, the seal loosening, Uchiha Obito seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and forcibly extract the Nine Tails. This time, however, his objective was to ensure that Naruto became the Jinchuriki while safeguarding Minato and Kushina. He had been lying in wait for 2 days and nights, ensuring he would never miss the moment Obito appeared. And now, that moment had finally arrived. Hihuachu here. Obito's figure emerged from the distorted space, his feet upon a cracked altar, surrounded by shattered torii pillars. The moonlight was pallid, illuminating Kushina Uzumakiwachu's ashen face. Suddenly, with a clatter, dark, Curse chains tightened around Kushina limbs, suspending her in midair. The Nine Tails crimson chakra erupted violently, surging from Kushina abdomen. Waves of heat incinerated the dry grass. Stones floated in the air, and the entire forest trembled under the ferocious chakra. Now, Hinata Jiwu's eyes shone with intensity. The vibrant green chakra robe enveloping him instantaneously in the reincarnation eye mode. His eyes sparkled with golden light, azure patterns spreading eerily from the corners. He transformed into a streak of light, instantly arriving before Kushina that a finely compressed golden sword of chakra slashed upward. A 15-meter-long beam slicing through the air, severing the three tails of the nine tails with a swift motion. Hinata Jadu Kenguhochu right hand reached out, chakra threads guiding the severed-tailed beast chakra precisely toward Kushina abdomen. As the last wisp of crimson chakra entered Kushina Uzumaki's body, his hand firmly pressed against her belly. A trigram seal. The technique patterns glowed with blue light, while gentle reincarnation eye chakra flowed and not a hint of color returned to Kushina pale cheeks. And the nine tails body, suspended in the air, let out a thunderous roar. Obito Sharingan behind the mask suddenly constricted, clearly caught off guard by this unforeseen variable. Revived, Kushina gazed up at the figure cloaked in sacred green light, momentarily mistaking him for a divine being descended to the mortal realm. Hinata Jebu, KY Mu, remained silent, standing resolutely before Kushina Uzumaki. Like an imperceptible barrier, he extended his right hand towards the nine tails, and an overwhelming force of suction emerged, drawing away a small portion of the nine tails chakra. Simultaneously, Hinata Ju's complexion flushed slightly. The nine tails let out a thunderous roar. Its dark red chakra surged wildly, and in an instant, a new tail regenerated, though its massive form had noticeably diminished. Who exactly are you? Uchiha Obito felt an inexplicable shock. The person before him not only severed the nine tails tail with a single strike, but could also extract the tailed beast chakra. This ability bears some resemblance to Nagato's Rinnegan. Despite the similarity in abilities, merely observing the form enveloped in emerald green chakra made it evident that it was no Rinnegan. Uchiha Obito's expression grew grave. Is this Sage Mode? In response, three jet-black truth-seeking orbs materialized. Given Hinata Ju's current chakra reserves, the simultaneous manifestation of three orbs was already his limit. The orbs pierced through Obito's ethereal form in an instant. Before Obito could utter a taunt, the orbs changed direction and attacked him from behind once more. Consequently, the three black orbs began to dart around him at an astonishing speed, tracing lethal trajectories in their wake. What is this tactic? How can there be continuous assaults if they seem unable to hit their target? Impossible. Does this person possess intel on my abilities? Obito was certain he had never come into contact with this enigmatic individual. Futile. Your attacks hold no effect on me, Obito retorted, forcing an air of calm. Hinata Ju remained silent, subtly accelerating the rotation of the truth-seeking orbs. The three orbs transformed into black lightning, creating a ferocious whirlwind that ensnared Obito within its eye. The ground was riven by sharp gusts, and the debris and dirt were swept up, becoming a deadly barrage. Obito was compelled to maintain his intangible state. If he dared to materialize now, he would be torn to shreds in an instant. However, intangibility has limits, and 5 minutes was the maximum duration. Hinata Jewu, Kabuki's onslaught, however, seemed endless. With the enraged nine tails as an inexhaustible source of chakra, Hinata Jo Kawainu was now capable of defeating Uchiha Obito. At the very least, he could force Obito to utilize Izanagi. Nevertheless, Hinata Jo Kamu's true aim was to ensure the nine tails was sealed within Naruto, thus necessitating Obito's continued involvement in his plans. At that moment, a ripple of spatial distortion announced the arrival of Minato Namikaze, who appeared beside Kushina Uzumaki, scooping her up and retreating to the treetops. Minato, it was that person who saved me, Kushina remarked, gazing at Hinata Jo Kaimu's figure. Minato observed the battlefield, where the previously troublesome masked man was now ensnared like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Thank you. Hinata Jebu Kaimu waved a hand, signaling his intent to depart, At this juncture, Uchiha Obito was beginning to falter. Nine Tails. Obito bellowed in fury. The Nine Tails, enraged, surged forward to attack Hinata, Jeibu, Kaimu. Hinata, Jeibu, Kaimu leapt back, vanishing into a spatial portal. Obito mused. Has he exhausted his chakra? He sighed in relief. I thought you were more formidable than this, kid. Minato did not linger. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing with Kushina. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, his form gradually fading into the void. Minato returned home, gently placing Kushina beside the sleeping Naruto. Rest well, Kushina, he soothed. A gentle smile graced Kushina's pale face as she lovingly gazed at Naruto. Minato, take care. Meanwhile, a ripple of spatial disturbance surged above the Hyuga clan. Hinata, Ju, Kaimu stepped forth from the distorted void. He arrived at a residential area and quickly placed his still sleeping sister into the underground shelter he had prepared years prior. The shelter was reinforced with steel plates, more than sufficient to withstand the Nine Tails, unless struck directly by a tailed beast bomb. The night sky was as dark as ink, softly enveloping the tranquil leaf village. Along the winding streets, lanterns twinkled like stars, casting a warm glow. Inside the tavern, laughter and the aroma of sake intertwined, painting a heartwarming picture of human camaraderie. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, his weathered visage appearing particularly kind under the flickering lights. He took a deep puff from his pipe, his gaze filled with contentment as he beheld the peaceful scene he had safeguarded for half his life. Suddenly, a suffocating surge of chakra swept in from outside the village like a tsunami. Hiruzen's knuckles turned white as the ashes from his pipe fell. Not good. His pupils constricted, and his form vanished in an instant. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, a blood-red, chakra-clad Nine Tails descended from the heavens. Its 9 colossal tails writhed like flames, each hair glimmering with a destructive brilliance. The crimson, beastly eyes surveyed the village, resembling 2 blood moons suspended in the sky. Nine Tails! Hiruzen gasped, his voice grave as iron. The Nine Tails leaped into the leaf village, gathering a pitch-black tailed beast bomb in its gaping maw, the destructive energy twisting the very fabric of space. Evacuate the villagers immediately. Hiruzen's roar echoed through the night sky. Countless explosive tags swarmed towards the Nine Tails like locusts, but they only sparked feebly against its fur. A single sweep of a foxtail sent the leaf ninja flying, their screams ringing out in despair. Hiruzen summoned Enma, transforming him into an extendable staff that struck the Nine Tails' throat, interrupting its tailed beast bomb. With the attack thwarted, the Nine Tails spiraled into a frenzied state, its 9 tails wreaking havoc and obliterating nearby structures. Debris rained down like deadly projectiles, claiming the lives of numerous villagers beneath their crushing weight. Over a dozen elite Hyuga ninja, led by Hinata Hayashi, rushed towards the center of the Nine-Tailed arrival. Only when confronted with a tailed beast does one truly grasp the insignificance of the individual. Enma, push the Nine Tails out of the village. I understand. The extendable staff once again lengthened, propping against the Nine Tails' abdomen. With Enma's immense strength, the Nine Tails was forcibly pushed out of the village. The elite of the leaf swiftly assembled. The enraged Nine Tails swung its colossal tails, causing the earth to shatter and dust to darken the skies. Once more, a tailed beast bomb, brimming with terrifying energy, coalesced in a Nine Tails maw. Hiruzen felt a cold sweat break out. There was no retreat left for him, as the village lay behind. Earth style, earth flow wall. Hiruzen's hands surged with veins as he formed seals. A towering earthen wall erupted from the ground, but it crumbled upon contact with the tailed beast bomb. 3 Umbu members behind Hiruzen simultaneously formed seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. 3 earthen walls rose, yet they were as fragile as paper against the tailed beast bomb. This is bad. The crowd gasped. In a critical moment, a golden flash streaked across the night sky. Flying Thunder God. The cataclysmic tailed beast bomb collided with the spatial technique, incantations flowed, and the distant mountains erupted in blinding light, the roar shaking the very earth. Minato Namikaze stood proudly atop a roof, his golden hair shimmering in the explosion's afterglow, his azure eyes glinted with resolute determination. At that moment, A pair of dark hands suddenly emerged behind Minato Namikaze. Chapter 4. Sealing the Nine Tails. Bluffing Shuemin detected an unusual fluctuation in the space around him and instinctively struck behind him. Uchiha Obito, his body phasing out of existence, seized Bluffing Shuemin's wrist the moment the attack passed completely through him. Bluffing Shuemin's body twisted, and in a critical moment, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to narrowly escape calamity. Uchiha Obito frowned, muttering, "Next time, I shall be swifter in drawing you into the Kimui dimension, teacher Shuemin." His figure then distorted and vanished into the vortex of space. Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with indignation, realized that this masked man was indeed the mastermind behind the Nine Tails attack on Konoha. "We must hold our ground. The Nine Tails must not enter the village," he roared. The Nine Tails unleashed a deafening roar, its 9 colossal tails sweeping through the surroundings like a divine punishment. Towering ancient trees were reduced to mere twigs before it, snapped in an instant. Debris flew. Dust obscured the sky, and the entire Konoha trembled. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Several Umbu ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, conjuring a searing fire that morphed into a menacing fire dragon, roaring towards the Nine Tails. However, these flames, potent enough to incinerate cities, were effortlessly repelled upon contact with the Nine Tails' fur, dissipating into scattered sparks against the night sky. No, ordinary ninjutsu is utterly ineffective against it, one Umbu ninja exclaimed, despair evident in his voice. Despite the futility of standard ninjutsu against the Nine Tails, countless ninjas continued to launch their assaults, determined to stall the beast's advance into the village, even if just for a second. The ninjas of Konoha sacrificed themselves like moths drawn to a flame in the face of the Nine Tails' wrath. In the Hyuga clan's territory, having secured his family, Hyuga J-Nin vanished from his rooftop. His speed was remarkable, swiftly arriving at the battlefield outside the village. Upon witnessing the ground littered with the bodies of fallen ninjas, his heart trembled at the grim spectacle. He bit his finger, smearing blood across his palm, and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Hyuga J-Nin slapped the ground with one hand. 3 colossal serpents emerged from the billowing smoke, lunging towards the Nine Tails. In mere moments, they ensnared the beast, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Konoha ninjas. "Ah, it's the great serpent. Lord Orochimaru has arrived," Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed with joy, scanning the area, but finding no sign of Orochimaru. Amidst the chaos, Hyuga J-Nin refrained from further action, with the serpents restraining the Nine Tails. They needed only to wait for Bluffing Shuemin to deal with Uchiha Obito, allowing for the successful sealing of the Nine Tails. His only task now was to minimize casualties as much as possible. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen appointed Bluffing Shuemin as the new Hokage, Orochimaru had not only lost his corresponding authority, but had also suffered a blow to his pride, leading to a rapid deterioration in his relationship with Konoha. Hyuga J-Nin had summoned the serpents to ease the tension between the two sides. Even if Orochimaru himself did not arrive, his disciples' presence would suffice. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze flickered as he noticed Hyuga J-Nin among the crowd. Orochimaru's disciple? Despite being Orochimaru's student, Hyuga J-Nin maintained an incredibly low profile, often lingering within Orochimaru's laboratory, making it rare for anyone to recognize him. As the Nine Tails retaliated, one serpent was caught in its jaws and transformed into smoke, while another was torn in two. Only the last serpent remained, tightly coiling around the Nine Tails' neck, temporarily restraining the beast under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command. With a resounding crash, Gamabunta descended from the sky, pinning the Nine Tails beneath him. "I am not pleased, Shuemin. Do not summon me to the sky again," Gamabunta grumbled. Bluffing Shuemin scratched his head. "Understood, I promise it won't happen again." "Has he arrived?" Hyuga J-Nin observed as Bluffing Shuemin returned to the battlefield. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was diverted, he discreetly slipped away from the crowd, sprinting towards the outskirts of Konoha. The Nine Tails thrashed and roared, forcing Gamabunta to leap and evade the beast's counterattacks. Bluffing Shuemin's form flickered around the Nine Tails, golden afterimages slicing through the night. As the Nine Tails raised its head to gather energy for another tailed beast bomb, Bluffing Shuemin seized the opportunity, deftly throwing a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God, second stage. As space twisted, the Nine Tails' massive form was forcibly relocated to the outskirts of Konoha's forest. A tremendous explosion echoed as the tailed beast bomb detonated in the distant mountains, the blinding light illuminating half the sky. Is that it? Hyuga Nin spotted the explosion's radiance and swiftly adjusted his course, dashing towards it like a green comet. I must find a way to seal the nine tails, Bluffing Shuemin muttered through gritted teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After several intense battles, his chakra reserves were dwindling, and even his breaths became labored. At that moment, a crimson figure emerged from the ruins. Shuemin, Kushina, cradling the swaddled Naruto. Her fiery red hair dancing in the wind like flames, appeared. Though pale and weak from childbirth, her determination remained unwavering. I will control the nine tails. Just then, Hyuga Nin manifested in the chakra mode of the Rebirth Eye, his entire being enveloped in a verdant chakra that obscured his features. He stood silently amidst the forest ruins, slowly raising his right hand, the nine tails' furious, slitted eyes transforming into the patterns of the Rebirth Eye, its massive body freezing like a statue. This technique was not a direct ability of the Rebirth Eye, but rather a manifestation of his immense mental power, temporarily suppressing the nine tails, though not controlling it, as the Sharingan could. Kushina, seal the nine tails. Wolfing Shuemin urged urgently. Kushina clutched her abdomen, her brow furrowed. In my current state, I cannot become the Jinchuriki again. Wolfing Shuemin's gaze fell upon Naruto, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes. Swiftly replaced by resolve, we have no choice but to seal the nine tails within Naruto. Kushina, enduring excruciating pain, formed hand seals, adamantine sealing chains. 9 chains radiating golden light surged forth from her back, entwining the nine tails like ethereal serpents. As the chains tightened, Kushina stifled a groan, blood trickling from her lips. Yet she gritted her teeth and continued to channel her chakra. Wolfing Shuemin's figure vanished, reappearing at remarkable speed to prepare the necessary items for the sealing. The nine tails chakra was drawn towards Naruto's abdomen, and as the final seal was completed, the symbols on Naruto's belly emitted a dazzling glow. Wolfing Shuemin gently cradled the wailing infant, his eyes brimming with guilt. Thank you, Kushina murmured weakly to Hyuga Nin. Hyuga Nin nodded slightly, whispering in response, consider that I was never here. Wolfing Shuemin, holding Naruto, nodded at Hyuga Nin. Rest assured, we shall keep your secret safe. Kushina leaned against Wolfing Shuemin, exhaustion etched across her features. Though her life was not in jeopardy, Hyuga Nin exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, the first step of the plan has been accomplished. With a swift motion, he tore open a spatial rift and gradually faded away, as if he had never existed. Chapter 5. Setting a trap for Danzo. Hyuga Nin stood amidst the ruins, his Byakugan observing the devastated streets. Ninjas were rescuing survivors from the rubble, while some ordinary citizens spontaneously joined the rescue efforts. Hyuga Nin remained still. Reporting the survivors, he spotted to the nearby rescue teams. Everyone was striving to save lives, still hanging by a thread. Among them were members from various clans. Even the Hokage's Umbu were deployed, yet, conspicuously absent were the root ninjas. In the intricate vortex of power within Konoha, Danzo was tirelessly weaving his political machinations. When the Nine Tails attacked Konoha, the root organization chose to remain passive, neglecting to intervene or assist in evacuating the populace. While Hiruzen Sarutobi led the elite forces of Konoha to confront the beast, Danzo Shimura opted to observe from the sidelines. Danzo, do you truly believe that undermining the power of the Hokage faction will secure you the position of Hokage? Hinata JKY mused inwardly. He suddenly recalled Minato Namikaze, widely recognized as the ideal candidate for the Fourth Hokage, whose reputation and strength were beyond reproach. Even the daimyo of the Land of Fire considered endorsing Minato for the role. However, Danzo orchestrated a campaign of public opinion, accusing Minato of violating the principle of prioritizing ninja missions, thus casting him into despair. Minato, in his endeavor to save his comrades, abandoned his mission and returned to the village, only to face condemnation from the villagers and, more dishearteningly, betrayal from those he had rescued. Did Minato err? At that moment, such a question seemed inconsequential. Even had he chosen to complete the mission and sacrifice his comrades, he would have been similarly branded as violative of the will of fire. Only by eliminating Minato could Danzo hope to contend for the title of Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi never intervened to quell the turmoil. At that time, Hinata JKY was merely 2 years old, powerless yet eager to learn from the clan's discussions. Given Konoha's circumstances, Hiruzen may have desired to act, but the tide of public sentiment had become uncontainable. The root organization was exceptionally active at that time, possibly indicative of Hiruzen's compromise with Danzo and his backers to maintain village stability. Ultimately, the burden became too great for Minato, who chose to end his own life, falling victim to the machinations of political rivalry. In Hinata J-Kai's plans, Minato and the Uchiha Sharingan were crucial, while Danzo stood as the greatest obstacle. Furthermore, Danzo's repeated attempts against him had worn down Hinata J-Kai's patience. Previously lacking power, he had no choice but to endure, now awakened with the Rinnegan. He possessed the means to fight back and was prepared to take action. Days passed, and Konoha entered a fervor of reconstruction. The secret barbecue restaurant, already bustling with customers, was now busier than ever, nearly filled to capacity. Consequently, Hinata JKY was summoned by his sister, Hinata Naniwa, to assist in collecting payments. Why was his sister named Naniwa while he was called JKY? It stemmed from their mother's birthday, July 19th. Both of Hinata JK's parents were ninjas who perished on a mission during his early childhood. It was his sister who worked hard to raise him, effectively becoming a parental figure in his life. The Nine Tails attack claimed many lives, leading to a severe labor shortage. Even a high salary of 50,000 Ryo per month could not attract help. The barbecue restaurant's cash register had suffered significant damage on the night of the Nine Tails incident, and the very person JKY had saved and taken to the Konoha hospital was now in need of assistance. Wearing his black goggles, Hinata JKY sat at the counter, idly flipping through a newly published volume of Advanced Mechanical and Electronic Theory. 2 shadow clones were being worked hard by Naniwa, who called for them repeatedly. JKY, create 2 more shadow clones for me. JKY nearly rolled his eyes. Maintaining 2 shadow clones was already exhausting. Shadow clone jutsu. Satisfied, Naniwa led the 2 newly created clones away. He could not remain in the restaurant indefinitely as a mere laborer, yet he needed to address his sister's staffing issues. In the evening, upon returning home, Hinata JKY hastily entered the storage room. Pushing open the door, he found 5 mechanical puppets standing in the shadows. He raised his hand, a vibrant green Rinnegan chakra manifesting in his palm, and slowly infused it into the core of the first puppet. Unlike the chakra thread manipulation of Sunagakure or the mechanical commands of ordinary puppeteers, these puppets were endowed with consciousness through the Rinnegan. Their thoughts, actions, and very existence were wholly devoted to Hinata J. Kentucky No. 1. Pick up the tools. The mechanical arm precisely grasped a wrench, fingers curling with just the right amount of force, not too loose, yet not crushing the metal. Walk. Initially, the puppet's movements were stiff, but it quickly adjusted to mimic human motion, even adapting to the slight indentations of the wooden floor. Run. The joints emitted a faint hum as its speed increased, maintaining absolute balance. Even when JKY suddenly threw a shuriken as a distraction, it evaded with fluidity akin to a living being. Hand me a stick, he instructed, then added, strike your core. The puppet hesitated for a moment, facing the first order that might harm itself. Yet, in the next instant, it raised the stick without hesitation and brought it down forcefully upon its energy core. Bang! The metallic shell dented slightly, but its arm continued to exert pressure until JKY called for it to stop. That's enough. This is the perfect tool. Hinata JKY exited the storage room, stating, follow me. The first puppet trailed behind him into the house, as he needed to confirm one last matter. Sister, come here for a moment. Naniwa, busy cooking, wiped her hands and stepped out of the kitchen. She was unfazed by the puppet accompanying JKY. Many puppeteers from Sunagakure had previously visited, seeking to commission combat puppets from her brother. From today onwards, recognize this individual before you. Their commands are equivalent to mine, Hinata JKY stated flatly. The puppet slowly turned its head, its mechanical eyes focusing on Naniwa's face, then stood at attention. Naniwa blinked in surprise. What is this? A newly developed service puppet. She tentatively asked, can it help me chop vegetables? The puppet immediately moved to the kitchen, grasping a kitchen knife. The blade blurred in its hand as it sliced a radish into perfectly even thin slices, each cut precise as if measured by a tool. Naniwa's eyes widened, and she eagerly continued issuing commands. Clean the living room. Fold the clothes. Knead the dough for me. The puppet executed each task with near-artistic precision. Its joints had been specially treated to mimic even the most subtle human movements effortlessly. Isn't your restaurant short on staff? Bring them here tomorrow. Having them assist should attract many customers, Hinata JKY suggested. Since the age of 1, he had immersed himself in learning vast amounts of knowledge, mastering the intricacies of puppetry. Though Konoha lacked puppeteers, there existed numerous books on the subject, as interactions with Sunagakure were frequent. The Hinata clan's secret library contained several rare puppetry techniques. One should not underestimate the value of these puppets. 2 years prior, Chiyo of Sunagakure had commissioned a combat puppet from Hinata JKY for a staggering 1 million ryo. Chapter 6. Shocking Konoha. The pursuit of puppetry techniques was naturally intended as preparation for the Rinnegan. Moreover, these puppets represented a lucrative opportunity. Orochimaru frequently faced interruptions in his experiments due to funding shortages, which led him to collaborate with Danzo. To acquire Orochimaru's knowledge, Hinata JKY could only strive to assist. The following morning, precisely at 9 o'clock, the secret barbecue restaurant officially opened. Hinata JKY was filled with curiosity to see if the mechanical puppets could thrive in the complex and ever-changing environment, proving themselves as competent staff members. As the first wave of customers stepped through the door, they were astonished to find that they were greeted not by human servers, but by 5 mechanical puppets marked with identification numbers on their chests. What is this? Are these puppets? How can they move on their own? A young ninja exclaimed, wide-eyed, instinctively reaching for his shuriken. Don't be alarmed. Naniwa greeted them with a beaming smile. These are our new puppet servers, crafted by my brother, Hinata JKY, who is also a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. This was a statement JKY had instructed Naniwa to make, intended to intimidate any would-be schemers. Upon hearing the name Orochimaru, the ninja's expression swiftly transformed from vigilance to curiosity. After all, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, was a figure of immense renown in Konoha. Ah, so it is true. As expected from a disciple of Orochimaru, the ability to create such wondrous puppets is remarkable. He nodded repeatedly, excitement shimmering in his eyes. As the initial patrons gradually acclimated to the presence of the puppet waitstaff, the atmosphere within the barbecue restaurant grew increasingly nuanced. The ninjas appeared to relish the delicacies, yet their gazes incessantly trailed the silent metallic figures. A member of the Oil Woman clan adjusted his sunglasses, as the insect in his sleeve wriggled restlessly. Without chakra threads. What drives these puppets? He murmured softly. Suddenly, a drunken customer erupted, slamming his hand on the table, and in a fit of inebriation, splashed scalding miso soup onto the 4th puppet, which was tidying up the dishes. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the puppet sidestepped with near-instantaneous speed, the soup tracing an arc through the air, ultimately landing perfectly in the garbage bin at the corner. Nara's representative paused mid-motion, chopsticks suspended in the air. Internally astonished, such reflexes surpassed those of an ordinary nin. The wind chimes at the door jingled without a breeze. 3 umbu, donned in animal masks, had silently taken position at the entrance, their oppressive aura silencing the bustling establishment in an instant. The umbu exchanged glances, selecting a seat to observe and document the mechanical puppet's movements. Outside on the street, members of various clans were already making their moves. Fujita, the owner of Konoha's venerable blacksmith shop, in his 60s, had forged countless farming tools and ninja equipment. Yet he had never encountered machinery that could move like a living being. His calloused fingers gripped the teacup tightly, his eyes wide with wonder. The 4th puppet skillfully flipped the meat on the grill with its metallic fingers, timing the drippings of fat to perfection. Such joints, such power. He fixated on the intricate rotating mechanism at the puppet's wrist, suddenly slamming the teacup down. Boss lady, can this be customized? I'll offer 3 million ryo. Shikagatsu was momentarily taken aback, then covered her mouth with a soft chuckle. Not for sale. Miura, one of the wealthiest merchants in the Land of Fire, controlling several international trade routes, even garnering respect from the feudal lords, sat in the most luxurious booth of the secret barbecue restaurant, leisurely savoring the finest wagyu beef. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly locked on the mechanical puppets traversing the establishment. Boss lady, are these puppets for sale? He suddenly inquired, his voice deep and steady. Shikagatsu smiled in response. I'm afraid these are merely prototypes, not available for sale at this time. Miura gently set down his chopsticks, producing a black card adorned with golden patterns from his pocket, slowly sliding it across the table towards Shikagatsu. 20 million ryo. His tone was calm, as if discussing the weather. The entire booth fell into an immediate silence. Shikagatsu's fingers trembled slightly. 20 million ryo. Her establishment couldn't earn such a sum in a year. Other patrons turned their heads, whispers erupting and quickly spreading. Mr. Miura, Shikagatsu inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. Miura smiled slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. I only require one, he stated slowly. Of course, if I could acquire the manufacturing technology, the price could increase tenfold. 20 million multiplied by 10 equals 200 million. The barbecue restaurant erupted in a frenzy. Ninjas exchanged glances, civilians gasped. And even the umbu in the corner couldn't help but look up, their expressions inscrutable beneath their masks. Behind the counter, Hinata JKY's lips curved slightly. This was precisely the effect he desired. The value of commercial puppets was not inferior to that of combat puppets. After all, the truly wealthy were ordinary individuals like Miura. As long as the various clans comprehended the latent value of mechanical puppets, half of his plan would be accomplished. At that moment, Hinata JKY strolled over. His voice moderate, yet clear enough for all ears to catch. Mr. Miura, should you desire, I can sell you one. Hinata JKY smiled while surveying the surroundings, continuing. Which model do you prefer? The entire barbecue restaurant fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Miura's eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his teacup. Hinata JKY shifted the conversation, adding, if mass production is desired, it must receive Konoha's approval. Upon uttering this, many astute individuals understood that mass production was attainable with merely a stamp from Konoha. In the corner, the three umbu members exchanged knowing glances. One of them stealthily formed hand seals, evidently transmitting information to the Hokage's office. Miura sensed the gazes of those around him. Being an astute man, he recognized the value of mechanical puppets. Thus, he found it impossible to compete with the ninjas. Perhaps mass production is not feasible. However, what is the price for this one? 20 million ryo, fixed price. Hinata JKY met Miura's gaze directly. Yet there is one condition. The purchaser must sign an agreement, prohibiting resale to any ninja organizations or hostile factions. This stipulation effectively severed his initial intention to sell the puppets to Sunagakure or Iwagakure. Miura gradually rose to his feet. Speaking slowly, I will take the third model. Just as he was about to sign, the restaurant door swung open suddenly. A figure clad in the Hokage's hat appeared at the entrance, followed by several umbu. Apologies for interrupting your meal. The gentle voice of Namake's Minato resonated. Konoha requires a safety assessment regarding these puppets. Hinata JK's lips curled imperceptibly upward. The plan was unfolding as he had anticipated. This matter holds great significance. On a grand scale, if these puppets were deployed on the battlefield, they would undoubtedly revolutionize the nature of future warfare. On a smaller scale, the willingness of someone to spend 20 million ryo on a mechanical puppet indicates the substantial profits involved. Several umbu silently surrounded Hinata JKY. The leading umbu captain nodding slightly. The Hokage requests your presence. Hinata JKY, unperturbed, calmly nodded, being led away amidst Shikagatsu's worried gaze, accompanied by 5 mechanical puppets. Deep beneath Konoha, in a specialized testing ground, the puppets stood motionless under dim lighting. Several umbu ninjas took turns stepping forward to test them. Speed, surpassing that of a nin. Strength, capable of shattering rocks. Obedience, flawlessly executing all non-combat commands. However, when the umbu ninjas drew their kunai and engaged in sparring with the puppets, they merely stood still, allowing the attacks to land without evasion or counterattack. Confirmation of no combat programming, entirely harmless. The umbu captain stored away the recording scroll, his tone calm. Hinata JKY stood nearby, his expression unchanged. Soon, Danzo and other Konoha high-ranking officials arrived. After several rounds of testing, the ultimate assessment confirmed zero threat. Danzo's eye narrowed slightly. He desired not these, but machines capable of waging war. Chapter 7. Danzo's fury. The atmosphere in the testing ground was as heavy as iron. Leaning on his cane, Danzo fixated on the unmoving mechanical puppets, a cold glint flickering in his eye. His fingers tightened slightly, as if suppressing some intense impulse. Such technology should not be squandered on serving dishes, he muttered. Standing beside him, Namake's Minato maintained a calm demeanor, yet his gaze sharpened. Danzo's advisor. The design of these puppets was intended for civilian use, not for combat. Foolishness, Danzo scoffed, striking the ground heavily with his cane. With such reflexes and strength, if armed with weapons, they could become formidable tools on the battlefield. Konoha requires such power. Hinata JKY stood beside the puppet. the Byakugan beneath his goggles sweeping over Danzo, revealing a barely discernible smirk. These puppets will not be employed for warfare. His tone exuded undeniable conviction. Danzo's eye narrowed, his gaze piercing like a blade directed at Hinata J. Kentucky, coldly speaking. Are you refusing the village's needs? Hyuga J. Nin stared directly at Danzo, unwavering. If Konoha requires combat puppets, we can develop them separately. Danzo's breath caught momentarily, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Hyuga J. Nin's refusal was not merely a rejection of the puppet's utility, but a direct provocation to his authority. After a brief silence, Danzo suddenly let out a cold laugh and turned to Minato Namikaze, saying, Fourth Hokage, you must understand, if this technology falls into the hands of other ninja villages, the consequences would be dire. Minato nodded, his tone remaining gentle yet firm. Precisely for that reason, we must ensure it is not misused. Hyuga J. Nin has clearly stated that these puppets will not be used for combat. We should respect his wishes. Danzo's expression darkened. Once again, this was the stance of Hizen and now Minato. Konoha's weakness would only provide enemies with opportunities. Danzo thought to himself. He abruptly turned, the sleeves of his kimono fluttering. His voice icy. In that case, these puppets must be overseen by Root. This technology must not leak. Minato furrowed his brows, yet before he could speak, Hyuga J. Nin interjected. Impossible. Danzo paused, slowly turning back. These puppets are my private property, and the technology is my research outcome. Root has no authority to interfere. This young man. Danzo took a deep breath, forcing down his murderous intent, coldly stating, I hope you will not regret your decision today. With that, he turned and left, his footsteps echoing ominously in the vast underground testing area. Minato watched Danzo's departing figure, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes before he quickly regained his composure. He turned to Hyuga J. Nin and said, J. Nin, your technology is indeed remarkable. But Danzo's concerns are not without merit. Hyuga J. Nin replied, Lord Hokage, I understand your worries. But rest assured, these puppets will solely be for civilian use and will never become instruments of war. Minato nodded, a hint of relief appearing on his face. Before long, the door to the testing area was pushed open once more. Representatives from various clans in Konoha entered one after another. Hyuga Hayashi, Narashikaku, Akimichi Seichie, Yamanaka Inoichi, Waihai Kurinai, and even the rarely seen Inazuka and Sarutobi clans sent representatives. Clearly, news of the mechanical puppets had spread throughout Konoha's upper echelons. Hyuga J. Nin surveyed the room, and then casually stated, Since everyone is here, I will be straightforward. I can collaborate with Konoha to mass-produce these puppets. The room fell silent instantly. I will provide the technology and only take 10% of the profits. 10%. Almost everyone exclaimed in unison. Even the typically composed Narashikaku widened his eyes. Isn't that just giving it away? Akimichi Chza couldn't help but blurt out. Waihai Kurinai adjusted her sunglasses, her insect companion restless in her sleeve, clearly sensing her shock. Hyuga J. Nin, are you serious? Uchiha Fugaku frowned, his Sharingan subtly rotating, attempting to discern his true intentions. Hyuga Hayashi stood beside, his expression calm, yet a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. Indeed, the young man had already plotted this out. Minato was momentarily stunned, instinctively altering his address. J. Nin, are you certain? Hyuga J. Nin smiled slightly, his tone nonchalant. Consider it support for the Fourth Hokage. This statement detonated like a bomb in everyone's heart. This is a gesture of goodwill towards the Fourth Hokage. The Hyuga clan is taking a stand. No. This seems more like a form of negotiation. Minato's eyes flashed with surprise, yet soon his expression softened, even carrying a hint of gratitude. I will remember this goodwill. The representatives exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with excitement, vigilance, and calculation. A shift in the dynamics of Konoha was imminent. Hyuga J. Nin had effectively bound the interests of the entire village together. If Danzo sought to act against him, it would mean acting against all the clan's interests. Finally, Hyuga Hayashi spoke, his voice steady and authoritative. The Hyuga clan fully supports this collaboration. This statement solidified the situation. Minato smiled and extended his hand. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful. Hyuga J. Nin grasped his hand, the corners of his mouth lifting. May our collaboration be fruitful. Now it was up to Danzo to respond. Hyuga J. Nin mused. Chapter 8. High-level meeting. The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, wore a serious expression, his golden bangs sharply defined. as if capable of slicing through a shuriken. The conference table was filled with attendees, including former Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, elder advisor Mito Kaien, Tsunade, root leader Shimura Danzo, clan heads, and elite Jonin representative Hitaki Kakashi, as well as the inconspicuous presence of Orochimaru. The meeting primarily focused on the mechanical puppets crafted by Hokage Nin, which required no chakra to control and possessed autonomous consciousness. Minato was acutely aware that this matter held strategic significance on par with tailed beasts. Should war break out with other ninja villages, Konoha would require a substantial number of ordinary Nin and Genin to engage on the battlefield. If mechanical puppets could replace these standard ninja, it would allow for growth among the existing ninjas, rendering Konoha immensely powerful. However, should this news spread, war would inevitably follow, making Konoha a target. Nara Shikaku unfurled an intelligence scroll, his expression grim. Hokage Nin's mechanical puppet technology can no longer be concealed. Envoys from Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure will arrive at Konoha within 10 days. The balance of the ninja world is about to shift. Minato's expression grew grave as he spoke first. How should we respond to the envoy groups from the various ninja villages? Let us discuss. Hiruzen's countenance was serious as he lightly tapped his pipe against the table. If this technology is misused, the balance of the ninja world will be irrevocably disrupted. Danzo's staff struck the ground heavily, his one eye gleaming coldly. The Hyuga clan has developed forbidden techniques without permission, violating the Konoha technology control law. The puppet technology must be taken over by root. Minato had always been averse to Danzo's predatory behavior, retorting, "These are merely commercial puppets, well within the regulations." The topic we are discussing now is how to address the envoys from other ninja villages. Minato reminded. Danzo coldly remarked, "Fourth Hokage, you are exceedingly naive. Such power must either be under the control of Konoha or utterly obliterated. Now is not the time to discuss this, Danzo. If you continue to digress from the topic at hand, I possess the right to expel you immediately." The stance of Minato Namikaze was unusually stern. The heads of the various clans subtly scrutinized Danzo's reaction. This was the first time Danzo had been openly rebutted by Minato. The atmosphere grew tense. Although Danzo refrained from retorting, the veins protruding from his forehead attested to his agitation. At that moment, Orochimaru, seated in the corner of the meeting room, spoke up with a chilling tone, "Danzo, my disciple is also from Konoha. Must only you be allowed to represent Konoha, rarely participating in high-level meetings?" Everyone present understood that Orochimaru was clearly here for his disciple. As one of the competitors for the position of Fourth Hokage, despite his defeat to Minato, he still wielded a degree of influence. Danzo was taken aback, pondering inwardly. It seems Orochimaru places great importance on this disciple. Hinata Hizashi fixed his serious gaze upon Danzo, stating, "Danzo, this is the property of the Hyuga clan. Do not extend your hands too far." Danzo showed no intention of compromise, casting a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Speaking firmly, "Hiruzen, mishandling this matter could spark war. What if that brat from the Hyuga clan sells puppet techniques to foreign spies? What should Konoha do then?" Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow in contemplation, his expression grave as he slowly responded, "This is indeed something we must heed." Minato interjected, "We can collaborate with other shinobi villages to develop this technology together, thus securing the greatest benefit for Konoha." Danzo scoffed. "And what if Hinata Nin is abducted by those from other shinobi villages?" Before Minato could respond, Danzo continued, "I propose executing Hinata Nin immediately and allowing the Yamenkai clan to extract the secrets of the puppets." Orochimaru observed Hiruzen's hesitant visage, disappointment flickering across his face. Minato glared at Danzo, "Watch your words. Konoha cannot arbitrarily execute its comrades." Hizashi slammed his palm against the conference table, rising with his Byakugan activated, veins bulging at his temples. "Danzo, do you wish to declare war on the Hyuga clan?" The room was instantly charged with tension, as if a confrontation could erupt at any moment. All eyes turned toward Hizashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his pipe on the table, admonishing, "Enough, Danzo. Such remarks are no longer permissible." Danzo let out a cold snort. Hizashi resumed his seat. The heads of the various clans had been watching in silence, each refraining from speaking further. Orochimaru's deep, gravelly voice resonated once more. "Danzo, cease your trivial schemes. This technology cannot be replicated." "What do you mean?" Orochimaru's statement instantly captivated the audience's attention. The clan heads, initially maintaining their silence, were now intrigued by Orochimaru's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "Orochimaru, what do you mean by that?" Orochimaru smirked. "I personally inspected it. This technology transcends mere science and should be classified as a secret art." Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Secret art? Orochimaru surveyed the room. Continuing, the energy utilized in the core of the puppet cannot be replicated as it is natural energy. Danzo retorted immediately, "Orochimaru, J-Nin is your disciple. Your words lack credibility." Orochimaru replied ominously, "You may test it yourself. Natural energy can indeed be perilous." Danzo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Fully aware of the dangers posed by natural energy, which could lead to instant petrification if mishandled, Nara Shikaku glanced at the still silent Sarutobi Hiruzen, tentatively suggesting, "If that is the case, as long as we ensure J-Nin's safety within Konoha, we might engage in cooperation with him." Such a proposition promised substantial benefits that everyone wished to partake in. Danzo's insatiable desire to monopolize the opportunity naturally drew disdain, and no one was inclined to support him. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. What arrangements should be made for the envoys from other shinobi villages? Nara Shikaku pondered briefly. "We could sign a technology non-use agreement with them." Danzo scoffed, discontented. "If the puppet technology is utilized in warfare, even if we simultaneously battle other shinobi villages, Konoha will ultimately prevail." Mito Kazuma furrowed his brow, stating, "Even if we sign a technology non-use agreement with other shinobi villages, they may not necessarily comply." Nara Shikaku added, "If other shinobi villages unite to attack Konoha, even if we immediately deploy the puppet technology in warfare, Konoha will not possess a significant advantage." Danzo pressed on. "The crux lies in the attitudes of the other shinobi villages. If Konoha cannot complete the upgrade of the puppet technology before their envoys arrive, I suggest executing Hinata J-Nin and presenting his remains to allay the concerns of the other shinobi villages." Danzo understood that he could not swallow this piece of cake. If he could not have it all, then neither should anyone else. Mito Kazuma spoke, "I concur." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. Hisashi's expression shifted slightly before he resolutely declared, "If you insist on this course, the Hyuga clan will immediately choose to sever ties with Konoha." His tone was icy, and his words sent a chill through Danzo and the others. No one anticipated Hisashi would be so resolute, merely for the sake of one clan's prodigy. Minato's expression hardened, his tone unwavering. "I vehemently oppose this. Konoha must not execute its comrades for such reasons. Hisashi, please maintain your composure. As Hokage, I assure you that even in the event of war with other shinobi villages, Konoha will not sacrifice any of its comrades." Hisashi reined in his emotions, closing his eyes and falling silent. Orochimaru smiled in response. "I support Minato's opinion. Should war arise, I will lead a legion into battle." With the affirmations from Minato and Orochimaru, Hisashi's demeanor softened somewhat. Nara Shikaku, sensing the palpable tension in the air, interjected quickly. "Perhaps we can sell finished puppets to other shinobi villages, but strictly for commercial use. We can also sign a technology non-use agreement, which may buy us some time." Though Nara Shikaku did not finish his statement, everyone present understood his intent. Since Orochimaru claimed the technology could not be replicated, they could openly sell the finished products to other shinobi villages for research. This would grant Konoha time to enhance its puppet manufacturing capabilities and technological upgrades. Even if the other shinobi villages discovered the secret later, by that time, Konoha would have already seized the initiative, dictating the terms of any potential conflict. Nara Shikaku continued, "The negotiation details with the envoy from other shinobi villages should be adjusted once we receive the technical analysis report from Hinata J-Nin. We can initiate contact with the Sand Village envoy and sell them a portion of the puppets to prevent these three clans from uniting against Konoha." Minato's eyes lit up. Nara Shikaku's proposal was quite commendable. "I support Shikaku's plan. Let us proceed to vote, everyone," Minato declared. Hisashi naturally endorsed Nara Shikaku's proposal, agreed. "Orochimaru, I also concur." Sarutobi Hiruzen, placing his pipe down, slowly added, "I agree." With Sarutobi's agreement, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans followed suit. The remaining clan heads expressed their agreement as well. Danzo closed his eyes, refraining from voicing his stance, his face displaying an unmistakable bitterness. "Humph, do you think I will let you have your way, Hinata J-Nin?" he mused inwardly. After settling this matter, Nara Shikaku continued, "Ultimately, This technology belongs to Hinata J. Nin alone, and with Orochimaru's verification. The irreproducibility of the puppet core has been confirmed. I propose that we immediately establish a puppet manufacturing factory, with Hinata JKY providing the technology to expedite mass production. Nara Shikaku nodded in agreement, stating that the plan would indeed save considerable funds. Nara Shiku continued, mentioning that the Nara clan could allocate land for 3 factories. The next matter at hand involved the distribution of profits. Orochimaru rose to leave, disinterested in such trivialities. The previously silent clan leaders became animated, eagerly contributing their thoughts on the land and the raw materials required for puppet creation. Some claimed they had mines at their disposal. Others offered to supply scarce materials, creating a scene as lively as a bustling marketplace. Chapter 9. The Sage Arts System. The courtyard of the High-Ga clan was bathed in a warm golden hue as the sun set. The crisp sound of bamboo striking stone echoed in the tranquil air, with water flowing gently down the moss-covered stone steps. High-Ga Hayashi knelt in the corridor, his gaze soft as he looked toward the center of the courtyard. His wife held their newborn Hinata in her arms, the infant's tiny hand reaching out curiously into the air. High-Ga JKY stood respectfully beside them, his expression serene. Hayashi slowly recounted the main points from the high-level meeting in Konoha. JKY lowered his head slightly, expressing gratitude with a tone both respectful and sincere. Hayashi nodded gently, his gaze profound. JKY, your talents have transcended the boundaries of the branch family. I hope you will lead the High-Ga clan to greater heights. I understand. JKY responded, his voice steady yet imbued with a resolute strength. The High-Ga clan shall undoubtedly become the foremost clan in the ninja world. Hayashi's lips curled into a faint smile, clearly pleased with this answer. He took Hinata from his wife's arms. The baby's pristine Byakugan gazed curiously at J. Kentucky. Fixing his gaze on JKY, Hayashi spoke solemnly. You will be the next clan leader, but you must promise me one thing. You must always protect Hinata. Without hesitation, JKY nodded. I promise. Hayashi's eyes deepened with gravity as he continued. She will one day become your wife. For a moment, the air felt as though it had solidified. JK's expression remained unchanged. He merely bowed again. Yes, esteemed clan leader. He held no interest in the newborn child. But at this moment, he needed to solidify his position. As for the future, that would be determined on the day he truly mastered the High-Ga clan. His gaze lingered on Hinata briefly before retracting. It is getting late, esteemed clan leader. I shall take my leave. Hayashi nodded in acknowledgement, and JKY bowed respectfully before turning to depart. As JK's silhouette vanished around the corner of the courtyard, the courtesy and warmth on his face receded like the tide, replaced by a near-cold stillness. His stride remained steady, yet his eyes held a depth that was startling, far beyond what one would expect from a mere 15-year-old. The dying rays of the sun illuminated his profile, casting sharp contours. Binding interests were merely the first step. The next crucial element was the power that a ninja could never refuse. JKY understood clearly that relying solely on commercial interests was insufficient for him to establish a firm foothold in Konoha. After all, the world of ninjas ultimately revered strength. He needed to become an indispensable force, and the sage arts presented the most promising breakthrough. Natural energy is one of the most enigmatic forces in the ninja realm. The 3 great holy places, my Bokuzen, Rigakure, and Shikatsu Forest, monopolized the transmission of sage arts. Yet, High-Ga JKY possessed the key to shatter this monopoly, the Tensigen. His body had undergone modifications by Yamamura, transforming him into a semi-sage body. Why a semi-sage body? This was due to the aftereffects of JKY's forced genetic alterations. Although Yamamura had promised gradual recovery, JKY had yet to feel any changes. Nevertheless, he could now freely manipulate natural energy. What did this imply? He could guide natural energy, minimizing the risks associated with sage arts training. He could even create an entirely new system of sage arts, establishing himself as the 4th holy place. JKY arrived at the edge of the training ground, contemplating how to validate his ideas. Just then, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a distant highland. A white-haired, dubious figure was crouched there, peering through binoculars, clearly focused on the women's bathhouse. Jiraiya. JKY's lips twitched slightly, but soon after, his eyes sparkled with realization. Wasn't he this the perfect test subject? With a swift motion, JKY approached Jiraiya and, upon nearing, executed a body flicker technique, appearing beside him. Ah! Jiraiya exclaimed, nearly slipping off the roof. However, upon recognizing the visitor, he resumed his languid demeanor. "Oh, it's you, Orochimaru's disciple. Kid, don't disturb me while I'm gathering material." JKY wasted no time and stated plainly, "Lord Jiraiya, I can channel natural energy. Could you assist me in an experiment?" Jiraiya paused, slowly lowering his binoculars, his expression turning uncharacteristically serious. "Kid, what did you just say?" JKY met his gaze calmly, reiterating, "I can channel natural energy and may even reduce the risks of sage arts training. I wish to see if the natural energy I guide can enable you to enter sage mode." Jiraiya fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly grinned. "Interesting. Kid, you really want to use me as a guinea pig. It's no wonder you're Orochimaru's disciple. But kid, natural energy is not to be trifled with. If it goes out of control, it could turn you to stone." JKY nodded, "I understand." He adjusted his goggles and continued, "I can prove it. But we need to change locations." Jiraiya squinted, then grinned widely after a moment. "Interesting, follow me." The two arrived at a secluded training ground in the back mountains of Konoha. The sunset bathed the entire forest in golden light. "All right, kid. Let me see your—" Jiraiya's words were abruptly cut off. Suddenly, an explosion of brilliant emerald chakra erupted around JKY, a mysterious diamond seal appearing on his forehead. The overwhelming natural energy surged forth, forming a visible vortex around him. "What is this?" Jiraiya's eyes widened, instinctively striking a defensive posture. As a sage from my Bokuzen, he understood the essence of this power, perfect control over natural energy. Perfect sage mode. Jiraiya's voice changed pitch. "No, this feels even more profound than sage mode." JK's chakra gradually stabilized, enveloping him in a verdant energy cloak. He spoke calmly. "Can you believe me now?" Jiraiya swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, he recalled something, his eyes widening. "Wait. The mysterious sage who saved Minato's family was you." JKY frowned slightly. The Fourth Hokage promised to keep it a secret." "Huh." Jiraiya burst into laughter. "So that's it. No wonder Minato has been acting so mysteriously lately." His expression turned serious. "Kid, let us not change the subject. This power of yours shouldn't belong to sage mode. I can sense that your strength is not from the three great holy places, but rather something even more." Jiraiya wanted to say advanced, but he couldn't comprehend how a 15-year-old could wield such a perfect sage mode. This was undoubtedly the first instance of a strictly defined perfect sage mode in ninja history. JKY dispelled the Tensigen chakra mode, and the surrounding natural energy receded like a receding tide. He locked eyes with Jiraiya, softly stating, "Can you believe me now?" Since Jiraiya has already discovered that he once saved the family of Minato Namikaze, a foundation of trust has been established. Although somewhat surprised by Minato's breach of trust, for Jiraiya, it could be considered a matter of confidentiality. After a prolonged silence, Jiraiya suddenly seated himself cross-legged and formed hand seals. "Come on, kid. But remember, if I show any signs of abnormality, stop immediately." "Of course," replied Hinata Jujio, a slight smile gracing his lips. This time, he extended his hand, and a strand of pure natural energy flowed toward Jiraiya like a silken thread. Jiraiya felt a jolt throughout his body. He truly sensed the influx of natural energy. Yet it felt exceedingly strange and uncomfortable. He could no longer perceive the will of Mount Myaboku within the natural energy. This was an utterly pure essence, devoid of any impurities. For Jiraiya, the intricacies of refining sage chakra were well known. His breathing gradually steadied, and a faint halo of natural energy began to emanate around him. However, unlike before, his sage facial markings now radiated an unprecedented, pristine white, lacking the distinctive colors and patterns of Mount Myaboku. This sensation felt bizarre. Jiraiya murmured to himself, attuning to the energy flowing within him. He suddenly struck the ground with a fist. Boom! The earth cracked instantly, creating a deep pit with a 5-meter diameter. Then, he stared in astonishment at his fist. The amplification of strength was comparable to the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku. Hinata Jujio calmly recorded the data, speed test. In an instant, Jiraiya vanished from his position, only to reappear atop a tree 100 meters away. The leaves remained undisturbed, as if they had never been touched. His speed had doubled. Jiraiya's voice trembled slightly with shock. He quickly formed hand seals, fire style, great fireball technique. The fireball, originally 3 meters in diameter, now expanded to 10 meters, its blazing flames exhibiting an eerie bluish-white hue, illuminating the entire training ground as if it were daytime. Chakra consumption was reduced by 50%, yet his power had more than doubled. Jiraiya dispelled the sage mode, gazing incredulously at his hands. This feeling was akin to a blank canvas, upon which anyone could imprint their own colors. Hinata Jujio adjusted his goggles, already aware that his path was correct, while Danzo's path had narrowed further. Suddenly, Jiraiya's body trembled, and a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Kid, do you comprehend what this signifies? Hinata Jujio met his gaze calmly, responding, It signifies that I have become the fourth sacred ground. Jiraiya's pupils constricted violently. He seemed to foresee a future where the balance of power within the ninja world would be irrevocably shattered. Just then, a golden light suddenly flashed in Jiraiya's mind. Transformation. The child of prophecy? Jiraiya staggered back a couple of steps, his expression changing dramatically. His voice turned low and tremulous. I see now. You are the one who will instigate change. Hinata Jujio frowned slightly, interrupting Jiraiya. I am not a child of prophecy. This is merely science, Jiraiya-sensei. I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. No, you don't understand. Jiraiya exclaimed, gripping his shoulders in excitement. This power will alter the entire structure of the ninja world. Change is inevitable. Chapter 10. He is making plans. Hinata Jujio stood at the edge of the training ground, remaining silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Jiraiya-sensei, I have one more request. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? I would like you to inform the Fourth Hokage that I am capable of teaching the techniques of sage training. Hinata Jujio's tone was calm, yet laced with a sense of allure. Jiraiya was taken aback, then narrowed his eyes. Inform? You mean? It seemed Jiraiya began to grasp Hinata Jujio's intentions. But he needed confirmation. I will personally demonstrate the feasibility of this sage technique system. Then you may select 3 individuals for me to train. Jiraiya's pupils slightly contracted. 3 slots. This meant that Konoha would soon have 3 ninja proficient in sage techniques. And those 3 would be selected by Jiraiya himself. In other words, he could use this opportunity to solidify Minato's position as Hokage. If he chose Minato's confidants, such as Kakashi or Uchiha Shisui, the internal power balance within Konoha would be thoroughly tilted. Jiraiya gazed deeply at Hinata Jujio, now understanding what he aimed to accomplish. Orochimaru had once mentioned that this disciple had been targeted by Danzo since childhood and had asked him to assist if he ever crossed paths with him. Jiraiya naturally agreed, as Orochimaru seldom made requests. This kid is seeking to elevate his status and then take action against Danzo, Jiraiya thought. If Jiraiya wished to become Hokage, it would certainly not be in the hands of Minato or Danzo. He did not wish to engage in the Machiavellian schemes of Konoha, but that did not mean he was oblivious to the prevailing situation. Kid, you are doing me a favor. Hinata Jujio smiled faintly. It is merely mutual benefit. I believe you understand, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then suddenly grinned. All right, I will help you with this. But he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Aren't you afraid that the individuals I select may not align with your interests? Hinata Jujio adjusted his goggles, speaking nonchalantly. It matters not. As long as they possess the qualifications to train in sage techniques and are not affiliated with Danzo. Jiraiya burst into hearty laughter. Good. Refreshing. Hinata Jujio nodded, then retrieved a miniature kunai from his ninja tool pouch, handing it to Jiraiya. What is this? Jiraiya examined the kunai closely. Hinata Jujio explained, a communicator. As long as you input chakra, I will be able to sense your location. Jiraiya sensed it and indeed detected a unique chakra fluctuation within the kunai, reminiscent of the flying thunder god technique, yet distinctly different. Jiraiya grinned, storing the kunai. All right, I will not be courteous. Hinata Jujio nodded slightly, then added, additionally, provided your request is not excessive, I will assist you in resolving one trouble, as a return for this matter. Jiraiya was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Kid, you are giving me a blank check. Hinata Jujio did not smile, merely gazing at him calmly. I keep my word. Jiraiya's smile gradually faded. Very well, I trust you. Konoha's Hokage office, late at night. Minato Namikaze was bent over his desk, reviewing documents, when suddenly, the window was gently pushed open. Hey, Minato, still working so late? Jiraiya cheerfully leaped inside. Minato looked up, revealing a warm smile. Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here at such a late hour? Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he approached the desk, whispering, Minato, I have just encountered something that could change Konoha's future. Minato set down his pen, his gaze turning earnest. What is it? Jiraiya took a deep breath and solemnly stated, Sage techniques, but not those of Mount Myaboku. Minato's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly asked, What do you mean? Jiraiya replied gravely. Someone has developed an entirely new sage technique system that does not require a sacred ground contract to cultivate. Minato suddenly stood up. How is that possible? Jiraiya nodded, then continued, I have personally experienced it. It is indeed feasible and poses no risk. Minato's pupils contracted violently, a storm brewing within his azure gaze. His voice trembled slightly. This could completely upend the balance of the ninja world. Who is it? Jiraiya shook his head. Hinata Gyujo. Minato's body stiffened abruptly, as though struck by a lightning bolt. His pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, his lips quivering. Hinata Gyujo? The one who developed the puppet technique. Jiraiya nodded solemnly. Indeed, that kid is deeper than I had imagined. Jiraiya refrained from revealing that Hinata Gyujo was the mysterious sage who saved his family on the night of the Nine Tails, for Minato would undoubtedly be even more astonished. He believed that the matter should not be broached by him. If Hyuga 19 wished for Namake's Minato to be informed, he would certainly take the initiative to explain. Minato slowly resumed his seat in the Hokage chair, his long fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. His mind raced, contemplating the fact that a member of the Hyuga branch family had emerged as the heir of the main family, trained under Orochimaru, developed civilian puppetry, and now mastered sage techniques. This was no mere coincidence. Suddenly, Minato lifted his gaze, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He had been orchestrating from the very beginning. Jiraiya was naturally aware of this, but thus far, Hyuga 19's actions had been beneficial to Konoha, especially considering he had once rescued Jiraiya's disciple and his family. He was even a student favored by Orochimaru. Jiraiya deliberately raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. Oh? Minato stood up and began pacing the office. First, he used civilian puppetry to win over the various clans, and now he introduces sage techniques. He is building his own network of influence. His footsteps suddenly halted, as if clarity dawned upon him. Moreover, he had chosen this precise moment deliberately. Jiraiya pondered. Are you referring to Danzo's recent activities? Minato's voice dropped. Not long ago, 3 root ninjas entered the Forest of Death and have not been seen since. Jiraiya understood. No wonder Hyuga 19 had acted so decisively. He had been cornered by Danzo. It was likely that Danzo had provoked him, and Hyuga 19 was preparing his countermeasures. The office fell into a brief silence, the rustling leaves outside seemingly whispering secrets. Jiraiya suddenly grinned. This kid is even more calculating than Orochimaru. However, Minato did not share his amusement. He gazed at the Konoha headband on the table and spoke softly. Jiraiya-sensei, what do you think his ultimate goal is? Jiraiya's smile faded as he contemplated. At present, it seems to be merely self-preservation. Chapter 11. A week's time he cast a meaningful glance at Minato and continued. When he possesses enough power to alter the shinobi world, his intentions will undoubtedly shift. Minato took a deep breath, suddenly making a decision. I must meet him in person. But perhaps that is not advisable. Since he entrusted me to seek you out, it indicates he prefers to avoid excessive contact. With Jiraiya's reminder, Minato realized this and sat back down. Indeed, it was prudent to limit their interactions, as it would render his situation even more perilous. Jiraiya grinned. His aim is to have you publicize this matter, thereby elevating his status within Konoha. In return, he wants me to select 3 individuals for him to train. A flicker of surprise crossed Minato's eyes. 3 individuals? Jiraiya nodded. Indeed, which is why I came to discuss these candidates with you. How should we proceed? Minato pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. Jiraiya-sensei, you already have someone in mind, don't you? Jiraiya chuckled. As expected of my disciple, you are quite perceptive. He leaned closer, whispering, Kakashi, Shursui, and yourself. Minato was taken aback. Me? Jiraiya affirmed. Yes, if you can master sage techniques, the position of Hokage in Konoha will be unassailable. Minato, puzzled, queried, but I still cannot effectively grasp the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku. Although I can enter sage mode, I cannot sustain it for long. Perhaps I lack the aptitude for sage training. Jiraiya patted his shoulder, chuckling. Suitability can only be determined through experience. Kakashi, with one hand in his pocket and the other lazily flipping through Ica Paradise, raised his deadpan eyes slightly, surveying the surroundings. Minato-sensei, Weren't we supposed to investigate the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident? Why the sudden change of direction? Standing ahead, Minato's golden locks swayed gently in the morning breeze. His face still adorned with a gentle smile, yet his gaze was deeper than usual. Oh, about that. He had not completed his thought when rustling emerged from the nearby foliage. Hey, you arrived right on time. Jiraiya laughed heartily as he jumped from the woods, his white hair trailing behind him, his boisterous laughter startling a few morning birds. Kakashi and Shursui both froze momentarily. Lord Jiraiya? Shursui furrowed his brow slightly, cautiously scanning the vicinity. Could the clues regarding the Ninetales incident be related to you? Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, grinning. No need to be tense, kids. Let us set aside the Ninetales matter for now. He placed his hands on his hips, scanning the two before nodding in satisfaction. The reason I called you here is for something much more significant. Kakashi closed his book, his expression finally turning serious. What is it? Jiraiya beamed, revealing a set of white teeth. I will teach you sage techniques. Thud. Ika Paradise fell to the ground. Kakashi's deadpan eyes widened abruptly, his pupils contracting slightly. Sage techniques? As Konoha's prodigy, Kakashi was acutely aware of what sage techniques entailed. They represented a power that transcended ordinary ninjutsu, a realm accessible only to a select few. Jiraiya, the first Hokage, and the fourth Hokage, those who stood at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, all possessed sage techniques. And now, Jiraiya was expressing his intention to teach him? Kakashi's breathing quickened momentarily, but he quickly resumed his nonchalant demeanor, bending to retrieve his book and dusting it off. Lord Jiraiya, you can't be joking, can you? Jiraiya laughed heartily. What? You don't believe me? Kakashi fell silent for a moment, then replied coolly. No, it's just why me? He glanced at Minato, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. Minato smiled gently. Because I believe you can master it. Kakashi's fingers tightened slightly, the book's cover creasing under his grip. Shursui's expression remained tranquil, yet his heart surged with tumult. Sage techniques. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, he understood their value better than anyone. The Uchiha's power stemmed from the Sharingan, but sage techniques represented an entirely different system. Should he master sage techniques, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. Yet, Lord Jiraiya Shursui spoke, his voice steady. As far as I know, mastering sage techniques requires signing contracts with the 3 great sage lands, and the risks are exceedingly high. One misstep could lead to petrification. Jiraiya grinned. Indeed, but this time is different. He crossed his arms, his tone laced with mystery. What I will teach you is not the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku, but an entirely new system. Shursui's pupils constricted sharply. An entirely new system of sage techniques? What could this imply? It meant that the rules of the shinobi world might be rewritten. His breathing quickened slightly, but he soon regained his composure. Then who will be teaching us? Jiraiya's smile deepened. Someone you would never expect. Just then, whoosh. A figure silently appeared on the treetops beside them. Kakashi and Shursui simultaneously looked up, their gazes locking in shock. So young, they had never anticipated that the person teaching them sage techniques would be such a youthful ninja. Hyuga 19 appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, even younger than Kakashi, though slightly older than Shursui. I am Hyuga 19. For the coming week, I will be instructing you in sage techniques, or rather, it will be Lord Jiraiya teaching you sage techniques. He paused before continuing. As for me, I shall merely serve as a guide, ensuring that no accidents occurred during your training. Jiraiya crossed his arms, his expression turning serious. For an ordinary person to master sage techniques, several years of preparation is required. His gaze swept over the 3 before him as he continued. Even those with a natural affinity for senjutsu require months to attain sage mode. Kakashi and Shursui exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. Jiraiya suddenly broke into a broad smile. But you are different. You possess the opportunity to learn through trial and error, deriving wisdom from failure. His tone took on a serious note. Remember these points. First, maintain absolute tranquility when sensing natural energy. Second, once you feel your body begin to petrify, cease immediately. Third, Jiraiya paused, casting a meaningful glance at Hinata JKY. You have only 1 week. Whether you succeed depends solely on yourselves. Indeed, a familiar voice suddenly echoed. Kakashi and Shursui turned sharply, incredulity etched across their faces as they looked at Minato Namikaze. Their Hokage had respectfully acknowledged the statement. Kakashi's copy of Ika Paradise slipped from his grasp. His single eye widened in astonishment. Even his forehead protector tilted slightly. Minato-sensei? In that moment, he seemed to revert to that 12-year-old boy. Shirsue's fingers instinctively clenched into a fist. He suddenly realized that the weight of the opportunity before them might be far greater than he had imagined. Hinata JKY stood aloft, his black goggles reflecting the morning light. Let us commence. His voice was calm, yet it enveloped everyone present with an invisible pressure. Time was of the essence. Minato took a deep breath and sat cross-legged first. Kakashi and Shirsue followed suit, immediately centering their thoughts. In that instant, they all understood. This week could potentially alter the course of their lives. Chapter 12. The Hope of the Hyuga Clan in the Woods. Hinata JKY attuned himself to the intangible and formless natural energy. He reached out, guiding the pristine natural energy toward the three of them. Jiraiya sensed the fluctuations of natural energy and spoke. Feel it deeply. Do not resist. Allow natural energy to become a part of you. Minato was the first to enter a state of focus. He closed his eyes, his golden lashes fluttering gently in the morning light. As a ninja who had once mastered the sage art of Mount Myaboku, his affinity for natural energy surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Soon, faint silver patterns began to emerge at the corners of his eyes, a new sage visage distinct from that of the toad oil. Jiraiya stood by, nodding in satisfaction. However, Minato's brow soon furrowed slightly. The natural energy within him began to spiral into disarray, the balance of sage chakra gradually collapsing. Hinata JKY appeared instantaneously behind him, gently placing a hand on his back, precisely extracting a strand of uncontrolled natural energy. The other three watched in awe at this remarkable scene. Who would believe such control over natural energy without witnessing it firsthand? Yet, they exhaled in relief. For this meant they need not fear petrification due to the influence of natural energy. It was an opportunity, a chance to cultivate sage art without risk. Even the normally composed Kakashi found his breathing becoming slightly labored. Minato's breathing steadied as he endeavored to prolong his sage mode through various means. Emboldened by the opportunity to experiment freely, he opened his eyes and sighed wryly. As expected, maintaining it for long periods remains exceedingly challenging. Hinata JKY offered no further words, simply nodding for him to continue. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had already entered sage mode. Shirsue's Sharingan slowly rotated, documenting Jiraiya's process of merging with natural energy. His mental prowess far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, and his perceptive abilities were alarmingly acute. With the Sharingan as his bloodline limit, he grasped the essentials of refining chakra after just one glance. Within mere hours, he could vaguely sense the flow of natural energy. So that's how it is, he murmured softly, raising a fingertip as a wisp of thin natural energy materialized at its tip. But the next moment, his fingers abruptly stiffened, a sign of impending petrification. Hinata JK's figure flickered like a specter, swiftly slicing through the uncontrolled energy. Jiraiya remarked calmly, "Natural energy is not chakra, it requires acceptance, not control." Shirsue took a deep breath and nodded. "I understand." Hinata JKY was also engaged, capturing the process of the three's continuous failures through his Byakugan. He was accumulating experience from their trials, and with Jiraiya's guidance, he was steadily devising a swift pathway for mastering sage mode. Kakashi's progress was the slowest. Lacking Minato's experience and Shirsue's formidable mental capacity, he nonetheless possessed a remarkable advantage, an uncanny control over chakra and a three-tomo Sharingan. Seventh failure, he muttered to himself, adjusting his breathing once more. With each failure, he could accurately perceive the points of chaos within the natural energy coursing through him. Then, during the next attempt, he would consciously adjust the flow of his chakra to synchronize with the rhythm of the natural energy. Hinata JKY observed silently from the side. Kakashi's progress, though not as rapid as the other two, was steadily improving in stability. Once more, Kakashi closed his eyes, continuing to try. 2 days passed, and the three had begun to adapt to the flow of natural energy. Hinata JKY retracted the natural energy and stated calmly, "From here on, you shall proceed on your own." After a considerable time, Minato was the first to enter a focused state. This time, the natural energy within him was far more stable than before, the patterns of his sage visage vividly manifesting, silver light coursing beneath his skin. Duration maintained, 3 minutes. He opened his eyes with a hint of regret in his tone. Though more stable than the sage art of Mount Myaboku, it still could not be sustained for long. Jiraiya glanced at him and remarked, Your issue lies not in control, but in habit. Habit. You rely too heavily on the rhythm of Mount Myaboku's sage art. Forget it. Start anew, Jiraiya explained. Minato blinked in realization and then smiled. I see. Shui was now able to absorb natural energy steadily, yet his conversion efficiency remained insufficient. His sage visage flickered, clearly not yet fully balanced. Kakashi had finally grasped the threshold. I did it. He looked down at his palm. A wisp of faint silver energy entwined around his fingertips. Though weak, it was undeniably present. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Oh? Faster than expected. Hinata JKY nodded slightly. His chakra control compensates for the disparity in talent. On the 7th day, in the early morning, Minato stood at the center of the clearing. His eyes half closed. The silver sage visage fully manifested, natural energy swirling around him like a stream. Duration maintained, 15 minutes. He opened his eyes. A slight smile gracing his lips. Shursue's progress was the most astonishing. His Sharingan seamlessly integrated with Sage mode, crimson pupils adorned with green patterns. The flow of Sage chakra exceeding that of ordinary individuals. This was newfound power. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging energy within. Kakashi's Sage mode was the least stable, yet remarkably precise. Though the quantity of his Sage chakra was minimal, every ounce was utilized with utmost precision. It seems I am not entirely devoid of talent. He mused lazily, yet his gaze was sharper than ever before. Hinata JKY regarded the three, each achieving their own success, and exhaled deeply, relieved that the past 7 days had not been in vain. Jiraiya stood aloft, surveying the trio. You've qualified. Impressive, you little rascals. Minato turned to Hinata JKY, gravely stating, Thank you. Hinata JKY inclined his head slightly. Shui first expressed his gratitude to Jiraiya, then approached Hinata JKY, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, Teacher J. Kentucky. Hinata JKY was somewhat taken aback. This was akin to a formal apprenticeship ceremony. On the first day of the Uchiha clan's most brilliant prodigy, he unexpectedly bowed to a member of the Hyuga clan in a gesture of apprenticeship. A demeanor that seemed entirely out of character for an Uchiha. Yet, he did not refuse this act of homage. Instead, he assisted the individual to his feet and chuckled softly. Your teacher is Lord Jiraiya. Uchiha Shursui nodded slightly. But he understood that without Hyuga Nin's repeated interventions to guide the chaotic natural energy within him outward, he would have had no opportunity to master sage techniques. His gratitude was profound. Kakashi picked up his cooling tea once more, expressing his thanks to both Jiraiya and Hyuga Nin, in the Hokage office of Konoha village. Shortly after returning, Namake's Minato instructed the Umbu to release an announcement. Konoha had gained mastery over the new sage technique system established by Hyuga Nin and was now opening 2 slots for learning, personally overseen by Jiraiya. Upon the release of this announcement, the entire village seemed to tremble as if struck by an earthquake of magnitude 8. Within the root base, Danzo's single eye glimmered with a chilling light. His cane sank deep into the ground as he coldly remarked, First mechanical puppets, now sage techniques, the pressure mounts. The following day, the Hyuga clan's territory was abuzz with unprecedented activity. Leaders or representatives from the Uchiha, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, and Inazuka clans came to pay their respects, ostensibly to exchange insights on ninjutsu, yet it was clear to all that their true purpose was to inquire about the new sage techniques. Hyuga Hizashi sat calmly in the main seat, his expression steady, though a hint of uncontainable pride lingered in his brow. Congratulations, Hizashi. The Hyuga clan has indeed nurtured such a genius. It is truly enviable. Nara Shikaku smiled slightly, his tone laced with a hint of probing. Hizashi smiled faintly, lifting his teacup for a delicate sip. Oh, it is merely the result of Nin's own hard work. Humph, the Hyuga clan certainly keeps its secrets well. Uchiha Fugaku scoffed, though a flicker of complexity crossed his gaze. Hizashi's eyes swept over Uchiha Fugaku, and his lips quirked upward. Fugaku, I have heard that Shursui possesses remarkable talent, even earning praise from Lord Jiraiya. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, but he chose to remain silent. In a side seating area of the hall, 3 elders occupied their respective positions. At this moment, the 3rd elder stroked his beard, an unabashed smirk on his face, and raised his voice deliberately. Nin has always been exceptional, even from a young age. I have long predicted he would achieve greatness. The elder with the longest beard coughed lightly, reflecting on the irony of having previously suggested the removal of Nin's status as the clan heir. only to witness him awaken the Rinnegan and create a lucrative mechanical puppet, followed now by the emergence of an entirely new sage technique system. Oh, the youth truly are full of surprises. The second elder chimed in. Indeed, Nin is exceptional. He represents the hope of the Hyuga clan's resurgence. Chapter 13. The eternal second. At this moment, the subject of much speculation among Konoha's elite, Hyuga Nin, was strolling through the village's shopping district, selecting gifts in preparation for a visit to Naruto. He had established a foundational level of trust with Namake's Minato. The purpose, of course, was to facilitate closer contact with Naruto, the destined child of this world's narrative, who would bear the weight of the future. As Nin walked through the shopping district, he sensed a noticeable increase in the surveillance directed his way. The number of root ninjas dispatched by Danzo to monitor him had at least tripled, not counting those beyond the Rinnegan's perception. Such a scale could no longer be termed mere surveillance. It was a restriction, a threat. Danzo's actions were a blatant warning to Nin. Stay in line, or you shall be eliminated the moment you step outside the village. However, what Nin awaited was precisely Danzo's move against him. Only then could he obtain leverage against him. Otherwise, all his prior efforts would be in vain. Danzo believed that the mechanical puppets and the training slots for sage techniques that Nin had meticulously prepared were solely for self-preservation. This misconception was shared by nearly everyone, except for a select few who understood Nin's true strength. Had Danzo known that Nin's current abilities were sufficient to overpower him, he might have dispatched even more root ninjas or personally confronted Nin. Stopping before a ninja tool shop, Nin picked up a pair of blue crystal wind chimes. The shopkeeper eagerly extolled their virtues, attempting to elevate the ordinary decoration to the status of legendary ninja tools. I'll take these, Nin said, paying for the item while keeping an eye on the shadows about 20 meters behind him. There, a ninja in dark attire lurked, his throat enveloped in a dark chakra, a mark only root ninjas bore, a cursed seal employed by Danzo to control them. As the shopkeeper handed him the packaged gift, Nin accepted the box with calm composure, silently noting every root ninja monitoring him in the vicinity. 2 were stationed on the left eaves, 3 at the right alley, and 4 more on the rooftop behind him. Adjusting his collar, he continued onward. Upon passing the remnants of the Uchiha compound, he instinctively paused. Ever since the Ninetales incident, a palpable tension had permeated Konoha's atmosphere, particularly around the Uchiha clan, forcibly relocated by the village's higher-ups, away from the center of Konoha. The resentment among the Uchiha was almost tangible. Having wandered for only a short while, Nin had already witnessed 3 instances of Uchiha clan members causing disturbances, largely due to their unwillingness to relocate. Turning a corner, he noticed 2 Uchiha ninjas leaning against a wall, their sleeves embroidered with the emblem of the guard force. The older of the 2 stood with crossed arms, while the younger one continuously tossed a shuriken, eyeing Nin with ill intent. Uchiha-san. Nin recognized him as the second-ranked member of their year, a figure of some talent who had opened his Sharingan at the tender age of 7. Now, he regarded Nin with his 3-tomo Sharingan, a blatant provocation. Nin was certain that he had no prior entanglements with this individual. Soon, the realization struck him. Was it envy? A quintessential Uchiha trait. Nin turned to leave, wishing to avoid trouble. Oh, isn't this the genius of the Hyuga clan? I heard your eyes have been afflicted due to blood issues. Is that why you wear goggles to conceal them? Uchiha-san straightened, the 3-tomo in his Sharingan slowly rotating. Nin felt a wave of mental energy surging toward him. It was the Genjutsu unleashed by Uchiha-san. However, such a feeble mental assault could not breach his defenses. Nin's mental fortitude had reached an unfathomable height, a result of his ability to simultaneously expend and accumulate mental energy since the age of 2. Ordinary Genjutsu could not penetrate his mental defenses. Should he wish, he could even turn the tables and retaliate against Uchiha-san with his own Genjutsu. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary. Uchiha-san faltered, sensing that his Genjutsu appeared ineffective. This fellow, Uchiha-san, felt a surge of irritation, reminiscent of childhood memories. He recalled a moment during the shuriken throwing exam at the Ninja Academy when, despite hitting the bullseye 5 times in succession, Nin had pierced right through the target, accomplishing the same feat in the physical arts class. Uchiha-san found himself consistently overshadowed by Hinata Kai's gentle fist technique, never having emerged victorious. Bearing the weight of being the perennial second best, he believed that as a member of the Uchiha clan, he ought to claim the top position. After all, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was renowned as the most formidable Kekkei Genkai. Yet, he had been bested by Hinata's Byakugan, which fueled a profound resentment towards Hinata J. Kentucky. His single Tomo Sharingan had awakened due to this deep-seated animosity. He had anticipated that upon unlocking the 3 Tomo, he would undoubtedly surpass this rival. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Hinata JKY still proved to be superior. His brother, Uchiha Sasuke, was equally astonished. Even an ordinary J-nin ensnared by the 3 Tomo Sharingan's Genjutsu would be rendered powerless. This boy was far from ordinary, Sasuke mused. Uchiha Zain observed Hinata JK's demeanor, which was as tranquil as still waters. He found this attitude intolerable. Throughout their time in the Ninja Academy, he had regarded JKY as a rival, yet the latter offered no response. His aloofness reached a level of isolation, avoiding any excessive interaction with his peers. To Zain, it was as if JKY viewed himself as an adult, disinterested in mingling with a group of children. In truth, JKY regarded his contemporaries with indifference, not out of arrogance, but due to the vast disparity in their abilities, rendering any interaction unnecessary. JK's formidable mental prowess was intricately linked to his perception, dynamic vision, and reflex capabilities, leading to an ever-widening gap from his peers from a young age. Among his classmates, the one who left the deepest impression on him was perhaps Shizun. They had exchanged a few words during their school years, but after graduation, there was no further contact. Uchiha Zain squinted. I heard you developed puppets that can operate autonomously, and even persuaded our clan's top genius to become your apprentice? Hinata JKY raised an eyebrow, realizing that Uchiha Shisui genuinely wished to learn from him, even publicly within the Uchiha clan. From what he knew of Shisui, it seemed unintentional. He was rather naive. Such actions could easily ignite tensions between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. After all, Shisui was widely recognized as the Uchiha's foremost prodigy, and seeking mentorship from a Hyuga was laden with implications. Yet, one could hardly deem Shisui foolish, considering JK's unique status. Not only had he invented mechanical puppets, but he had also mastered an entirely new system of senjutsu. Shisui's actions could be understood as an attempt to leverage JK's influence to ease the discord between the Uchiha and the village. Following the Nine Tails incident, an irreconcilable enmity had developed between the Uchiha clan and the village. The village suspected the Uchiha of orchestrating the Nine Tails attack, resulting in the relocation of their clan's territory to the outskirts. The Uchiha, in turn, resented the village's actions and the animosity harbored by the villagers. If the situation continued to fester, it would inevitably lead to bloodshed. While Shisui's intentions were noble, such matters would undoubtedly embroil Hinata JKY in trouble, as was the case now. However, JKY was unconcerned, for he had already factored Uchiha Shisui's Koto Amatsukami into his plans. Moreover, once he dealt with Danzo, he would need to address the Uchiha village conflict. Having Shisui as an intermediary would facilitate matters significantly. Uchiha Sasuke scoffed, I do not endorse Shisui's actions. Nor do I expect you to, JKY succinctly replied, preparing to depart. Wait, sell us your puppets. Not for sale, JKY responded calmly, seemingly unfazed by the provocations from the two brothers. This insufferable brat remains as irritating as ever. Chapter 14, Confrontation Stop. A kunai whizzed through the air, embedding itself deeply in the stone slab before Hinata J. Kentucky Uchiha Zain chastised. Is the Uchiha territory a place for scoundrels like you to roam freely? JK's goggles reflected Zain's contorted visage. He had exercised restraint, not wishing to exacerbate the Uchiha's conflicts. But it appeared that Zain's pride overshadowed any consideration for the consequences of their confrontation. Suddenly, Uchiha Zain raised his voice, drawing the attention of passers-by. You must have employed some underhanded tactics for Shisui to become your apprentice. Step aside, JK's voice rippled, finally betraying a hint of emotion. Uchiha Zain's 3 Tomo Sharingan began to swirl, activating an advanced Genjutsu he had yet to master. Illusionary Chains Technique. Uchiha Sasuke barked, Zain, but the Genjutsu surged forth. Following Zain's line of sight, he had imagined his brother merely intended to teach JKY a lesson, to humiliate him in public. This was an advanced Genjutsu. An ordinary person ensnared by it could end up hospitalized or even driven to madness. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Hinata JKY stood still, the Genjutsu's ripples failing to penetrate his mental realm, akin to waves crashing against a rocky shore. merely a light slap upon reinforced concrete. Suddenly, Zayn staggered back, blood spurting from his nose onto the guard's uniform. At that moment, onlookers, including Uchiha clan members and ninjas from other families, were left dumbfounded. They sensed that Uchiha Zayn had cast a genjutsu on JKY, yet it was Zayn who had sustained injury. Uchiha Sasuke was momentarily at a loss, his mind blank. This defied all logic. Among those observing from the shadows, Uchiha Shirsue's heart raced. As a master of genjutsu, he recognized that this phenomenon could only result from a backlash against Zayn's own technique. There were only two ways for such a backlash to occur. Either a stronger genjutsu rebounded, or it stemmed from sheer mental dominance. Shirsue could achieve the former, but he was incapable of the latter. JK's mental strength is extraordinary. Shirsue marveled. What did you do to my brother? Uchiha Sasuke finally snapped back to reality, supporting his swaying sibling. Using the Sharingan genjutsu on a fellow village ninja. What was that new prohibition established after the Nine Tails incident? An uproar ensued in the street. You Hyuga scoundrels. Uchiha Zayn struggled to lunge forward. At least the Hyuga reside in the village center. JK's voice was as delicate as a falling leaf. Yet to the brothers, it was gratingly sharp. The kunai clattered to the ground. Zayn's complexion shifted from red to pale. The backlash of the genjutsu left him unable to muster his chakra. Sasuke gripped his brother's shoulder tightly, whispering as Zayn's furious expression morphed into one of bitter resentment. Let us go? As Uchiha Sasuke turned to leave, the glance he cast back was anything but that of a fellow village ninja. Hinata JKY bent down to retrieve the kunai, casually tossing it towards the eaves. Your clan dropped something, Shirsue. As Shirsue caught the kunai, JKY had already vanished in an instant. After departing the Uchiha territory, JKY sensed that the number of root ninja trailing him had increased by 2. It was not until he neared the residence of Minato Namikaze that the root ninja dispersed, yet remained watchful from a distance. This was due to the presence of a squad of elite Umbu guarding the Hokage's residence, among whom was Kakashi. The silver-haired Kakashi had surely noticed the movements of the root ninja. He pressed the earpiece and spoke. Send 2 more teams over. This guy is too unpopular. Yes, Captain. The Namikaze household was unusually quiet. When JKY presented a gift to Kushina, he noticed the dark circles under her eyes. In order to care for his son, who has recently become a Jinchuriki, it has indeed been quite arduous. I appreciate your visit to Naruto. Minato has been quite occupied lately. Hyuga J19 nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. Before the crib, he gazed at the slumbering Naruto, whose golden head bore a few rebellious strands of hair. Who would have imagined that this seemingly adorable infant would one day grow into one of the strongest guardians of the shinobi world? As he departed from the Minato household, it was nearly noon. Hyuga J19 resolved to take a shortcut through the training grounds back to the Hyuga clan's territory. He intended to gauge Danzo's reaction, whether to continue monitoring or to take direct action. Should the root ninjas choose to remain passive, he would have to devise a way to provoke Danzo further. The melodious chirping of birds in the forest abruptly ceased, yet Hyuga J19's pace did not falter. Instead, his chakra flowed silently throughout his body. Come forth, he declared, standing firm in the center of an open area. The Uchiha brothers emerged from behind the trees. Fully armed this time, Uchiha Sasuke wielded a kunai wrapped with explosive tags, while Uchiha Sakomo had already formed his hand seals. Hyuga J19, you are doomed. Sasuke sneered. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? As his words echoed, Hyuga J19's figure flickered, evading the fireball's trajectory, and 2 kunai flew from his hand, effectively splitting the brothers' formation. Though his speed was astonishing, it remained within the grasp of the 3 Tomo Sharingan's perceptive capabilities. However, they hesitated to employ Jinjutsu against him again. The earlier encounter with Uchiha Sakomo instilling a deep-seated caution. Our Uchiha-style taijutsu is, before he could finish, Hyuga J19 closed the distance, delivering a palm strike to Uchiha Sakomo's chest. His Sharingan detected the trajectory of the attack, but Uchiha Sakomo's body could not react in time, resulting in him being sent sprawling backward. With a swift evasion, Hyuga J19 ducked and landed a kick on Sasuke's chin, propelling him into the air. The force of the blow dislocated Sasuke's jaw. In less than 10 seconds, Hyuga J19 had incapacitated both brothers, who possessed the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The Uchiha have become overly reliant on their Sharingan. Without those eyes, your abilities are scarcely superior to that of a Chunin. He cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Uchiha brothers before coldly continuing. Consider this a favor to Shursui. Should you dare to provoke me again, I will eliminate you without hesitation. Do you understand? Uchiha Sakumo struggled to rise, intent on confronting Hyuga J19 once more, but was halted by Sasuke. The disparity in their strengths had reached an insurmountable level. To continue the conflict would be sheer folly. Enough, Sakumo. We are not his match. Do you wish to humiliate yourself further? Sasuke's voice was laced with frustration, although reluctant to accept it. The truth was evident. Hyuga J19's prowess far surpassed that of the two brothers, and the Genjutsu of the Sharingan proved ineffective against him. Chapter 15. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Hyuga J19 had effortlessly defeated the brothers without even resorting to his gentle fist technique. This method of defeat was particularly humiliating. Impossible. How can you become so powerful each time? Sasuke gritted his teeth. Hyuga J19 sighed softly, recognizing the Uchiha's pride. He had never wronged Uchiha Sakumo. Yet merely being stronger had made him an object of disdain. He turned to leave, but paused, casting a warning over his shoulder. I advise you to return to the village before the root ninjas set their sights on you. Danzo has recently begun taking action against the Uchiha. The allure of 2 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan was undeniably significant. Should the root ninjas encounter the brothers, their fate would be sealed. Despite his aversion to Uchiha Sakumo, he was even less inclined to allow Danzo access to 4 Sharingan. The ability to utilize Izanagi 4 times would equate to having 4 lives. Though not an immense threat, it would be exceedingly bothersome. Sasuke faltered, then scoffed. The root? How dare they act against the Uchiha? Hyuga J19 did not turn back, knowing that it was futile to reason with a fool. Danzo would not hesitate to act against the Uchiha. After all, he had stripped them of their first layer of skin. The Uchiha clan's demise had largely been orchestrated by Danzo, who had yet to grasp who their true enemies were. Uchiha Sakumo rubbed his sore shoulder and assisted his brother to his feet. Sakumo, we should return to the village. I noticed earlier that there are indeed root ninjas stealthily following this boy. Sakumo grunted in frustration, his gaze fixed on the already distant figure of Hyuga J19. Perfect. Let them turn on each other. We shall deal with that detestable scoundrel later. Hyuga J19 meandered along a narrow path for some time, noticing that the root ninjas seemed to have abandoned their pursuit, instead converging toward another direction. What are they up to? He sensed something amiss. Could it be? Upon rounding a bend, his Rinnegan suddenly detected a surge of chakra. 22 signatures. Aside from the Uchiha brothers, there were 20 ninjas adorned with animal masks forming a fan shape around them. Almost simultaneously, anguished cries erupted from the flank. Hyuga J19 turned to see Uchiha Sakumo lying in a pool of blood, gasping for breath. Brother, run. Uchiha Sakumo's fall mirrored the tragic scene of their father meeting his demise at the hands of the Nine Tails. Uchiha Sasuke clutched his head, howling in despair. I've had enough. I cannot bear to watch those dear to me perish. He clasped his head as the 3 Tomo began to spin rapidly, ultimately coalescing into a diamond pattern. In that instant, blood tears streamed from Sasuke's left eye. When this ocular technique affected Uchiha Sakumo, it astonishingly healed his grievous wounds, even restoring his torn garments to pristine condition. At that moment, Sasuke's hair turned white, and his body became gaunt, his vitality seemingly drained. A time-manipulating kaleidoscope? This revelation filled Hyuga J19 with intrigue. He instantly recalled Might Guy. What would occur if this ocular technique were applied to him after opening the 8th gate? Given the earlier situation, Uchiha Sakumo was restored to full health, implying that this technique did not merely heal injuries, but also reverse time itself. If it could restore Might Guy after he had opened the 8th gate to his prime condition, it would be akin to experiencing double the joy, or perhaps a cost-free opening of the 8th gate. However, it was not entirely without cost. The state Sasuke found himself in after utilizing this technique resembled that of someone who had been utterly drained of their essence. The price of this ocular technique was comparable to that of the Rinnegan's innate abilities. Yet, its strength lay in its instantaneous activation and its applicability beyond merely resurrecting the deceased, making it exceptionally advantageous in combat. Should he resolve the post-use costs, this ocular technique could surpass even the Rinnegan in value, categorizing it as a strategic resource. Hyuga J19's mind raced with possibilities, already envisioning 2 solutions: employing the Rinnegan to control a clone to execute this technique, or utilizing puppet modification techniques to transplant Uchiha Sasuke's kaleidoscope Sharingan into a puppet before activating the ocular technique. However, the latter would necessitate the secret techniques of Sasori, who had previously utilized a 3-tomo Sharingan in his puppetry. It seemed he would need to seek an opportunity to engage with Sasori. Moreover, Hyuga J19 was also coveting Sasori's third Kazekage puppet. Acquiring it would equate to gaining an additional powerhouse on par with Akage. By the time he regained focus, the battle in the distance had reached a fever pitch. 20 root ninjas launched shuriken from all directions, targeting the Uchiha brothers. Susanoo. The silver skeletal form of Susanoo rose from the ground, shielding the two. It was Susanoo, wielded with utmost force. In an instant, a torrent of ninjutsu assailed Susanoo. No matter how formidable Susanoo's defenses were, they required the support of chakra and the power of the Sharingan. Uchiha's face condition was already dire, and before long, Susanoo shattered. Until the moment his chakra was entirely depleted, Uchiha's face remained protectively positioned before his younger brother, Uchiha's Yun. Brother. Uchiha's Yun gazed in disbelief at his fallen sibling. Witnessing his brother's pitiful transformation in a bid to protect him ignited the pent-up resentment and fury within him. Damn it, that cursed Higajky, the feeble clan leader. And Konoha. If you wish for the Uchiha to perish, then let us all perish together. In the depths of despair, Uchiha's Yun was overtaken by rage, and his 3-tomo Sharingan began to spin rapidly, forming a distorted triangle. A blood-red skeletal Susanoo erupted forth, blocking the attacks of the root ninjas. Hidden in the shadows of the treetops, Higajky, who had intended to intervene, suddenly halted, lowering his body slightly. He nearly let out an expletive. This fellow has awakened too? Surprises continued to unfold, having just been astonished by the miraculous ability. Higajky now began to contemplate how to merge the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and subsequently, the Rinnegan. This was entirely plausible, as they were blood relatives and had simultaneously awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, setting aside the feasibility of the Rinnegan. It was undoubtedly achievable for Uchiha's face to awaken the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The temptation of being able to wield time-reversing ocular techniques without limit was overwhelming. Chapter 16. Abduction. The forest was rife with peril, as the assault from the root ninjas came in relentless waves. The entire woodland trembled under the bombardment of ninjutsu. Explosions echoing throughout. Death tide. Uchiha's Yun's left eye abruptly constricted, a tear of blood cascading down his cheek. The two root ninjas poised to form hand seals suddenly froze, their gazes vacant, and plunged their kunai violently into each other's hearts. As blood gushed forth, they collapsed with a thud. Damn it! The root captain's forehead beaded with cold sweat, his voice hoarse from anger. Hold nothing back. Exterminate them. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Several sharp wind blades struck against Susanoo's frame, leaving only shallow marks. Uchiha's Yun's right eye flashed crimson, blood cherry. The targeted root ninja's body grotesquely swelled, as though countless insects writhed beneath his skin. No. He looked in horror at his inflating hands, and in the next moment, he burst apart like an overinflated balloon, transforming into a rain of blood. Higajky, concealed in the shadows of the trees, observed everything unfold. The first ocular technique seemed to control the bodies of others, compelling them to slaughter one another. He noticed that the root ninjas were fully conscious while attacking each other. The second technique appeared to induce chakra self-detonation, which indeed aligned with this person's style. While these two techniques were somewhat acceptable, they paled in comparison to the likes of Kimui, Kotoamatsukumi, and Tsukuyumi, lacking any value for cultivation. Uchiha's face struggled to prop himself up, gazing in shock at his brother. Yun. Brother, eliminate all these Konoha scum. Higajky keenly observed that the patterns of the brothers' Mangeki were perfectly symmetrical, creating a marvelous resonance in their ocular power when they stood together. The scope of the death tide suddenly expanded, as 5 root ninjas simultaneously fell into madness, wielding their weapons to inflict harm upon one another. The blood cherry caused 2 ninjas to erupt into a mist of blood amidst their screams. Falling cherry blossom. Uchiha's face commanded, and the 4 targeted individuals found their movements ensnared as if trapped in quicksand. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A crimson fireball soared by, incinerating the 4 immobilized foes into charred remains. At that moment, A deafening explosion erupted in the distance. It was a trap of explosive tags that Higajky had previously set, now triggered. The sound drew everyone's attention, particularly that of the root ninjas, who were beginning to contemplate retreat. Higajky's renegades swept towards the explosion. 2 teams of 8 were racing towards them. The root ninjas had already suffered significant losses, with only 7 remaining. The root captain gritted his teeth and ordered, retreat. Thinking of escaping? Higajky scoffed. A powerful gravitational force yanked 2 retreating ninjas back. Susanu's colossal hand came crashing down, leaving behind 2 splatters of blood and flesh. Under the overwhelming might of the Manjiki Sharingan, the moment the last root ninja was obliterated by Blood Cherry, the entire forest had devolved into a battlefield of carnage. Uchiha's Fei collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently. Uchiha's Yun, too, was on the brink, the excessive use of ocular power rendering his vision blurred, forcing him to lean against a tree to catch his breath. These damned Uchiha's Yun gritted his teeth. I must inform our clan. The Uchiha can no longer endure this. Uchiha's Fei lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his pallor ashen, as if his life could extinguish at any moment. When the 2 teams arrived, a heavy stench of blood assailed their senses. Gazing upon the scattered, dismembered corpses, all members inhaled sharply. Uchiha people, you. The captain's call was abruptly interrupted by an incoming fireball. Uchiha's Yun, now consumed by rage, could no longer discern that these 2 groups were not allied. As 2 ninjas dodged midair, the death tide illusion had already infiltrated their minds. They instinctively formed hand seals for fire release, unleashing flames that engulfed each other. Damn Uchiha! Scatter! The had been assigned to locate and protect Higajky Kentucky. Encountering such a situation was entirely unforeseen. Since the root ninjas had been wiped out by the Uchiha, the mission had inadvertently been fulfilled. Uchiha's Yun, still shaken, remained protectively in front of his brother. His entire body tense, the pain radiating from his eyes causing him great distress. He knelt before his brother, clutching his right eye, utterly bewildered. Brother, what's wrong? What on earth is happening? Higajky leaped down from the treetops, approaching the 2 brothers. Higajky, you scoundrel! It must be you. You who has betrayed us. Uchiha's Yun screamed frantically, teetering on the edge of losing his sanity. Higajky regarded him with a sigh. I warned you. I told you not to follow me. Uchiha's Yun froze for a moment, an even stronger sense of humiliation washing over him. I will kill you. Don't you wish to save your brother? If this drags on, he may very well lose his life. Those words struck Uchiha's Yun like a sharpened dagger, halting his hands mid-seal. Brother? He turned sharply, and upon seeing his brother's pitiful state, reason began to reassert itself. He suddenly lunged forward, seizing Higajky's sleeve. Higajky, you must have a way to save my brother, right? Higajky turned and said, carry Fei on your back and follow me. Uchiha's Yun hesitated for a brief moment, but with no other options left. He could only place his trust in this person he had loathed for 9 years. He hoisted his brother onto his back and hurriedly followed in Higajky's footsteps. In that moment, Uchiha's Yun resembled a wounded beast, scanning the surroundings anxiously. Fearing a sudden ambush by you can no longer return to the village. After calming down, Uchiha Zain realized that the 2 individuals he had just slain were distinctly different from the root ninjas encountered earlier. Were the assailants members of root? Indeed. Eliminating root ninjas would not pose a threat upon returning to the village. Danzo would not dare to expose the incident. Hinata Juji, shifting the conversation, continued. However, the 2 you just killed were elite members of the Fourth Hokage's direct squad, which constitutes an act of treason against the village. The Uchiha clan will not tolerate this. The 2 hastened their steps, swiftly traversing the treetops. Uchiha Zain pondered for a considerable time, gradually untangling the web of events. The root ninjas were after you. You merely crossed paths and dealt with them opportunistically, before they could extract your Sharingan for Danzo. A bitter expression clouded Uchiha Zain's face. What could he possibly say? He had been warned yet chose to disregard the caution, and who could he blame for that? He was engulfed in deep remorse. Knowing his brother had desperately tried to dissuade him, while he stubbornly pursued vengeance against Hinata Juji, even attempting to intervene once the root ninjas engaged with him. The situation had escalated entirely due to his own choices. Hinata Juji led Zain and his brother into the forest of death, halting before an inconspicuous mound of earth, revealing a concealed passageway to the underground. This was Orochimaru's experimental base nestled within the depths of the Forest of Death, equipped with certain medical facilities. Chapter 17. Mutual Needs. Orochimaru. Uchiha Zain paused, suddenly recalling that Hinata Juji was a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Though apprehensive about Orochimaru, he felt compelled to descend into the depths for his brother's sake. The dark corridor seemed endless, with flickering bulbs casting distorted shadows of the three figures. Hinata Juji stopped before a door. Kabuto. The door swung open, and Kabuto's gaze shifted to the individuals behind Hinata Juji, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. Do not worry. They are already rogue ninjas from Konoha. Tend to their injuries. Uchiha Zain's heart felt as though it was pierced by a fine needle, a sharp pain coursing through him. Rogue ninjas from Konoha? Indeed, they had slain 2 members from the Hokage's elite Umbu. Even the Uchiha clan could not shield them now. Returning to the village? That was no longer an option. Kabuto nodded. Follow me. He led them to the infirmary, where after his treatment, Uchiha Zain's injuries were finally stabilized. Kabuto arranged for him to be placed in a ward within 4 drip. Juji, how did you come to associate with the Uchiha? Hinata Juji briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Kabuto cast an odd glance at the tense Uchiha Zain seated beside the bed. The Manjiki Sharingan of the Uchiha? Lord Orochimaru would undoubtedly be very interested. Uchiha Zain gazed anxiously at his still unconscious brother, pressing, How is my brother? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied calmly. His condition is extremely weak. He will require a month of recuperation before he can walk again. However, it seems this pair of eyes cannot be saved. Uchiha Zain was taken aback. Immediately, a wave of intense guilt surged within him. At that moment, Hinata Juji interjected, If you were to transplant Hashirama's cells into Zain, perhaps his body could return to a normal state. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zain sighed in relief and promptly expressed his gratitude. As long as his brother's life could be saved, that was all that mattered. Hinata Juji chuckled lightly. There is also a way to restore your brother's eyesight. What method? Transplant your Sharingan into your brother. Uchiha Zain furrowed his brow, torn internally. If it would allow his brother to see again, he would willingly sacrifice his own eyes. For his brother had become this way to save him. Throughout their lives, it was always his brother who protected him. Now it was his turn to protect his brother. Yet, deep within, he felt an unwillingness. He yearned for vengeance against Root, a voice urging him to annihilate them. There is no rush regarding the transplant. Your brother's body is still too weak to undergo surgery. As far as I know, there are many pairs of Sharingan in Root's secret base. Even if you transplant your eyes to your brother, you would not lose your sight. Hinata Juji's words whispered in Uchiha Zain's ears like a demon's temptation, luring him toward the abyss. Uchiha Zain paused, instinctively retorting, How is that possible? Where would Danzo acquire Sharingan? Kabuto scoffed, pushing his glasses up. The Uchiha clansmen who perished in the Ninja World War, or those who went missing on missions. There are numerous ways to acquire Sharingan. As a high-ranking official in Konoha, Danzo has many methods to make Uchiha clansmen disappear. Uchiha Zain struck the wall with his fist, gritting his teeth. Damn Danzo, I will kill him. Hinata Juji leaned against the wall, calmly stating, Since Danzo has made a move against me, our war has already begun. However, I will not assist you for free. There are conditions. Hinata Juji's words oddly reassured Uchiha Zain. It was logical. After all, they had previously troubled him. Why would he help without ulterior motives? What are your conditions? As long as I can fulfill them. Hinata Juji met Uchiha Zain's gaze earnestly. Lately, I have been researching the Sharingan, and your brother's plight has provided me with considerable insight. I require your brother's body as a host to cultivate a more advanced Sharingan. Once successful, I will take your brother's eyes. In return, I will restore your brother's health and procure 2 more pairs of Sharingan for you. Perhaps even enhance your brother's abilities. Kabuto, listening nearby, felt a chill. Discussing the use of someone's body for research so openly was unsettling. Uchiha Zain's heart raced, clearly tempted but still hesitant. How can you prove this? You need not rush. Even if you doubt my abilities, would you question my master, Orochimaru's capabilities? Kabuto interjected at the right moment. Juji's credibility is quite commendable. Uchiha Zain nodded in agreement, realizing that cooperating with Hinata Juji meant having the backing of Orochimaru, thus ensuring the safety of both brothers. Moreover, seeking revenge against Danzo alone was utterly impossible. He had heard whispers of the conflict between Danzo and Hinata Juji. Since they were enemies of enemies, they could be allies. Given the circumstances, with no apparent loss and the potential to restore his brother's health and sight, such a deal was impossible to refuse. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, muttering softly, "Juji, you truly are formidable." Hinata Juji glanced at Kabuto and replied calmly, "It is merely about mutual needs. He simply lacks better options." After arranging for the brothers' needs, Hinata Juji took Kabuto to his quarters. Before confronting Danzo, he needed to address Orochimaru's funding shortage, a significant issue. "Kabuto, I have resolved the financial concerns." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Are those puppets truly that valuable? With annual revenues in the hundreds of millions of Ryo, what do you think? Kabuto's eyebrows shot up, his pupils dilating in astonishment, followed by sheer ecstasy. To remedy the funding shortfall for research, he had been tirelessly seeking solutions, even taking on bounties in the black market. How much funding does Orochimaru still require? At the mention of money, Kabuto appeared considerably more invigorated. The research equipment at the base requires replacement, and the internal facilities as well. Hinata JKY abruptly interrupted Yakushi Kabuto, saying, "Just tell me how much it costs." Yakushi hesitated and extended a finger. Although Hinata JKY was quite wealthy, that wealth was ultimately his personal property. Kabuto believed that offering 100 million Ryo was already a significant gesture of respect. Hinata JKY responded with a murmur. 1 billion Ryo is not something I can provide at the moment. Here is 100 million Ryo, and I will deliver the remaining 900 million Ryo every 3 months. Kabuto was taken aback. 1 billion? I mentioned 1. No, it's 10 billion. Chapter 18. Kakashi Hinata JKY took out a sealing scroll from his pocket and tossed it to Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto caught the scroll with a beaming smile. Upon closer inspection, he noticed it bore the emblem of Konoha. He eagerly tucked the scroll into his bosom and then asked in a hushed voice, "Does JKY Kun have a specific plan for the two Uchiha? It's merely a matter of mutual benefit. As long as they cooperate, Orochimaru-sensei will gain 2 loyal subordinates." He suddenly seemed to recall something and inquired, "By the way, how far along is the curse mark development?" "It has entered the verification stage." Hinata JKY nodded slightly. "Once the experiments are completed, I will temporarily use the curse marks to control them. Those eyes are of great importance to me." With that, Hinata JKY tossed a specially crafted kunai to Yakushi Kabuto. "If anything unexpected occurs, channel chakra into the kunai, and I will arrive as swiftly as I can. I still have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After departing the base, Hinata JKY utilized his spatial abilities to return to the clan's territory. Upon entering the main hall of the clan, he removed his black goggles, revealing his eyes, bandaged beneath, as they gazed upon Hinata Hayashi, who sat in the seat of honor. The bandages were a precautionary measure against the clan's elders, serving as a form of double insurance. Until his strength was sufficient to confront the entirety of Konoha, such concealment was a necessary strategy. For Hinata JKY, who possessed the Rinnegan, additional layers of obstruction would not impair his vision. Finding his seat, Hinata JKY cut straight to the point. "Danzo has made a move against me." The elders, engrossed in discussion, immediately stood up, surrounding Hinata JKY to check for any signs of conflict. "You say Danzo has acted against you?" Hinata Hayashi spoke, his tone calm, though his heart was ablaze with fury. Once the elders returned to their seats, Hinata JKY succinctly recounted the events, altering the narrative of recruiting the Uchiha brothers to one of their defection from Konoha. The elder slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "That old dog Danzo must be harboring resentment over the puppet incident, seeking to eliminate JKY. The second elder concurred, "This matter cannot be overlooked. We must head to the Hokage's office immediately." The third elder narrowed his eyes, a surge of killing intent rising within him. His clan had finally begun to rise, and he could not tolerate Danzo's actions. Previously, Danzo had merely harbored intentions without success. They could endure, allowing Hinata JKY to stay hidden from Roots ninjas. But the situation had changed. Hinata JKY had awakened the Rinnegan, representing the hope of the Hinata clan. Although Danzo's attempt against Hinata JKY had not gone as planned and resulted in a setback, it had nevertheless struck at the Hinata clan's core. Such thoughts must be extinguished at their inception. Hinata Hayashi commanded, "Document this event as intelligence and send a copy to the Uchiha." The third elder nodded slightly. Indeed, this incident also reflects poorly on the Uchiha. Since the Umbu are already aware, there is no reason to fear. This time, We must unite with the Uchiha to pressure Danzo. As everyone busied themselves, Hayashi noticed that Hinata J.K.Y. had not yet departed and raised his head to inquire. Is there anything else? Hinata J.K.Y. leaned in slightly and whispered, Lord Clan Head, is there any investigative report regarding the Hitaki Tsukumo incident? Hinata Hayashi squinted, casting a sidelong glance at Hinata J.K.Y. Are you attempting to bring down Danzo directly? Even with the Hitaki Tsukumo incident, it may not be sufficient. Hinata J.K.Y. responded, if Kakashi Hitaki learns the truth, it may cause Danzo even greater distress. Kakashi, you say? Hinata Hayashi instructed a servant to retrieve the long-sealed intelligence dossier concerning the Hitaki Tsukumo incident. Not only did the Hinata clan possess this information, it was highly probable that the Uchiha did as well. This was political capital, something one could choose to disregard, but could not afford to lack. With the intelligence dossier and a newly transcribed intelligence scroll in hand, Hinata J.K.Y. departed the clan territory. Kakashi was not difficult to locate. He was currently the most trusted subordinate of Minato Namikaze. The Umbu had already obtained the information, and it would not be long before they arrived at the Uchiha clan territory to investigate the incident involving Uchiha Sasuke and Sasuke's assault on the Umbu. As expected, Hinata J.K.Y. encountered Kakashi near the Uchiha clan territory. Hinata J.K.Y.? Kakashi inquired. If you are investigating the Uchiha's attack on the Umbu, I may be of assistance. Kakashi was aware that root ninjas were secretly tracking Hinata J. Kentucky Minato had tasked him with ensuring Hinata's safety. Kakashi believed that with Hinata J.K.'s strength, he did not require his protection, hence he had merely arranged for 2 teams of Umbu to provide symbolic oversight. He had not anticipated such an incident. I am a witness. If you wish to know more, follow me, Hinata J.K.Y. stated as he headed toward a nearby tea house. Kakashi glanced back at the Uchiha clan territory. If it were not necessary, he would prefer to avoid entering. Kakashi followed him into the tea house and settled into a corner. What do you know? You sought me out. It cannot merely be for this matter. Kakashi was astute. It was precisely his intelligence that had excluded him from Hinata J.K.'s early training roster. Hinata J.K.Y. slid a scroll across the table toward Kakashi. Kakashi picked up the scroll and scanned it briefly, his expression growing grave. Combining the intelligence at the Umbu's disposal, Kakashi quickly deduced that this information was genuine. The incident had originated from a conflict between Hinata J.K.Y. and the Uchiha brothers. Root ninjas had secretly followed them out of the village. Their original target was Hinata J.K.Y., but upon encountering the Uchiha brothers, a confrontation ensued. The reasoning was straightforward, given the presence of 2 pairs of Sharingan eyes. Kakashi lifted the scroll, preparing to leave, but was halted by Hinata J.K.'s gesture. Is there something else? Hinata poured 2 cups of tea, offering one to Kakashi. Do you not wish to know the truth behind the Hitaki Tsukumo incident, Kakashi-senpai? Hinata's voice was soft, yet it pierced Kakashi's ear like a kunai. Kakashi's fingertips trembled imperceptibly. It had been far too long since anyone had mentioned his father's name in his presence. The man known as Konoha's White Fang had ultimately been branded a coward by the village's gossip. The noise of the tea house faded into the background as he heard the sound of his own blood rushing through his ears. Lost in thought, he recalled his childhood, standing at the entrance, watching his father fall in a pool of blood. Blood trickled along the tatami mats to his toes, while whispers from the villagers outside echoed. He deserved it. The disgrace of a ninja. Chapter 19. Might Guy Hinata J.K.Y. pushed the backup dossier regarding the Hitaki Tsukumo incident toward Kakashi. Kakashi's gaze fell upon the pristine cover. His fingers unconsciously tightened on his knee, the Sharingan beneath his forehead protector faintly heating up. Hitaki Tsukumo, Konoha's White Fang. Hinata J.K.'s narration unfolded like a mission report. Due to saving a comrade, he was forced to abandon his mission, and upon returning to the village, he faced condemnation, ultimately silencing himself. Stop, Kakashi interjected suddenly, his voice husky, sounding unlike himself. Hinata J.K.Y. paused for a moment before continuing. Kazama Tetsushin and Harakaizen began openly criticizing Hitaki Tsukumo 3 days after being rescued. Their departure from the root base coincided precisely with the eruption of rumors the day prior. Kakashi's breath grew heavier. He certainly recalled those 2 names, after his father's death. They had come to offer their condolences, their faces masked with feigned compassion. The tea had long since cooled. Kakashi realized he was pressing his left hand against his right wrist, a habitual gesture preceding the activation of Raikiri. The muscles beneath his sleeves ached, as if poised to unleash violence at any moment. Most of those privy to the truth had already been dealt with by Root, if one sought verification. It sufficed to confirm their existence to authenticate the dossier. Hinata JKY concluded. Silence hung between them like a dull knife. Kakashi, as a child, had been swayed by the overwhelmingly biased opinions of the time, even believing his father's actions to be erroneous. It was evident how immense the power of public opinion had been in the Hidden Leaf Village at that time. Kakashi suddenly grabbed the scroll. The hard scroll tube beneath the leather cover pressed painfully into his palm. He required this pain to affirm his grasp on sanity. Why would Danzo do this? Kakashi asked, his voice eerily calm. The position of the fourth Hokage was rightfully that of White Fang. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. He recalled the design sketches of the Hokage cloak tucked away in his father's study drawer. Had that incident not occurred, his father might have ascended to the role of Hokage in Konoha. Kakashi inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He understood that Hinata JKY was seeking an opportunity to deal with Danzo, leveraging this information to entice him to join forces. Though aware of being manipulated, he could not refuse. This was a matter of avenging his father's death. Yet, anger did not cloud Kakashi's judgment. To confront Danzo, a meticulous plan was imperative. The Hinata clan would ally with the Uchiha to challenge Danzo, and at that moment, Kakashi nodded slightly before turning to leave. Hinata JKY observed Kakashi's retreating figure, silently lifting his teacup for a sip. The actors were in position. It was merely a matter of how Danzo would respond. In the distance, Might Guy happened upon the scene of Kakashi's departure. Clad in his signature green jumpsuit, his eyes shone brightly beneath his bushy brows. And he carried 2 boxes of newly released dango as post-match consolation for Kakashi. Humming a cheerful tune, Guy hurried after him. Kakashi, Guy called, raising his arm, his voice booming enough to startle the sparrows from the rooftop. We must have a match today. His words abruptly halted. Kakashi did not wave lazily as usual, nor did he even look up. He hunched forward, as if burdened by an invisible weight upon his shoulders. In that instant, Guy was reminded of the hollow-eyed youth standing before his father's corpse years ago. This sensation made Guy's brows furrow tightly, unconsciously squeezing the dango box in his hands until it warped. Kakashi's silhouette vanished at the end of the street. Guy abruptly turned, his gaze locking onto the tea house. Through the open paper door, he clearly saw Hinata J.K.Y. leisurely sipping his tea. Hinata J.K.Y.? Guy's mind instantly recalled the recent rumors circulating in the village. This enigmatic member of the Hinata clan was not only linked to Orochimaru, but had also clashed with Root on several occasions. More importantly, Kakashi's recent secret mission was to protect this individual. Guy strode purposefully into the tea house, approaching Hinata JKY directly, his hands pressed against the table, his eyes beneath thick brows revealing an unusual seriousness. What did you say to Kakashi? Guy's voice was low yet taut, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. Hinata JKY set down his teacup, his bandaged eyes seeming to penetrate the white cloth. Gazing into the depths of one's soul, a slight smile graced his lips. I am helping him unravel his inner turmoil, Senior Guy. Inner turmoil? Guy's brows knitted tighter. Kakashi has painstakingly emerged from the shadows of his past. I will not allow anyone, especially you, to reveal the truth behind his father's death. Hinata J.K.Y. gently interrupted, his fingers tracing circles around the rim of his teacup. Danzo orchestrated the tragedy of Hatake Tsukumo. Kakashi has the right to know this. Guy's pupils dilated sharply. As Kakashi's closest friend, he understood better than anyone the profound impact White Fang's suicide had on Kakashi. Over the years, it was he who repeatedly pulled Kakashi from the brink of darkness with unwavering promises and fervor. Where's the evidence? Guy's voice trembled slightly. Hinata JKY stood, placing several coins on the table. Defeat me, and I shall tell you. Guy's fists crackled as he clenched them. Reason urged him to pursue Kakashi first. Yet his instincts insisted he could not disregard this mysterious member of the Hinata clan. More crucially, if this matter indeed concerned Danzo, the third training ground on the outskirts of Konoha, Guy stated solemnly. Hinata JKY nodded slightly, his white robe trailing elegantly as he turned. Guy watched his retreating figure, suddenly struck by a peculiar feeling. This young man appeared to anticipate the impending clash even more than he did. Indeed, Hinata JKY was eagerly awaiting the encounter. For Might Guy represented the most pivotal element of his plan, even surpassing the progress of the Renegade's development. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to bridge the gap between himself and Might Guy. Additionally, he harbored another objective, to validate his own martial arts. He had long sought a worthy opponent capable of facing him head-on, not the gentle fist, drawing upon his formidable mental fortitude. He had repeatedly simulated the techniques of ancient Chinese martial arts, amalgamating the essence of various schools to forge a unique style of his own, the 8 extremes. It was akin to a continuous refinement upon the foundation of the 8 extremes fist. Practicing the gentle fist was merely a means to contend with adversaries like Uchiha Sasuke and to comply with the family's customary assessments. In the forest clearing, fallen leaves crunched beneath their feet. Hinata JKY removed his black goggles, shedding his white robe to reveal a tight-fitting black combat suit resembling Might Guy's onesie. Though adorned with a waist sash, one clad in black, the other in green, they exchanged fierce gazes, brimming with martial spirit. Might Guy assumed the standard Leaf Village taijutsu stance, his eyes intent upon his opponent. Let me see just how truly capable the Hinata clan's genius is. Hinata JKY smiled slightly, his feet shoulder-width apart, his right hand extended forward in a palm, while his left fist rested at his waist. This stance was neither the crane stance of the gentle fist nor a typical combat posture of ordinary ninjas. Please, be gentle, senior Guy. Guy launched the first attack, executing a swift and fierce whip kick aimed at Hinata JK's lower body. Unperturbed, Hinata JKY settled into a low stance, his right arm descending like an iron gate. Bang! The collision of flesh produced a dull thud, and Guy felt as though he had struck a steel pillar. What is this? Guy retreated a half-step, astonished. The Hinata clan was renowned for their gentle fist, which emphasized overcoming strength with softness. Yet this young man before him exhibited a defensive style brimming with raw, unyielding power. Seizing the moment of Guy's astonishment, Hinata JKY suddenly transformed his palm into a fist, channeling his waist strength into a direct punch aimed at Guy's chest. This strike bore no chakra fluctuations, relying solely on raw physical force, yet it produced a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. What a formidable punch! Guy hastily crossed his arms to block. Yet the blow sent him sliding back several meters, carving deep grooves into the ground beneath his feet. He shook his numbed arms. Yet an exhilarated smile broke across his face. How interesting. This is not the gentle fist. He needed a worthy opponent for what he had developed himself. Hinata JKY adopted the 3-body stance, his fists poised before him like a taut bowstring. I call this style 8 extremes. The intensity of combat in Kai's eyes intensified. Let me experience your skills. The two engaged once more, but this time, Kai altered his strategy. His figure darted unpredictably, leveraging his speed to launch attacks from various angles. Yet, Hyuga-ju was as steady as a mountain, accurately predicting Kai's offensive routes time and again, either blocking or evading, and occasionally countering with punches that compelled Kai to defend. The sounds of fists and feet clashing reverberated through the forest. The more Kai fought, the more astonished he became. This young man's martial arts completely overturned his understanding of the Hyuga clan. The seemingly simple techniques concealed unique power dynamics, the seamless transfer of force from the waist, the precise timing of explosive strikes, and even a method of releasing force he had never encountered before. In a close-quarters exchange, Hyuga-ju suddenly changed tactics. His left hand coiled around Kai's arm like a swimming dragon, while his right elbow surged forward like a fierce tiger aiming for the throat. Kai hastily leaned back, only to witness the elbow strike bizarrely alter its trajectory mid-attack, transforming into a knife-hand strike aimed at his shoulder. Bagwajong. No. Kai realized he had been deceived. That seemingly gentle opening stance was laced with lethal intent. He barely managed to turn aside, feeling the knife hand graze his neck, igniting a searing pain. Hyuga-ju stood poised, and Kai touched the red mark on his neck, bursting into hearty laughter. Wonderful. Now this is a youthful and passionate duel. He tore off his green vest, his expression bubbling with excitement. It seemed that mere pretense would no longer suffice. A flash of brilliance ignited in Hyuga-ju's eyes. Was he about to employ the 8 gates? Chapter 20. The 8 gates. First gate. Open. With the explosion of chakra, Kai's speed surged dramatically. His fists became so swift they created afterimages, and Hyuga-ju felt the pressure mount instantly. A powerful kick from Kai broke through defenses, landing forcefully against Hyuga-ju's side. He managed to block with his arm, but staggered a few steps, nearly losing his balance. Hyuga-ju was alarmed, even in his normal state. Kai possessed the strength of a jonin, and this was merely his youth. Activating the first gate had already increased the pressure immensely. Relying solely on physical combat placed Hyuga-ju at a disadvantage. He began to employ chakra, but in a manner distinct from the gentle fist technique. As Kai's next punch approached, Hyuga-ju did not evade or dodge. Instead, he slightly contracted and expanded his chest at the moment of impact, dissipating much of the force invisibly. Simultaneously, his right fist shot forth like a cannonball, targeting Kai's face. What? Kai instinctively dodged, the wind from the punch stinging his cheek. He had never witnessed such a technique that fused receiving a blow with a counterattack. The light in Kai's eyes brightened as he silently noted Hyuga-ju's recent movements. Hyuga-ju, now emboldened, unleashed a torrent of punches, each imbued with a unique spiraling force. Even when blocked, they produced penetrating vibrations. Coupled with the unique application of chakra, the gentle fist chakra needles transformed into an explosive flow. Each punch carried tremendous might. Kai's arms soon bore bruises, yet the thrill in his eyes only intensified. Hyuga-ju, you are indeed formidable. You are worth my full strength. Second gate, rest gate, open. An even more powerful surge of chakra erupted. Kai's skin flushed red as his speed and strength soared anew. His spinning kick descended like a battle axe. Hyuga-ju barely managed to defend, but was knocked to one knee by the tremendous impact, causing the ground to crack. Yield. Your martial arts are impressive, but you are not my match yet. Yield. A smirk curled at the corner of Hyuga-ju's mouth. Senior Kai, the battle has only just begun. Hyuga-ju was not merely a ninja of physical prowess. If the fight were decided solely on martial arts, he would indeed fall short against the youthful Might Guy. However, battles between ninjas encompassed far more than mere physicality. Suddenly, Hyuga-ju's right fist struck the ground, propelling him skyward with the rebound. Just as Kai prepared to pursue, he found his body uncontrollably leaning forward, as if an invisible rope had yanked him. What? Hyuga-ju's fist loomed larger before Kai's eyes. Instinctively, he raised his arms to block, but just before contact, a terrifying repulsive force erupted. Boom. Kai felt as though he had been struck by a colossal wave, sent hurtling backward, crashing through 3 trees before barely regaining his stance. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his brows furrowing with fierce resolve. Kai sensed something was amiss. No, this was not merely a chakra application. He felt as if his punches and kicks were colliding with an invisible wall, unable to penetrate that barrier. Hyuga-ju's Byakugan, concealed beneath the bandages, radiated a faint warmth as he assumed a new stance. His right palm faced down as if pressing down waves, while his left fist was tucked beneath his ribs, and his entire demeanor shifted dramatically. Kai took a deep breath, the chakra from the 8 gates surging even more vigorously. Third gate, life gate, open. Green energy enveloped him like flames, and Kai's speed instantly shattered the sound barrier. His afterimages flickered through the forest, attacking from 8 different directions simultaneously. Yet, Hyuga-ju remained unmoved. As Kai's fist was about to connect, an invisible repulsive force manifested around his body. All incoming attacks halted just inches from him, as if crashing into an invisible wall. Again, Kai was astonished to find his fists unable to advance, instead being pushed back by an increasingly powerful repulsive force. Suddenly, Kai's left leg was abruptly yanked by a tremendous force, throwing him off balance and propelling him forward. Awaiting him was a well-prepared strike. Iron Mountain Crash. Hyuga-ju's shoulder slammed into Kai's chest like a battering ram. Kai's protective chakra shattered under the onslaught, and he flew skyward like a kite with its string cut. Is it repulsion? Hyuga-ju's legs bent slightly, and the power of his Byakugan created a gravitational field beneath him. He soared upward like a cannonball, instantly catching up to the still-rising Kai. 2 heavy punches descended upon Kai's crossed arms. The first punch, infused with gravity, drew Kai toward it, while the second, upon impact, transformed into repulsion, creating a double impact. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing echoed. Kai plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a 5-meter-wide crater. As the dust settled, he was seen kneeling on one knee, his right arm hanging limply, yet the fire in his eyes burned ever brighter. Fourth gate, enough. Hyuga-ju suddenly halted, landing gracefully before Kai. If this continued, it would become a fight to the death. He reached out to assist Kai, but was grasped firmly by the wrist. Blood dripped from Kai's lips, yet he smiled radiantly. Is this your true strength? Those sudden manifestations of attraction and repulsion, merely a small trick. The bandages around Hyuga-ju loosened slightly, revealing the faint blue glow flickering at the corner of his eye. Compared to that, your right arm needs immediate treatment. Kai released his grip and suddenly became serious. You could have used this power much earlier. Why did you deliberately delay? This is not a battle to the death. I merely wish to confirm how far pure martial arts can go. He met Kai's gaze, his tone unusually respectful. Senior Kai? You have shown me infinite possibilities. Kai was taken aback, then burst into laughter. He wobbled to his feet, raising his uninjured left hand in a thumbs up. This is youth. But next time, I will show you the true power of the 8 gates. Hyuga-ju smiled as he carefully supported Kai's shoulder. Regarding Kakashi, Kai's expression turned serious once more. He gazed into Hyuga-ju's bandaged eyes, nodding slowly. I will stand by his side. However, if you attempt to manipulate him, no matter how extraordinary your eyes may be, I will not let it pass easily. Hyuga-ju calmly interrupted. Our goals are aligned. In the corridors of the Konoha Medical Department, the boisterous laughter of Kai echoed, though it bore a hint of unnatural tremor, as his fractured right arm throbbed subtly with each step. Such a minor injury could easily be remedied with a tightly wrapped bandage. Kai raised his uninjured left thumb, his teeth glinting. The pains of youth ought to heal in a youthful manner. Hinata JKY cast a glance at his contorted right arm, and then let the bones heal misaligned, affecting future martial arts training. Kai's smile faltered, his thick brows instinctively drooping. Stealing a glance at the medical room's sign, he swallowed hard. Surely, a simple bone setting wouldn't be too costly? The medical ninja had already approached, a female ninja with her hair tied back in a ponytail. She furrowed her brow upon examining Kai's injury, a comminuted fracture, requiring advanced medical ninjutsu for treatment. The cost is, Kai's left hand had already delved into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving a deflated coin purse. He poured out a few coins, counting them, as sweat began to bead on his forehead. After all, it was I who injured you. Hinata JKY suddenly stepped forward, placing a stack of banknotes on the reception desk. Before Kai could speak, he added to the medical ninja, from now on, his treatment expenses will be charged to the Hinata clan. Kai's face flushed crimson as he waved his hands in protest. No, that's out of the question. After all, Senior Kai will often be injured by me in the future. Hinata JKY interrupted, a slight smirk curling the corner of his mouth beneath the bandages. Consider it the cost of practice. Mike Guy's expression turned serious. Aside from Kakashi, he had no intention of losing to the same person twice. Hinata JKY's words struck a nerve. The medical room fell into silence. The young medical ninja glanced between Kai and Hinata JKY, then suddenly chuckled. It seems your relationship is quite good, isn't it? Kai stood up in excitement, only to pull at his injury, grimacing in pain. Not at all. This is merely a partner for martial arts exchange. Hinata JKY calmly continued, pressing Kai back into the treatment chair. Please proceed with the treatment. As the medical ninja's hands glowed with a luminous green chakra, Kai's struggles gradually ceased. He stared at his arm as it began to mend, and suddenly murmured, Thank you. In the next moment, he lifted his head energetically, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Next time we face off, I will surely win. The victor shall bear the treatment cost. Hinata JKY crossed his arms and replied earnestly, I fear you may not get your wish. Ha ha ha. Kai's laughter jolted his healing muscles, causing him to gasp in pain, but he quickly broke into a grin. Now that's what youth is about. Chapter 21. When the walls fall, everyone pushes the dawn over Konoha. Hidden village was shrouded in a thin mist, and the air in the conference room atop the Hokage building was so thick it felt palpable. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sat at the head of the table, his expression grave. He had just lost 2 loyal subordinates and was in a somber mood. The former Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat beside Minato, the wisps of smoke from his pipe swirling before his wrinkled face. His gaze swept across each individual seated at the round table. Danzo's face was as dark as iron. Karui and Mito's exchanged worried glances. Uchiha Fugaka's jaw was tightly clenched, and Hinata Hayashi's eyes were bulging with veins. Minato Namikaze spoke first. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the deaths of 20 root ninjas and 2 Umbu members yesterday, along with the defection of the implicated Uchiha clansmen, I require an explanation. Danzo abruptly slammed his hand on the table, his lone eye burning with fury. An explanation? What more explanation do we need? The Uchiha clan openly murdered Konoha ninjas. This is blatant treachery. I propose immediate surveillance of the entire Uchiha clan and the dispatching of Umbu to eliminate the defectors. The temperature in the conference room seemed to drop several degrees. Fugaka's fingers whitened as they clenched under the table. Yet he maintained the composure expected of a clan leader. Danzo, such accusations are too rash without any evidence. My clansmen would never. Fugaku's words were abruptly cut off by Danzo. Never? Danzo scoffed, producing an intelligence scroll from his sleeve. This is the scene investigation report. All the deceased bore wounds consistent with fire release and Sharingan Genjutsu. What more direct evidence do we need? Karui and Mito leaned closer to examine the scroll, their expressions growing grave. Minato turned to the often silent Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi, do you have any insights? Kakashi's right eye narrowed slightly as he withdrew a document. In fact, Hokage-sama, my investigation results differ somewhat from Danzo's assertions. Danzo's single eye suddenly narrowed. Kakashi, what do you mean? Kakashi leisurely unfolded the document. According to the evidence collected by the Umbu from the scene, the incident began when a 20-man root squad ambushed a target near Training Ground 3. However, their target was not the Uchiha clansmen, but Hinata J. Kentucky Minato side. Already understanding that this was all a trap set by Hinata J. Kentucky, he had deliberately lured Danzo out by leaving the village and even involved Kakashi in the scheme. The distribution of benefits from mechanical puppets and the allure of sage training slots were two sharp blades poised to eliminate Danzo. The conference room erupted in chaos. Hayashi suddenly stood, displaying the dramatic flair of the elder generation. The veins around his Byakugan flared as he slammed his palm on the table, shouting, "What? Danzo? How dare you target the Hinata clan?" Danzo's face turned a ghastly shade. Absurd. This is blatant slander. Kakashi continued. Evidence gathered by the Umbu confirms that Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Sai had an altercation with Hinata J. Kentucky. They subsequently followed him, having been defeated and sternly warned by him. The brothers disregarded the warning and attempted a covert ambush, inadvertently encountering the Root's operation. Based on the residual chakra analysis at the scene, it was the Root ninja who initiated the attack, and the two Uchiha clansmen acted purely in self-defense. Upon hearing Kakashi's report, Fugaku could no longer contain himself. His Sharingan flared with fury. Danzo, you not only plotted the assassination of fellow village ninjas, but also slandered my Uchiha clan. What is your true intent? Hiruzen's brows furrowed deeper. Kakashi, can you confirm the authenticity of this report? This is intelligence collected by the second and third Umbu teams. Kakashi paused, then retrieved a sealed scroll from his document pouch. This was found on a fallen Root ninja, containing mission orders, with Danzo's chakra imprint on it. Danzo immediately lost his composure. Kakashi, you are slandering me. The Root has always been directly assigned by me. There would never be any mission orders. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were fixed on Danzo, a flicker of panic flashing in his single eye. But he quickly regained his composure. Even so, this was all for the sake of Konoha's safety. Hinata JKY could betray Konoha at any moment. Where's the evidence? Nara Shikaku suddenly interjected, his languid tone laced with sharpness. Or should we assume that the Root can now arbitrarily decide to execute any ninja without needing evidence? Yamashiro Aoi took up the conversation. If this continues, will tomorrow's victims of assassination be the ninjas of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans? Akimichi Chozo remained silent. Yet the imposing presence of his large frame leaned forward, conveying an unmistakable pressure. Danzo sensed the situation spiraling out of control, turning to Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you understand that some actions must be conducted in secrecy. I do this all for Konoha's sake. Enough. Hiruzen's voice suddenly cut through, revealing a weary yet resolute visage. Danzo, you have abused your power, taken action against fellow village ninjas, and attempted to frame the Uchiha clan. Such behavior is a severe violation of the will of fire. Karui hesitated to speak, but Hiruzen, Danzo is after all doing this for the village. No, Karui. Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head, stating, to genuinely serve the village, we must adhere to the rules and trust we have collectively established. The death of White Fang years ago was a consequence of someone forgetting this principle. Danzo's actions have crossed far beyond acceptable boundaries. Kakashi's body stiffened, yet he remained motionless. Suddenly, Nara Shikaku inquired, by the way, where is Hinata J. Nin? Hinata Hayashi's Byakugan narrowed. He is recuperating within the clan, having recently endured a fervent welcome from 20 Root ninjas. Danzo's lips twitched, and he suddenly realized that this was a conspiracy aimed directly at him. Uchiha Fugaku cast a glance at Danzo before coldly stating, I demand the immediate retraction of all accusations against the Uchiha clan and a public clarification of the facts. Hinata Hayashi's Byakugan fixed its gaze on Danzo. The Hinata clan demands severe punishment. If the higher-ups cannot handle this matter fairly, we will take matters into our own hands. The heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans exchanged looks, and Nara Shikaku spoke on behalf of them. We support Lord Hokage in delivering a just verdict. We also suggest re-evaluating the necessity of Root's existence. Danzo's face turned pale as he realized he had become utterly isolated. You all intend to destroy the foundation of Konoha. Without Root, who will deal with the unsavory threats? Kakashi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. The Umbu are entirely capable of handling such matters. In fact, the Umbu have always operated under the Hokage's direct command, proving more efficient while avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. His exposed eye bore into Danzo as he continued. If Lord Danzo genuinely prioritized Konoha's welfare, he should voluntarily relinquish control of Root. The atmosphere in the conference room reached a boiling point. Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow, glanced at Kakashi, and made a decision. Danzo, in light of your severe violation of village regulations, I hereby declare, your position as a Konoha elder is revoked. Root is disbanded effective immediately, with all members integrated into the Hokage's direct Umbu. You will face 1 year of imprisonment. Danzo's body trembled slightly, disbelief flashing in his single eye. Hizashi, you will regret this. Without Root, Konoha will face unprecedented peril. Danzo, for the stability of the village, you must comply. Saratobi Hizashi interjected. As the attendees gradually exited the conference room, Kakashi intentionally lingered at the end. At the door, he glanced back at Danzo, who remained seated, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze. With Kakashi's departure, the door to the conference room closed softly, leaving Danzo alone amidst the dissipating scent of smoke. Chapter 22. Raiding Root. Not long after the high-level meeting commenced, Hinata Nin infiltrated the underground Root base. He hung upside down from the ceiling, surveying the entire structure of the base. The facility, shaped like an inverted cone, lay deep underground and consisted of 7 levels. The uppermost level contained training areas and intelligence rooms, while the middle levels were filled with torture chambers and laboratories. The lowest level housed Danzo's secret vault. Thick layers of lead insulated the base from all detection, yet could not obstruct the probing of the Tensigen. Here lay the dark side of Konoha, controlled by Danzo Shimura, the most powerful individual aside from the Hokage. On the 4th level, a fierce battle erupted upon a bridge spanning the base. Uchiha Obito, clad in a black cloak and masked, engaged in combat with Root ninjas, utilizing his Kemui's intangibility to render them utterly defenseless. This fellow seems to be aligned with my thoughts, Hinata Nin observed quietly, his gaze sweeping across the various rooms of the base. Has he been monitoring Konoha's movements since the failure of his plan? Kemui's Manjiki is indeed quite useful. As he watched the figure toying with the Root ninjas below, a chill coursed through his heart. Hinata Nin had replayed the motives behind Uchiha Obito's attack on Konoha and the orchestration of the Uchiha clan's extermination multiple times. If his sole intention was to collect tailed beasts, he had already succeeded. Yet, Obito chose to summon the Nine Tails to assault Konoha, even planning the Uchiha massacre. Reflecting on this, Hinata Nin considered that if he were in Obito's position, his objectives would be quite clear. Eliminate Minato Namikaze, the master of the Flying Thunder God, making Kemui the sole space-time ninjutsu, thus achieving true invincibility. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan likely stemmed from a desire to prevent the emergence of new Manjiki that could threaten him. After all, the Uchiha's powers were extraordinarily formidable, with the potential to give rise to a pair capable of countering Kemui. Furthermore, this would weaken Konoha, the most powerful of the 5 great shinobi villages, laying the groundwork for the subsequent Moon Eye plan. However, considering Obito's various actions, Hinata Nin suspected that there was more to it than mere strategy. Obito's personality had spiraled into a complete distortion following Rin's death, rendering him capable of ruthlessly eliminating even his teachers and clan members, a classic example of a vengeful character. The current plight of the Mist Village stood as a testament to this, nearly driven to extinction. Thus, an individual whose behavioral logic was unpredictable posed a significant danger. Hinata Nin was averse to unforeseen variables that exceeded his control. Yet, eliminating the combination of Kemui and Izanagi was beyond his current capabilities. If he could remedy his own chakra deficiency, perhaps he could attempt such a feat. His chakra reserves were insufficient to maintain the existence of the truth-seeking orb. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya relied on a colossal Rinnegan to unleash the true power of the Rinnegan. Unless a tailed beast were nearby, Hinata Nin could at least force Obito to use Izanagi once, but directly eliminating him remained unrealistic. To Hinata Nin, the current Uchiha Obito was akin to a stubborn adhesive plaster. The battle below raged on. In mere moments, 2 more individuals were drawn into the Kemui dimension. Found it. A sealed stone chamber measuring 40 meters on each side, the floor inscribed with a chakra-absorbing sealing array. At the center stood a cylindrical storage cabinet, containing 12 small transparent petri dishes arranged in a circle, each housing a 3-tomo Sharingan immersed in a pale yellow nutrient solution. Hinata Nin leaped down, and just as he crossed the bridge of the 4th level, he was spotted by the battling Uchiha Obito. That guy? Obito contemplated a retreat, but was entangled by a relentless swarm of root ninjas. He suddenly recalled the mysterious figure who had thwarted his plans on the night of the Nine-Tails attack. Are you here to sabotage my plans again? Upon entering the chamber containing the Sharingan, Hinata Nin moved with lightning speed, a golden lightsaber slicing through the stone door and its sealing technique. Alarms blared suddenly, revealing 2 lab-coated researchers within the room. Hinata Nin strode in, completely disregarding their astonished expressions. Holding a blank sealing scroll, he extracted the petri dishes containing the Sharingan and stored them within the scroll, as if reclaiming his belongings with effortless ease. It wasn't until he completed all his operations that the 2 researchers finally reacted. Who are you? One of them noticed a single Sharingan resting on the workbench, surrounded by numerous transparent test tubes, seemingly involved in some experiment. He approached it directly, picking up one of the test tubes. Through the microscopic perspective of the Tensigan, he discerned its components. You are researching the evolution of the Sharingan using Hashirama's cells? The 2 researchers stared dumbfoundedly at the figure before them, clad in a black robe and a whirlpool mask. Only when he brandished a kunai against one of their necks did they snap back to reality. The older researcher swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Trembling, he raised a hand, signaling his lack of hostility. Esteemed sir, we are merely executing orders. Lord Danzo has mandated that we investigate the potential evolution of the Sharingan. Hyuga Nin's kunai remained motionless, the reincarnation eye concealed beneath his mask glimmering with a cold light. The data is over there, in the safe, the elder stammered, pointing towards a metal cabinet in the corner, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. It is safeguarded by 3 layers of encryption, requiring my iris and chakra verification. Suddenly, a younger researcher lunged towards the alarm button on the wall. Without hesitation, Hyuga Nin flicked his left hand, sending a kunai piercing through the young man's throat. As the researcher collapsed into a pool of blood, the elder finally sensed the true threat of death. He truly was willing to kill. Hyuga Nin's voice resonated through the mask, low and menacing. I give you one last chance. Hand over all research data, including the records of failures. The elder nodded frantically, stumbling toward the safe. His fingers traced intricate patterns on the cabinet's sealing array, aligning his eyes with the scanning port. With 3 mechanical clicks, the heavy metal door slowly creaked open. Here is all the data, he exclaimed, pulling out a thick stack of scrolls and experimental logs. Every experiment conducted over the past decade is documented here, including last week's failed attempt to activate the kaleidoscope. Hyuga Nin had no time to verify the authenticity of the materials. He hastily stuffed everything into prepared sacks. After incapacitating the nearby researcher with a swift strike, he surveyed the laboratory one last time to ensure nothing was left behind before activating a spatial portal, discarding the sacks into it. Chapter 23. Confrontation with Uchiha Obito on the other side. In a dimly lit room, the only illumination emanated from a transparent vessel in the corner. A swirling mass of emerald chakra floated within, emitting a faint glow that pulsed rhythmically. This was the chakra coordinate for the reincarnation eye that Hyuga Nin had reserved. Kabuto, clutching a stack of experimental records, happened to pass by in the corridor. Adjusting his glasses, he caught a glimpse of an unusual green light seeping through the crack of Hyuga Nin's door. He paused, furrowing his brow. Logically, Hyuga Nin should not be present in the base at this hour. The room should be devoid of activity. Out of caution, he gently pushed the door open. In the next instant, his pupils constricted in shock. In the center of the room, a pitch-black tear in space silently split open, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn. Immediately, a bandaged hand emerged from the rift, casually tossing a bulging sack onto the floor with a thud. What is this? Kabuto gasped, watching in disbelief as the hand retracted and the spatial rift swiftly closed, as if it had never existed. The room fell silent once more, leaving only the mysterious sack and his racing heart. Spatial ninjutsu? No, this is not ordinary space-time ninjutsu. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. So, Hyuga J-nin, you possess such capabilities? In truth, Hyuga J-nin had not intended to conceal this. Otherwise, he would not have carelessly discarded his findings in Orochimaru's base. That day in the Forest of Death, while battling 3 root ninjas, he had indeed sensed Orochimaru's presence, but feigned ignorance. He had not anticipated being inadvertently discovered by Kabuto in such a manner. Orochimaru, I believe you should take a look at this. Kabuto's voice was tinged with an unusual urgency. Orochimaru, focused on concocting a certain potion, raised his gaze slightly, his golden serpent-like eyes flickering with interest. Oh? Kabuto, you rarely display such excitement. Without further ado, Kabuto placed the sack on the experimental table and untied the knot. With a crash, dozens of sealed scrolls and thick research materials spilled forth, prominently featuring a document marked with the words Top Secret, Roots Sharingan Research. Orochimaru's movements halted. He slowly set down the test tube, his long fingers pinching one of the documents. The moment he opened it, his serpent eyes widened in shock. This was Danzo's Sharingan experimental records. Kabuto adjusted his glasses again, his tone grave. Not only that, Lord Orochimaru. He opened one of the sealed scrolls, unsealing it to reveal 12 small petri dishes neatly arranged on the table. Each dish contained a crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth slowly curled upwards, as if understanding the implications. How intriguing. It seems that J-nin has thoroughly plundered Danzo's laboratory. Ha! Lord Orochimaru, we have truly struck gold this time. Kabuto's laughter echoed within the laboratory. What a delightful surprise. Orochimaru licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Kabuto rapidly perused the materials. Increasingly astonished, Lord Orochimaru, this data encompasses nearly 10 years of Danzo's research, including Sharingan transplantation, compatibility testing with Hashirama cells, and even experiments to induce the awakening of the kaleidoscope. Orochimaru's serpent eyes narrowed slightly. It appears our old friend Danzo has been up to quite a bit behind the scenes. He picked up one of the experimental reports detailing how to forcibly evolve the 3-tomo Sharingan into the kaleidoscope through extreme emotional stimuli. What a fascinating experimental method. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, whispering, Lord Orochimaru, J-nin has indeed copied everything from Danzo. Orochimaru's smile deepened. He slowly rose to his feet, his golden serpent eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. It seems our experiments can proceed directly to the next phase, substituting for Danzo and completing what he left unfinished. At the root base, Hyuga J-nin swiftly tore off his black cloak, revealing the root uniform he had prepared long ago. A pale animal mask already affixed to his face. He burst from his room, blending into the chaos of the crowd, his voice low and urgent. Quickly, pursue. That individual has escaped using space-time ninjutsu. The root ninjas, already thrown into disarray by the base's invasion, immediately responded to his command, rushing forth under his guidance. At the end of the corridor, Uchiha Obito stepped out from the Kamui dimension, his crimson Sharingan glimmering in the darkness. TCH, a troublesome fellow. Obito coldly regarded the approaching root ninjas, his gaze fixated on a particular figure within the crowd. The masked root ninja. With chakra fluctuations reminiscent of the fleeting black-clad figure he had just encountered. Found you. Obito's form suddenly flickered, disregarding all incoming kunai and ninjutsu. He charged straight through the throng, closing in on Hyuga J-nin. Anticipating the move, Hyuga J-nin crouched as Obito approached, his right hand striking out like a viper, aiming a palm strike directly at Obito's throat. Swish. His hand effortlessly penetrated Uchiha Obito's form. This is his intangibility. Obito sneered, his right eye's kaleidoscope spinning, the Kamui vortex manifesting in his palm, attempting to draw Hyuga J-nin into the other dimension. However, just as Uchiha Obito materialized, Hyuga J-nin's left hand had unknowingly pressed against Obito's chest, 2 explosive tags firmly wedged between his fingers. Obito's pupils dilated in shock, instantly reverting to his intangible state. A smirk crept onto Hyuga J-nin's lips beneath the mask, his left hand forming seals, ready to detonate at any moment. Why have you stopped? Obito's movement stalled. If he continued to activate Kamui, he would have to materialize, and once he did, The explosive tags adhered to him would detonate instantaneously. You bastard. Obito's voice was low and dangerous, the killing intent within his Sharingan almost palpable. This strategy was, of course, inspired by Conan. It effectively countered Uchiha Obito's intangibility. The surrounding root ninjas, initially engaged in blind attacks, soon began to notice the anomaly. Wait, there's something wrong with this guy's attack pattern. An experienced root ninja barked sharply. He cannot attack while in the intangible state. To strike, he must materialize. That is his vulnerability. Another ninja swiftly responded, drawing out explosive tags. Everyone, use the explosive tags to restrict his movement. The moment he dares to materialize, detonate immediately. Whoosh. Several explosive tags were accurately hurled towards Obito, sealing off all potential escape routes. Obito's expression darkened significantly. This tactic precisely targeted his weakness. What alarmed him further was the detailed intelligence this root ninja possessed about him, even predicting his moves in close combat. So it was you that night. Obito's voice was icy, the hatred in his Sharingan nearly boiling over. Who are you? Hinata JKY offered no response, his Rinnegan subtly flickering beneath the mask, his left hand maintaining the seal to detonate. Chapter 24. Pain, what are you saying? Uchiha Obito scoffed, his body slipping through layers of obstruction, gradually vanishing within the root base. Running away? Can you escape? Those explosive tags were no ordinary items. They contained chakra from the Rinnegan for tracking. At this moment, Obito's position was like a beacon, and Hinata JKY could distinctly sense his exact location. He wanted to test a hypothesis. If Obito entered Kamuyui's space, could his spatial abilities follow him in? If so, it would mean he could escape from Kamui. Then, he would no longer need to fear Uchiha Obito's powers. If not, he would have to remain cautious to avoid falling into a trap. Chase. Hinata JKY was the first to dash towards the root base's exit, arriving at the threshold in the blink of an eye. He sensed a significant shift in Obito's position. Had he retreated into Kamui to deal with the explosive tags? Hinata JKY pondered. Obito's silhouette materialized in the distorted space as he tore off the explosive tag affixed to him, anger flashing in his eyes. Damn it. However, just as he relaxed his guard for a moment, a spatial rift appeared behind him. Hinata JKY emerged from within, his palm coalescing with dense chakra, delivering a powerful strike to his back. What? Obito sensed the spatial disturbance and instinctively ducked to evade. Hinata JKY formed a hand seal. Explode. Boom. The explosive tag detonated beside him, violently propelling him away. Cough. Obito let out a muffled groan, his body uncontrollably tumbling, the mask violently shaking loose, revealing his face marred with spiral scars. What horrified him further was that hand, now perilously close to his right eye. Not on my watch. Obito roared, his Manjiki spinning wildly as he activated Kamui, his body rapidly distorting, attempting to escape into the void. Yet, just as he was about to completely fade from existence, whoosh, a specially crafted shuriken sliced through the air, accurately piercing the distorted spiral space. Swoosh, the razor-sharp tip grazed his eyeball, and Obito could feel the cold metal brushing against the rim of his eye. His eyelid was cut. So close, Hinata JKY thought. Obito broke into a cold sweat, forcibly completing the transition, disappearing into Kamui's realm. The space twisted, and Obito's figure clumsily fell deep into the forest. He pressed his hand against his right eye, blood seeping between his fingers, breathing heavily. That bastard. However, before he could catch his breath, Hinata JKY was already upon him, his Rinnegan glinting with cold, murderous intent. You run pretty fast. Who are you? Obito gritted his teeth. Hinata JKY remained silent, slowly raising his hand, chakra gathering in his palm. Guess? Obito, filled with rage, chuckled derisively. Ha, playing tricks. Before he could finish, his figure abruptly became intangible, swiftly retreating. Hinata JKY sneered, chakra surging beneath his feet. Closing in instantly, the two wove through the dense forest, Obito consistently using Kamui to evade attacks, while Hinata JKY accurately predicted his every reappearance, his strikes relentless. I have seen through your abilities. Hinata JKY's voice was cold and resolute. Obito's eyes darkened. He suddenly pivoted, hands forming seals rapidly. Fire style, great fireball technique. A scorching fireball soared towards Hinata JKY. He thrust one hand forward, unleashing a powerful repulsion that sent the fireball flying. Upon glancing again, Obito's figure had vanished. He could no longer sense his location. Just moments ago, he had indeed brushed Obito's eyelid. If he had acted a bit faster, he would have succeeded. Perched atop a branch, a flicker of worry crossed his mind. After the Ninetales incident, Obito had seemingly lingered near Konoha. This setback could very well incite Nagato to launch an attack on Konoha. Hinata JKY had already devised reasons for him. The latent war risks posed by the mechanical puppets, along with the transformations brought about by the widespread adoption of new sage techniques. Either scenario posed a potential threat to the nascent Akatsuki organization. This was the consequence of recklessly altering inevitable events. With Minato alive, Obito's plans had failed. The next move against Konoha would not cease. Therefore, preparations must be made in advance. Hinata JKY contemplated the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Combining the research materials obtained from Danzo, alongside Orochimaru's talents, should further mitigate the risks post-transplant. He did not desire a crude transplantation scheme like that of Danzo or Obito, which always carried the risk of uncontrollable consequences. Amigakure. Rain trickled down the black stone walls of the tower, etching distorted patterns on the glass. Obito stood by the window, the cold rain mist blurring his outline. He had donned the Akatsuki's black cloak adorned with red clouds, his right eye wrapped in fresh bandages, dried blood seeping through. In the circular hall at the highest level, Nagato sat in a specially crafted metal chair, his pale skin revealing protruding ribs. The deep purple of his Rinnegan glowing faintly in the shadows. His red hair hung down like dried blood, his spine connected to dozens of chakra conduits, which wriggled slightly with each breath. Konan leaned against the wall, her light purple hair cascading beside her ears, clad in the Akatsuki's signature attire, holding a scroll of intelligence that Obito had entrusted to her. The mechanical puppet factory in Konoha is now operational. These constructs can think, learn, and even perform hand seals autonomously. Konan's expression turned grave as she pondered. Is Konoha preparing for war? Obito continued. What's more troublesome is that they have developed a method allowing ordinary ninjas to master Sage Mode within a week. Nagato's fingers tapped on the armrest, the metal producing a hollow echo. You have been discovered. Konan suddenly interjected, her gaze fixed on the blood-stained bandages on Obito. The plan to assault Konoha could have been successful, if not for that brat from the Hyuga clan disrupting my scheme. He glanced at the pensive Nagato and continued. If we do not act now, once they mass-produce their sage technique forces, Konoha will undoubtedly initiate another war. Nagato raised his head, speaking slowly. This individual indeed poses a necessity for elimination, otherwise it will jeopardize the next phase of the Akatsuki's plans. Konan, prepare for Pain to make a trip to Konoha. Konan tightened her grip on the scroll, the paper emitting a faint crackling sound. She looked out the window, the dense network of pipes in Amigakure glimmering in the rain. Nagato, is it not too early to head to Konoha? Obito's Sharingan rotated ominously within the shadows. He understood that when Nagato used the term pain, it signified the activation of the war machine. With a resolute gaze, Nagato spoke once more. Konoha cannot withstand the power of the divine. Chapter 25. The probing of Hayashi. One day, Hayashi approached Hinata with a beaming smile while she was in the courtyard, fine-tuning the newly crafted puppet. The intricate mechanical components glimmered with a cold metallic sheen in the light. This was indeed the first dagger aimed at Danzo. Hayashi stood under the corridor, his spirits evidently high. Danzo had fallen. Hinata momentarily paused with the screwdriver in her hand, delaying her gaze upward as she tightened the last bolt of the puppet's elbow joint, only lowering her tool upon hearing the soft click. The outcome did not surprise her. She was merely curious about the final decisions of the higher-ups. From beneath the bandages, her Byakugan peered at Hayashi, softly inquiring. Was it smoother than expected? Smoother than merely smooth. Hayashi lifted the hem of his garment, settling down cross-legged, as a scroll bearing the Hokage's seal slipped from his sleeve. The elders' positions have been revoked, Root has been disbanded, and a year of imprisonment has been decreed. The Fourth Hokage has left no room for negotiation for the advisory council. He asked, can you guess who provided the crucial evidence of the chakra mark? Kakashi had indeed not disappointed. Hinata pushed the document aside with her oil-stained fingers, suddenly chuckling. Sometimes, a blade need not be wielded by one's own hands. Hayashi's Byakugan narrowed slightly as he recalled the nearly ruthless manner in which the silver-haired Umbu had presented the evidence during the meeting. However, Danzo would not remain idle. He had cultivated root for over a decade, and those roots had long infiltrated every corner of Konoha. Thus, Minato had dispersed all root members and integrated them into the Umbu. Hayashi retrieved a list from his robe. This is the preliminary assignment plan. Our people will be placed in Umbu's 3rd and 7th squads. As Hinata took the list, a few faint gray fingerprints marred the paper. Her gaze lingered on the name Kiba. Is this the one with the wood release? Hayashi nodded and slowly inquired. What do you plan to do next? Hinata understood that this was a test posed by Hayashi. As the heir of the main branch, mere possession of power was entirely insufficient. As she assembled the mechanisms of the puppet's hand, 5 steel fingers clicked into place within her palm. The Uchiha needed allies now. Suddenly, a bamboo curtain fluttered in the wind, and a beam of sunlight illuminated Hinata's bandages. Hayashi momentarily glimpsed a faint blue glow beneath them. He was eager to see how Hinata would approach the Uchiha through various means. Direct contact was certainly out of the question. The Uchiha and Hyuga were both prominent clans of Konoha, and an open alliance would raise the suspicions of other families. The isolation of the Uchiha and the neutrality of the Hyuga was what everyone desired to see. Thus, a slow and steady approach was the most prudent course. I shall not pry into your affairs. I hope you can manage the Uchiha situation. Hayashi rose and continued, we cannot allow them to fall. Otherwise, our Hyuga clan will become the next isolated family. Hinata stood to see him off, only shifting her gaze once Hayashi had departed. Imprisoned? Hinata was dissatisfied with this outcome. She would have preferred Danzo to continue his attacks. Based on her understanding of Danzo, the next time he would undoubtedly take matters into his own hands, providing her with an opportunity to eliminate this troublesome tumor. Danzo, you should consider yourself fortunate to be merely imprisoned. Days passed. Danzo was indeed imprisoned, but under Sarutobi's manipulation. This imprisonment merely confined him to his own residence. A few Umbu were symbolically stationed nearby to guard him. However, under Hayashi's arrangements, 2 Hyuga ninjas were assigned to monitor Danzo's every move. The various clans had no objections to this outcome, as they had to give due respect to the former Hokage. Danzo had lost his overt control over Root, which was sufficient. The 2 puppet factories in Konoha had been completed, and as the technical advisor, Hinata naturally needed to be present. Under Nara Shikaka's guidance, Hinata briefly toured one of the factories. During their conversation, Nara subtly pointed out the pressure their clan, along with the Inuzuka and Akimichi, had exerted on Danzo during high-level meetings. Hinata understood this was an invitation for recognition. I believe the Nara clan's management capabilities are well suited to oversee this factory. I will recommend this when contracts are signed. It is our clan's honor to contribute to the village's industry, Nara Shikaku responded with a smile. At just 16, he had driven Danzo to the brink, and managed to persuade the various clans to willingly act as his enforcers. This strategic prowess was akin to transforming all of Konoha into his puppet. With him around, the rise of the Hyuga clan seemed unstoppable, Nara mused. Hinata conducted a simple tour of the factory. 20 independent production rooms were arranged in a circular formation, with an assembly area at the center. Each room was equipped with state-of-the-art tools and materials, from precise gears to resilient chakra-conducting metals. Everything was in place. On the first day of operations at the puppet factory, Hinata stood before 20 seasoned craftsmen and their apprentices, showcasing the design of a Type 1 puppet. She disassembled the puppet and distributed the components to the respective heads of each section. She then proceeded to construct a Type 1 puppet before their eyes. The craftsmen from the Land of Fire proved to be even more adept than Hinata had anticipated. They grasped the required procedures after a single demonstration, and a brief explanation sufficed for immediate comprehension. With blueprints at hand, even trial and error would not consume too much time. The craftsmen quickly immersed themselves in their work. Hinata moved between the various production rooms, answering questions, correcting techniques, and occasionally demonstrating the fabrication of complex components. Once she noticed that each workshop had become familiar with the procedures, she departed from the factory. Nara hesitated to speak, but did not stop her, for the puppet factory had commenced normal operations, seemingly ahead of schedule. After a long day, Hinata returned home, collapsing onto the sofa, a beloved edition of Paradise in hand as she began to peruse its pages. In recent days, she had noticed a significant deceleration in the growth of her mental prowess. She surmised it could be due to reaching a certain threshold, necessitating a breakthrough to restore normal levels. While further verification was needed, she was not overly concerned, as she had experienced a similar situation before. When mental power reached a bottleneck, it would enter a brief stagnation period, followed by a breakthrough leading to a small explosion of progress. After surpassing this bottleneck, Hinata felt she could control her mental energy with greater ease. Just as Uchiha Sasuke had cast a Genjutsu on her, she constructed her mental energy into a barrier, effortlessly rebounding the illusion with minimal effort. Additionally, she could use her mental energy as a means to suppress her opponents. However, this method consumed too much energy to be practical, serving merely as a show of prowess. Now it was time to present her accomplishments to them. From Jiraiya, Hinata had gained a fundamental understanding of the extraction process of Senjutsu chakra. By absorbing natural energy and blending it with physical and mental energies in a ratio of 1:1:1, one could ultimately refine Senjutsu chakra. Upon reaching a certain level, she could enter Sage mode. Once the Senjutsu chakra was depleted, she would automatically exit Sage mode. In a few days, the selection event for Senjutsu qualifications would commence. This time, Hinata would personally oversee the selections. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, personally attended the supervisory meeting. His primary objective was to showcase achievements and solidify both his and Minato Namikaze's positions. Hiruzen Sarutobi had grown quite muddled in his old age. Allowing him to continue as Hokage would not bode well for Hinata Jukyu. As the 26th chapter unfolds, we find Kakashi, who, upon glancing at the time, noted that their appointed hour was nearing. After his last visit to the hospital, Might Guy had arranged to meet him at a barbecue restaurant this evening, claiming he wanted to treat both Kakashi and himself to dinner. Jukyu understood this was Guy's way of testing him. He had not entirely relinquished his wariness. Should Kakashi display any hostility, their fragile camaraderie would undoubtedly wither away. Guy kicked open the door to their private room, carrying 2 jars of sake. Kakashi, today's special mission, to fill our youthful bellies with barbecue. Kakashi slumped in the booth, a copy of Intimate Paradise covering his face. Spare me. I spent all night scouting the route headquarters. All I desire is a good rest. That's precisely why you need to replenish your protein. Guy shouted, slamming the menu down. Boss, bring us 20 plates of premium beef tongue, cut thick. Kakashi, noticing the bandage on Guy's chin, suddenly poked at it. What happened to your jaw? Ow. Guy sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. That's a badge of honor. I earned it in a spar with Jukyu yesterday. Kakashi's single eye finally peeked over his book, a flicker of caution crossing his gaze. He recalled Jukyu as a calculating and deep thinker. His sudden affinity for the straightforward Guy surely had ulterior motives. Guy's chopsticks danced joyfully over the grill. That kid's taijutsu is truly meant for igniting youth. Although, I nearly caught him with my leaf whirlwind. His glowing eyes were quite the cheat. Kakashi observed Guy's exuberance with growing concern. Even he found it challenging to best Guy in taijutsu. If Guy unleashed the 8 gates, he would have to resort to ninjutsu to keep pace. Kakashi mused that he ought to closely observe Jukyu's physique. Hey, don't just watch me eat, Guy exclaimed, piling grilled beef tongue onto Kakashi's bowl, splattering grease onto the cover of Intimate Paradise. You've grown as thin as your family's heirloom ninja blade. Kakashi gazed at the mountain of meat before him. This must be enough for at least 5 people. Because your reading face is so dismal. Guy gulped down a large sip of sake. Danzo's been locked up. The kids have settled in, and even the Hokage said we could drink tonight. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Kakashi scrutinized the sizzling meat on the grill. I just find it all too smooth. To think that the root organization, which had been operating for decades, could just collapse like this. This very reason made Kakashi wary of Jukyu. Discussing the root, are we? The curtain to their booth was suddenly flung open. Jukyu stood there, cradling 3 jars of plum wine, his black goggles as conspicuous as ever. This sight reminded Kakashi of a certain fool. Guy waved enthusiastically. Jukyu, come witness my barbecue duel with Kakashi. Kakashi sighed but shifted further inside. Jukyu took a seat with ease, producing 3 small cups from his sleeve. He poured Kakashi a cup of plum wine and declared, this meal is on me, a celebration for Danzo's downfall. Guy clinked his cup against Jukyu's. Cheers. You look much livelier, Jukyu remarked. Kakashi gazed at the swirling plum within his cup and replied, it's because a certain fool insists on crashing through my window for training every morning at 6. That's the magic of friendship, Guy exclaimed, throwing an arm around both of their shoulders, nearly toppling the grill. Kakashi raised a hand. Boss, bring us 5 portions of the finest wagyu, the marbled kind. At Jukyu's incredulous gaze, Kakashi leisurely added, after all, someone's treating. The waitress at the front desk dropped her order pad with a thud upon hearing 50 portions of top-grade wagyu. F50, she stammered, her fingers trembling on the abacus. One portion costs 15,000 ryo. 50 would total 750,000 ryo. The kitchen curtain was abruptly pulled back, revealing the chef's astonished, greasy face. Who orders so much at this hour? His gaze landed on the boy with the black goggles, and his expression shifted from shock to obsequiousness. Oh, isn't this Lord Hinata? The chef rushed over, personally taking the order. We'll prepare it right away. Yamada, fetch the finest wagyu from the cellar. Sato, bring out the newly arrived truffle sauce. Guy was already pounding the table in excitement. This is what youth is all about. Shortly thereafter, the chef's wife, clad in a kimono, arrived with a golden tray, boasting 50 plates of exquisite, marbled wagyu, each slice as delicate as a cicada's wing, shimmering pink in the light. Jukyu's goggles reflected the sizzling grease on the grill, and his lips twitched slightly. Kakashi, in no rush, picked up a piece of meat. What's this? The young master of the Hinata clan is worried about a little money? Jukyu calmly sipped his tea, his chopsticks never ceasing their motion. He intended to indulge this evening. While he possessed wealth, he had never indulged so extravagantly before. Guy had already devoured 10 plates in a whirlwind, raising his cup, glistening with grease. To this exquisite wagyu. Cheers. When it came time to settle the bill, the chef presented a golden membership card with both hands. Lord Hinata, this is our supreme card. Future visits will receive a 10% discount. As they exited the restaurant, Guy patted his bulging stomach, belching contentedly. Kakashi, that was well worth it. Kakashi, lost in thought, regarded Jukyu. It seems the puppet factory is yielding substantial profits? Jukyu touched his notably deflated wallet, a glimmer of blue light flashing beneath his goggles. A few meals are still affordable. Kakashi continued. Well then, let us arrange another meeting soon. Jukyu's expression darkened. This guy is truly calculating. Observing Jukyu's demeanor, Kakashi felt a measure of relief. Though he had exacted revenge, being manipulated left him somewhat uneasy. Jukyu and Guy had arranged for a spar, prompting Kakashi's curiosity, and he decided to accompany them. The dust of the training ground swirled as chakra resonated in the air. Kakashi leaned against a broken wall, watching as Guy's chakra manifested as a tangible green aura, a sign of the fourth gate being opened. Starting off serious. Under Kakashi's keen gaze, Guy's figure suddenly blurred, the ground where he stood fracturing in a spiderweb pattern. Almost simultaneously, a shockwave erupted from Jukyu's previous position. So fast, Kakashi's Sharingan barely managed to catch the fleeting trajectories of the two. Guy's punch was deflected by Jukyu's forearm. Yet the collision's sound was delayed by half a second. This indicated they had temporarily surpassed the sound barrier. Even more astonishing was that Jukyu was not employing the gentle fist technique, but rather some form of brutally powerful taijutsu, each strike resonating with a bowstring-like snap. With a crash, Guy was sent flying backward, colliding with 3 cedar trees before coming to a stop. Kakashi's pupils contracted. Although Jukyu's elbow strike had clearly missed, it appeared as though Guy had been pushed by an invisible force. Fifth gate, open. Green chakra surged skyward, sending a shockwave that sent dust swirling around. Kakashi had to shield his face, watching the rocks beneath Guy's feet begin to fracture. As the green lightning surged towards Jukyu, Kakashi suddenly realized his Sharingan was tearing up. Too fast, surpassing my dynamic vision limits. Then he beheld the light. The emerald chakra enveloped Jukyu like a living entity, forming a protective layer around him. Kakashi suddenly recalled Jiraiya's words during his teachings on Sage Mode. The perfected Sage Mode manifests as a tangible cloak of chakra. This revelation did not surprise Kakashi, as Hinata JKY could manipulate natural energy at will. With a simple lift of his hand, Guy's seemingly assured strike abruptly decelerated as though colliding with an invisible wall. In that moment, Kakashi observed Hinata JKY's right hand making a grabbing motion, causing a massive boulder 30 meters away to levitate and hurtle towards Guy. A gentle push from his left hand sent Guy sliding backward as if struck by a colossal wave. There were no hand seals, no fluctuations of ninjutsu. A purely refined physical confrontation had given rise to a supernatural phenomenon. Shall we continue? Guy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and burst into laughter. Kakashi recognized that smile. It was the expression of this fool whenever he was about to undertake something reckless. Indeed, Kakashi's warning was drowned out by the sound of an explosion. As the two figures collided once more, the shockwave overturned the spectator stand 200 meters away. In the final moment before the smoke obscured his vision, Kakashi's Sharingan recorded an astonishing scene. Hinata JKY hovered half a meter above the ground. while Guy's fist was halted just inches from his nose, restrained by an unseen force. When the dust settled, the two were already engaged in a friendly discussion about what to have for a late-night snack. Kakashi silently lowered his forehead protector, gaining a deeper understanding of Hinata JK's true combat prowess. He could discern that Hinata JKY was holding back, not exerting his full strength. Chapter 27. The decision of Uchiha Fugaku. The ruins of the Uchiha clan's territory lay in the southeastern corner of Konoha, once a solemn site. Steeped in the history and glory of the Uchiha clan, time has transformed it. Now, this territory has been nearly entirely divided among various clans. Had it not been for Minato Namikaze's resolute opposition to Danzo's predatory expulsion, acquiring the Uchiha territory through purchase, the Uchiha would have suffered tremendous losses, and the conflict with the village would have become insurmountable. Uchiha Fugaku had no choice but to accept the high-level decisions of Konoha, as the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes had drawn too much attention during the Ninetales attack. Consequently, those who lost their homes and loved ones redirected their hatred towards the Uchiha. Remaining in the village's center would only exacerbate tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku felt a heavy burden. He had attempted to control the Ninetales with his Sharingan during its rampage, but to no avail. This was not merely a matter of ocular prowess. It required forbidden techniques. Only the progenitor, Uchiha Madara, could achieve such control. Though Fugaku was aware of this technique, he dared not touch this taboo, as it could only be utilized with the Mangeki Sharingan. Yet, Madara was deceased. Who could possibly wield the ability to control the Ninetales? As the clan leader, he faced not only the pressure from the village, but also the need to pacify his restless clansmen. Even managing the Uchiha properties that had yet to be transferred required his personal intervention, as he feared impulsive actions from his clansmen could escalate into irreparable hatred. Recently, the defection of Uchiha Sasuke and his brother had left him utterly drained. Fortunately, Danzo had stepped down, and the pressure on the Uchiha had eased considerably. However, another issue loomed. During the last clan meeting, someone had proposed a coup, garnering considerable support. Uchiha Fugaku pondered this troubling matter. Turning a corner, he keenly spotted two familiar figures. Uchiha Shisui was engaged in quiet conversation with Hinata JKY at the alley's entrance. Fugaku instinctively halted, his eyes gleaming. He observed Hinata JKY produce a scroll from his robes and hand it to Shisui, the young subordinate receiving it with a respectful demeanor. After exchanging a few more words, Hinata JKY departed. Uchiha Fugaku approached, gazing after Hinata JK's retreating figure. He turned to Shisui and asked in a low voice, "Shisui, what is your relationship with Hinata JKY?" Uchiha Shisui's expression remained calm, though a hint of caution tinged his tone. "Lord Clan Leader, Teacher JKY has not formally taken me as a disciple. However, he has asked me to demonstrate sage techniques at tomorrow's selection event. This could present an opportunity." A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Fugaku's eyes as he replied softly, "I see." He fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, then spoke slowly. "Hinata JK's skills are extraordinary. Even Danzo fell victim to him. If we could leverage his influence to alleviate the Uchiha's predicament." Uchiha Shisui nodded, a spark of excitement in his demeanor, surprised that even the clan leader shared his thoughts. "Indeed, I think the same, Lord Clan Leader." Fugaku mused, "In that case, you must perform well at this event." Pausing, his gaze deepened as he continued, "Additionally, bring along several promising young members from our clan. Do not appear overly conspicuous. Hinata JKY is not an ordinary individual. He may have already perceived your intentions." Uchiha Shisui replied earnestly, "Understood, Lord Clan Leader." Fugaku nodded slightly, genuinely satisfied with Uchiha Shisui. If all went as planned, the next clan leader would likely be Shisui. Yet, he would need to undergo further trials. After all, one could not aspire to lead a clan solely through martial prowess. In this regard, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but envy Hinata Hizashi for having discovered such exceptional talent within the branch family. At the same time, he admired Hizashi's boldness in breaking the clan's inheritance system, allowing an outsider from the branch family to inherit the main family's position. He spoke again, his tone somber, "Shisui, your choices may very well alter the fate of our clan." Uchiha Shisui's gaze hardened with resolve. "I will do my utmost, Lord Clan Leader." Fugaku refrained from further words. Turning to depart, his expansive clan leader's robe billowing gently in the wind, Uchiha Shisui stood rooted in place, contemplating the clan leader's figure as he silently calculated his next moves. He understood that this sage technique demonstration could become a pivotal turning point in the Uchiha's relationship with the village, provided he could establish a solid mentor-student bond with Hinata J. Kentucky. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion, Hinata J.K.Y., was preparing to publicly acknowledge Uchiha Shirsue's identity during tomorrow's event. The two parties were indeed in perfect alignment. As the morning mist lingered, Konoha's largest training ground buzzed with excitement. This oval-shaped arena, capable of accommodating thousands, featured 7 stone pillars engraved with sealing runes at its center, believed to be relics used by the first Hokage to test wood-release techniques. The tiered spectator stands were filled with key members from various clans, including envoys from Sunagakure and Kumogakure seated in a designated foreign guest area. Clearly, news of this event had spread throughout the ninja world. A gentle breeze rustled the flame-patterned banners hanging at the edges of the arena. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, clad in a white ceremonial robe, stood at the forefront of the main viewing platform, sunlight casting a brilliant halo over his golden hair. His presence momentarily hushed the entire venue. This once mighty figure, known as the Yellow Flash, was now personally endorsing the Sage Technique Selection event, a gesture of immense significance. To Minato's right sat the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his sharp gaze obscured by the smoke rising from his pipe. To his left, his advisor, Homura Mitokado, engaged in quiet discourse with the envoy from Kumogakure, while Koharu Udatane cast wary glances towards the area occupied by the Uchiha clan. What a bustling scene it was. Jiraiya crouched atop the tallest stone pillar, noting that even the old guard from Iwagakure had dispatched an observer. A tall figure descended gracefully from the edge of the stands, his pure white haori fluttering gently in the morning breeze. Hinata J.K.Y., donning black goggles, appeared no different from the average member of the Hinata clan. The pristine white kimono, complemented by a deep blue obi, was adorned solely with intricately embroidered clan patterns, signifying his status as the heir of the Hyuga clan. His steps were steady and composed, as he gracefully made his way to the center of the arena, instantly drawing the gaze of everyone present. Truly, as the heir of the Hyuga family, he had, at such a tender age, developed an entirely new school of sage arts. Narashikaku remarked. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku's eyelid twitched slightly. He was not pleased that this praise had been preempted. Soon, the heads of various clans began to react, showering him with accolades. Hyuga Hizashi maintained a serious demeanor, unconsciously sitting up a bit straighter. As the signal from Hyuga J-Nin was given, Uchiha Shirsue rose from his seat among the Uchiha clan. Clad in a deep blue clan uniform, the fan emblem on his back stood out vividly in the sunlight. The young Uchiha prodigy walked with a steady gait, eliciting whispers as he navigated through the crowd. The Uchiha clan held a particularly complex pride, unwilling to bow to anyone else. Yet this was sage arts. Furthermore, it was rumored that Uchiha Shirsue had already mastered sage techniques. Many pondered within themselves whether, if given the same opportunity, they would choose to uphold their pride over accepting the power that lay so readily at hand. Even the Uchiha genius chose the latter. Uchiha people, it is said that Shirsue is a disciple favored by Hyuga J-Nin, one murmured. The notion of an Uchiha becoming a pupil of Hyuga was indeed a rarity. Could the sage arts system outside the 3 great holy lands truly rival that of my Bokuzen? It was hard to say, as it remained merely a rumor. The discussions surged like waves. Uchiha Shirsue paid no heed to the chatter, proceeding directly to the cushion in the center of the arena and sitting cross-legged. As he formed hand seals and closed his eyes, the noise of the crowd was abruptly silenced, as if an invisible barrier had been erected. On the viewing platform, the clan heads exhibited various expressions. Narashikaku leaned slightly forward, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the armrest. If sage arts not tied to the 3 great holy lands can truly become widespread, it will change the landscape of the entire shinobi world. Akadu Chuza, wearing a serious expression, interjected, what does it imply that sage arts can be cultivated without signing a contract with a summoning beast? It signifies that families without holy land lineage may finally have the opportunity to touch this realm. Yamashiro Kaiji took the cue, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Uchiha Fugaku sat still, his expression calm, yet his clenched fists betrayed the tension within. He sensed the probing gazes from those around him, some curious, others skeptical, and even some tinged with hostility. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a smoke ring, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. while Kurama Kashin muttered under his breath, but was silenced by Mido Kan's sharp glance. In the center of the arena, Uchiha Shirsue's breathing gradually elongated. Beneath the seemingly tranquil exterior, natural energy began to converge around him. Hyuga Nin observed the flow of energy with his Byakugan positioned nearby. He could see the natural energy swirling around Shirsue like a fine mist, gradually permeating his chakra network. "It has begun," Hyuga Nin whispered, just loud enough for those nearby to hear. As if to affirm his words, delicate patterns began to emerge on Shirsue's skin, unlike any known sage mode from the three great holy lands, but rather a new, elegant green pattern reminiscent of the Hyuga clan's markings. A collective gasp arose from the audience. Could it be that he truly succeeded? The patterns, a flicker of relief crossed Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by deeper concern. He noticed the wary glances exchanged among several high-ranking members. The mastery of sage arts by an Uchiha clan member might not bode well for certain individuals. In the center, Uchiha Shirsue maintained his meditative posture, the natural energy flowing steadily within him, showing no signs of chaos. At that moment, he slowly opened his eyes, his three-tomo Sharingan glimmering faintly. Then, a gentle green luminescence emerged from the depths of his gaze. Rising to his feet, he radiated a soft and mysterious aura. "Is this sage mode?" Someone murmured in awe. Uchiha Shirsue said little, merely clenching his fist, feeling the surging natural energy within. In a flash, his figure vanished, his speed so remarkable that even seasoned Nin could scarcely perceive it. A faint green afterimage lingered in the air, and the next instant, he appeared before a massive boulder on the far side of the training ground. With a resounding thud, he struck the boulder, causing it to explode into fragments. Dust swirling in the air, while not a scratch marred his fist. "This power surpasses that of an ordinary Nin," Akatsuki exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Following this, Uchiha Shirsue swiftly formed hand seals, his chest swelling slightly. Fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of flames surged forth like a tidal wave, far exceeding the scale typically exhibited by an ordinary Uchiha clan member. The temperature of the flames was so high that the air warped, and shinobi in the audience could feel the scorching waves approaching them. Such a scale of fire technique was nearing that of a high-level ninjutsu. Narashikaku gasped in shock. As the flames subsided, Shirsue landed gracefully, the sage patterns gradually fading, yet his aura remained steady, showing no signs of chakra depletion. With the enhancement of natural energy, the potency of his ninjutsu, the recovery rate of his chakra, and the strength of his physique had all received a qualitative boost. Hyuga Nin's voice resonated throughout the arena, calm yet powerful. "This is not the sage arts of the three great holy lands, but rather the natural sage arts belonging to Konoha." A moment of silence enveloped the crowd before erupting into fervent discussions. Could it be true? No need for summoning contracts. No need for Holy Land lineage. Did this mean we could cultivate it too? If even the Uchiha could master it, what of the other clans? The eyes of the clan heads sparkled with fervor. The sage arts, once the privilege of a select few, now seemed poised for widespread adoption. Uchiha Fugaku relaxed his clenched fist, a glint of relief in his eyes, yet the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. The success of Uchiha Shirsue meant a new path for the Uchiha clan, but it also indicated they would be drawn into a more intricate web of power struggles. Amidst the animated discussions, Hyuga Nin slowly approached Shirsue, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "From this day forth, Uchiha Shirsue shall be my official disciple in the study of natural sage arts." The declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. The Uchiha clan section erupted in chaos. Shirsue had truly become a disciple. He was a member of the Hyuga clan, but this was sage arts. Some were shocked, others resentful, while a few felt a flicker of hope ignite within them. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, rising slowly to nod at Hyuga Nin. This gesture unequivocally declared to all that the Uchiha clan recognized this master-disciple relationship. Meanwhile, the section of the Hyuga clan was engulfed in fervor. "Truly exceptional, Lord Nin. Even the Uchiha genius is willing to become a disciple. Our Hyuga clan is finally on the rise." The excitement among the branch members of the Hyuga clan was palpable. Hyuga Hizashi retained his authoritative posture, yet a subtle smile crept at the corners of his mouth, especially the third elder seated beside him, who seemed almost to be looking down upon the heavens. Hyuga Nin's gaze swept across the arena, ultimately resting upon the figure of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. Atop the platform, the fourth Hokage offered a slight smile and a gentle nod. In that instant, all present realized that the power dynamics of Konoha had begun to shift. Chapter 29. Mental oppression. After Hinata Joji and Uchiha Shursui stepped aside, Jiraiya lazily approached, scratching his head and flashing a grin. Alright. The selection for the Sage technique officially begins. The first challenge is water walking. The crowd fell silent. Water walking? Someone couldn't help but voice their confusion. Isn't that the most fundamental form of chakra control? Jiraiya chuckled. Exactly, it's water walking. The rules are simple. Those who can stand on the water's surface the longest will advance to the next round. The participants exchanged glances. Although somewhat surprised, they quickly understood. After all, mastering chakra control is crucial for practicing Sage techniques, and water walking will indeed filter out those with a solid foundation. Soon, nearly 100 registrants leaped into the central water pool, standing confidently on the surface. Among them were numerous experienced jonin and even a few Umbu members. In the first 10 minutes, everyone appeared at ease. For ninjas of their caliber, water walking was merely a basic skill. However, as time passed, subtle ripples began to form on the water's surface. The consumption of chakra is greater than anticipated, someone murmured. Indeed, another 10 minutes passed, and one by one, participants began to falter, their feet sinking as they fell into the water. Alas, my chakra control is still lacking, a disgruntled Chunin lamented as he splashed down. Before long, less than 50 remained. Observing this, Jiraiya grinned widely and clapped his hands together. Alright, now, those who can utilize wind release, step forward. Uchiha Shursui's lips twitched. This was truly an unexpected twist. At this moment, Hinata Juji explained, this was my arrangement. Shursui quickly composed himself, striving to appear more normal. The crowd was taken aback. The freshly eliminated ninjas exchanged glances, and soon, a dozen wind-oriented ninjas stepped forward. Jiraiya pointed to the pool. You may use wind release to disrupt the remaining participants from 30 meters away. Remember, no direct attacks, but you can create waves. A wave of realization swept through the audience. So that is how it is. Someone exclaimed. This was the real test. Those who had been eliminated now wore malicious smiles. Well, since we have no chance, we won't let them have it easy either. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, gale palm. In an instant, a fierce gale swept through, transforming the previously calm water into towering waves. A few ninjas, caught off guard, were directly toppled by the surging water, floundering into the depths. The remaining competitors braced themselves, striving to stabilize their chakra and maintain their footing amidst the turbulent waters. Hey, this is no fun at all, Asuma Sarutobi grumbled, his cigarette extinguished by the deluge. Beside him, Kurenai Yuhi remained steady, floating gracefully amidst the swells. Mike Guy, treating the situation with utmost seriousness, refused to slacken his focus. Although he was not adept in ninjutsu or jinjutsu, his fundamental chakra control was superior to most. After all, he had mastered the Forbidden 8 Gates technique. The distribution of chakra must be more precise, an Umbu member muttered through gritted teeth, their chakra forming a fine net, constantly adapting to the surface's fluctuations. However, as the wind interference intensified, soon more than 20 participants could no longer withstand it, being engulfed by the waves. When only 15 remained, Jiraiya finally raised his hand to signal a halt. Alright, that's enough. Wind release ninjas, stand down. Those who had endured until the end breathed a sigh of relief. Some even collapsing onto the water's surface, droplets of sweat dotting their foreheads. Jiraiya surveyed the remaining participants, nodding in approval. Well done. Maintaining stable chakra control amidst disruption indicates you possess the potential to cultivate Sage techniques. He paused, grinning. However, the true test lies ahead. A shiver ran through the crowd, a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Meanwhile, the heads of various clans in the stands appeared contemplative. I see now, Narashikaka squinted, speaking up. The first step in Sage technique training is to maintain absolute chakra stability in a chaotic environment. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze deepened as he looked at Shursui, realizing. It seems that Hinata Joji's Sage technique system is even more rigorous than expected. The purpose of this event had already been achieved. Uchiha Shursui publicly showcased Sage mode, validating the authenticity of the Sage technique system. Consequently, Hinata Joji's standing in Konoha was further solidified, and the position of Namikaze Minato as Hokage remained unshakable. Soon, they arrived at the second round of testing, personally selected by Hinata Joji. He approached the 15 contestants, scanning them with his gaze. Prepare yourselves. The last two standing will earn the qualification to train in sage techniques. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Prepare for what? In the next instant, a powerful mental force descended upon the 15 participants. Hinata Joji's psychic energy surged like a tsunami, instantly enveloping the ninjas on the field. The two foremost Chunin barely had time to react before their pupils dilated, knees buckling as they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. What? Shursui and Jiraiya swiftly moved to retrieve the fallen, quickly evacuating the area. Though brief, they too felt the mental pressure. Jiraiya fared somewhat better, but the young Uchiha Shursui, having only grazed the sensation, was already drenched in cold sweat. This kid's mental force can exert pressure on me, Jiraiya mused, frowning with unease. Shursui exhaled deeply, his expression turning grave as he set the unconscious individuals aside. The remaining 13 tensed their bodies, as if an invisible hammer struck their spines. Asuma let out a groan, his knees quaking violently. He had to brace himself with his hands on his knees to maintain his stance. Kurenai gritted her teeth, her pale face slightly contorted with pain. Yet her training in Jinjutsu afforded her some resilience against the mental onslaught, allowing her to withstand the initial wave of pressure. Mike-Eye stood straighter than anyone else. His muscles taut, teeth grinding, sweat streamed down his steely face, yet his eyes burned with indomitable determination. This pressure is nothing compared to the limits of youth, he roared, gradually straightening under the mental strain like an unyielding blade. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai, positioned just behind him, exhibited remarkable composure. Her head lowered slightly, her expression obscured by sunglasses. Yet her posture remained as solid as rock. The swarm of insects at her sleeves stirred silently, as if sharing her burden. Standing calmly at the center, Hinata Joji thought to himself, the consumption of mental energy is depleting faster than anticipated. This self-sacrificial ability, while seemingly overpowering, is actually inefficient, causing significant internal strain. If it weren't for the need to swiftly identify truly resilient ninjas, I would never employ it so recklessly. In the stands, Nara Shikaku frowned slightly. Though this selection method is crude, it is undeniably effective. Those who can remain conscious under such pressure possess extraordinary willpower. From afar, Kakashi straightened his posture, lifting his forehead protector to focus his Sharingan on the scene. This level of mental pressure was akin to certain high-level Jinjutsu. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, narrowed his eyes slightly, his pipe gently rotating between his fingers, directly exerting mental pressure. This selection method is indeed unprecedented. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, his Sharingan quietly observing the flow of mental energy, attempting to decipher its intricacies. Meanwhile, Namake's Minato stood at the edge of the platform, a faint smile gracing his lips, though his gaze was particularly profound. At that moment, several more participants succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, collapsing one after another. Ultimately, only Mike-Guy and Waimei Aburame remained standing. Chapter 30, The Sage Mode of Infestation. Amidst the envious gazes of all, Hinata JKY approached the two. He extended his hand, gathering a small orb of natural energy within his palm. You too, sit down and truly perceive the natural energy in my hand. Waimei Aburame did not allow herself to bask in the glory of having passed the final test. She quickly settled into a meditative position, closing her eyes to attune herself to the natural energy held by Hinata J. Kentucky Hinata J. KY had never intended to casually bestow the opportunity for sage arts. The mere fact that the various clans were aware of his capabilities had already served his purpose. He desired them to see, yet not easily grasp. Only in this manner could he keep their appetites whetted. It is noteworthy that even Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui had taken a considerable amount of time to finally sense the natural energy. For an average person, perceiving natural energy within a short time frame was nearly impossible. As expected, though Mike-Guy and Waimei Aburame closed their eyes in concentration, they appeared utterly bewildered. They could not detect the so-called natural energy. Hinata JKY held no expectations regarding Mike-Guy's perceptual abilities. The foremost hurdle to entering sage mode was the ability to sense the presence of natural energy. The second step involved guiding and absorbing it. If one could not accomplish the first step, they were naturally devoid of the talent needed for sage arts. However, Mike-Guy was a key focus of Hinata JKY's training. Even if he could not sense natural energy, Hinata JKY would still seek ways to enhance Guy's physique. After a while, under the expectant gazes of all, Waimei Aburame opened her eyes, shaking her head as she said, "I cannot perceive it." Mike Guy frowned and shook his head in agreement. Just as Hinata JKY was about to announce a temporary conclusion to the day's activities, Waimei Aburame suddenly spoke up. "Since I cannot sense it, let my insects do the work." She once again sat down, her demeanor somewhat peculiar. The dark mist formed by her infestation insects flickered at her collar, as if laying a pathway to the natural energy. The Aburame clan's insect hive physique? A glimmer of pale blue light flashed in Hinata JKY's Byakugan. He was intrigued by how the Aburame clan employed their insects to perceive natural energy. At that moment, a swarm of infestation insects surged from her sleeves, coalescing in the air to form a spiraling passageway of insects, aimed directly at the natural energy in Hinata JKY's palm. He hastily released his grip, gathering another large orb of natural energy. What is this? The natural energy traversed the bridge constructed by the swarm, splitting into hundreds of delicate streams. Sharing the burden through the swarm, the three Tomo and Uchiha Shirsue's Sharingan spun wildly. Each insect acted as a container for chakra. Nara Shikaku instinctively exclaimed, "It can actually function this way." Suddenly, a dramatic change occurred. The foremost infestation insects abruptly stiffened and fell, their bodies disintegrating into sand upon contact with the ground. Waimei Aburame let out a muffled sound. The natural energy was voraciously consuming the life force of the insect swarm. Hinata JKY reached out toward Waimei Aburame, the rampaging natural energy dissipating like a receding tide until it was completely absorbed. All that remained was a gray-white ring composed of insect carcasses. "It has failed." Wiping the blood from her face, Waimei Aburame stood up, her collar crawling with the surviving infestation insects. Yet she did not give up and initiated a second attempt. The insects beneath her high collar emitted a faint buzzing. With a low command, 3 streams of insects suddenly erupted from her sleeves. The left swarm spiraled upward. The right swarm formed a web-like structure, while the front swarm arranged itself into a pattern resembling human meridians. Through the lens of his Byakugan, Hinata JKY observed the natural energy permeating the swarms at 3 distinct rates. The spiraling insects absorbed the energy the fastest but were chaotic. The web-like swarm was stable yet slow. The swarm mimicking the human meridian pattern was simulating the circulation of chakra. Waimei Aburame's earlobes began to ooze tiny beads of blood. She was experiencing a delicate balance of sage arts on a microscopic level. Each infestation insect became a miniature experimental arena for the fusion of 3 types of energy. Suddenly, the shells of the foremost infestation insects collectively cracked. 7 insects entered a remarkable state of balance, their shells adorned with silver spiral patterns. Orochimaru's head peeked from the shadows, his golden slit pupils narrowing into lines. Fascinating. However, this balance lasted only 3 heartbeats. The 7 successfully sage-transformed infestation insects vaporized, merging into 7 strands of silver chakra that flowed into Waimei Aburame's nostrils. 2 faint silver spiral patterns emerged on either side of her temples, only to vanish in an instant. Nara Shikaku lamented, "It succeeded. But the amount of sage chakra is far from sufficient. However, this path is correct." Waimei Shimizu, though making no visible movements, felt the swarm within him stir restlessly. His emotions were anything but tranquil. If his clansmen succeeded, it would signify that the Aburame clan was exceptionally compatible with Hinata JKY's sage arts system. This was the hope for their clan's rise. Suddenly, the trees at the edge of the training ground began to sway without wind. The remaining infestation insects at Waimei Aburame's collar collectively flapped their wings, emitting a high-frequency buzz. On those silver-gray insect shells, spiral patterns eerily resembling those on their mistress's temples began to emerge. Hinata JKY felt a stir within himself. He immediately summoned a vast amount of natural energy. The surface of Waimei Aburame's skin began to reveal patterns akin to insect shells. The surviving infestation insects formed a circular nest around her ears, each flap of their wings dispersing silver specks of light. Amidst the swirling natural energy, a crisp clicking sound rang out, an echo of countless insect mandibles synchronously opening and closing. As Waimei Aburame formed her seals, the swarm transformed into a flowing silver armor that enveloped her entire being. When the torrent of natural energy surged forth, the armor's surface gleamed with a sheen reminiscent of toad oil. Each insect was engaged in a meticulous balance of sage chakra. Suddenly, all infestation insects ceased their movements. In the fleeting moment of absolute stillness, the silver light flared on either side of Aburame temples, forming two distinct spiral patterns. Sage mode of infestation. In the shadows, Orochimaru erupted into laughter. The Aburame clan was, indeed, a lineage born for sage arts. Shimizu trembled with excitement, sensing the imminent rise of the Aburame clan. At the instant Aburame successfully activated her sage mode of infestation, the entire training ground fell into a brief silence, including Hinata J. Kentucky. He had not anticipated that someone could master sage mode within an hour. This truly was a unique path. Yet Aburame had proven its validity. Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan fixated intensely on the spiral patterns on Aburame's temples. The three Tomo spun wildly, attempting to decipher the flow of sage chakra. Hinata J.K.Y. gazed at Aburame, and after a prolonged silence, he suddenly spoke. Now, let your insects inform you about the surrounding natural energy. Hinata J.K.Y. dispersed the gathered natural energy. If this attempt succeeded, it would validate the path entirely. Aburame closed her eyes as the insects swirled around her, yet they seemed like headless flies. After some time, when she opened her eyes, disappointment was etched across her face. It was then they realized how much of a shortcut their previous training had been. When you return, have your insects conduct further experiments. Hinata J.K.Y. instructed. Aburame stood, excitement radiating from her as she bowed to Hinata J. Kentucky. Thank you, Teacher J. Kentucky. Hinata J.K.Y. did not refuse her gratitude. Although he had not taught her extensively, she was the first to tread a different path within his system. When the news spread, the entire Hidden Leaf village was abuzz. That evening, Shimizu presented partial data on the sage mode of infestation at the high-level meeting of the Leaf Village, leaving the entire conference room in stunned silence. The traditionally low-profile Oil Woman clan has, overnight, become the most sought-after subject of research in Konoha. Various ninja clans have dispatched emissaries to glean details on the cultivation of sage techniques. The legendary sanctuaries of Mayaboka Mountain, Longdi Cave, and Shibakuzen were once the highest secrets in the ninja world. However, the success of YKO has demonstrated that sage techniques do not solely rely on these sacred locations. Rather, swarms of insects can serve as a substitute for the harmonizing medium of natural energy. This revelation has directly shaken the traditional monopoly held over sage techniques. Orochimaru swiftly extended an olive branch to the Oil Woman clan, proposing a collaborative study on insect-based sage techniques. With the mediation of Hinata J.K.Y., a preliminary partnership was established. The Oil Woman clan would supply the sage chakra-infused insects, while Orochimaru would conduct research and compile data to benefit the clan. The silver-patterned insects capable of bearing sage chakra have been designated as a strategic resource by Konoha, as they serve as elite vessels for temporarily storing sage chakra during combat. In this ninja world, there are no impenetrable walls. Within just 5 days, the entire ninja realm caught wind of the news. Emissary groups from the 3 great ninja villages received new instructions to engage with the Oil Woman clan and establish collaborative intentions. Chapter 31. The Land of Grass. As the days passed, the Yamashiro clan began to feel a sense of possibility. Their mental prowess is inherently stronger than that of ordinary ninjas, with perceptive abilities that surpass all others. Furthermore, the Yamashiro clan possesses a unique mental aptitude, especially suited for the precise manipulation of chakra. Many medical ninjas in Konoha hail from this clan. The 3 essential elements for cultivating sage techniques have been organized by Konoha's upper echelons: perception ability, precise chakra manipulation, mental strength, and physical robustness. Absorbing natural energy necessitates perceptive ability. The process of refining sage chakra requires meticulous chakra control. To sustain sage mode, a certain level of mental strength and physical endurance is essential, otherwise, one cannot maintain it for long. Regardless of how much natural energy is absorbed, it must be fused with physical and mental energy to refine sage chakra. The Yamashiro clan is perfectly aligned with these requirements. They merely need to enhance their physical training, making them hopeful candidates for sage cultivation. However, this hope rests on Hinata J. Kentucky. Cultivating sage techniques is perilous, and no one dares gamble with their life. If someone could ensure safety during this process, no one would forsake the pursuit of power. Not only the Yamashiro clan, but other families in Konoha have begun intensifying the training of their younger ninjas in chakra control. Aiming to stand out in the next event, and earn the qualification to cultivate sage techniques. The Hokage's office has announced that the next event will take place in 1 year. Many ninjas who believe they meet the criteria for sage cultivation have already begun preparations. Konoha is experiencing an unprecedented fervor for training. While this is undoubtedly beneficial for Konoha, it poses a threat to other ninja villages, as an increase in Konoha's strength signals a survival crisis for them. Hinata JKY remains indifferent to these matters. For him, the opportunity to train in sage techniques is merely bait. The success of Y by YKO is a singular exception. He cannot allow sage techniques to proliferate. Doing so would incite war. The emergence of the Uchiha brothers has disrupted his plans. The allure of 2 pairs of blood-related Mangeki Sharingan is immense. He must now shift his focus to the study of the Rinnegan. The conditions for the birth of the Rinnegan are exceedingly stringent. Not all eternal Mangeki Sharingan can evolve into Rinnegan, as exemplified by Uchiha Madara. His awakening of the Rinnegan stemmed from being the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, coupled with the cells of Hashirama, which enabled him to awaken the Rinnegan in his later years. Why did this awakening occur only in his twilight? Hinata JKY concludes that it was due to a lack of sufficient chakra and vitality. The Uzumaki clan serves as the ideal nurturing ground. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara would not have been able to transplant the Rinnegan into Nagato. The evolution of the eternal Mangeki is inevitable, as Hinata JKY possesses 2 pairs of direct bloodline Mangeki Sharingan. His current challenge lies in acquiring Indra's chakra and Ashura's chakra. Obtaining Hashirama's cells is not difficult, as Orochimaru's laboratory has ample reserves. What he lacks is Indra's chakra, making the key issue the piece of Hashirama's flesh that was implanted in Uchiha Madara's chest. At this juncture, that flesh has developed into a visage of Hashirama, perfectly merging Ashura's chakra with Indra's chakra. Finally, by using the Uzumaki clan as a nurturing ground, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan can be cultivated into the Rinnegan. This represents the best plan that Hinata JKY can currently conceive. Kushina is not a viable option. Nagato is even less so. Among the remaining Uzumaki clan members in the entire ninja realm, only Karen, her mother, and the newly born Naruto exist. Hence, Hinata JKY has traveled to the Land of Grass. After the fall of the Uzumaki clan, Karen's mother fled to the Land of Grass with her, becoming a ninja there. Their experiences have been harrowing, reduced to living medical packages, ultimately drained of their last vestiges of vitality. Following her mother's death, Karen became a ninja and met Sasuke during the Nin exams in Konoha. Subsequently, she defected and was abducted by Orochimaru, ultimately taken to a southern base. By the timeline, Karen should now be a little over a year old, and it remains uncertain whether her mother is still in the Land of Grass. The Rinnegan emanates a soft blue glow, its gaze piercing through thousands of meters, swiftly locking onto a target, a ninja team of 4. He silently follows them, and soon discovers that they are escorting a merchant convoy. Without hesitation, he leaps down from the treetops, positioning himself in front of the convoy. Halt! This is a robbery. The sudden demand catches the convoy members off guard, and they burst into laughter. A blind man has come to rob us. Go on, begone. Don't delay our delivery, or we'll toss you into the river to feed the fish. It had been ages since they'd encountered a robbery, especially one led by a blind man with bandaged eyes. The foremost ninja approaches, scanning Hinata JKY from head to toe, and, exasperated, waves his hand, saying, "Little brother, if you're hungry, I have a piece of bread here. Take it, and be on your way." Hinata JKY, momentarily taken aback, gazes at the bitten piece of bread in his hand, lost in thought. He does indeed resemble a blind man, with his eyes bandaged due to the lack of protective goggles. "You are fortunate." "What do you mean?" the leading ninja asks, puzzled. Before he can finish, Hinata JKY strikes the leading ninja's chest with a palm, sending him flying. In a swift motion, he appears abruptly among the 3 lower ninjas, gripping their necks like iron clamps. Hush, not a sound. The overwhelming pressure causes the 3 lower ninjas to tremble, cold sweat pouring down their faces, paralyzed with fear. The thrown grass ninja struggles to cover his chest, attempting to rise, but repeatedly collapses back to the ground. Observing this, the convoy members scatter in terror, leaving behind 2 carts of goods. You are a ninja. Please, spare my subordinates." The grass ninja, though terrified, displays a protective demeanor toward his comrades, stirring a hint of goodwill in Hinata JKY's heart. "As long as you answer my questions honestly, I may consider sparing you." "What do you wish to know?" the grass ninja asks helplessly. Where is that woman from the Uzumaki clan? Hinata JKY inquires tentatively. You mean Mina? I know her. She is at our Nin training base. In which direction? Southwest. Hinata Jujio gazed in the direction indicated by the injured ninja, confirming the presence of several chakra fluctuations over 2,000 meters to the southwest. Once Hinata Jujio departed, the injured grass ninja collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as though all strength had drained from his body. The three lower ninjas finally regained their senses and hurried over. Teacher, are you all right? One asked. 2 ribs are broken. That guy's strength is terrifying. Even the Chunin Tanaka isn't as formidable, right? He wanted to assert that no one in the entire grass village could match Hinata Jujio's prowess, but ultimately swallowed his words. Should we relay this information? It seems he's targeting Meina. No, absolutely not. The grass ninja hastily interjected. The Chunin training base isn't far from here. If he senses something amiss and returns, we're done for. But, no buts. Perhaps saving Meina could be a blessing in disguise. Remaining in such a place, she will inevitably perish. With the Chunin training base nearby, Hinata Jujio reached the outer area in under a minute, his Byakugan revealing the entire layout before him. There were 13 individuals in total. As his gaze swept over the innermost part of the training base, he noticed a distinct chakra. Hinata Jujio's heart jolted. What had begun as a mere trial had unexpectedly borne fruit. At that moment, 2 grass ninjas hobbled towards a dim, damp room. Inside that shadowy space, a frail, red-haired woman cradled a 1-year-old child. Her wrists bore a myriad of bite marks, some festering and blackened, while fresh wounds oozed blood. The 2 grass ninjas entered the room. Hurry up, my wounds are still bleeding. One, with a fierce countenance, seized her hair, yanking Meina upwards and ruthlessly tearing her hands away. Ugh! Meina stifled a cry, her body trembling violently, clutching the child tightly in her arms. The little girl, Xianglin, wailed in fear, yet Meina could only lower her head, devoid of any intention to resist. Meina's vitality was forcibly siphoned away. The flesh beneath her skin rapidly healed the grass ninja's wounds while her own complexion grew paler. Soon after, another grass ninja, visibly impatient, shoved his companion aside, violently tearing at her collar, and sank his teeth into her shoulder, blood trickling from the bite marks, staining her garments crimson. Vortex Meina's gaze gradually shifted from pain to numbness, ultimately becoming hollow and vacant. It was as if her very soul had been extracted. Each healing served only to sap her vitality further. Yet, the grass ninjas remained utterly indifferent. To them, she was merely a medicinal resource. Hinata Jujio ceased to hesitate and leapt into the fray. With his strength, penetrating the ranks of these Chunin was akin to a tiger among sheep. With a powerful strike, one was sent flying, crashing into a tree. Boom. The words had barely left his lips when a repulsive force propelled him away, slamming him into the wall, his bones shattering. Amidst the chaos, Hinata Jujio's steel fists unleashed devastation. Each blow claimed a life. Unlike his sparring sessions with Might Guy, in real combat, he had no habit of holding back. In less than 30 seconds, over a dozen grass ninjas lay defeated, none spared. In his youth, he had faced rogue ninjas from other villages alongside Orochimaru. To hold back was tantamount to self-destruction. In the world of ninjas, it was a law of the jungle. Chapter 32. The deal. He slowly approached the dim room, and as he pushed the door open, the stench of blood and damp mildew assaulted him. 2 gleaming daggers aimed for his heart and neck. Suddenly, a force enveloped him, shattering the 2 sharp kunai. The 2 grass ninjas who had attempted to ambush him were hurled away by the terrifying force. One collided with the wall, and before he could touch the ground, a kunai pierced his heart. The other, still airborne, was drawn towards Hinata Jujio by an even stronger gravitational pull. With a swift kick, he sent the man flying once more, creating a large hole in the wall. After dispatching the 2, Hinata Jujio instinctively covered his nose, regarding the cowering red-haired woman in the corner with suspicion. She must be from the Uzumaki clan, he mused, appalled by her treatment. Disheveled and battered, her body bore no unscathed flesh, and her face was marred by numerous bite marks. Hinata Jujio sighed, not out of pity for the woman before him, but rather in lamentation for the short-sightedness of the grass ninjas. Such a strategic asset was treated as mere fodder for healing. It was indeed a gross waste. Meina huddled in the corner, clutching Xianglin tighter, her eyes filled with terror and despair. Do not be afraid. I am a leaf ninja, Hinata Jujio spoke softly, lifting his collar to reveal the leaf headband hanging around his neck. Maina froze, bewildered. Why would a leaf ninja come to the grass village? Can you stand? Hinata Jujio extended his hand. After a moment of hesitation, she finally trembled as she reached out. Hinata Jujio pulled her up, taking Xianglin from her arms. The little girl gazed curiously at this unfamiliar figure, her cries ceasing, sensing that the chakra emanating from him was entirely different from that of the grass ninjas. It felt like a serene lake, instilling a profound sense of reassurance. Why do you want to save me? The power of the Uzumaki clan should not be squandered like this, Maina questioned. The Uzumaki clan's strength deserves better, Hinata Jujio replied tersely. He refrained from stating that the leaf was a friend to the Uzumaki clan. Such sentiment felt disingenuous. He preferred to negotiate based on mutual benefit rather than emotional ties. Maina fell silent, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Where shall we go now? She asked timidly, instinctively fearing that Hinata Jujio would merely relocate her. Continuing the cycle of torment. To the leaf. The blue light of his Byakugan flickered beneath the bandage, and a rift in space materialized before him. He grasped Maina with one hand and held Xianglin in the other, stepping through. Upon re-emerging, they found themselves in the home of the Hyuga clan. Maina appeared utterly bewildered. Such divine methods were beyond her comprehension. Hinata Jujio set Xianglin down and casually poured 2 cups of tea for the mother and daughter. Please sit. You must be curious about how I intend to treat you. Maina drew Xianglin close, her expression anxious as she regarded Hinata Jujio, who seemed godlike. I will provide you with a safe living environment. Your child will grow up in the leaf. If she desires, she may become a leaf ninja as well. Also, I have a sister named Naniwa. Do not reveal any of my abilities. Do you need my body? She asked timidly. Having been treated as a mere medical resource by the grass ninjas, Maina believed that was her only purpose. Yet her words held truth. Hinata Jujio indeed required her body. To some extent, yes, but not in the same manner as the grass ninjas. I need your bloodline to cultivate a pair of eyes. Vortex Maina looked puzzled. After Hinata Jujio's explanation, she finally comprehended what she needed to do. She needed to exchange her eyes for another pair. Without hesitation, she agreed. Compared to the hellish existence in the grass village, life in the leaf felt like paradise. You may call me Jujio from now on. Maina quickly responded, Yes, Lord Jujio. I am Maina, and my daughter is Xianglin. Hinata Jujio sighed, lamenting that even the surname Uzumaki was no longer used. Nevertheless, it is perhaps for the best. As this way, one need not fear the onset of unnecessary troubles. A commotion arises from outside the door. As it swings open, a waft of roasted meat fills the air. The bamboo basket in July's hands clatters to the ground. Scattering pickled radishes and neatly packaged grilled meat across the floor, remnants of a mission. 19 Hyuga nudges the cushion with his foot, prompting the little Shiromizu to scramble up and gnaw at the tassels. She is a war orphan from the border of the land of grass. As July crouches down, Minna instinctively protects her daughter until warm fingers brush against her tattered collar. The tailor's shop in the back street has just received a shipment of cotton fabric. July unties her hairband, using it to secure Minna's unruly red locks. Gazing at the little Shiromizu who is chewing on the tassels, July feels an overwhelming surge of maternal instinct, dashing over to scoop her up and pinch her little face. 19. Fetch me a kimono. The setting sun casts elongated shadows of the 3 figures along the shopping street. 19 carries Shiromizu ahead, her tiny hand gripping a strand of his black hair tightly. Minna is led by July to try on a yukata, while also purchasing numerous daily necessities. The proprietress of the bathhouse peeks out from behind the curtain, exclaiming, Oh, you have brought home a little wildcat. 19 Hyuga glances at her, replying coolly, she is a war orphan taken in during a mission. In the middle of the night, July is awakened. Under the moonlight, the red-haired bundle is crawling over the threshold, instinctively curling up against 19 Hyuga's chest. Though still small, Shiromizu's talents are already beginning to manifest. 19 provides a profound sense of safety for her, and Shiromizu revels in being close to him. July, though exasperated, does not intervene. The following morning, 19 sprawls on the sofa, perusing intimate paradise. Shiromizu slides down the backrest into his embrace, her rice porridge-smeared cheek leaving an oily mark on his bandage. 19. The face towel is in the 3rd drawer. Minna halts in front of the wardrobe, taken aback. The top shelf holds a collection of precious medicinal supplies. In that moment, Minna finally feels a sense of belonging to this family. Thus, the days pass in a tranquil routine for over 10 days. Each morning, 19 practices gentle fist techniques, then strolls through the puppet factory at noon. In the afternoon, he checks on the training progress of Uchiha Shursui and Waihai Kurenai. Currently, Waihai is under Shursui's tutelage. These two have come to be considered his disciples. During this time, envoys from the 3 major ninja villages have approached him, but he has resolutely turned them down. The Hidden Cloud village was the most earnest, willing to offer the secret technique of lightning armor in exchange for a training slot. Though tempted, 19 ultimately declined. Unless the Hidden Leaf village consents, he would not engage in such troublesome affairs. As for the transactions between the upper echelons of the Hidden Leaf and the 3 great ninja villages, he had no part in those matters. Orochimaru has taken on 2 expensive research projects, one concerning the sage art of the insect of deception and the other involving the Sharingan acquired from Danzo. Chapter 33, Shiromizu. The Biter. The body of the Uzumaki clan has been obtained, yet the chakra of Indra remains unresolved. Uchiha Sasuke is still too young, even if his cells were acquired. They would not yield significant results. Uchiha Madara has been dead for many years. Currently, the only means of acquisition appears to be the Hashirama face statue. Stimulated by Hashirama's cells, some of Uchiha Madara's tissues might still retain a degree of vitality. If they could obtain that flesh, perhaps they could cultivate more mature cells of Uchiha Madara. Just as 19 Hyuga ponders how to procure it, Shiromizu's little head suddenly pops up. 3-colored dumplings. Shiromizu climbs into 19's arms, clamoring for dumplings. He hoists her by the back of her clothing and steps outside. The proprietress of the dumpling shop is replenishing a 3rd plate of red bean filling while cheerfully greeting customers. To 19's surprise, Uchiha Itachi is also there purchasing dumplings. I'd like 3-color dumplings, Shiromizu insists, tugging at the counter and pointing at the colorful treats. Uchiha Itachi, cradling his swaddled little brother Sasuke in one arm, points to the dumplings with the other and says, I want this one. The sight of a 5-year-old holding a baby is amusing enough to raise 19's brow. Itachi? Mr. 19, long time no see, Itachi greets, his politeness bordering on rigidity. Suddenly, Sasuke, still half asleep, reaches out and grabs a lock of Shiromizu's hair. Sasuke looks rather adorable. Itachi smiles, saying, Thank you for the compliment, Mr. 19. 19 uses a bamboo skewer to poke the dumpling and feed it to Shiromizu, casually suggesting, Why not arrange a betrothal? Itachi is taken aback, dropping the skewer with the remaining dumpling, which bounces at his feet. The dumpling shop falls into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of red bean filling dripping. Itachi's ears flush with embarrassment, leaving him momentarily flustered. At that moment, Shiromizu leans close to Sasuke and sniffs him. Then, unexpectedly, leaves a sugar-stained bite mark on his chubby cheek. What? Both 19 and Itachi are momentarily stunned. Perhaps this is merely a child's way of expressing affection. Sasuke bursts into tears. Itachi, flustered, fumbles for a rattle, but before he can shake it, Shiromizu snatches it away. 19 reaches out and gently pats Sasuke's forehead, immediately soothing him. Itachi senses something amiss, feeling a gentle chakra calming Sasuke's emotions. It seems our little Shiromizu has taken quite a liking to your brother, 19 remarks, casting a meaningful glance at Itachi before continuing. The union of Uzumaki and Uchiha might just give rise to a super genius. Though this idea is spontaneous, it is not without its possibilities. The Uzumaki clan's nearly sage-like physique combined with their vast chakra reserves and the Sharingan intrigues 19. He wishes to explore the potential outcomes. Itachi's pupils narrow slightly. The Uchiha clan does not permit intermarriage without consent. What a pity, 19 muses. Shiromizu suddenly tugs at Sasuke's tuft of hair, prompting another round of wailing. The new cries blend with the muffled laughter of the dumpling shop proprietress. As Itachi leaves, his awkward gait elicits a chuckle from 19. He never expected Itachi to be so endearing as a child, completely unaware that he would later commit such extreme acts of genocide. However, with him around, the Uchiha clan should remain safe. The Hyuga clan does not wish for the Uchiha to fall too swiftly, and the Uchiha, in turn, hope to leverage 19's influence to ease tensions within the village. If Shiromizu and Sasuke were betrothed, it would facilitate the matter. But to bring this about, they must first ascertain Uchiha Fugaku's stance. That evening, at the Uchiha estate, Uchiha Fugaku crushed his teacup while listening to his eldest son's report. The Hyuga clan wishes for a union? With the Uzumaki? Itachi tucked Sasuke in, remarking, His chakra manipulation technique for adjusting Sasuke's meridians is far superior to that of the medical team. Fugaku, however, is not concerned with this. The Uchiha's current plight is dire. Forging a closer relationship with 19 could alleviate considerable pressure. Fugaku is genuinely invested in this prospect and even convenes a family meeting for it. Opinions are divided, leading to a cacophony of disputes, making it impossible to reach a conclusion. Those in favor naturally wish to strengthen ties with 19, hoping to send more individuals to learn sage techniques. With 19's reputation, the Uchiha would find it easier to navigate village politics. Those opposed argue that the Uchiha's noble bloodline must not be sullied by intermarriage with outsiders. The meeting reaches an impasse, and in a rare show of assertiveness, Uchiha Fugaku enforces the decision as clan leader, due to the recent turmoil weighing heavily on his heart. Uchiha Shirsue's acceptance as a disciple of Hokage Nin illuminated a glimmer of hope for him. Since that fateful day, numerous ninja clans have approached him in an attempt to ingratiate themselves, eager to glean insights into Shirsue's mastery of sage techniques. The village has also seen a decrease in hostile gazes, at least on the surface. A union with Hokage Nin would elevate the Uchiha clan status, leveraging Nin's influence to restore their prominence, at least to a level not inferior to the time before the Nine Tails attacked Konoha. Merely the following day, Uchiha Fugaku brought his family to visit the Hyuga household. Hokage Nin was both surprised and found it to be quite reasonable. Uchiha Mikoto retreated to the kitchen to assist with the meal, and soon the three women were engaged in lively conversation. In the living room, Uchiha Fugaku sat alongside Uchiha Itachi, who cradled Uchiha Sasuke in his arms. Opposite them, Hokage Nin held Kei-Rin, wearing a warm smile. Uchiha Sasuke represented the future's core strength in the ninja world, and Hokage Nin naturally wished to nurture him carefully. However, he needed to temper his enthusiasm. It would be entirely reasonable to show an interest in Sasuke, given this new relationship. Fugaku's leadership was commendable. Had he finally unified the clan's opinions? A slight twitch crossed Fugaku's cheek as he discerned the implications in Nin's words. "My dear Nin, you jest," he replied. "Fugaku, you should have taken a firmer stance long ago. Shursui has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. With his assistance, the opinions of the other Uchihas have become inconsequential," Hokage Nin remarked. Fugaku's pupils constricted instinctively as he glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who nodded slightly without uttering a word. "The Manjiki Sharingan. It truly is the Manjiki." I can sense that Shirsue's ocular prowess is nearly on par with that of Fugaku. Though Hokage Nin did not articulate it, Fugaku comprehended the underlying meaning. "Do not worry. I shall not disclose this matter," he replied, his expression becoming more subdued. "I believe Sasuke and Kei-Rin are quite compatible. Fugaku, you have come here today regarding this matter, have you not?" "Indeed, I have heard from Itachi that Sasuke holds a fondness for Kei-Rin," Fugaku confirmed. Hokage Nin nodded slightly, affectionately stroking Kei-Rin's head. "Then, Fugaku, please set a date. I wish for all the major ninja clans to be present. It will undoubtedly be a grand affair." Upon hearing this, Fugaku felt a weight lift from his heart. For Hokage Nin had promised to invite the prominent ninja clans to support the Uchiha. This was sufficient assurance. Chapter 34. The confusion of Obito after bidding farewell to the Uchiha family. Hokage Nin's thoughts turned to how he might acquire the piece of flesh from Uchiha Madara's chest. This was the key to awakening the Rinnegan. This flesh was intermingled with Madara's own tissue and had perfectly fused with Hashirama's cells. A perfect amalgamation of Indra and Ashura's chakra. Moreover, he contemplated the potential reactions of Uchiha Obito following his failure. In the worst-case scenario, Obito might manipulate Nagato to assault Konoha with the 6 paths of pain, under the pretense of a mechanical puppet and a new sage technique system. While these technologies could indeed incite war, if managed properly, the situation would not be as dire. After all, Konoha's strength was formidable, and the Third Great Ninja War had only recently concluded. Other ninja villages were still recuperating and might hesitate to wage another war, especially with the likes of Minato still alive. This was a direct deterrent, and it was precisely why Hokage Nin felt compelled to safeguard him. As long as Minato lived, he could accumulate power with greater assurance. Hokage Nin suspected that Obito would exaggerate these matters, and Nagato might act preemptively. At this stage, Nagato of the Akatsuki was undoubtedly the singular true god of the ninja world. "My chakra is running low. I must hasten my progress and complete the transplantation of Hashirama cells," Hokage Nin pondered. Completing this procedure would enhance his chances against Nagato. The power of the Rinnegan was formidable, yet without sufficient chakra, its true potential could not be realized. Otsutsuki Kenshiki relied on the Ten Tails chakra to unleash his devastating moon-cutting strike. Hyuga Nin was acutely aware of this, hence his current plan entailed resolving the chakra deficiency. He decided to journey to the land of Earth. With that, Hyuga Nin activated a spatial portal, and after several transmissions, he finally arrived within the borders of the land of Earth. His purpose was to locate Uchiha Madara's stronghold. He recalled that during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, Madara's secret base was situated nearby, with the bridge positioned in the buffer zone between the land of fire and the land of Earth. Though he did not harbor high hopes of finding Madara's corpse, it was essential to eliminate the most probable locations. Hyuga Nin unwrapped his bandages, and a faint blue light flickered in his Rinnegan as he utilized his perspective to penetrate a 3-kilometer radius around him. Madara's base lay underground, serving as a secret repository for 100,000 white Zetsu. If he could locate the hidden white Zetsu, he would inevitably uncover the precise location of the base. Hyuga Nin continuously shifted his position until he discovered a significant concentration of active chakra near the border of the land of fire. So many white Zetsu. In his line of sight, he observed a subterranean river within the mountain, teeming with countless white Zetsu bound to the branches of the god tree, absorbing its nutrients. Hyuga Nin focused his ocular power and crossed the spatial portal into the mountain's interior. This was a completely sealed underground stronghold. The cavern was shrouded in darkness. Yet this did not hinder Hyuga Nin's vision. He scanned the cave, but found nothing of value, as all of Madara's legacies had been relocated by Obito. Only the Hashirama wooden statues connected to the subterranean river's walls, and a few protruding arms retained some semblance of worth. Were they cultivating white Zetsu, using Hashirama cells in preparation for future wars? After a thorough examination, Hyuga Nin felt a tinge of disappointment. This was not pure Hashirama cell, but rather interspersed with high-quality chakra remnants. These remnants likely stemmed from the chakra reserved in the Outer Path's golem, rendering them of limited value. Although he had not found Uchiha Madara's corpse, the discovery of this base was still a significant gain. He could leverage this to coerce Uchiha Obito into relinquishing the piece of flesh from Hashirama's face, a necessary step toward awakening the Rinnegan. The breeding ground had been located. Now, only Indra's chakra and Ashura's chakra remained. Thus, the piece of Hashirama's face was the critical component. After decades of evolution, the two chakra sources had perfectly merged, and by implanting this mixed tissue into Uchiha Sasuke's body, stimulating his eternal Mangeki Sharingan sufficiently would unlock the conditions for awakening the Rinnegan. The final step would be to transplant the eternal Mangeki Sharingan into Mikoto, utilizing the Uzumaki clan's formidable vitality and chakra reserves for the ultimate cultivation. Yet, these were merely Hyuga Nin's preliminary hypotheses, and the actual outcomes required further verification. The spatial portal manifested once more, and Hyuga Nin stepped through. Upon re-emerging, he found himself at the shoreline straddling the borders of the land of fire and the land of water. Turning to scan the area, he utilized his ocular prowess and, after 10 minutes of searching, finally located his target. Hyuga Nin stood atop a colossal skeleton, reminiscent of an ancient giant summoning beast. Deep within lay another of Uchiha Obito's secret bases, the very place where he had exchanged eyes for Uchiha Sasuke. Delving into the cavern, Hyuga Nin explored the area. This base had long been abandoned, with a thick layer of dust coating the furniture. Aside from some dilapidated weapons and a massive shuriken hanging on the walls, there was nothing of value. Just as he pondered his next move, he sensed a disturbance in the space ahead. Amidst the spiraling spatial fluctuations, Uchiha Obito's figure materialized before him. "Ah, it's you again." Obito Uchiha instinctively took 2 steps back. The feeling of being chased by Hinata Gyuju that day was far from pleasant. His original plan was to eliminate Minato Namikaze, making his Kamui Mangeki the sole space-time ability in the ninja world. Unexpectedly, another individual emerged, one who not only possessed space-time abilities, but also repeatedly thwarted his plans. "What on earth do you want?" Obito clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "I am here to propose a trade," Hinata Gyuju replied. "A trade?" Obito paused, genuinely questioning whether he had misheard. He asked suspiciously, "What kind of trade?" Hinata Gyuju slowly elaborated. "I will exchange information about the white Zetsu cultivation base for secrets of Obito Uchiha." Suddenly, The three-tomo Sharingan beneath Obito's spiral mask transformed into the Kamui Mangeki. I don't know what you're talking about, Obito insisted, remaining unmoved, suspecting that Hinata Gyojyo was attempting to deceive him. Under normal circumstances, he would have acted by now, but he found himself at a loss against this bothersome man. Obito Uchiha? Isn't that you? Hinata Gyojyo scoffed. Obito was taken aback, feeling a sense of confusion. How did he know my identity? He couldn't comprehend it. This question pierced through his thoughts like a knife, severing his train of reasoning. His expression behind the mask became utterly vacant, and just as he was lost in thought, a carnivorous plant appeared on the wall, revealing the heads of black and white Zetsu. Obito, quickly eliminate this guy. He has discovered the stronghold of the white Zetsu army. Suddenly, a powerful gravitational force surged, yanking black Zetsu from the wall and sending him hurtling towards Hinata Gyojyo. This is universal pull. Black Zetsu exclaimed in horror. A giant Rasengan, larger than Hinata Gyojyo himself, was thrust towards Black Zetsu's forehead. The speed was too swift. Obito had no time to react. Black Zetsu was struck head-on, emitting a low, mournful scream. White Zetsu's body quickly enveloped Black Zetsu, barely allowing him to withstand the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Obito struck, compelling Hinata Gyojyo to cease his actions. Hinata Gyojyo gazed at the battered form of Black Zetsu and sighed. What a pity. I was so close to finishing you off. Black Zetsu, half dead from the assault, dared not linger and retreated underground, never to emerge again. The Rasengan was the first non-hand seal technique Hinata Gyojyo had practiced since childhood. It was a technique that Naruto utilized throughout all stages of his growth, and its power was undeniable, followed by Wind-style Rasen Shuriken and the tailed beast version of Wind-style Rasen Shuriken. With Hinata Gyojyo's extraordinary mental prowess, mastering it was not particularly challenging. However, he had not learned many techniques, aside from Shadow Clone and Rasengan. The others were few and far between. Hinata Gyojyo dedicated all his energy to enhancing his chakra control, as it allowed him to expend more of his energy. Although foundational, continuously improving this foundation proved exceedingly difficult. In summary, he learned what was challenging, thus accelerating the enhancement of his mental strength. With the troublesome individual gone, perhaps it was time to discuss matters within your Kamui space, Hinata Gyojyo suggested. Obito remained silent, his mind still entangled in how Hinata Gyojyo had discovered his identity. But what difference does it make if he knows? Obito pondered. It was a harsh reality, for Obito was no match for Hinata Gyojyo, easily being crushed and thoroughly restrained by Kamui. His excessive reliance on the abilities of the Kamui Mangeki had led to neglect in other training aspects. Yet, this was unavoidable. If it were Hinata Gyojyo, upon acquiring the nearly invincible Kamui, he too would undoubtedly channel all his energy into developing that ocular technique. Hinata Gyojyo, however, was different. He possessed the innate ability to enhance his potential through the expenditure of mental energy, with virtually no upper limit to his potential. Such a remarkable talent destined Hinata Gyojyo for comprehensive development. After awakening the Rinnegan, his only remaining shortcoming was a lack of sufficient chakra. Obito fixed his gaze on Hinata Gyojyo, snorting dismissively, choosing to dismiss the thought. Yet, he felt an immense internal conflict. Reason told him he could not allow Hinata Gyojyo to expose the secrets of the White Zetsu. If the other ninja villages learned of this secret, the Moon Eye plan would face tremendous opposition. The desire to create a world with Rin had become Obito's singular obsession. For a moment, he found himself trapped in a dilemma, encountering such a tricky problem for the first time. Hinata Gyojyo, observing Obito's inner turmoil, found it amusing. He intentionally leaked this information to induce confusion in Obito, making it difficult for him to comprehend and eliminate him. Only in this state could he compel Obito to comply. If you refuse to negotiate, I will hand over the intelligence on the White Zetsu army to the 4 great ninja villages, Hinata Gyojyo threatened. A swirling gravitational force enveloped Hinata Gyojyo, pulling him into the Kamui space. Obito followed suit, confronting Hinata Gyojyo directly. Hinata Gyojyo cut to the chase. I want the flesh of Uchiha Madara mixed with Hashirama's cells. Obito's pupils constricted. How on earth do you know these secrets, brat? Don't think you can manipulate me. Hinata Gyojyo was unfazed by Obito's intimidation. He would not let him uncover any secrets. For the man before him was the most unstable factor in the entire ninja world. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Coffins emerged from the ground, releasing a familiar chakra that sent chills through Obito. His pupils dilated in shock. He sensed it. Stop. Do not desecrate her with such techniques. Obito roared. His voice completely altered. Hinata Gyojyo dispelled the impure world reincarnation, and the coffin slowly sank back into the ground. The only person capable of provoking such a reaction from Obito was undoubtedly Rin Noara. As for how he obtained her biological material, that story traced back to his childhood. Hinata Gyojyo approached Rin under the pretense of sparring, injuring her to obtain her blood and a small amount of flesh for cultivation, until he could summon her through impure world reincarnation. The reason for this was to preemptively grasp Obito's Achilles heel, hand over Uchiha Madara's flesh. And once I successfully create the Rinnegan, I will revive Rin Noara using the Rinne rebirth technique, Hinata Gyojyo stated. This was the final blow to Obito. Hinata Gyojyo doubted that Obito could withstand such a trial. Obito's heart raced. He suddenly perceived Hinata Gyojyo as a complete lunatic. Rinne rebirth? He actually intended to artificially create the Rinnegan? I can truly bring Rin back to life, but I need Uchiha Madara's flesh. The choice is yours, Hinata Gyojyo declared, leaving Obito no time to ponder. Obito clenched his fists, doubting Hinata Gyojyo's words. Yet the Moon Eye plan still required the White Zetsu army as a fallback. If the 5 great ninja villages discovered this, his plan would be utterly derailed. Unable to fight back, and now with a hold over him, Obito felt a surge of anger at Hinata Gyojyo for summoning his goddess. Yet at this moment, he had no choice but to compromise. Will you really show such kindness? You do realize that the cost of using the Rinne rebirth technique is death, correct? Obito questioned. Have you heard of the Sand Village's life transfer technique? Obito shook his head slightly. It is a secret technique of the Sand Village that can transfer the user's life force to save those who have recently died. Uchiha Obito fell into deep contemplation, pondering the feasibility of resurrecting Rin in her Edo Tensei state. Hinata Gyojyo turned and pretended to depart, declaring, "You have 3 seconds." Suddenly, Uchiha Obito called out, "Wait." Hinata Gyojyo halted, his back to Obito, a smirk gracing his lips. He was utterly unconcerned about Uchiha Obito's potential refusal. Even if he harbored doubts about resurrecting Naira Rin, he had to consider the ramifications if the still dormant 100,000 White Zetsu were discovered by the 4 great ninja villages. Should Uchiha Obito decline, Hinata Gyojyo had a contingency plan, collaborating with Nagato to utilize a fragment of the Rinnegan's cellular tissue at the cost of reviving Yahiko. However, this was merely a last resort, as Hinata Gyojyo's current chakra reserves were no match for Nagato's. To engage in collaboration, one must first ensure an equal standing and strength with Nagato. Otherwise, he would merely be a pawn. Uchiha Obito's figure vanished, only to reappear shortly after, tossing a sealing scroll to Hinata Gyojyo. "Take it, but if you deceive me." Hinata Gyojyo caught it deftly, unrolling the scroll to confirm its contents. Indeed, it was the flesh from Uchiha Madara's chest, now developed into the visage of Hashirama. "Rest assured, I detest traitors even more than you do." With a distortion of space, as Hinata Gyojyo prepared to vanish, he added, "By the way, I suggest you investigate the origins of Black Zetsu. He is no mere shadow of Uchiha Madara." As Uchiha Obito's figure materialized, Black Zetsu's head emerged from the ground. "Obito, that individual is far too dangerous. He must be eliminated swiftly." Black Zetsu's voice was weak, evidently having suffered grave injuries. Uchiha Obito replied, his expression impassive, "I absorbed that fellow into the Kamui space, but he managed to escape." "What? He could escape from your Kamui space? Who on earth is he?" Black Zetsu's face darkened further. Upon returning to Konoha, Hinata Gyojyo made his way directly to the subterranean base within the Forest of Death, presenting the Hashirama visage to Orochimaru. As Orochimaru commenced his initial experimental research, his curiosity was immediately piqued. This was the first time he encountered flesh that could flawlessly merge with Hashirama's cells, even forming the facial contours of Senju Hashirama. The 943rd catalysis has failed. Orochimaru averted his gaze, undeterred by the failure. Instead, his eyes gleamed with increasing excitement. Hinata Gyojyo, utilizing the powers of his Rinnegan, scrutinized the frenzied cellular clusters under the microscope. The cells of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were precariously balanced, yet the cells of Uchiha Sasuke struggled to integrate. "A gentler medium is required," Hinata Gyojyo remarked. Orochimaru's voice was ominous. Madara's approach was far too crude. To forcibly fuse the first flesh is truly a wonder he succeeded at all. His tone dripped with disdain, clearly looking down upon Uchiha Madara. Hinata Gyojyo silently lamented. Such is the arrangement of fate, beyond the reach of scientific explanation. Orochimaru-sensei, perhaps incorporating Uzumaki cells could enhance the success rate of integration. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it is worth attempting. The cells of the Uzumaki clan are gentler, potentially balancing the rejection response between the two. Orochimaru retrieved more experimental samples. And after integrating Uchiha Sasuke's cells into the Hashirama visage, he swiftly added a drop of Mei's blood purification solution. Uchiha Sasuke's cells attempted to merge once more. Aided by the purification solution, they increased in vitality and barely integrated, but soon rejection arose again. Still insufficient. While integration is marginally achieved, it remains too fragile. We must adjust the ratios. Orochimaru licked his lips, declaring, after all, this is a hybrid of the first and Madara's tissues. It is only natural that ordinary cells struggle to merge. Hinata Jyo was beginning to feel overwhelmed. He lacked Orochimaru's obsessive fervor for scientific inquiry. The iterative nature of genetic research is a well-known fact. It is unrealistic to expect instant success. Taking some Hashirama cell samples and Mei's blood purification solution from Orochimaru, Hinata Jyo departed the laboratory. Even the mightiest spirit can falter after 3 days and nights without rest. He returned home, sleeping for an entire day, and upon awakening, consumed a light meal before diving back into the laboratory. Hinata Jyo procured Hashirama cells and Mei's blood purification solution, and after adjusting the ratios, he layered his own cellular tissue over them. The fusion of the Hashirama cells and Mei's blood solution exhibited remarkable compatibility, nearly perfect in its integration. This outcome was anticipated. The Senju and Uzumaki clans are indeed distant relatives, sharing similar cellular attributes. As Hinata Jyo's tissue cells integrated, it was akin to casting a red-hot iron ball into cold water, igniting a conflagration that reduced all 3 cellular structures to ashes. This shouldn't be happening. Refusing to yield to despair, Hinata Jyo retrieved the experimental samples once more, subjecting his own cells to cryogenic treatment before reintroducing them into the fusion. This time, the rejection response was less severe. The cells of Hashirama and Mei maintained a tenuous balance for mere seconds before gradually evaporating. After an entire day of research, adjusting various ratios allowed him to control the fusion process for a maximum of 30 seconds. Orochimaru stopped by for a moment and concluded, to achieve perfect integration, we must introduce ice element chakra as a medium among the 3. The bloodline limit of ice, the snow clan of Kirigakure. Should I venture to the land of water? Hinata Jyo mused. His lineage belonged to the direct line of the White clan, while the Uzumaki and Senju clans were branches of Ashura's descendants. The 3 clans shared a common origin, and with proper handling, fusion should not pose a significant challenge. Just like Danzo, his bloodline bore no connection to Hashirama or the Sharingan. Having transplanted Hashirama's cells and equipped with numerous Sharingan, he could still wield Uchiha's forbidden techniques, Izanagi. This exemplifies Orochimaru's methods in gene and biological research. Thanks to his experiences with the Rinnegan's research process, Hinata Jyo excelled in managing genetic fusion and rejection. Otherwise, he would not have been able to resonate so closely with Orochimaru's approach, employing cooling techniques to mitigate the violent rejection reactions. Upon returning home, Hinata Jyo prepared the necessary equipment and provisions for battle, sealing them within scrolls. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He opened his wardrobe and retrieved a long, high-collared coat adorned with red clouds against a black backdrop, an Akatsuki uniform. Typically, he donned this attire when embarking on missions that would draw the ire of pursuers. After several space-time jumps, he finally arrived in the land of water. At this moment, Uchiha Obito had likely only recently seized control of the 4th Mizukage. He hoped he was not too late. At the very least, he needed to locate a bloodline limit of ice. Once he discerned the direction, Hinata Jyo leaped through space once more, arriving at the outskirts of Kirigakure. The village was enveloped in dense fog, rendering it impossible for ordinary individuals to perceive the interior. However, this posed no challenge for Hinata Jyo. Through his observations, he discerned that the fog merely constituted the first layer of a barrier. There was also a hemispherical sensory barrier akin to that of Konoha within. Without hesitation, Hinata Jyo traversed the space, stepping out at a suitable location. Wait. Hinata Jyo sensed something amiss. It appeared he had emerged into a large indoor bathing area, and within the pool, there seemed to be a hazy, graceful figure. The steam in the warm bath slowly ascended, enveloping the entire space in a misty haze. Turning his head, he finally discerned through the vapor that it was a woman, none other than Terumi Mei, the future 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure. The mist coiled around her body, rendering her form even more alluring. "Who goes there?" Terumi Mei exclaimed, leaping from the bath and hastily wrapping a towel around herself. Her audacity was remarkable. As she boldly approached Hinata J, Kentucky Hinata J, KY furrowed his brow, taken aback by the presence of such a daring woman. Was she disregarding him as a man entirely, or did she perceive him as a mere specter? Upon deeper reflection, he concluded it was the latter. After all, what was there to fear from a corpse? As Terumi Mei drew nearer, the details became clearer. Her slender waist and voluptuous curves revealed an exquisite silhouette through the haze. Water droplets cascaded from her hair, gliding down her smooth spine before merging with the damp floor. Her mature aura was laced with an innate allure. Hinata JKY couldn't help but ponder. How could such a paragon of beauty as Terumi Mei remain unmarried? Was it due to her lofty standards? Or were the men of Kirigakure simply unworthy of her attention? Chapter 37. You are quite humorous. Terumi Mei's gaze sharpened as she spoke. You truly possess quite the nerve. Not only invading Kirigakure, but also attempting to spy on me. She appeared unfazed, entirely dismissing Hinata JKY, a testament to her unwavering self-confidence. In Kirigakure, with her dual Kekkei Genkai, she indeed had the leverage. Hinata JK's lips curled slightly as he murmured, "Would you believe me if I said it was a misunderstanding?" Terumi Mei scoffed, clearly unconvinced. She rummaged through her wardrobe in the bathroom, casting a flirtatious glance at Hinata JKY as she inquired, "Are you planning to watch me change?" Her movements were imbued with seduction, adeptly employing her charms, a tactic known to be effective against men. Yet soon, she sensed something amiss. Hinata JKY displayed only a mild interest, resolutely maintaining his defensive stance, unwavering and undeterred. This led her to question whether her allure was insufficient. Momentarily forgetting her own state, merely clad in a towel, lost in contemplation. Finally, Hinata JKY spoke. "I apologize, but I have a habit of not exposing my back to enemies." His gaze remained fixed on Terumi Mei's hands, ready to respond at the slightest movement. Terumi Mei dismissed the thought, snorting in disdain. In her eyes, Hinata JKY was already a dead man. Thus, what did it matter? She nonchalantly discarded the towel in front of him, donning her attire. Hinata JKY, his eyes wide open, scrutinized her without a hint of shame. At that moment, Terumi Mei was still youthful, her figure at its most exquisite. "Have you had your fill?" Terumi Mei crossed her arms, her eyes flashing with a hint of menace. "Do not be hasty. There may still be a possibility of cooperation between us," Hinata JKY hastily interjected, having perceived her intent to strike. Terumi Mei's chakra gradually stabilized. Curiosity piqued. "Oh? What kind of cooperation do you propose?" "I can assist you in eliminating the 4th Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura. Then, you could instigate a coup and ascend as the 5th Mizukage." Terumi Mei paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter, finding his proposition the most amusing joke of the year. An unidentified ninja, having invaded Kirigakure, claimed he would rid her of Kagaya Yagura. Suddenly, Terumi Mei recognized the familiar garb he wore, the black robe adorned with red clouds, the uniform of the Akatsuki. She had witnessed individuals clad in such attire enter Kirigakure, coinciding with Kagaya Yagura's abrupt change in demeanor, exacerbating the policies of the Blood Mist era. Terumi Mei had long suspected that Kagaya Yagura was under some form of mental control, but lacked evidence. Her investigation into the peculiar figures that had appeared near Kirigakure had led her to discover their affiliation with an organization known as Akatsuki. "You are one of them." Hinata JKY raised an eyebrow, realizing Terumi Mei was not as oblivious as she appeared. "If I were truly one of Akatsuki, I would not assist you in eliminating Kagaya Yagura. And as for this attire, one must have some form of disguise when venturing outside," he replied. Terumi Mei found herself momentarily speechless, understanding the logic behind his words. Yet, she was incredulous that he would so readily cast the blame for his actions upon Akatsuki. Speaking as if it were a matter of course, she erupted in laughter once more. "Ha! You are quite humorous. I am beginning to take a liking to you. It would be a shame to kill you." Hinata JKY sighed softly, but comprehended her perspective. For, regardless of the setting, one immutable truth remained. Without strength, one lacked the qualification to negotiate. The Byakugan glimmered with a blue light. A powerful mental pressure suddenly descended upon Terumi Mei. Without warning, She collapsed to her knees, her hands barely able to support her weight as she neared the ground. Hinata JKY exhaled softly, mimicking Terumi Mei's tone. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate. It would indeed be a pity to eliminate you, especially since you are rather to my taste. Wait. Cold sweat beaded on Terumi Mei's forehead as she incredulously lifted her head, struggling to rise. We can collaborate. Just tell me what you desire. Hinata JKY was slightly taken aback by her unexpected willingness to compromise. Rather than stubbornly resisting for the sake of pride, she had chosen to acquiesce. You have a clearer grasp of reality than some others, he remarked, withdrawing the mental pressure he had exerted on her. Follow me. Terumi Mei led Hinata JKY to her room. At this moment, her mindset had shifted entirely. His prowess had exceeded her expectations. Perhaps he could indeed eliminate the mind-controlled Kagaya-Yagura? If so, it might be worth a try. Even if it failed, she could easily shift the blame onto Akatsuki. Are you serious? Terumi Mei asked tentatively. I can exert my full strength once, but you must agree to my terms regarding Kagaya-Yagura. At that instant, Hinata JK's attention was captured by a poster on the wall featuring a somewhat famous movie star, Ikeda Seizuke. The poster displayed Ikeda bare-chested, his physique proportionate, with nearly perfect muscle definition. Hinata JKY chuckled softly, and when he turned his gaze back to Terumi Mei, it was imbued with a different intensity. Terumi Mei appeared unfazed, readily meeting his gaze. Let us discuss serious matters, he said, nodding slightly. I seek a pure and unadulterated bloodline limit of ice release. Terumi Mei instinctively thought of Yukinari, her formidable bloodline limit, though her current circumstances were less than favorable. Agreed, but I have another request. Speak. If you manage to defeat Kagaya-Yagura, help me seal the Three Tails. Do you intend to become the host for the Three Tails? Hinata JKY inquired, perplexed. Terumi Mei shook her head, gesturing towards the window. A figure entered through the open window, a man with a single eye patch. Hinata JKY raised an eyebrow. Realizing this was Ao, who had stolen the Byakugan from Hinata. I have a condition as well, the Ketsurigan bloodline limit. Agreed, Terumi Mei replied. Ao expressed concern. Lady Mei, can this person be trusted? If he had intended to kill me, I would already be dead, she retorted. Ao grew increasingly vigilant. Hinata JKY observed Ao's position, a flicker of appreciation crossing his eyes. The ninjas of Kirigakure indeed exhibited a higher caliber of professionalism compared to others. Should he act now, Ao would be poised to protect Terumi Mei at a moment's notice. Can you lure Kagaya-Yagura here? Terumi Mei shook her head, stating no. This matter must be conducted under the auspices of Akatsuki. If you fail in your assassination, I will face considerable difficulties. Hinata Jukyu nodded slightly, refraining from offering any rebuttal. Aoi, as the strategist beside Terumi Mei, swiftly devised a combat plan. Hinata Jukyu narrowed his eyes, realizing the intent was to create chaos within the village to lure Kuriyama-Yagura out. A straightforward approach indeed. He understood that Aoi feared their failure would result in retribution from Kuriyama-Yagura. Should the mission succeed, they would seize the opportunity to instigate a coup. If it failed, they would simply brush it off and continue to amass power for the next chance. The desire for a coup without bearing any risks. Such a scenario seemed too good to be true, Hinata Jukyu mused. Though he thought this internally, he maintained an outward demeanor of acquiescence. Chapter 38. The correct use of the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Believe me, more people desire Kuriyama-Yagura's demise than you might expect. Aoi added. Hinata Jukyu recalled Biwako Shizuku and Momochi Zabuza, who seemed to have been forced into defection after a failed assassination attempt on Kuriyama-Yagura. Their survival after failing to assassinate the Mizukage was a testament to their formidable prowess. At this moment, those two appeared to still be in the hidden mist village. If I take action, how many might turn against us? Hinata Jukyu inquired. Aoi rested his chin on his hand, pondering carefully before responding. If you can fully suppress Kuriyama-Yagura, or even have the chance to eliminate him, at least 40% would choose to stand by and watch. Among the remaining 60%, at least a dozen elite shinobi would come to your aid against Kuriyama-Yagura as subordinates. As long as you possess the capability to take him down, our people will secretly lay traps as well. At that moment, Terumi Mei produced a sealing scroll from a concealed compartment in the room and handed it to Hinata Jukyu. This is the secret technique to seal the Three Tails. You need only to complete the first step. Hinata Jukyu unrolled the scroll and briefly examined it. The first step was to unseal the Three Tails seal. A task not overly complex, but it had to be executed while Kuriyama Yagura was in a severely weakened state. "We'll see how it goes," he replied. The risk of aiding Terumi Mei in unbinding Kuriyama Yagura's tailed beast seal was too great. Only a fool would undertake such a task. By the way, do you know if Kuriyama Yagura will attend the high-level meeting in the Hidden Mist Village tomorrow? Will he remain in the Mizukage's office after it concludes? Or will he leave the Mizukage building? Hinata Jukyu suddenly asked. Though puzzled, Terumi Mei answered. Typically, Kuriyama Yagura leaves the Mizukage building afterward. Sometimes he goes to the training grounds or the Umbu headquarters. Are those locations to the left or right of the Mizukage building? Hinata Jukyu continued to probe. Terumi Mei seemed to grasp his intent. Was he planning an ambush? Both the training grounds and the Umbu headquarters are to the right of the Mizukage building. While he had agreed with Terumi Mei, Hinata Jukyu was not truly prepared to risk everything. If everything went smoothly, that would be ideal. However, should the situation turn unfavorable, he would undoubtedly choose to flee. He had already devised a concrete plan in his mind. As for the repercussions from Kuriyama Yagura following a failed attempt, that was of little concern to him. The next day, before dawn, Hinata Jukyu successfully concealed himself in a civilian dwelling on the left side of the Mizukage building under Terumi Mei's cover. As dawn broke, the high-ranking officials of the Hidden Mist Village began entering the Mizukage building, with Kuriyama Yagura being the last to arrive, surrounded by a dozen guards. Behind the curtains, Hinata Jukyu's Rinnegan emitted a faint blue glow, and he began to believe Terumi Mei's words. The presence of such a large escort suggested that many indeed wished for his demise. After 2 hours, the high-ranking officials gradually departed the Mizukage building, with Kuriyama Yagura still being the last to leave, accompanied by the same guards. Moreover, over 30 Umbu operatives lurked in the shadows. Hinata Jukyu's Rinnegan located all their positions, left or right. At that moment, in the civilian dwelling to the left of the Mizukage building, Hinata Jukyu felt his chakra begin to surge, a verdant light flickering as he prepared to enter the Rinnegan chakra mode. The distance to the Mizukage building was around 100 meters, still well within range. Right. Hinata Jukyu fully transitioned into Rinnegan mode, gathering chakra in his hands as a golden light began to coalesce and compress. After approximately 3 seconds, he unleashed the god-killing spear. Directing the golden chakra toward Kuriyama Yagura's back, he knew that despite the multitude of guards, he could not escape the Rinnegan's lock-on. A beam of golden light suddenly pierced through the curtain, shattering a tree in front of the house and continuing through 5 buildings. Following an almost imperceptible trajectory, it aimed for Kuriyama Yagura's back, striking the first ninja, shielding him within merely 0.3 seconds. Then it struck the second, the third. Kuriyama Yagura reacted, and just as he turned his head, a golden light penetrated his chest. All present froze in shock, including the remaining high-ranking officials of the Hidden Mist and the concealed Umbu operatives. Terumi Mei, just 30 meters away, widened her eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. It succeeded? She thought. What kind of assassination technique is this? The sight shattered her understanding of ninjutsu. As she had never witnessed such speed, she only comprehended what had transpired after Kuriyama Yagura was struck. The golden light flickered out of existence, followed by the resounding thud of Kuriyama Yagura collapsing to the ground. Enemy attack. Medical team. The accompanying medical ninja rushed forward to assess the situation, drenched in cold sweat, fearing that if Kuriyama Yagura truly perished, his own life would soon follow. A green light enveloped Kuriyama Yagura's chest, and after a thorough examination, the medical ninja, Watanabe, finally sighed in relief. Fortunately, it's only a lung injury. Kuriyama Yagura coughed up blood, having sensed the impending danger and instinctively dodged. Yet he was still pierced through the chest, even evading a fatal blow. The puncture wound to his lung, and the searing damage from the highly compressed chakra inflicted excruciating pain upon him. The response from his guards and the Umbu was swift. They quickly dispatched a team to locate the source of the attack, while surrounding the fallen Kuriyama Yagura in layers. Hinata Jukyu had already fled the scene and was now seated cross-legged on Terumi Mei's bed, gasping for breath. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, a reaction to the overwhelming depletion of nearly 60% of his chakra from the explosive release of the Golden Wheel rebirth. Humph, you think to plot against me? Hinata Jukyu scoffed, gazing at the chaotic Mizukage building, and added, I only bear responsibility for the first shot. Whether you can eliminate Kuriyama Yagura depends on how resolute your Hidden Mist's betrayal is. At the entrance of the Mizukage building, the ninjas surrounding Kuriyama Yagura were tense. uncertain if the sudden burst of golden light would be followed by a second strike. Even in the absence of further attacks, Kuriyama Yagura's grievous injury presented an undeniable opportunity for a coup. They had to remain vigilant against any disturbances, even from their own comrades, as there had been instances of Kuriyama Yagura's personal guards turning traitor to assassinate him. On the outskirts, holding a beheading sword over his shoulder, Biwako Shizuku narrowed his eyes, a bold thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. This was undoubtedly a prime opportunity to assassinate Kuriyama Yagura. He pondered, with my strength, I could never contend against so many. Yet, recalling the fates of my beheaded comrades and former allies reignited the conviction within my heart. If I take the first step, will there be like-minded companions to help me eliminate that scoundrel who has plunged us into this blood mist? He pondered to himself. Yet the great blade in his hand had already provided the answer. A flash of steel glimmered as Higa Shizuku wielded his sword, striking down the hidden members of the mist. For men were cleaved in half on the spot. Higa Shizuku, are you betraying the mist? A voice called out. Higa Shizuku snorted coldly, his blade slicing towards the speaker. It is you who have betrayed the mist, not I. Around him, a dozen dark-clad shinobi closed in, encircling Higa Shizuku. But at that moment, one of the masked figures within the circle suddenly drew his blade, decapitating his comrade beside him. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched several nearby foes. Higa Shizuku laughed heartily, charging towards the ninja obstructing the path to Kurigane Yazakura. Not far away, Terumi Mei clenched her fists, cursing inwardly. Damn that cunning man. Mei, you can't let this slip by. Isn't this the opportunity you've been waiting for? Beside Terumi Mei, Ringo Yukimura's lightning blade crackled with energy, and before she could respond, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning. Under the vast electric net, a gap appeared in the wall surrounding Kurigane Yazakura. Gritting her teeth, Terumi Mei raised her hand and declared, the blood mist shall come to an end today. Chapter 39. Do you not feel the stirring within? The ninjas surrounding Terumi Mei charged towards the Mizukage building, following her lead. The chaos raged on, but the resistance from Kurigane Yazakura's guards and dark operatives grew weaker. They were burdened with the need to protect Kurigane Yazakura, mentally at a disadvantage. Forced to endure blows passively, hidden among the crowd, Ao seized the opportunity. He leaped in front of Kurigane Yazakura, decapitating a medical ninja with a swift strike. His hand then pressing against Kurigane Yazakura's abdomen. Unseal. The complex jutsu swiftly enveloped Ao's entire arm, gradually merging into Kurigane Yazakura's core. Soon, the chakra of the three tails surged forth from Kurigane Yazakura's orifices, guided by Ao to be sealed within his own body. As Kurigane Yazakura's remnants were entirely eradicated, Higa Shizuku realized Ao had successfully transferred the tailed beast, and Kurigane Yazakura had breathed his last. It seems we've been outplayed. Your actions were indeed swift. Momochi Zabuza sneered. Having participated in the rebellion, he knew there would be no favorable outcome for him. Just as he prepared to slip away amid the chaos, Terumi Mei called out to him. Wait. Although Kurigane Yazakura is dead, his subordinates will undoubtedly continue his policies. The mist needs the blades in your hands. Join me in completely ending the blood mist. Higa Shizuku wiped the blood from his face and replied, since we have begun, let us see it through to the end. I will join you. Though Momochi Zabuza said nothing, his halted steps spoke volumes. Within a single day, the mist was plunged into a more brutal civil war. High-ranking officials, led by Kurigane Yazakura's primary subordinates, launched a purge against Terumi Mei and her resistance forces under the pretense of avenging the Fourth Mizukage. However, the fire ignited by Terumi Mei spurred the previously timid ninjas of the mist to rise up, rallying their weapons to join her cause. On the rooftop of the Mizukage building, the true power behind the mist, the elder Yamatsu, leaned on his cane, observing the battles erupting in every direction. Elder Yamatsu, shall we simply do nothing and await the outcome? He smiled silently, his gaze fixated on the red-haired figure not far from the Mizukage building. The blood mist must come to an end. As darkness enveloped the land, the fighting gradually subsided. Ultimately, the intervention of a mysterious ninja force concluded the conflict. The remnants of Kurigane Yazakura were entirely eradicated. The following morning, small skirmishes persisted, yet they stirred no significant upheaval. Terumi Mei was designated by Elder Yamatsu as the fifth Mizukage, with the succession ceremony set to take place in 5 days. At noon, Terumi Mei returned home. her weary body dragging behind her. Upon opening the door, a shuriken was pressed against her neck. "You seem busy," Hyuga Nin stated coldly. Terumi Mei remained unfazed, slowly raising her hands. "There are matters that must be addressed. The two individuals you requested are already on their way." Hyuga Nin sheathed his shuriken and leaned against the wall, awaiting in silence, his gaze never straying from Terumi Mei. "I'm utterly exhausted." She collapsed onto the bed, turning her back to Hyuga Nin. Indeed, she was drained, having endured an entire day of battle while also needing to manage the Council of Elders. Fortunately, Elder Yamatsu provided her with the necessary support. The position of Mizukage was within her grasp. Hyuga Nin smirked. From this angle, Terumi Mei had fully exposed herself to him. "Are you not afraid I might take action against you?" "I believe you would not," he replied, slightly relaxing his guard as he fetched a chair to sit quietly. Noticing the prolonged silence, Terumi Mei abruptly sat up, casting a dubious glance at Hyuga Nin. "Do you not feel even a slight stir of emotion?" Her tone bore an unusual suspicion. Hyuga Nin replied impassively, "You are indeed captivating. Yet I have no time to help you clean up this mess in the mist." "What a dull man," she thought, glancing at his lower body, causing him to instinctively cross his legs. "Humph," Terumi Mei huffed, feeling somewhat reassured. She now understood that Hyuga Nin was not uninterested in her, but rather possessed remarkable restraint. Yet this very quality elevated her regard for him twofold: calm, powerful, wise, and most critically, self-disciplined. "What a pity. Marrying you would be quite delightful." Hyuga Nin replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, marrying a woman like you would indeed be agreeable. If you wish to stay in the mist, I would agree to marry you." Hyuga Nin firmly rejected, "I refuse." "Why?" "I do not wish to spend my life on this island. It is too dull." Terumi Mei rested her chin on her hand, attempting to discern the sincerity behind Hyuga Nin's words. Yet she found herself utterly unable to read this man before her. "What if I were to marry into Konoha?" Hyuga Nin responded, "Let us not go there. I have no intention of doing so until certain matters are resolved." Certain matters. This indicated that Hyuga Nin was plotting something far more significant to him than merely slaying the fourth Mizukage of the mist. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Terumi Mei straightened her posture and called, "Come in." Ao entered, leading two figures, one large and one small. The larger appeared to be a girl of 14 or 15, bound tightly, and with a special wooden ball stuffed in her mouth. The smaller one was simply tied up, with notably short eyebrows accentuating her features. Yukikaze, the current strongest ice shield bloodline wielder in the mist, Shin. The child with the highest concentration of the Kagaya clan's bone lineage, Terumi Mei introduced. Hyuga Nin's Rinnegan pierced through the forms of the two individuals, confirming their identities before stepping forward to take them by his side. "Well, I must take my leave," he stated, before Terumi Mei could respond. He opened a spatial portal at his side, grasping the two individuals and stepping through, the portal closing behind him. Terumi Mei was left in astonishment, while surprised. She had gleaned a hint of understanding. In this manner, one can elucidate how he managed to infiltrate the hidden mist village without disturbing the concealed barrier. Hinata Jojo's silhouette emerged within Orochimaru's underground lair. He ushered Yukinagi and Shinichi into his chamber and gestured for them to take a seat. The two complied, as if paralyzed by fear, obediently settling down. "Listen carefully. You have two choices: assist me in my research and remain in Konoha, or face death." Upon hearing this, their bodies stiffened, and only the 8-year-old Shinichi hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "I don't want to die." Hinata Jojo nodded slowly, "Very well." He then approached Yukinagi, removing the wooden ball from her mouth, only to have his fingers instantly frozen by the breath she exhaled. Hastily withdrawing his hand, he enveloped his fingers in the chakra of his Rinnegan, which provided some relief. It became evident to him why Yukinagi had been gagged with such a wooden ball. Her ice shield Kekkei Genkai was indeed extraordinary. Originally, Hinata Jojo regarded them merely as experimental subjects, offering them a chance to live in Konoha thereafter as a standard transaction. However, Yukinagi's worth had far exceeded his expectations. If he could harness her power, her ice release would undoubtedly become a significant asset. Yukinagi's expression grew somber, as if she had resigned herself to her fate, knowing that she could not escape the clutches of being studied, regardless of her location. "Do you wish to grow stronger?" Hinata Jojo suddenly inquired. Yukinagi was taken aback. Chapter 40. Transplanting Hashirama's cells. Perhaps too astonished, A tear escaped from the corner of Yukinagi's eye. This had almost evolved into a reflex of her body. For if she did not weep at this moment, her body would endure unspeakable torment. The tear cascaded down, crystallizing in midair. Hinata Jujio, puzzled, quickly retrieved a pair of tweezers from the room to examine the crystalline formation closely. The crystal emanated an intense chill, and the closer one approached, the more one could feel its frigid aura. Quite intriguing, he mused. Soon after, 3 more tears fell. Hinata Jujio promptly procured a test tube to contain the 4 droplets of chilling crystals. You shall reside here for the time being. Arrangements will be made for you. Returning to his laboratory, he extracted a droplet of the crystal, crushed it, and commenced the fusion experiment with Hashirama's cells. The fusion of Hashirama's cells with Minato's, followed by his own cells, concluded with the addition of some powdered crystals. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. The cellular mass transformed into a remarkably harmonious state, exhibiting no signs of rejection, and appeared to actively merge. Are they huddling together for warmth? Although the fusion succeeded, the efficacy was notably diminished. One must sacrifice to gain. He reflected. What a remarkable substance. With the crystal's assistance, the subsequent steps unfolded with exceptional ease, allowing him to finalize the neutralization ratio of the transplant serum in a single attempt. Without hesitation, Hinata Jujio utilized a syringe to inject the serum into his veins. A wave of cold enveloped him instantaneously, yet it was a sensation he could endure. Observing the internal reactions of his cells, no anomalies arose. The 3 types of cells were actively merging at a rapid pace. Were it not for the unique nature of his own cells, he would have preferred not to employ such a shortcut in transplanting Hashirama's cells, as the results were significantly compromised. He sensed that time was of the essence. He must hasten his pursuit of strength, for Uchiha Obito would not abandon his plans. Hinata Jujio contemplated. If he were Uchiha Obito, he would undoubtedly incite Nagato to assault Konoha. Given Obito's unpredictable temperament, this conclusion was almost inevitable. After all, having been betrayed by him numerous times, even a sensible person could not tolerate such treatment, let alone Uchiha Obito. Hinata Jujio meticulously attuned himself to the changes within his body. After a considerable duration, apart from the lingering chill, there were no other reactions. However, his mental prowess was distinctly enhanced, akin to achieving a level 5 in a tiered system. The augmentation of his spiritual power would not impede the natural growth rate of his inherent mental strength. It merely represented an additional enhancement, a once-in-a-lifetime boon. Under the scrutiny of his Rinnegan, the cells within his body gradually began to stir. Compared to their prior state, their activity had more than doubled, and the increase showed no signs of abating. If this trajectory continued, once the cells stabilized, his chakra reserves could potentially amplify 5 to 6 times. For an ordinary individual, a 5 or 6-fold increase in chakra was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet for Hinata Jujio, endowed with the Rinnegan, it still fell short. Even 2 small-scale golden wheel rebirth explosions would consume half of his chakra reserves. Without the foundation of tailed beast-level chakra, the Rinnegan struggled to unleash its true combat potential. After this matter concluded, a visit to Lulan was imperative. The Dragon Vein chakra had long piqued his interest. It was a source of high-level energy composed of abundant natural energy and a portion of chaotic temporal power. Natural energy and sage arts belong to the foundational power system of the ninja world. In truth, chakra was an external force. If he could wholly assimilate the Dragon Vein chakra, it could rival that of the Ten Tails. Thus, concerns regarding insufficient chakra would be alleviated. Having undergone transformation through the Otsutsuki clan, Hinata Jujio's physique exhibited an extraordinary affinity for natural energy. The sole concern remained the chaotic temporal energy, which posed the risk of inadvertently traversing to a past or future timeline, a perilous endeavor. Traveling to the past might not be detrimental, with his strength. Even if confronted by Senju Hashirama, he could retreat if defeated. However, if transported to the future, encountering a being like Otsutsuki Kagaya could result in instant annihilation. The following morning, Hinata Jujio awoke and once again turned his attention inward. The cellular cluster had completely settled, and his body was no longer as cold. The activity of the cells ultimately stabilized at just over 5 times their previous levels, and his mental strength had increased by 3 tiers. A 5-fold increase in chakra, while slightly below his expectations, was still significant. He had not merely transplanted Hashirama's cells, he had also integrated Minato's Uzumaki clan cells. Although they paled in comparison to Hashirama's cells, they still contributed to an increase in chakra levels. The might of Hashirama's cells did not solely derive from the Senju clan's lineage, but rather from Hashirama himself, whose exceptional prowess was unmatched. Similarly, while Minato possessed Uzumaki blood, his inherent potential was mediocre, resulting in a modest enhancement for Hinata Gyojyo. Hinata Gyojyo proceeded to Yukinagi's chamber, gently knocking on the door twice. Soon, footsteps echoed from within. Upon opening the door, he observed that Yukinagi had changed out of her experimental attire into a standard combat uniform, which lent her a more formidable appearance. Yukinagi lowered her head, hesitant to speak, resembling an obedient experimental subject awaiting her master's command. "Lift your head," he instructed softly, yet with authority. Yukinagi immediately complied, having grown accustomed to following orders. "You still have not answered my earlier question. Do you wish to grow stronger?" Hinata Gyojyo inquired. This time, Yukinagi vigorously nodded. She longed for strength. If she could master her Kekkei Genkai, she would not inadvertently harm her loved ones. Her parents had perished beneath the rampaging tide of her ice-release chakra. Then, Hinata Gyojyo retrieved a water orb from his ninja tool pouch and tossed it to Yukinagi, who hastily caught it. "This is," she began, surprise evident in her voice. "You can speak after all." Lowering her gaze, she quickly raised her head again. As the man before her had instructed her not to speak with her head bowed. "Can you extract chakra?" he queried. "Yes," she replied. "And can you control chakra?" Yukinagi shook her head. "Try again now." Yukaina attempted it, and, to her astonishment, succeeded. Soon, she discerned that it was undoubtedly the bespectacled individual who had compelled her to ingest the crimson elixir. Not only Yukaina, but all who arrived at this base were required to consume the chakra suppressants personally concocted by Do. The task was to condense chakra into a water sphere, rotating it with increasing speed until the sphere shattered, an endeavor demanding relentless practice. "Yes, if you require anything, just speak to Do. He is quite amiable," Hinata Juniji remarked before turning to leave. Yukaina felt a twinge of anxiety. It was her first encounter with someone willing to converse with her so openly since her capture in the Hidden Mist Village. She sensed that Hinata Juniji regarded her as a person rather than a mere experimental subject. Those at the lowest rungs of society are easily satisfied. For Yukaina, being treated like a human evoked profound shock and emotion within her. Hinata Juniji's actions had inadvertently sown a seed in her heart, not of affection, but rather of admiration and respect. Chapter 41. Pain's Six Paths. Hinata Juniji returned to the Hyuga clan's territory and noticed several groups gathered outside. Were they the envoys from the three great shinobi villages? The delegation should have departed long ago, yet they lingered in Konoha, frequently appearing outside the Hyuga estate. Their intentions were clear: to obtain a quota for sage techniques, hoping to learn the secrets and replicate them en masse. However, this was no simple task. Even the legendary Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had failed multiple times before mastering them. One failure could mean death, rendering mass production utterly unrealistic. Hinata Juniji could not allow sage techniques to proliferate indiscriminately. Only those deemed worthy would receive his full support. He contemplated how to guide Might Guy in mastering sage techniques. Enhancing perception posed a challenge, yet he had some ideas, such as the sacred spring of the land of demons. Hinata Juniji always entered and exited the Hyuga estate through back routes, never using the main entrance. They would not wait for him. However, as the village showed no opposition, he felt no qualms about engaging with them. After all, Sunagakure possessed the secret technique he sought, the rebirth of the living. The following day, Hinata Juniji proactively approached the envoy from the three great shinobi villages. They arranged to meet at a barbecue restaurant in July. "Let us speak plainly about the terms," he began. The puppet master from Sunagakure pushed forward a scroll. "We of Sunagakure are willing to exchange the latest puppet technology for a quota." Hinata Juniji did not take it, casting a sidelong glance at the puppet master. "The rebirth of the living technique. Otherwise, we have nothing to discuss." The Sunagakure envoy tightened his grip on his teacup, visibly troubled, yet he replied politely, "I must consult Elder Chiyo." "No rush," Hinata Juniji replied. The Kumogakure envoy slammed the table, declaring, "We will trade for the lightning armor." Hinata Juniji accepted the scroll from the Kumogakure envoy, examining it closely. He grasped the principles of the ninjutsu and the chakra flow, yet sensed something was amiss. "I will accept this scroll, if you provide the complete version of the technique. I can grant you an additional quota." The Kumogakure envoy furrowed his brow and produced another scroll from his robes. This contains the subsequent training methods and the formula for the secret medicine. Hinata Juniji glanced at it. The formula appeared sound, consisting of herbs for enhancing physical prowess. The Iwagakure representative silently pushed forward a Doton scroll, which Hinata Juniji accepted, only to toss it back. One quota for the heavy stone technique, and an additional one for the light stone technique. The Iwagakure representative frowned. This seemingly youthful boy appeared more discerning than expected. Noticing the Kumogakure envoy's mocking gaze, the Iwagakure representative forced a smile, saying, "Very well, I shall need to discuss this with Lord Suchikage." At that moment, a silver insect flew into the room, landing on Hinata Juniji's shoulder. He rose. "I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Consider it at your leisure. As long as I am satisfied, we can negotiate the quotas." With that, he departed the barbecue restaurant, heading swiftly towards the Hokage building. Hinata Juniji had specifically instructed Mai to arrange for sage technique insects along the border of the Land of Fire to report any chakra that exceeded normal limits. One flap of wings indicated northwest, 2 indicated west, and 3 indicated northeast. Is it pain? Hinata Juniji had long anticipated the Akatsuki's potential arrival in Konoha. Yet here they were indeed. At the Hokage office, Pain of the Akatsuki had arrived in the Land of Fire. Minato Namikaze raised an eyebrow. The Akatsuki. Recently, intelligence from Konoha's spy in the Hidden Mist had reported that the Akatsuki invaded the village and assassinated the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. Did they come to Konoha with the intent to assassinate him? Is the information accurate? Minato inquired urgently. Confirmed, Hinata Juniji replied, nudging Minato aside to sit down and casually sketch 6 abstract figures on a piece of paper that vaguely resembled individuals. These 6 figures were known within the Akatsuki as Pain's 6 paths, each endowed with unique abilities, and they could share vision, a critical aspect to consider. Upon hearing about the shared vision, Minato felt a chill run down his spine. If that were the case, launching a surprise attack would necessitate circumventing 6 pairs of eyes simultaneously. A kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique appeared from Minato's sleeve. Alternatively, we could create a smoke screen using explosive tags to obscure their vision. The Azura Path, a puppet modified for long-range attacks, can launch missiles and laser cannons. Hinata Juniji explained, pointing to one of the drawn figures. The Animal Path can summon multiple large summoned beasts at once. To counter him, we must summon beasts of equivalent size. The Hell Path possesses a very unique ability. It can restore the other 5 paths. Minato pointed his kunai at the Hell Path and asked, "Can it heal any injury?" "Indeed. Then we must devise a strategy to eliminate him first," Minato asserted. The Hungry Ghost Path can absorb most chakra-based ninjutsu, excluding Sage Chakra, which poses the greatest challenge in dealing with Pain's 6 paths. As long as the Hungry Ghost Path remains, our ninjutsu will be rendered ineffective. The Human Path can extract souls, requiring utmost caution in close combat. Hinata Juniji continued, his voice growing somber. The Deva Path, the public leader of the Akatsuki, wields devastating godly techniques capable of obliterating all of Konoha with a single jutsu. Minato slammed his hand on the table, gazing at the abstract image of the Deva Path, falling into deep contemplation. He can manipulate both attraction and repulsion, with a 5-second interval between repulsive techniques. The force is immense, capable of repelling any object, including ninjutsu. Thus, we must engage in guerrilla warfare. Hinata Juniji pointed at the Hell Path, suggesting it would be best to eliminate the Hell Path and the Azura Path. Minato nodded slightly, approving this strategy, and the two began discussing specific operational plans. Hinata Juniji divulged some of his current capabilities. While enemy intelligence was undeniably crucial on the battlefield, the information regarding allies was equally vital. 10 minutes later, Minato led Hinata Juniji to the border of the Land of Fire. Hinata Juniji crouched atop a treetop, tossing aside his goggles before unwrapping the bandages binding his eyes, revealing irises that shimmered with a faint blue glow. Within those eyes danced what appeared to be stars, eerily enchanting. "Is this still considered Byakugan?" Minato inquired. Hinata Juniji tucked the bandages into his robe, adopting a serious demeanor. "I reveal these eyes only because I trust you." Minato nodded slightly, refraining from further questioning. "This way," Hinata Jujio whispered softly, following the subtle traces left by Pain's 6 paths, as the two swiftly navigated through the dense forest. 5 minutes later, they found it, at the 7 o'clock position. All right, proceed as planned. The pair altered their course, rapidly pursuing the direction indicated. Amidst the swaying shadows of the trees, Minato Namikaze wrapped the last explosive tag around a specially crafted kunai, his azure eyes reflecting 6 faint black dots in the distance. Confirm the position of the hell path, Minato murmured. Hinata Jojo's Rinnegan glowed with a soft blue aura, and after a moment, he calmly stated, the hell path is in the second position on the left. My universal pull has a range of 50 meters. Proceed with caution. Action. This was the territory of Konoha, where Minato had left numerous markings, and the advantage of fighting on home ground became immediately apparent. Minato arranged 12 explosive kunai in a fan shape before him, his hands swiftly forming seals. In the distance, black and white Zetsu peeked out, expressionless as they recorded everything. Konoha's golden flash is about to showcase a firework display, white Zetsu remarked with a hint of mockery, while black Zetsu's gaze remained fixed on Hinata Jojo. So that guy has come too. Flying Thunder God explosive tag, second stage. Minato's figure instantly transported, kunai in hand, to the center of Pain's 6 paths. Mutual explosive tag technique. Before Pain's 6 paths could react, Minato had completed his seals and vanished. Chapter 42. Ultimate Tactical Coordination Scatter. Boom. The 12 explosive kunai detonated simultaneously at the center of Pain's 6 paths. Following this, each tag split into multiple new explosive tags, triggering a series of chain explosions. In an instant, a fireball with a diameter of 50 meters formed around Pain's 6 paths, a cloud of dust erupting into the air. The shockwave wildly expanded, lifting dust and debris from the ground, obscuring visibility for hundreds of meters. The Azura path was thrown high into the air. Shinra Tensei. The dust enveloping the battlefield was blown away as the Deva path unleashed its repulsive force. In that fleeting moment, Hinata Jojo's figure darted through the explosion's smoke like a specter. His Rinnegan precisely locked onto the hell path, which was being forced back by the shockwave. Having already found his position, Hinata Jojo extended his left hand toward the hell path. A terrifying gravitational force lifted the hell path off the ground, as if gripped by invisible hands, pulling him toward Hinata Jojo. The animal path hastily summoned the Yata no Kagami to dive down for a rescue. But before it could get close, Minato, having suddenly appeared, used Flying Thunder God to transport it several kilometers away. The Azura path detached its arm, launching several missiles toward Hinata Jojo. Without even a glance, Hinata Jojo unleashed several 8 trigrams air palm strikes, causing the hell path's body to shudder violently. Its black rods separating from its torso and arms. The black rods, created by Nagato's yin-yang release, were the key to controlling Pain's 6 paths. Thus, by removing these rods, Nagato would lose his remote control over Pain. Swish. Minato's figure appeared beside Hinata Jojo, launching 3 shuriken, then quickly forming seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The 3 shuriken rapidly multiplied. Ultimately, dozens of shuriken completely blocked the missile onslaught. As the hell path approached, Hinata Jojo's fingertips struck like a shooting star, precisely targeting the areas where the black rods were embedded in the hell path's body. With each strike, a black rod was dislodged. Remarkably, all the rods were extracted in just 3 seconds. Quick, seal it. Minato's figure flickered behind the hell path, pressing a palm against its back. Spirit Binding Technique. A toad emerged from the smoke, swallowing the hell path whole before vanishing swiftly. From the treetops near the battlefield, White Zetsu peered out from a pitcher plant and exclaimed, "What a beautiful tactic!" Black Zetsu's deep, hoarse voice followed, truly the golden flash of Konoha, a genius who single-handedly turned the tide of the Third Shinobi World War. You rarely praise anyone. Is Minato really that formidable? Hinata Jojo no longer held back his strength and instantly activated the chakra mode of his Rinnegan. The animal path formed seals, summoning technique. From the summoning smoke, 3 hellhounds roared forth, while a red centipede surged from a pit towards Hinata Jojo. Minato hurled a Flying Thunder God kunai above the hellhounds, instantly appearing to grasp the kunai and striking downwards. Summoning technique. Frostmith descended from the sky, landing heavily on the 3 hellhounds. Damn it, Minato. You summoned me into the air again. Behave yourself. The irate Frostmith rubbed its backside against the hellhounds, pinning them down forcefully. Minato, holding onto Frostmith's head, laughed heartily. At the edge of the battlefield, White Zetsu excitedly wriggled. They've specifically studied Pain. Black Zetsu, however, kept his gaze fixed on Hinata Jojo. That kid from the Hyuga clan. His eye technique is too bizarre. Universal pull. The Deva path suddenly raised a hand. A massive boulder hurtling towards Hinata Jujio from 100 meters away, while the Azura path unleashed a blinding laser cannon from behind. Reversal. A turquoise, semicircular chakra storm shredded the incoming boulder into powder. The energy cannon disintegrated upon contact with the reversal. Unlike the ordinary Hyuga clan's reversal, this one, based on Rinnegan chakra, boasted enhanced defensive capabilities. In the moment it withstood the attack, Hinata Jujio halted, his Rinnegan suddenly locking onto the animal path. Silver wheel rebirth explosion. He unleashed a vibrant green ring, rapidly spinning to form a 30-meter radius hurricane, cleaving the battlefield in two. The Deva and human paths were forced to evade. The hungry ghost path attempted to consume the hurricane's energy, but by the time it realized it couldn't, it had already lost an arm. Had it not been for the Deva path's timely intervention, it would have been torn to shreds. The massive red centipede dissolved into smoke within the wind blades. The animal path was sent flying, colliding perfectly with the flying thunder god marker Minato had previously set. Super Giant Rasengan, third style. 3 shadow clones, each wielding a Super Giant Rasengan, launched a simultaneous assault. The besieged animal path convulsed violently, its internal chakra black rods shattering under the spiraling force. Minato's sealing scroll unfurled. Second one. What a beautiful two-person tactic, White Zetsu commented excitedly. This is bad. Pain is being suppressed, Black Zetsu replied gravely. They know pain like the back of their hand. Did you leak information, Black Zetsu? White Zetsu accused. Shut up, you fool, Black Zetsu snapped impatiently. Obito's figure began to distort, his voice resonating from the void. It's time to close the net. Just as Minato was about to seal the animal path, a hand reached out from behind him. Got you. Obito's hand was about to make contact with Minato, who suddenly vanished. Almost simultaneously, Hinata Jujio's gentle fist struck Obito's back. 8 trigrams, 8 palms. Hinata Jujio's attack was as swift as light, delivering 8 precise strikes to Obito's torso, limbs, and 3 crucial chakra nodes. Obito's body convulsed violently, gradually losing consciousness. Suddenly, Hinata Jujio slapped the back of Uchiha Obito's head, turning his body around. He then swiftly removed the spiral mask and reached for Obito's Manjiki Sharingan. With a squelch, his fingers penetrated flesh, yet Obito remained silent. Hinata Jujio grasped the Kimui Manjiki Sharingan, then launched a fist toward Obito's heart. This strike infused with spiraling force, delivered with nearly all his might. Tobirama's chest was pierced directly, his heart shattered. Was he dead? Hyuga J-Nin's heartbeat quickened, for he had acquired the Kimui Manjiki Sharingan. Suddenly, he felt something amiss, as if something was missing from his hand. Looking down, he realized that the Manjiki Sharingan had vanished. Izanagi. Hyuga J-Nin couldn't help but curse. The hard-won Kimui Manjiki had simply disappeared. Izanagi, a genjutsu that could rewrite reality, capable of reversing all unfavorable factors against the caster, including the loss of the Kimui Manjiki Sharingan. Pain of the 6 paths stood still, observing from a distance, showing no intention to intervene. When he saw Uchiha Obito's eyes being gouged out, Nagato in the shadows even chuckled with excitement. Clearly, there were issues within the Akatsuki organization. Indeed, Obito's corpse had vanished. Retreat. Hyuga J-Nin showed no reluctance to battle, turning to flee at great speed, quickly distancing himself from Pain of the 6 paths. Just as everyone thought he was escaping, a beam of golden light suddenly shot from under his armpit, piercing straight through Pain's heart. This scene took everyone by surprise. Through the perspective of the Rinnegan, Hyuga J-Nin witnessed this moment. In an instant, the hungry ghost path appeared before Pain, absorbing all the golden chakra. Pain staggered, but it was not a fatal wound. After all, Pain was but a puppet. The heart was not the critical part. But the black rods controlling the body were vital. However, it was not entirely without consequence, at least until the Hell Path was restored by Nagato. The combat effectiveness of Pain would certainly be affected. That was already sufficient. Minato appeared beside Hyuga J-Nin, and the two vanished simultaneously. Fukasaku, sensing the situation was dire, decisively lifted the summoning, returning to Mount Maiboku. The Fourth Hokage is indeed a formidable opponent, Pain remarked coldly. Uchiha Obito gasped for breath as he appeared next to Pain. Pain turned and said, "Your information is incorrect. I need to prepare the bodies for the Hell and Animal paths again." Watching the 4 figures of Pain retreat, Obito gritted his teeth. Damn it, wasted a Sharingan. He had intended to eliminate Hokage Nin during this opportunity, but unexpectedly, even Pain of the Six Paths had suffered under him and Minato. Chapter 43. Queen Sarah. Upon returning to the village, Minato immediately convened a high-level meeting. Meanwhile, Hokage Nin had brought Ukanaji to the Land of Wind. Through the battle against Pain of the Six Paths, Hokage Nin finally understood the limits of his own strength. If he faced Pain alone, he could kill one or two in a short time, but his chakra would surely run out. In a protracted battle, he would be no match for Nagato, who had the Outer Path Golem as a backing. As long as his body could withstand the assault, there would be no issue of insufficient chakra. Although they had temporarily repelled Pain this time, Nagato would undoubtedly come fully prepared next time to Konoha. Thus, the journey to Lulan must be expedited. Ukanaji held a water ball, but progress was slow, causing only a slight tremor. The learning process of the Rasengan could enhance Ukanaji's control over chakra, though Hokage Nin did not expect her to truly master the Rasengan. Thus, along the way, Ukanaji engaged in a playful struggle with the water ball, having already ruined several in the span of a morning. Despite the harsh weather conditions, having Ukanaji around made it bearable. She was a pure, natural human ice block. On the evening of the third day, they spotted a camp in the desert, and upon approaching, realized it was a merchant convoy. Let's take a look. The merchants sat around the campfire in small groups, casting wary yet restrained glances at them. Hokage Nin circled the camp, finally stopping in front of a boy who was loading goods onto a camel's back. The boy appeared to be around 13 or 14, his skin tanned from the sun, yet his movements were deft. Can we talk? Hokage Nin's voice startled the boy, who quickly looked around to confirm he was being addressed. What do you want? The boy asked, brushing off the dust from his hands, his eyes filled with caution. Hokage Nin flicked his finger, sending a piece of gold arcing into the boy's palm. The boy instinctively bit it, leaving a tooth mark, and his eyes immediately brightened. What do you wish to know? An image unfolded before the boy's eyes. The figure depicted was rough and somewhat abstract, yet the outline was clear. I've seen this person, the boy exclaimed, pointing at the image. He was unusually short and wrapped in a peculiar coat, accompanied by a giant wearing a conical hat. Hokage Nin quickly inquired, when did this happen, and where did they go? 2 days ago, heading towards Sunagakure. Another piece of dark light was tossed toward him. The boy caught it, realizing it was a black pearl, a specialty of the Land of Fire, glowing with a ghostly blue light, causing him to babble in excitement. Lulan Ancient Kingdom. Do you know of it? The boy suddenly fell silent, his face paling. Ukanaji, noticing the boy's reaction, asked curiously, what's wrong? Is that place known for devouring people or something? The boy nodded vigorously, pointing northwest, his expression rife with unease. Yes, I advise you not to go. Many have already been consumed. Upon hearing this, Hokage Nin pondered silently. They must have been sent back in time by the power of space. He gazed into the distance, deep in thought. Do you know where the remnants of the Lulan Ancient Kingdom have gone? The boy, upon hearing this, pointed to a nearby woman holding a bamboo flute, smiling. There, the queen of the Lulan Ancient Kingdom is right here. At least, that's what she claims. She often dissuades those wanting to venture to Lulan. Hokage Nin narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing on the woman. He noted the dark red color of her hair, identical to that of Queen Sarah. He approached the red-haired woman, calmly asking, are you the queen of the Lulan Ancient Kingdom? The red-haired woman turned, her gaze steady as she met Hokage Nin's eyes, nodding. You are Sarah? And you are? Sarah furrowed her brow, sizing up Hokage Nin. I am a ninja from Konoha. Hokage Nin pulled down his high collar, revealing the Konoha forehead protector hanging around his neck. I heard there were issues with the dragon vein seal. The Hokage sent me to investigate the situation. Upon seeing the Konoha forehead protector, Sarah immediately lowered her guard, a flicker of hope crossing her face. That is wonderful. If you could help me restore the seal, many lives could be saved. Hokage Nin nodded, asking earnestly, can you take me there now? Sarah hesitated, a troubled expression crossing her face. She gestured to the 10 supply-laden carts behind her, softly stating, I came out to procure supplies. My people still need me. Hokage Nin discreetly glanced at the 10 or so ordinary villagers behind Sarah, seeing nothing particularly remarkable about them. Where do you live now? I can escort you back. Sarah looked somewhat dejected, clearly still grappling with the pain of her nation's destruction. She lowered her head, her voice low. We currently reside in a small village on the border of the Land of Wind. After locating Sarah, Hyuga Nin temporarily set aside the matter of Scorpion. The heat wave, laden with sand, slapped against their faces. After over 10 days of arduous travel, even Hyuga Nin felt fatigued. He gazed toward the distance, where the outline of an oasis shimmered in the rising heat, appearing as unreal as a mirage. Yukinagi's cloak hem was already stained a dusty yellow, each step kicking up fine sand. "We have arrived." Sarah pointed to the earthen wall structures at the edge of the oasis, her voice dry. "That is our village." This settlement, situated near the oasis, had access to water and was relatively livable. Under Sarah's guidance, Hinata JKY explored the village alongside Yukinagi. The entire village, including Sarah, comprised merely over 50 individuals. Predominantly the elderly, weak, women, and children. A few livestock were kept, but the population was sparse. Hinata JKY gently tapped the water pouch, producing a hollow echo. He surveyed the cracked water storage and the sun-bleached roofs of the village, suddenly inquiring, "How often do you go to the Land of Wind for supplies each month?" Sarah paused momentarily, "At least 3 times. The oasis water is only sufficient for drinking. We must trade for food and fabric at the market in Sunagakure." "What about the others in the village?" Hinata JKY asked casually. Sarah hesitated, instinctively replying, "They have all gone to Sunagakure." "Oh." Hinata JKY raised an eyebrow. "Were they summoned by Sunagakure to craft puppets?" "Indeed," Sarah nodded, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her gaze. "Have you entrusted all your puppet-making techniques to Sunagakure?" Hinata JKY continued his inquiry. Sarah sighed and responded, "The Land of Wind not only sheltered us, but also allocated this habitable land. In return, we surrendered all our puppet-making techniques to Sunagakure." At this, Hinata JKY nodded, feeling a tinge of regret. Although the puppet-making techniques of Lulan were of the highest caliber, his own skills were commendable, and even acquiring these techniques would merely serve as reference and inspiration. Only Chiyo and Sasori surpassed him in the art of crafting high-end puppets. His journey to the Land of Wind was primarily to obtain the techniques for creating human puppets from Sasori. With the power of the Tensigen, which could control puppets and imbue them with autonomy, acquiring Sasori's techniques would lead to a significant enhancement in combat capability, as Sasori's techniques preserve the jutsu and bloodline limits of the ninja in their lifetime. He scanned the surroundings, silently noting the state of the village while already formulating his next course of action. Yukinagi suddenly halted, her gaze fixed on the earthen wall before her, covered in dense symbols akin to engineering blueprints. She reached out to touch the lines. Sarah's voice came from behind. "The children are learning. Lulan may lack city walls, but we must not forget how to forge the weapons that guard them." Hinata JKY followed silently behind Sarah, his mind already outlining a general plan for the future. To reach Lulan, he must first resolve Sarah's current predicament. While he was quite confident in his ability to suppress the dragon vein chakra, there remained a risk of losing control. If he could secure Sarah's assistance, his confidence would soar to absolute certainty. Although the village's geographical position was decent, it was unsuitable for cultivation, necessitating long journeys to procure supplies from the outside world. Sarah had only 2 paths for her people's survival: engage in trade or become completely reliant on the Land of Wind. If she chose trade, she would have to hire ninjas to escort the merchant caravans, benefiting Sunagakure. Conversely, if she opted for reliance on the Land of Wind, although it would save on the costs of hiring ninjas, she would still be obligated to pay taxes to the Land of Wind, resulting in little change. The Land of Wind's benevolence in allocating land was not without its own interests. Regardless of Sarah's choice, the Land of Wind would not incur losses. To untangle this predicament, relocating to the Land of Fire seemed the sole solution. The Land of Fire was suitable for agriculture, and its taxes were lower than those of the Land of Wind, alleviating Sarah's burdens. However, this solution appeared to be fraught with complications. Hinata JKY perceived that Sarah harbored aspirations of restoring her nation, such as the lament of small nations, perpetually on the brink of destruction, forced to survive in the crevices between the 5 great countries. Chapter 44. I suspect it is your doing to thoroughly unlock the Dragon Vein seal. The sealing techniques of Minato Namikaze were necessary. Thus, the primary purpose of Hinata JK's visit to Lulan was to seek Sasori. He would also take the opportunity to assess the state of the Dragon Vein chakra. Since he had already located Sarah, further confirmation was unnecessary. Hinata JKY had devised a plan to aid Sarah in restoring her nation, in exchange for the Dragon Vein chakra. Yukinagi, you stay here. I will step outside for a moment. Hinata J.K.Y. departed the village, employing spatial pathways for an extensive search. During his quest, he encountered several merchant caravans, paying a price, and eventually traced Sasori's whereabouts. Found him. Sasori abruptly turned, the joints of his puppet, Hiriko, emitting a piercing sound. He was certain that the path he had traversed moments ago was devoid of life. Thus, only one possibility remained: space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu. A raspy whisper emanated from within the puppet. Under the moonlight, Hiriko's exterior glimmered coldly. The third Kazekage puppet silently rose, iron sand swirling in a dark cloud above the night sky. Their encounter was devoid of pleasantries as they launched directly into combat. Countless poison needles erupted from the right arm of the Kazekage puppet. Hinata J.Kai's form sank slightly, and the air rushing from his chakra points instantaneously formed a defensive barrier, deflecting all the poison needles. A ninja from the Hyuga clan. Sasori was taken aback, questioning why a Konoha ninja would appear in the Land of Wind. Despite his confusion, the third Kazekage puppet had already initiated its assault. Hinata J.K.Y. evaded the iron sand's pursuit with a swift movement, accurately severing Sasori's chakra threads with a precise chakra-infused strike. In the next moment, a powerful pulling force seized hold of the third Kazekage puppet. A vibrant green orb was pressed into the puppet's core. This puppet I shall take. As he retreated, the third Kazekage puppet obediently followed. You insolent fool! Sasori seethed, 10 chakra threads shooting forth in an attempt to reclaim control of the puppet. Yet, the third Kazekage puppet had gained autonomy, and the iron sand blades easily severed the chakra threads. How is this possible? He suddenly recalled recent intelligence from Konoha. You are that boy from the Hyuga clan. You truly have granted the puppet autonomy. The third Kazekage puppet had become Hinata J.Kai's possession, a reality that Sasori found utterly unacceptable. Sasori retrieved a sealing scroll from behind. The 100 Puppets manipulation technique. Sasori paused, realizing that his information had been compromised. Who are you? Can we discuss now? Sasori lowered the scroll. What do you want? Your techniques for crafting human puppets. Sasori flatly refused. How dare you? Are you mocking me? Dozens of mechanisms erupted in the desert, the scroll unleashing a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Hundreds of puppets ascended like a swarm of locusts. Behold the eternal art. Sasori's true form hovered at the center of the puppet swarm, chakra threads weaving an intricate web under the moonlight. Nearly 100 puppets simultaneously performed hand signs, combining fire and wind techniques into a fiery tempest that swiftly engulfed half the battlefield. Hinata J.Kai's Tensigen ignited, and the transparent barrier of Shinra Tensei unfurled before him. The raging torrent of flames was forcibly divided. This is Pain's. Shinra Tensei. A sphere of gravitational energy containing spatial power began to rise. The desert trembled as countless grains of sand surged upward like a waterfall against the night sky. 7 puppets attempting a sneak attack were instantly ensnared within, the sound of metal deforming echoing from within the coalescing sand sphere. Sasori's true form was also caught in the gravitational pull. He swiftly maneuvered among the puppets, employing the body flicker technique to escape the gravitational field. The terrain underwent a radical transformation as the rock layers beneath the desert began to converge into the gravitational sphere, causing a significant portion of the puppets to slip from Sasori's control, enveloped by the Shinra Tensei until they were utterly crushed. Just as Sasori was on the verge of being drawn into the rock layers, Hinata J.K.Y. relinquished control of the gravitational sphere. The rock layers collapsed, effectively entombing Sasori. As the scorpion struggled to emerge from the sand, a chilling kunai pressed against his core of rebirth. Behind Hinata Jukyu floated the 3 generations of the Wind Shadow puppets along with the 36 newly acquired trophies. It was time to negotiate anew. The desert abruptly fell into an eerie silence, and the pupils of the red sand scorpion constricted dramatically. All his assets had been commandeered by this man before him. Surrender your puppet techniques, and I may spare you. A scroll inscribed with the character for Scorpion ejected from his chest cavity, and Hinata Jukyu deftly caught it. Upon unfurling the scroll, a mere glance was enough for Hinata Jukyu to ascertain its authenticity. You actually handed me a genuine scroll, he remarked, somewhat surprised, for he had anticipated some trickery from the red sand scorpion regarding the scroll. My artistry should not be buried here. Proceed with your move. The red sand scorpion remained motionless, fully aware that today would mark his defeat. This man was the nemesis of puppet masters. This saves me considerable trouble. You may leave. Hinata Jukyu tucked the scroll into his garments, gazing quietly at the red sand scorpion. You let me go? The scorpion was bewildered. Had it been him, he would have ensured no witnesses remained. You are a genius. In the future, you will surely create even more exquisite puppets. We shall meet again. If you can best me, I shall return your puppets. Rising from the ground, the scorpion's eyes shone with fervor. Interesting. My artistry shall not succumb to you again. Watching the red sand scorpion retreat, Hinata Jukyu began to ponder the depths of growth that the scorpion, having suffered a setback, might achieve. Naturally, Hinata Jukyu's foremost concern remained the puppets crafted by the scorpion and the continual evolution of puppet-making techniques. Deep within the desert, the red sand scorpion concealed himself in an abandoned sand cave, his fingertips gathering chakra to form the unique jutsu of the Akatsuki organization. A hum resonated as a ghostly violet light spread through the darkness, his consciousness instantly spanning miles to project atop the tower of Rain Hidden Village. The scorpion's projection coldly scrutinized Pain, his voice low and oppressive. Pain, was it your new clone that faced me earlier? Pain, expressionless, replied, I did not dispatch any clones. Can someone truly defeat the esteemed scorpion? Who possesses such prowess? Could it be the golden flash of Konoha? Akatsuki's member inquired. That pair of eyes can utilize the Rinnegan techniques. Almighty push, planetary devastation, even controlling my puppets. Pain's Rinnegan narrowed momentarily. Among the ninja world, only I can wield the Rinnegan techniques. The scorpion's projection gritted his teeth. Then why can he use techniques identical to yours? Pain coldly stated, return at once. The scorpion's projection began to fade, chakra nearly depleted, yet he fixed his gaze on Pain. If I discover you are behind this, Pain replied coolly, I have no need to deceive you, Scorpion. If such an adversary exists, he poses a threat to the Akatsuki. The illusion of the jutsu dissolved entirely, and the scorpion's consciousness returned to his body. Inside the sand cave, he slowly clenched his fists, remnants of puppets scattered about. Atop the tower of Rain Hidden Village, Pain's Rinnegan surveyed the distance, his tone frigid. Whoever he is, he must be dealt with if he interferes with the Akatsuki's plans. Uchiha Obito, hidden beneath his mask, wore a grave expression as he contemplated. To wield Rinnegan techniques, the Deva path is clearly by my side. Could it be that insufferable wretch? At that moment, Kagaya's shadow emerged from the ground. Could it be that little brat from the Hyuga clan? Chapter 45. The premature arrival of Otsutsuki Urashiki. A month had elapsed since Hinata Jukyu and Yukinaji returned to Konoha. During this period, Konoha dispatched numerous teams of ninjas to the Land of Rain for reconnaissance. However, without exception, none returned alive, nor could any truly approach the Rain Hidden Village. The collection of intelligence had fallen into disarray. Seizing the opportunity during this lull, Hinata Jukyu hastened the progress of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke's eye transplantation surgery was a resounding success, awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After implanting the mixed cells of Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was significantly enhanced. When the ocular power ceased to grow, the final step was at hand. One eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was transplanted into Meina, while another capable of utilizing the time-based technique, Shana, was sealed away by Hinata Jukyu. After careful deliberation, Hinata Jukyu resolved to retain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that could employ Shana, uncertain whether this eye would retain its techniques upon upgrading to the Rinnegan. In comparison to the Rinnegan, Hinata Jukyu would still choose the latter, for it was the extraordinary ocular technique that enabled Might Guy to open the 8 gates without injury. In a tea house, Hinata Jukyu gazed out the window, involuntarily stretching. Suddenly, the surface of the water in his teacup trembled. Ants at the street corner retreated anxiously into their burrows, as if sensing impending doom. At that moment, the space above Hokage Rock was torn open by an invisible hand, forming a jagged rift. A figure clad in white emerged, shouldering a blood-red fishing rod. A sharp crack echoed through the air. It was only then that Hinata Jukyu realized he had crushed his teacup with his fingers. He sensed the fluctuation in space. It was neither Uchiha Obito's nor Namake's Minato's presence. Hinata Jukyu's mental faculties had expanded to envelop the entirety of Konoha, a method of rapidly consuming his mental energy. Throughout the ninja world, only 3 individuals possessed the ability to manipulate space-time. To be precise, there should be 4. The fourth was the enigmatic Otsutsuki Urashiki. Lurking within the shadows of the ninja world, Yukinaji quickly notified the nearby ninjas, enemy attack. As Hinata Jukyu stood, he accidentally overturned the tea table, vanishing in a flash from the second floor of the tea house. Yukinaji, witnessing Hinata Jukyu's unprecedented disarray, hurried downstairs, shouting, "Everyone, quickly run to the shelter." Uchiha Itachi sensed the anomaly, the single tomo of his Sharingan flickering momentarily. He swiftly scooped up Sasuke and dashed toward the nearest shelter. Yukinaji encountered two passing ninjas and urgently cried out, "Enemy attack." The two ninjas paused momentarily before springing into action. Hinata Jukyu retrieved a signal flare from his ninja tool pouch and shot it into the sky. A blood-red emblem of the Hyuga clan materialized in the heavens, a signal that appeared only during significant crises faced by the Hyuga clan. Nearby members of the Hyuga clan, upon witnessing the signal, abandoned their tasks and raced toward the source with all their might. The collective action of the Hyuga clan sent shockwaves through Konoha. What was happening with the Hyuga clan? Were they staging a coup? Indeed, their panicked demeanor suggested something ominous had transpired. Within the Hyuga compound, Hinata Hayashi cradled Hinata Hanabi in the garden while admiring the blossoms when he heard the strange sounds from the sky, causing his temples to throb with tension. Quick! Mobilize all clan forces. The Hyuga compound erupted into chaos as countless ninjas surged forth under Hinata Hayashi's command toward the signal source. The hidden Umbu within Konoha were startled by the Hyuga clan's movements and swiftly relayed this information to the Hokage building. On the streets, members of various clans hurriedly conveyed this intelligence back to their respective families, all believing that the Hyuga clan was about to instigate a coup. Finally, the first wave of Hyuga clan members gathered around Hinata Jukyu. Quickly relay the message, enemy attack. All combatants below Jonin rank must retreat from the battlefield and focus on evacuating the citizens of Konoha. Yes, Lord Jukyu. Hinata Jukyu swiftly made his way toward Hokage Rock. Though his heart already harbored suspicions, he dared not fully accept the outcome. From a distance, Hinata Hayashi spotted Hinata Jukyu and hurriedly leapt to follow. What is happening? Lord Hayashi, notify all clan members to evacuate the civilians and ensure they do not approach Hokage Rock. What exactly has happened? It remains uncertain. Hyuga Hayashi chose to trust his instincts. Quickly, you few lead the clan to disperse the populace. The high-ranking members surrounding Hyuga Hayashi immediately sprang into action. In an instant, Konoha descended into chaos, and news swiftly spread throughout the village. Suddenly, Minato Namikaze appeared, capturing a Hyuga clan member for questioning to grasp the situation. Has pain arrived? Yet. He quickly dismissed that notion. Minato's figure materialized atop the tallest building in the village. After surveying the surroundings, he spotted Hyuga Nin racing toward Hokage Rock. Nearby, Might Guy was engaged in training, but upon seeing the peculiar figure, Konoha erupted into turmoil. An enemy? Konoha Great Whirlwind. Guy's kick halted just 3 centimeters from his temple, creating visible ripples in the air. The flying thunder god Kanai silently pierced the back of the strange individual's neck. However, that odd person vanished into thin air. Retreating 5 meters away, Minato furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. He had distinctly felt he was about to strike the target. Yet that person had evaded it, as if forewarned. Minato launched a second assault using Flying Thunder God, his speed so swift that even Guy could barely discern the trajectory. Once again, the attack was effortlessly dodged, as if the individual had prior knowledge of his movements. Hyuga Nin arrived at Hokage Rock a moment later, and his pupils constricted upon recognizing the newcomer. Otsutsuki Urashiki. He could not fathom why Urashiki would appear at this juncture. Was it the consequence of the butterfly effect? Hyuga Nin activated his Tensigen chakra mode. Die. A beam of golden light shot toward Urashiki's head. It struck, yet proved ineffective. Be cautious, this individual's ocular technique can reverse time. He is invincible until his chakra is depleted, Hyuga Nin warned. Truly terrifying, Urashiki covered his right eye, as if sensing a sharp pain. Hyuga Nin raised an eyebrow, unable to see chakra flowing from Urashiki's right eye. Blind. The azure brilliance of the Tensigen clashed with the violet glow of the Rinnegan. For the first time, Urashiki displayed a serious expression, damn Tensigen. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Waikai appeared at his side. Urashiki smirked before stepping into the void, vanishing from sight. Minato instinctively turned his gaze to Hyuga Nin. Within the refuge, everyone gathered, bewildered, engaging in discussions. A toddler, Uchiha Sasuke, looked up at his brother, calling out in a soft voice, "Brother." Uchiha Itachi gently patted Sasuke's head, reassuring him. It's all right. Sasuke, your brother is here. In the Hokage office. Minato spread out a map. Which direction is he retreating? The Dragon Vein ruins. Hyuga Nin pointed decisively toward the direction of the ruins in the Land of Wind. He was injured and needed to absorb a vast amount of chakra to recover. The Dragon Vein chakra contained immense temporal power, perfectly aligning with his abilities. Minato nodded slightly, agreeing with the assessment. Guy, Shursui, and us. Are we the only four? Minato hesitated. Too many people might complicate matters. In Hyuga Nin's view, the only reliable individuals capable of making a difference were precisely these few. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen mastered all elemental jutsu, Otsutsuki was least worried about ninjutsu, as he was essentially a mere power source. Minato's Flying Thunder God, Guy's ultimate physical techniques, Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami, and his own Tensigen chakra mode formed the best strategy he could conceive to confront Otsutsuki Urashiki. That person's eyes are akin to Pain's, aren't they? Minato inquired, perplexed. Indeed. But his Rinnegan is of a higher echelon, Hyuga Nin confirmed. Minato slammed his palm onto the desk, his expression grave. 6 paths Pain has already left Konoha in disarray, and now we face an even more formidable foe. Yet Minato soon regained his composure. Panic would not serve any purpose, and they could only strive to confront the impending threat as best they could. Does he also possess Pain's abilities? Hyuga Nin pondered, recalling the powers Urashiki exhibited. Anyone ensnared by his hook will have their chakra drained, wielding destructive force akin to that of a tailed beast. Minato nodded thoughtfully, continuing. If he absorbs the Dragon Vein chakra, stopping him afterward will be even more challenging. That fellow possesses spatio-temporal abilities. Detaining him will not be easy. Minato proposed. I can set up a spatio-temporal seal in advance, confining movement within a limited area. Can you still utilize Flying Thunder God? Minato offered Hyuga Nin a reassuring smile. Prepare the keys to the Dragon Vein seal. This time, I shall absorb the Dragon Vein. Minato expressed confusion. You wish to become the Dragon Vein Jinchuriki? Hyuga Nin nodded. He had been researching pseudo-Jinchuriki since childhood, receiving considerable assistance from Orochimaru in this regard. Even if successful, Hyuga Nin felt apprehensive. In his memories, Urashiki had been defeated by the blinded Sasuke and Boruto. If no one came to assist this time, confronting an Otsutsuki in the early days of the shinobi world would be exceedingly difficult. Sasuke and Naruto had yet to mature. His current abilities did not even meet the threshold of the 6 paths. Was he truly to place all hope on the Rasengan? After careful consideration, he decided against it. Such a probability seemed unlikely for someone not fated to be a chosen one. There is no time to lose. We must act swiftly and summon Shursui. Minato called for the Umbu, issuing a series of commands as Konoha temporarily entered a state of heightened alert. Jiraiya would oversee the village's defense in the meantime. Soon, Shursui Uchiha and Might Guy were summoned to the Hokage office. Hyuga Nin opened a spatial passage, leading the 3 directly to Sarara's village, where he had specifically left spatial coordinates. Where's this? Shursui inquired, puzzled. Hyuga Nin briefly explained the situation. Minato sighed softly. Years ago, I assisted in sealing the chaotic Dragon Vein chakra in Lulan, and now, mere years later, Lulan has fallen. Hyuga Nin summoned Sarara. I need to absorb the Dragon Vein chakra. I require you to suppress it with your bloodline's power. Once accomplished, I shall aid you in restoring your nation. Direct and to the point, this was Hyuga Nin's style. He preferred achieving his goals through equivalent exchange. Upon seeing Minato, Sarara felt a surge of excitement, but quickly regained her composure. The Dragon Vein chakra had been sealed, and Lulan had been destroyed. That power held no utility for her, having instead caused the deaths of many due to its uncontrolled energy. All right. After reaching an agreement, Hyuga Nin led the group through the spatial passage to the Lost Tower, where he had also left a spatial coordinate. Hyuga Nin brought Sarara to the altar, preparing to unseal the Dragon Vein. Shursui and Guy, equipped with various sealing materials, assisted in the endeavor. Let us begin. Hyuga Nin entered Tensigen chakra mode. This time, without hesitation, directly forming the dual 8 trigrams sealing technique on his abdomen. One layer constructed a sealing space, while the other was responsible for repressing the Dragon Vein chakra. As Minato's special kunai was implanted into the altar, the Dragon Vein awakened once more. The tower trembled increasingly. The ground fissured like a spider's web, and crimson chakra spewed forth like magma, illuminating the entire tower as if it were a blazing torch. The air twisted under the searing heat, as murals and stone columns within the tower rapidly flaked and shattered, disintegrating into fine grains swept away by the chakra storm. Sarah's gaze hardened as she drew her mother's token from her bosom, channeling all her strength to suppress the rebellious dragon vein chakra. The dragon vein resisted. She shouted, pressing her hands against the altar's inscriptions. The long-dormant ceiling characters glowed with mysterious light once more. Hyuga JKY formed hand seals, beginning to devour the dragon vein chakra. The chakra was frantically drawn into the sealing technique, when suddenly, a colossal chakra python coiled around JKY's feet. Fine blue curse marks appeared on the surface of his skin. The invasion of the dragon vein chakra inflicted excruciating pain in his legs, as if flesh and blood were being seared away. He gritted his teeth, forcibly stabilizing himself, as the rotation speed of the sealing array around his abdomen surged, forming a deep blue vortex that voraciously consumed the incoming chakra. However, the dragon vein's resistance exceeded expectations. The crimson energy did not merely succumb. It writhed like a living creature, tearing itself apart, even coalescing into sharp chakra crystals within the sealing array, attempting to pierce his insides. Cold sweat beaded on J-Kai's forehead as his Byakugan flared with blue light, suppressing the dragon vein chakra that sought to attack him. The 8 trigram seal. With a fierce shout, the tumultuous dragon vein chakra surged madly toward JKY's abdomen. Outside the tower, Minato abruptly looked up, witnessing a beam of light erupting from the tower's apex, tearing the clouds apart in a vortex-like fracture. The altar had become the eye of the storm. Sarah's crimson hair standing on end amidst the chaotic energy. She bit her finger, smearing blood on her forehead. As the diamond mark passed down through the royal lineage of Lulan suddenly illuminated, Sarah's palm struck the ground's sealing array with force. Blood flowed along the engravings, hissing as it made contact with the dragon vein chakra. The diamond mark on her forehead radiated blinding golden light, and a faint, ethereal silhouette of a woman emerged behind her, the chakra remnant of Lulan's queens, jointly suppressing the rebellious dragon vein. However, the dragon vein's defiance intensified. Her arms began to tremble uncontrollably, beads of blood surfacing on her skin, as if about to be torn apart by the rampant energy. Yet, Sarah did not falter. Instead, she bit her lip, using the pain to remain alert, hoarsely shouting, "Hurry! I cannot hold on much longer. Almost there. I'll provide you with 100 million Rio in startup funds for another year." Sarah paused, quickly regaining her focus and spirit. JKY's chakra chains intertwined to form a net, ensnaring the escaping dragon vein. Now, the entire underground space plunged into an eerie silence, only to erupt in a deafening cacophony of collapse. The supporting pillars of the tower shattered in succession, the dome began to cave in. Chapter 47. Successfully devouring the dragon vein. JKY accelerated his consumption as immense pressure bore down, causing his bones to creak. Within the ceiling space inside him, a crimson core rapidly gathered. Under the influence of gravity, it swelled larger, occupying most of the ceiling space in the blink of an eye. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning 3 special sealing scrolls for the Dragon Earth Cave technique, redirecting the remaining dragon vein chakra into them. The dragon vein emitted a sound akin to a mournful wail. And as the last trace of crimson energy was drawn into the sealing array, the entire tower began to descend like a colossal beast stripped of its spine. Amidst a thunderous roar, in a critical moment, Minato teleported out of the tower with Sarah. Looking back, they saw that the once towering lost tower had completely vanished, replaced by a deep pit nearly 100 meters in diameter. At the bottom of the pit, the lingering crimson chakra swirled like mist. Within the crimson chakra danced silver strands of light. The time-space attributes of the dragon vein materialized, each strand slicing through the dimensional fabric of reality. JKY floated in midair, the falling debris of the tower suddenly suspended as if captured by an invisible force. His Byakugan erupted with dazzling blue-white light. The dragon vein chakra let out a final, unwilling roar, a sound that seemed to transcend time and space, igniting sharp echoes in the minds of all present. The final pattern of the 8 trigram seal on JKY's abdomen was completed, and the crimson dragon vein chakra was entirely sealed within the sealing space. Like a receding tide, had he succeeded? Might Guy's fist remained clenched, a hint of tension evident. JKY exhaled deeply, releasing a breath laced with traces of crimson chakra that twisted and dissipated in the air. He slowly closed his eyes. In the depths of his consciousness, the dragon vein chakra transformed into a fierce crimson serpent, violently battering against the walls of the 8 trigram seal. Each collision sent tremors through the entire space, the ceiling runes flickering like a spiderweb in a storm. JKY could distinctly feel the sharp chakra crystals coursing through his meridians, like countless tiny blades scraping against his insides. Quiet, he commanded within the sea of consciousness, as the power of his Byakugan manifested as azure chains binding the serpent. The serpent let out a defiant roar, its vertical pupils reflecting countless shards of time and space, memories accumulated since the dragon vein's inception. JK's spiritual form stood suspended within the sealing space, his hands forming seals rapidly. With the completion of the last seal, the entire spiritual realm illuminated with myriad azure, sealing incantations, swirling in the void like stars. As the serpent's next charge approached, a phantom identical to it suddenly materialized on the barrier wall. The clash of 2 identical forces erupted in a blinding purple-black light. The serpent writhed in agony, chakra mist seeping from its scales. This has been specially prepared for you. With each attack, you shall bear double the harm. The serpent's raised head slowly drooped, its body coiling tightly, yet this posture of dormancy seemed to await a certain moment. Beyond the existing seal, JKY quietly laid down 3 additional layers of mental sealing techniques. In reality, JKY slowly opened his eyes, the crimson glow in his pupils gradually calming. He looked down at his palm, feeling the surging new power within him. This power was the culmination of 12 years of meticulous planning. The secret vault of the Hyuga clan housed numerous sealing techniques, each one he could wield with proficiency. Orochimaru had also provided many sealing technique scrolls. Through continuous refinement, he had developed a sophisticated sealing method, and the dragon vein had been thoroughly subdued within the sealing space. At last, a long overdue smile graced JK's lips. He could sense that the amount of sealed dragon vein chakra within him far exceeded expectations. 80% had been consumed, which was his limit, but not the dragon veins. The remaining 20% was sealed within 3 specially made dragon earth cave scrolls. The surface of these scrolls shimmered with pearlescent serpentine patterns, enhanced personally by the White Snake Sage. Orochimaru had invested significant resources to procure them from the White Snake Sage. JK's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Sarah in the distance. According to the original plan, this 20% of chakra was meant for Sarah to use in restoring their nation. However, the sudden arrival of Otsutsuki Kinshiki forced all plans to be expedited. He looked at the exhausted Sarah, flashing to her side, and producing 2 sealing scrolls from his sleeve, handing them to her. One scroll contained 35 puppets to ensure their safety temporarily, while the other held 200 million ryo, serving as an advance payment. Sarah did not refuse. She could not afford to. To restore their nation, every opportunity must be seized. Thank you. Hinata Jujo chuckled. It's merely a matter of mutual needs. I assure you that I will fulfill my promise. But the restoration of your nation is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. It requires your own diligent efforts. Sarah nodded. Her resolve to restore her nation solidified. Despite the astronomical sum already paid and the formidable military support provided for reconstruction, it ultimately felt inadequate in the face of the dragon vein, a power that touches the very essence of the world. Queen Sarah. Hinata Jojo suddenly employed the formal title, his voice deep and solemn. This address sent a shiver through Sarah, as if she had been struck by an electric current. Hinata Jojo withdrew an ancient Hinata family crest from his bosom and gently placed it on the ground before her. The Hinata clan is willing to forge an eternal alliance with the Lulon royal family, and this serves as our testament. Sarah's fingertips trembled as they brushed against the cold metal of the crest, still bearing the warmth of the other. Do you know? Since the fall of Lulon, no one has called me that. She took a deep breath and suddenly tore the tattered royal mantle from around her neck, ripping it in two. In the name of the last queen of Lulon, I accept this covenant. Jojo solemnly accepted the torn fabric and bound it around his wrist, and they exchanged a smile. After escorting Sarah back to her village, Hinata Jojo returned to the vicinity of the Lulon ruins and began to set up traps for the battlefield. The scale of the dragon vein's absorption was too immense. Otsutsuki Urashiki would undoubtedly sense it and come to investigate. The temporal power of the dragon vein perfectly aligned with Urashiki's abilities. Even if he were aware of the traps, his arrogant nature would lead him to disregard any caution. This was precisely the opportunity to defeat Otsutsuki Urashiki. P.S. Here, warned Namikaze Minato. No sooner had he spoken than a rift in space tore open, and a white-haired Otsutsuki Urashiki descended, stepping through the distorted void. Oh dear, hiding in such a place, you truly are in a dire predicament. Silver threads sliced through the air. The fishing rod lunged like a venomous serpent, aiming straight for Hinata Jojo's throat. Swish! Golden light erupted. Minato's figure darted like lightning. 12 specially crafted kunai wove together in midair, forming a resplendent sealing array, while the spatial rift spread like a spider's web, tightly ensnaring Urashiki's fishing rod. What? Urashiki's pupils constricted as the rod trembled violently within the seal, yet it remained immovable. Now is our chance. Hinata Jojo's form flickered like a specter, the gust of his chakra piercing towards Urashiki's chakra points like needles. Urashiki grinned malevolently, abandoning the rod and raising his right hand with a fierce motion. Die! A blinding crimson sphere of light coalesced in his palm, its destructive energy bursting forth with a roar. Boom! The sphere grazed the tips of Hinata Jojo's hair, igniting a colossal sandstorm in the distant desert, with scorching waves of heat rolling forth and scorching the air. Hinata Jojo executed a backward flip in midair, his robes fluttering. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Byakugan chakra mode. The emerald chakra flared like flames, 6 truth-seeking orbs hovering behind him. Silver wheel rebirth explosion. The verdant ring expanded abruptly, the truth-seeking orbs transforming into 6 meteors of annihilation, spinning rapidly along the ring. The air was torn apart, creating visible waves of vacuum. And sands within a 100-meter radius levitated, shattering in a tempest of gravitational fury. Urashiki, caught off guard, retreated in a panic. The space where he had stood distorting as if devoured by an invisible beast. TSK, troublesome fellow. Urashiki gritted his teeth, a flicker of seriousness finally gleaming in his eyes. Day Tiger. From behind the sand dunes, the air was violently compressed, producing a thunderous roar. Opening the 7th gate, Guy transformed into a blue streak of lightning. The white tiger-headed chakra energy before him tearing through the sky. Urashiki scoffed, futile. Your ninjutsu merely serves to replenish my chakra. Crack. With a clear sound of bones cracking, Urashiki's left arm twisted grotesquely. He stared in disbelief, his eyes widening. Is this pure taijutsu? The fishing rod was summoned back by Urashiki, shattering the day tiger in a single strike. He dared not compete with Might Guy in physical combat. The passage of Otsutsuki Shirazaka slowly unfolded behind him. Damn it, he escaped again. Guy gritted his teeth. Uchiha Shursui had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. His Manjiki Sharingan was locked onto Urashiki, yet he had not found a favorable moment. Hinata Jojo retrieved the bandages from his pocket, leisurely re-wrapping his eyes once more. He placed a hand on Guy's sweat-drenched shoulder. Guy, your taijutsu indeed struck him. Well done. Guy flashed a broad grin, undeterred by Urashiki's escape. Next time, I will defeat him completely. Suddenly, a more terrifying thought struck like lightning in his mind. Why only Urashiki? What about the pursuers from the future timeline? What if Uchiha Sasuke, who experienced the 4th Great Ninja War, were to arrive? But then an odd notion surfaced. Sasuke and Karin have already arranged a marriage for their children. Will Sarada still exist in the future? If Sasuke and Karin wed, would their child have red or black hair? Surely, a child born from such distinguished bloodlines would not be inferior to Boruto, right? After all, they would be the reincarnation of Indra and the descendant of the Uzumaki clan. How could they be lesser than the offspring of the Hyuga and Uzumaki clans? As these thoughts swirled, Hinata Jojo felt his curiosity piqued. The future strength of Naruto and Sasuke would undoubtedly surpass the present. The arrival of Urashiki, possessing a half-blind Rinnegan, served as the best proof of this. Jujukun? Minato keenly sensed Hinata Jojo's unease, a flicker of concern crossing his azure eyes. No, it's nothing, just overthinking, he replied. Deep within the desert, the heat waves distorted the air. Maki's breath came heavy and rapid, each step leaving deep impressions in the soft sand. Just moments ago, Urashiki had attacked Tsunagakure. Rashi had fought valiantly to send Gaara, who had just become a Jinchuriki, to safety. The screams of his comrades echoed hauntingly in his ears, their dying cries etched into his mind like a knife. Maki dug his nails deep into his palms, the metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth. yet he dared not slow his pace. Suddenly, every hair on his body stood on end. A terrifying chakra, transcending comprehension, enveloped him from behind. Like a frog ensnared by a venomous snake. The tiresome chase ends here. The chilling voice rang directly in his ears. Hand over the tailed beast. A crimson fishhook sliced through the air with a shrill whistle. Maki closed his eyes in despair. Clang. The thunderous explosion reverberated painfully in Maki's eardrums. Staggering backward, he caught sight of a figure entwined with lightning chakra appearing behind him, deflecting the fishhook several meters away with a gleaming blade. Go! A cold hiss emerged from beneath the mask. Suspended in midair, Urashiki's veins bulged ominously around his Byakugan. You again, you annoying rat. In response, 3 shuriken hurtled through the air. As Urashiki prepared to scoff, his pupils narrowed in sudden realization. At the moment his attention was diverted, the cloaked figure hurled a marble forward. Spatial exchange. Urashiki found himself inexplicably at the original location of the marble, while the masked man, wielding a blade crackling with lightning, had already struck at him. Instinctively, Urashiki raised his fishing rod to block the incoming blow. Chapter 49. The Misfortune of Kakashi, Instant Sage Mode. Boom. Urashiki was smashed into the sand, creating a massive wave that sent sand flying for several meters. He leaped from the pit, fury igniting in his Rinnegan as he spat out sand from his mouth. The figure moved with a speed beyond visual perception, each flash leaving scorched trails of lightning across the dunes. Damn it! Urashiki wiped the blood from his mouth, finally retiring his mocking demeanor. The black hole of Otsutsuki Shirazaka unfolded slowly behind him. Trying to escape? The masked man extended his hand in an attempt to intervene, only to witness Otsutsuki Momoshiki hurling a fishhook in his direction. The masked man parried with his sword, but this brief moment allowed Momoshiki to successfully escape. After the battle concluded, a voice emerged from behind a nearby rock. Dad, that person got away again. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato Namikaze and his companions returned to Konoha. At this time, the village had yet to lift its state of emergency, leaving the streets eerily desolate. In the conference room of the Hokage building, a throng of individuals gathered as orders were incessantly issued. An Umbu ninja knelt, his voice grave and urgent. Hokage-sama, Sunagakure has been attacked. The one-tailed Jinchuriki has fallen, and Sunagakure has requested assistance. The new Jinchuriki is en route to Konoha. Minato paused momentarily, his pen hovering, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He slowly rose, casting his gaze over the 3 individuals before him, Might Guy, Uchiha Shursui, and Hatake Kakashi. Subsequently, his eyes drifted past them to the silent figure by the window, Hinata J. Nin. You 4 will form a rescue team. Proceed to the Land of Wind immediately, with Hinata J. Nin as your leader. No one objected, not even Kakashi, who tacitly accepted the arrangement. After preparing their gear, the 4 swiftly set off to assist the Sunagakure team. As they raced through the forest, Kakashi curiously approached Guy. Have you engaged that intruder in battle? Kakashi. That individual is formidable. His ocular jutsu is exceedingly peculiar. Exercise caution. Kakashi nodded inwardly, recognizing that an opponent capable of prompting Konoha to enter a state of emergency would undoubtedly be no ordinary foe. Hinata J. Nin disregarded the murmurs of the 2 behind him and leaned closer to Uchiha Shursui, whispering, Do not employ Susanoo. Seek an opportunity to use your Manjiki Sharingan against that individual. Shursui paused, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. You truly see through everything, Teacher J. Nin. Hinata J. Nin paid little heed to such trivialities, continuing to address Shursui with greater volume. His abilities are potent. Any ninjutsu will be converted into his own energy. Under normal circumstances, do not use ninjutsu against him lightly. Kakashi exclaimed, How can such a power exist? If we cannot utilize ninjutsu, our strength as ninjas is drastically diminished. J. Nin remained unfazed, as he possessed a similar ability, albeit with less proficiency. At the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, the night was engulfed in swirling yellow sand, visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. Hinata J. Nin's Byakugan scanned the surroundings amidst the sandstorm, confirming there were no ambushes before proceeding towards their objective. Not far ahead, Maki leaned against a weathered rock, clutching the unconscious Gaara in his arms. His right arm was wrapped in bandages, blood seeping through the fabric, his complexion pale, and his breathing labored. Upon spotting Konoha's reinforcements, Maki finally exhaled in relief. We encountered that white-haired man. He is far too powerful for us to contend with. His fists clenched as he continued. If not for a masked figure in a black cloak intervening suddenly, we would never have escaped. A black-cloaked figure? Shursui furrowed his brow. He did not leave a name. Maki shook his head. Hinata Nin remained silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping towards the distant sand dunes. Return to Konoha. His voice was calm. His thoughts raced. Whoever could withstand Otsutsuki Momoshiki, if it truly were a future Sasuke. Perhaps this would be an opportunity to eliminate the threat posed by Momoshiki once and for all. The ability to traverse time was perilous. Should Momoshiki regain his strength and alter the past once more, the ramifications would be dire. Stay vigilant. Can you still move? Maki shook his head bitterly. Guy, carry him. Kakashi, you are responsible for protecting the Jinchuriki. Understood. The team mobilized, positioning Guy and Kakashi in the center, with Hinata Nin bringing up the rear and Shursui clearing the path. Their speed was remarkable. At this rate, they would reach the hidden leaf village in a day. Along the way, Hinata Nin inquired about the appearance of the masked figure, but Maki, preoccupied with escape, had not paid attention to such details. During their retreat, Hinata Nin suddenly halted the team. Stop. 3,000 meters ahead, there are ambushers. They are likely puppets. The team perched atop the treetops as Kakashi took Maki on his back, swapping protective roles. Captain, should we take a detour or charge directly in? Kakashi asked. Charge directly. There is no need for detours. The enemy has already pinpointed our location. As the squad pressed deeper, 10 shadowy figures leaped from the woods, 10 ordinary puppets, and 1 elite puppet enveloped in purple chakra. Sunegakure's puppet technique? Guy questioned. No, the chakra flow is off. These puppets are alive, Shursui quickly cautioned. Maki added, these puppets are highly unusual, not like those from the ninja world. Sixth gate open. Guy's green steam erupted in a wave through the forest, the chakra unleashed from the sixth gate shattering the ground beneath him, the debris seemingly drawn upwards and pulverized. As 3 puppets charged in a formation, his bandaged arms transformed into a blur. It was an ultrasonic attack akin to the opening move of the peacock. Mike Guy swiftly swung his fists, generating a multitude of fireballs as he attacked. The steel spines of the puppets twisted and glowed red as if forged in the fires of a blacksmith. The second puppet attempted to strike with a poisoned blade but was obliterated into iron shrapnel upon contact with the steam. Most astonishing was the elite puppet, which redirected half of its attacks towards the ground, causing the earth within a 10-meter radius to collapse like a spider's web. Guy exerted force through his legs, rapidly closing the distance to the elite puppet, delivering a full-force punch that shattered its core. Kakashi's Raikiri cleaved through the puppet ranks, dismantling 3 puppets in mere moments. Be cautious, these are not ordinary puppets, Kakashi warned. Shursui's Sharingan traced crimson arcs in the shadows. As he locked eyes with a puppet, the Genjutsu proved ineffective. They possess consciousness yet remain lifeless. Shursui drew his blade, employing the body flicker technique to create multiple clones, swiftly eliminating the remaining puppets in 2 exchanges. Maki, concealed in the nearby treetops, was astonished. The puppet army that had caused Sunegakure's elite ninja such distress was effortlessly dispatched by Konoha's shinobi. Following the battle, Kakashi and Guy were considerably drained, while Shursui's combat style suited prolonged engagements, leaving him with ample chakra. Hinata Nin remained hidden in the treetops behind Maki, suppressing his presence, yet he awaited an ambush from Otsutsuki Momoshiki that never came. This individual seemed to have grown increasingly cautious. Just as Hinata Nin contemplated ordering the team to proceed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Good performance, but alas, too slow. Otsutsuki Momoshiki emerged from a distorted rift in space. His fingertip deftly twirled a fishhook, which arced blood-red towards Kakashi. Scatter. Suddenly, the space beneath Guy collapsed into a black hole, swallowing him whole, and a thunderous roar erupted from miles away in the desert. Here. Guy pivoted, quickly assessing his surroundings and realizing he was not far from the border of the Land of Fire, and promptly adjusted his direction to accelerate his pace. Hinata Nin was taken aback. The typically arrogant Otsutsuki Momoshiki had suffered a significant setback at Guy's hands. This time, he had finally learned his lesson. As Kakashi's Raikiri formed, the fishhook pierced through the lightning, rapidly draining his chakra. Hinata Nin intervened just in time, severing the fishing line. Kakashi had his chakra significantly drained, leaving him with very little remaining, effectively incapacitating his combat abilities. Uchiha Shursui withdrew a vial from his pocket. releasing a swarm of silver parasitic insects. As the insects detonated, pure sage chakra was continuously absorbed into Uchiha Shirsue's body. In sage mode, emerald green patterns appeared on Shirsue's forehead and the corners of his eyes. Sage art, imprisonment technique. Chapter 50. Explosive assault of Otsutsuki Urashiki. Uchiha Shirsue was able to instantaneously enter sage mode because he had prepositioned 2 shadow clones in Konoha, which had accumulated sufficient sage chakra and were now automatically dispelled, allowing the chakra to flow back into his body. With the addition of the sage chakra from the parasitic insects, he was now capable of genuine combat power. Otsutsuki Urashiki, however, merely lazily blinked his Rinnegan, instantly dispelling the illusion. Was this some form of mental attack? It seemed rather ineffective. Hyuga JKY mused. Does sage-enhanced Jinjutsu have no effect on Otsutsuki? JKY, who had been observing the battle, was not idly watching. His Rinnegan had never left Otsutsuki Urashiki, as he recorded the physical data of the Otsutsuki clan, preparing for a potential strike. Let us see how you fare against this. Suddenly, Uchiha Shirsue's right eye bled, the rotating tomo transforming into a scythe pattern that accelerated with astonishing speed. Sage art, heavenly god. Time twisted under the supreme illusion, and for the first time, cracks appeared in Urashiki's smile, revealing a look of panic. But just as the mental interference was about to be completed, the blue Rinnegan flashed. Time reversal. The world unraveled like a film rewinding, as Shirsue helplessly watched his ocular power forcibly drawn back, gradually dissipating before his eyes. Hyuga JKY felt a chill run down his spine. Urashiki's ocular technique could alter the rules of time within the vicinity. After executing this technique, Otsutsuki Urashiki was not faring any better. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his complexion turned increasingly pale. The game was over. Urashiki's hook traced a deadly parabolic arc toward Uchiha Shirsue. Susanoo. The emerald Susanoo had just formed its skeletal structure when it disintegrated with a crisp, shattering sound. Shirsue fell like a broken kite, crashing into a tree and spitting blood. Hyuga JKY suddenly materialized before Urashiki's nose, his right hand pressed against his heart. Golden chakra coalesced instantaneously. Urashiki's heart was pierced, yet in the next moment, it returned to normal. A spatial rift emerged as JKY stepped unsteadily into it. But in the next instant, a spatial rift appeared behind Urashiki. Hyuga JKY's ocular technique was not sufficient to manipulate the Otsutsuki clan's temporal techniques. This maneuver was devised by JKY to counter Otsutsuki Kagaya's spatial coverage, creating an illusion by overlaying his spatial power before striking from behind. Though effective, this maneuver had cost JKY nearly 10% of his chakra. What? Urashiki swung his fishing rod backward, only to have it shattered by 5 truth-seeking balls. Urashiki's right hand suddenly shifted toward the unconscious Gaara. Shikaku, it's time to awaken. Stop. Maki sensed the turmoil of Shikaku's chakra within Gaara. Gaara's body cracked like shattered pottery, and the fully tailed beast Shikaku opened its ferocious eyes, unleashing a roar. Facing Urashiki, Hyuga JKY could not afford to be distracted. At this moment, only Uchiha Shirsue could contend with Shikaku. Fortunately, Might Guy arrived just in time. Guy, you handle Shikaku. Might Guy confidently gave a thumbs up to Hyuga JKY. Leave it to me. Uchiha Shirsue strained his body, sage chakra mending his injuries. Susanoo. The third stage of Susanoo donned a layer of emerald armor, confronting the enraged Shikaku. Where are you looking? Hyuga JKY dodged the attack of the red light hook in an instant. The emerald chakra enveloped his body as he charged at Otsutsuki Urashiki with lightning speed. Faced with JKY's taijutsu assault, Urashiki felt the pressure mounting, but still managed to hold his ground. Urashiki braced the red light fishing rod against his shoulder, scoffing. Can your body truly sustain the power of these eyes? Hyuga JKY's expression remained placid, yet his mind raced with strategies. With his current chakra reserves, he could maintain the Rinnegan chakra mode for 15 minutes without employing any high-consumption jutsu. Given Urashiki's ability to reverse time, it was evident that defeating him with just one person's strength would be exceedingly difficult. Uchiha Shirsue was gravely injured, Kakashi was incapacitated, and while Guy was adept in taijutsu, he posed no substantial threat to Shikaku, merely serving as a distraction. The situation had grown dire. If only Minato Namikaze were to join the fray, the pressure on the battlefield could be alleviated immediately. Hyuga JKY bit his finger, smearing blood on the back of his hand, then stepped back and slammed his palm against the ground. Summoning technique. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, and the figure of Manda emerged from within. Kid, you summoned me here. Have you considered the price you must pay? Hyuga JKY frowned. His summoning technique randomly called forth snakes from the Ryuchi cave, and he had not anticipated summoning Manda. Fixating his Rinnegan upon Manda, JKY coldly declared, "If you cannot subdue the one tail, I will crush your lair in the Ryuchi cave." A dangerous glint flashed in Manda's slit pupils, yet he turned his serpentine head toward the rampaging Shikaku. "Kid, your sacrifice is now in Orochimaru's hands." With Manda's intervention, the pressure on Uchiha Shursui diminished significantly. Might Guy's figure flickered as his chakra surged once more in midair. The seventh gate of the 8 gates was opened. Might Guy was freed, joining the battle against Otsutsuki Urashiki. TCH, those pesky insects. A spatial portal of Kagaya's technique materialized beneath Might Guy, but this time he reacted swiftly, leaping to evade it and twisting in midair to charge at Urashiki. Konoha's Gale. Urashiki crossed his arms to absorb the force of Guy's kick. The immense power sent him flying, crashing through 2 trees before he barely regained his footing. Damn it! Hyuga JKY darted forward, initiating a gentle fist stance that enveloped Urashiki. Urashiki attempted to flee but was blocked by the pursuing Guy. "This time, I will utterly defeat you." The two launched a relentless assault with taijutsu. Hyuga JK's strikes were even more ferocious than Guy's, exchanging injuries without reservation. Might Guy's taijutsu showcased the perfect blend of power and speed. Faced with these two contrasting styles, Urashiki struggled to respond. Even with the advantage of time reversal, he could only briefly predict their attacks, yet their continuous onslaught left him no room to breathe. Konoha's Great Whirlwind. Guy seized the opportunity, landing a powerful kick to Urashiki's jaw, sending him soaring into the air. Hyuga JKY levitated, executing a flurry of 12 gentle strikes to Urashiki's vital points. "Damn lowly creature, bow your head. Die." Hyuga JK's fist struck Urashiki's forehead, shattering part of his forehead protector. Had it been an ordinary person, their skull would have been obliterated by such a blow. Hyuga JK's expression darkened. This was the first time he had encountered a battle where he was being overpowered by sheer numbers, and it felt rather disconcerting, as he had always been the one dominating others in the past. Urashiki fell to the ground, battered and bruised. Guy halted his advance, his body racked with pain, unable to maintain the 7th gate's opening any longer. Currently, Kai is still too youthful, and opening the 7th gate is an arduous task. His body is already overwhelmed. Has he succeeded? Not yet. Chapter 51. Complete Body Susanoo. Might Guy exclaimed. What? Is he truly immortal? Hinata JKY leisurely extended his hand towards Shikaku, the one-tail, absorbing a significant amount of chakra into his body, restoring himself to peak condition. For Shikaku, who possesses immense chakra, this loss is negligible. "You little brat. How dare you stealthily siphon off my chakra?" Shikaku retaliated with a barrage of sand attacks. Hinata JKY raised his right hand, creating a repulsive barrier that nullified all assaults. "Damn it, you insufferable creature." Shikaku fumed in fury. Otsutsuki Urashiki extracted a handful of chakra pills from his fish basket, swallowing them all in one go. Not enough, still not enough. He even consumed the entire basket, glaring menacingly at Hinata JKY and Might Guy. "You wretched insects dare to harm me, a deity. Are you prepared to face your demise?" Hinata JKY observed quietly, refraining from interfering with Urashiki's beastly transformation. Though this transformation significantly enhanced Urashiki's strength and speed, it also stripped him of his space-time abilities. In Hinata JK's view, Urashiki, who possesses time reversal and the realm of Yomi, poses a greater challenge. Still not enough, still not enough. Urashiki absorbed the fragmented fishing rod from the ground, consuming it. Then, in a shocking display, he gouged out his own right eye and swallowed it. Might Guy's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He actually ate his own eye. Has he gone mad? Ha. A fissure split open on Urashiki's forehead, revealing a golden Rinnegan. He levitated into the air, a luminous portal manifesting before him. As he traversed the portal, his form underwent a drastic transformation. His garments became oversized, and eerie black markings emerged on his skin, crawling over him like a curse. His once handsome visage morphed into a grotesque mask, as if distorted by some inhuman force. Small wings sprouted from either side of his forehead, resembling the horns of a demon, quivering slightly and exuding ominous chakra waves. His hands and feet transformed, sprouting razor-sharp claws. A powerful gust of wind erupted, dispersing all combatants in the vicinity. Shikaku and Manda instinctively turned to gaze at the transformed Urashiki in the forest. "What malevolent chakra!" Shikaku exclaimed. "This is bad. If we linger here, we will be killed." Manda's vertical pupils glimmered with a hint of fear. "Finally, you shall witness the true form of a deity." His voice became hoarse and distorted, echoing with multiple tones, as if countless voices were simultaneously howling. The beastly Urashiki no longer displayed the elegance he once had. Rather, he devolved into a frenzied monster. His combat style became primal and direct, devoid of any finesse or technique. In the blink of an eye, Urashiki appeared before Might Guy. Fortunately, Hinata JKY sensed impending danger and pulled Guy out of harm's way by his collar. The ground was obliterated, creating a massive crater several meters wide, with cracks rapidly spreading outward. Urashiki leaped from the crater, swinging his arms outward. Countless gusts radiated in all directions, snapping trees in half. Hinata JKY swiftly retreated with Might Guy to a nearby clearing. Guy's body was no longer fit for battle, and forcing Urashiki out of his beastly form was already a significant achievement. "Guy, evacuate the injured away from the battlefield." Might Guy sighed, realizing his physical condition could no longer endure intense combat. He nodded and hurried towards the wounded. In no time, he hoisted the barely conscious Kakashi with one arm and carried the sand village's Maki with the other, swiftly exiting the battlefield. Urashiki lunged at Hinata JKY, delivering a punch that struck his arms. Hinata JKY's feet skidded across the ground for several meters before he stabilized himself. "I see now, in your beastly form, you sacrificed your space-time abilities for strength and speed." Hinata JKY calmly analyzed, clasping his hands together as his Rinnegan radiated with a brilliant blue light. "If that is the case, how will you evade this?" Planetary devastation. A gravitational orb ascended into the sky, unleashing a terrifying pull in an instant. In the forest, the terrain was utterly ravaged, the earth cracking apart. Countless trees and boulders were drawn toward the gravitational sphere. Urashiki was also ensnared by the immense gravitational force, rising into the air. Soon, he transformed into a colossal meteor, completely enveloped. He roared in fury, attempting to escape, but ultimately became sealed within the rock. In the distance, Shikaku had secretly fashioned a skateboard from sand, preparing to flee. "These lunatics are terrifying. I shall not participate." Hinata JKY seized the opportunity, focusing his ocular power on Shikaku, firmly immobilizing him. While suppressing Shikaku, he replenished the chakra lost in the earlier battle. Shikaku trembled as Hinata JKY's ocular prowess held him captive. "Damn you, white-eyed brat." Before he could finish, Shikaku's body suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, ultimately transforming into a stream of sand that re-entered Gaara's body. Manda's vertical pupils contracted sharply, instantly dispelling the summoning with a loud pop of white smoke. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resonated from above. The meteor sealed by the planetary devastation suddenly erupted with blinding red light from within, countless cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. The core of the planetary devastation was obliterated. Urashiki, engulfed in black and red energy, burst through the rock layers like a demon breaking free from its chrysalis. His golden Rinnegan whirled wildly, and the wing-like appendages extended even further. The mere stones could not contain him. Urashiki's voice twisted into a feral roar as his claws tore through the last remnants of rock. However, at the moment of his escape, 7 shimmering chains of golden chakra, inscribed with runes, shot forth from the void, binding Urashiki firmly in midair. Adamantine ceiling. A crimson-haired maiden leaped down from the treetops, her 3-tomo Sharingan shining brilliantly in the wind. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of oppression. A man cloaked in black floated in the air, deep purple chakra erupting from him like a volcanic explosion, swiftly coalescing into a colossal skeletal frame that blotted out the sun. Flesh and armor rapidly enveloped it, ultimately transforming into a towering, complete-body Susanoo in the Yatagarasu form. Chapter 52. Dual Sword Dance. This Susanoo stood 100 meters tall, with 2 pairs of enormous wings unfurling slowly, casting a shadow that engulfed the entire forest. The mysterious masked figure hovered within the crystal atop the Susanoo's head. With a slash, the giant hand of Susanoo grasped a purple blade entwined with lightning, as the space around it warped and tore, emitting a piercing hum. As the sword descended, it resembled divine retribution. Boom! The ground fractured beneath the weight of the sword's pressure, the air splitting apart into a vacuum rift. Urashiki, in a desperate attempt, launched a highly concentrated energy sphere towards Susanoo. Upon contact with the blade, it shattered like fragile foam, unleashing a tempest of chaotic energy that raised the surrounding forest for hundreds of meters. Clang! Urashiki bellowed, releasing his most formidable power. Heavenly Tidal Star Dragon Palace. A purple-red star-shaped energy shot forth from Urashiki's palm, transforming into a giant ribbonfish. Within its maw, a dense purple-red energy sphere coalesced. Simultaneously, on the other side, Hinata JKY seized the moment, floating into the air as golden chakra surged from his hands, extending to a distance of 100 meters in an instant. With a slash, a brilliant light streaked across the sky, forming a pincer attack with the purple lightning blade of Susanoo. The strike from the Crow Tengu Susanoo collided with the energy sphere, causing the ground beneath to instantly collapse into a gigantic pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Ultimately, this powerful blow was thwarted. The lightning blade shattered the energy sphere, which then hurtled directly towards the Crow Tengu Susanoo. With a deft sidestep, the Susanoo evaded the energy sphere, and as it fell to the ground, the entire mountain range silently vaporized. Blinding white light consumed everything within a radius of several dozen miles. Rocks, forests, rivers, all reduced to nothingness in an instant. When the brilliance dissipated, only a colossal pit, 10 kilometers in diameter, remained. The walls of the pit were smooth as a mirror, with boiling magma churning at the bottom, and dark red chakra slithered through the flames like venomous serpents. Further away, the mountains that had not been directly struck were flattened by the shockwave, their cross-sections as cleanly cut as if by a blade. The entire landscape appeared as if it had been casually erased by a deity. The Crow Tengu Susanoo bent down, shielding everyone beneath its form. All stood in stunned silence, their eyes unable to open against the searing light, save for Otsutsuki Urashiki, who laughed maniacally. Ahahaha. Feel the wrath of the divine. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. The dazzling golden light cleaved through the haze, bisecting Urashiki at the waist. Ah! He screamed, his final act of defiance swift. His upper body flew forth, expending all his remaining energy in a desperate acceleration. His claws aimed directly at Hinata JK's chest. Your body is mine. A sharp sound pierced the air as the black seal burrowed into the skin like a living thing. Hinata JKY grunted and staggered back, witnessing the visage of Urashiki disintegrating into ash. You will ultimately become my vessel. His remnants echoed as his form completely disintegrated. The Crow Tengu Susanoo was left shattered by the residual waves, unable to sustain itself any longer. From the core, a heavy voice emanated from the masked man. This is dire. He released Susanoo and slowly descended beside his daughter. The girl hurriedly supported the swaying Hinata JKY, noticing the ominous black seal spreading across his right side. Father, what is this? It is the resurrection seal of the Otsutsuki. Once completed, Otsutsuki Urashiki will take over JKY, Sensei's body. The masked man's eyes fixated on the seal, a complex expression crossing his features. This seal can only be temporarily suppressed, even by Orochimaru. If it goes out of control, it may end like Boruto. Kakashi stood frozen, gazing at the apocalyptic scene before him. Uchiha Shursui, the quickest to react, gathered Might Guy and the others beneath his protection at the very moment of the energy explosion. Even with the complete protection of the Crow Tengu Susanoo, his dark green Susanoo was severely damaged by the intense shockwave, and he himself suffered considerable backlash, spitting blood. Might Guy rushed to support Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, are you alright? Shursui shook his head, anxiously regarding Hinata J. Kentucky. His Manjiki Sharingan had witnessed the entirety of the climactic battle. The Suna ninja Maki stood dumbfounded, questioning whether such apocalyptic scenes could be conjured by mere ninjas. Hinata JKY lay atop the treetops, wishing to evade but finding his body stiffened from exhaustion after using the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. This outcome was utterly unexpected. Otsutsuki Urashiki had chosen him as a vessel. Yet, it was also somewhat logical, as he was the most compatible with the Otsutsuki bloodline among those present. Hinata JKY raised his right hand, attempting to suppress the seal with his mental energy. It proved effective, though insufficient for complete control, merely delaying the seal's growth. This is troublesome, he thought rapidly, his mind racing with strategies. In mere seconds, he devised two potential solutions. The first was perilous, a gamble with Otsutsuki Urashiki's life. Just as Boruto had been on the brink of death, the Otsutsuki Momoshiki parasitically repaired his body using the seal, resulting in Boruto becoming the Jinchuriki of Momoshiki. The second method involved accelerating the growth of his mental energy, overpowering Urashiki and sealing him within his body, ensuring he would forever accompany the dragon vein chakra. The first method, however, seemed more secure. Although his mental energy grew rapidly, he would need at least 3 years to fully suppress Urashiki. The girl clasped her hands, glowing with green light, and covered Hinata J-Kai's chest. Her medical ninjutsu was remarkable, and soon the wound began to heal, yet the seal within JKY remained unremovable. Is this healing technique? The red-haired girl nodded slightly. Upon seeing her hair color, Hinata JKY suddenly smiled, realizing he had guessed correctly. It was indeed red. He thought to himself how curious it was to be contemplating such matters in their current predicament. The seal on you must be suppressed by Orochimaru at once. The masked man's expression was filled with concern. Hinata JKY shook his head, reassuring, Orochimaru has never encountered such a seal. Do not worry. My mental fortitude is not so fragile. When it comes to mental will, JKY held an absolute confidence, as it was his greatest asset in the ninja world. The masked man paused, then removed his mask. You truly are a worthy teacher. How does the future appear, Sasuke? Sasuke smiled and nodded. With you around, everything is well. Erase their memories. Sasuke nodded slightly, gathering everyone and performing the Sharingan technique. All memories related to their father-daughter duo were erased from everyone except Hinata J. Kentucky teacher. We shall take our leave. By the time everyone regained consciousness, Sasuke and his daughter had returned to their original timeline. Kakashi gazed at the devastated mountains and the desolate plains, feeling a tremor in his heart. The scale of this battle had escalated to the level of tailed beasts. Ordinary ninjas had no qualification to intervene. Such a formidable enemy had been vanquished by Hinata JKY. He had believed he had held a sufficient estimation of JK's strength, placing him slightly above himself but beneath Minato Namake's. This was utterly absurd. His previous thoughts were naive and laughable. Uchiha Shursui helped Hinata JKY, who leaned against the treetops, his face etched with worry. JKY, Sensei, are you alright? Hinata JKY patted Shursui's shoulder, smiling. I am fine. You are injured worse than I. Following this battle, Hinata JKY had completely acknowledged Uchiha Shursui. To stand resolutely for his comrades, even while gravely wounded, brought a profound sense of reassurance. Yet his naivety made him susceptible to exploitation. The group took a moment to regroup. The most injured was Maki, followed by Might Guy, and then Uchiha Shursui, while Kakashi remained the healthiest. After a period of rest, Hinata JKY managed to recover somewhat. The recent Golden Wheel rebirth explosion had drained nearly 40% of his chakra. After another hour of discussion, they decided to temporarily send Gaara and Maki to Konoha, allowing the Suna village personnel to retrieve them later. Chapter 53. The gradually expanding Uchiha. After 2 days of rapid travel, the team finally arrived at Konoha village. Upon entering the village, everyone was immediately sent to the Konoha hospital for treatment. Hinata JKY lay on the hospital bed, feeling the right side of his body. The seal was slowly advancing, and he meticulously gauged its speed. It's progressing faster than I anticipated. At that moment, Orochimaru and Kabuto entered the room. Orochimaru approached, examining Hinata JK's body with keen interest. What an intriguing seal. Orochimaru extended his slender fingers, halting mere inches from the cursed seal. This method of mental invasion bears a resemblance to my cursed mark, yet this particular seal appears to be transforming your very body. Kabuto, understanding the situation, retrieved a surgical knife from his pocket and approached with an amused smile. Hinata Shurjo willingly extended his right hand, adorned with numerous cursed seals and in its most complete form. After obtaining a few samples of tissue, Orochimaru departed. Just as Orochimaru exited, Minato Namake's arrived with Kushina to pay a visit. Kushina cradled a nearly 1-year-old Naruto in her arms. Naruto, with his bright blue eyes, curiously surveyed the hospital room. Thanks to you, Shurjo, once again you have safeguarded Konoha, Minato remarked. It was my duty, Shurjo replied. No, I must genuinely express my gratitude. Without you, our family would not be living in such happiness here in Konoha. Shurjo nodded slightly, acknowledging that he had indeed saved Minato and Kushina, allowing Naruto to receive the love of his parents. While he had his own motives, the truth remained, and he did not feign humility, for it was a deliberate act. This was the result of teamwork. Especially noteworthy were Shui and Guy, who had made significant contributions. Without their assistance, I might not have been able to defeat that Otsutsuki. Minato raised an eyebrow. Otsutsuki? Is that the individual who invaded Konoha? As the conversation turned serious, Kushina took Naruto and stepped outside. Yes, he invaded my body. And as a result, I acquired a portion of his memories. Oh, this clan hails from the stars. With the objective of planting a divine tree in the ninja world and subsequently draining the energy from the entire planet. Minato was taken aback. He had once battled against Kagaya Otsutsuki, whose ability to alter the very fabric of time was indeed beyond the realm of the ninja world. However, Minato soon grasped the crux of the matter. Are you suggesting that the Otsutsuki clan will continue to invade the ninja world? Hinata Shurjo nodded slightly. There is no need for excessive concern. We still have time to prepare. 7 days later, the injured quartet finally discharged from the hospital. Hinata Shurjo wished to treat Guy and Shui to a barbecue, hoping to strengthen their little group. However, Guy brought along Kakashi, who in turn brought along Yuhi Kurini and Asuma Sarutobi. Shui arrived with Itachi Uchiha, who was holding Sasuke, while Yukinagi brought along Kenshiro. Uncle Shurjo. Kenshiro stumbled towards him. The sweet scent typical of a 2-year-old wafting through the air. Hinata Shurjo scooped her up with one arm, and the little girl immediately tugged at his tousled hair. This action caught Yukinagi's attention, and she swiftly swatted at Kenshiro. Mind your manners. Kenshiro retracted her hand and stuck out her tongue at Yukinagi. Sasuke. Kenshiro twisted in Shurjo's arms, her sugary hands playfully smacking Sasuke's face. The little Sasuke buried his face in his brother's neck, his ears turning a bright shade of red. Ah, youth is indeed a cacophony of joy. Guy jovially approached Shurjo, throwing an arm around his neck with a grin. Shurjo-kun, your recovery is looking splendid. Let's engage in some spirited training in a couple of days. Asuma and Kurini appeared somewhat reserved, while Kakashi yawned, looking as if he had just awakened. Yet, when he glanced at Hinata Shurjo, a glint of hostility flickered in his eyes, though it was merely directed at Shurjo's ninja tool pouch. The air was thick with the aroma of grilled meat. Shui skillfully flipped the slices of meat, occasionally placing the cooked pieces into Shurjo's bowl. Yukinagi knelt on the opposite side, using chakra to precisely control the cooking temperature. This was a task Shurjo had assigned her. A reminder that one must never neglect chakra control training, regardless of time and place. Behold my secret sauce. Guy suddenly produced a bottle emitting purplish smoke. Wait. Asuma hurriedly shielded his utensils. Kurini reacted similarly. Shurjo instinctively moved his utensils closer to himself. Ultimately, it was only Shui and Yukinagi who bore the brunt of this biochemical assault. In contrast to the lively atmosphere here, Itachi Uchiha sat quietly with the two children. He cut the meat into small pieces, alternating between feeding Sasuke and Kenshiro. Kenshiro, with her mouth covered in grease, suddenly pushed a slobbery piece of meat towards Sasuke. Taking advantage of the moment to pour tea, Shui leaned in closer. Shurjo-sensei, the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan seems a bit off lately. Hinata Shurjo subtly turned his head. There are those within the Uchiha who wish to vie for positions of power within Konoha. Shurjo raised an eyebrow slightly, as this revelation was entirely unexpected. Logically, with Fugaku and Shui wielding their powerful Sharingan, the internal dynamics should have maintained a singular, unified voice. Could it be that in the absence of Danzo's checks, the Uchiha felt emboldened? Shurjo could only speculate. Minato's governing style was perhaps too lenient, unable to suppress the ambitions of Konoha's foremost clan. Danzo's iron-fisted methods had been sufficient to quell some of the village's discord. Without someone to handle the more unsavory tasks, Konoha's equilibrium would inevitably tilt. Had there been an individual of unassailable strength to lead Konoha, such issues might not have arisen. Take, for instance, Hashirama Senju, who managed to bring harmony to the entire ninja world. Tobirama Senju, while not possessing Hashirama's prowess, wielded considerable skill and political acumen, ensuring stability in Konoha. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, although influenced by the first's ideals and lacking comparable strength, managed to maintain peace in Konoha with Danzo's assistance. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had yet to solidify his position, sharing a temperament akin to the third, embodying the will of fire as an exemplary youth, yet his governing methods were similarly too gentle. Shui, how do you propose we address this matter? Hinata Shurjo countered. Shui furrowed his brow. He had no viable solution, as his status within the clan meetings rendered him voiceless. Even if he wished to resolve it, he felt a sense of helplessness. Just share your thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Shursui ultimately replied, I hope we can resolve this peacefully through dialogue between the village and the Uchiha. Hinata Shurjo shook his head slightly, not out of mockery, for he recognized that Shursui was still young and it was normal for him to struggle with such complexities. He needed guidance. But it should not be through indoctrination that would pit him against the Uchiha. Chapter 54. The distinction between Shursui and Itachi Uchiha. What does Fugaku, the clan leader, mean by that? Itachi Uchiha, seated nearby, narrowed his eyes momentarily before returning to his usual demeanor, yet his attention was drawn to the conversation between Hinata Shurjo and Shursui. With a sigh, Shursui continued, Fugaku desires to relocate back to our ancestral homeland. Hinata Shurjo understood. While the notion was not unreasonable, it would inevitably offend many, including the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha's former territory had long been divided among the various clans of the village, and to reclaim it would surely provoke the ire of all of Konoha. Any prior arrangements would thus lose their significance. If the Uchiha successfully reclaimed their homeland, the next step would be to amass power, followed by the potentially unrealistic aspiration of attaining the position of Hokage. The Uchiha's extreme ideology rendered the possibility of anyone from their clan becoming Hokage a shared consensus among Konoha's prominent families. Desire is a curious beast, everyone possesses it. Hinata Shurjo harbored desires of his own. He yearned for a better life for himself and his loved ones. He shared a close bond with his sister. And without her tireless efforts in the early mornings to earn a living, he would not have achieved his current standing. This ambition, while admirable, would only hasten the Uchiha's demise. Could Fugaku truly be seeking to leverage my connections to reclaim their homeland? Shursui recalled the events of the previous night. Shursui, you are the most talented genius in the clan. Fugaku placed his hand on his shoulder, stating, this time, reclaiming our clan's land is to ensure that the Uchiha children are no longer treated as prisoners under surveillance. Do you understand? At that moment, Uchiha Shursui believed that the decision made by clan leader Fugaku was sound. However, upon hearing Hinata Ju's words and reflecting more carefully, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Uchiha Shursui nodded slowly. Hinata Ju turned to Uchiha Shursui, casually asking, what are your thoughts, Shursui? Uchiha Shursui's gaze wavered, as he meticulously contemplated Hinata Ju's line of reasoning. This cannot be done. The Uchiha have only just emerged from their difficulties and must not sink into the mire again. Hinata Ju nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the Uchiha should not ally with the Hinata, at least not overtly, as it would embroil Konoha in unnecessary disputes. Uchiha Shursui sighed. This time, our team has made significant contributions, resolving a major issue for Konoha and indirectly aiding Sunagakure. Within the Uchiha, there are those who wish to leverage this opportunity to reclaim ownership of our clan's land. When we return, please inform clan leader Fugaku that I will personally advocate for a position as an elder for the Uchiha. Let go of the desire for our former clan land. It no longer belongs to us. Given the merits demonstrated by Hinata Ju and Uchiha Shursui, obtaining an elder position would provoke no dissent, and Minato would likely consent. However, should they encroach upon the core interests of other clans, the outcome would be entirely different, and Hinata Ju would not be foolish enough to offend everyone. Uchiha Shursui released a breath of relief, thinking, if that is the case, it would be splendid. Observing Uchiha Shursui's reaction, Hinata Ju chuckled lightly. What? Did you think I would acquiesce to clan leader Fugaku's request? Uchiha Shursui scratched his head awkwardly, responding with a dry laugh. Beside them, Uchiha Itachi turned his head, continuing to focus on grilling meat and feeding it to the two little ones. Hinata Ju's tone shifted slightly colder. If clan leader Fugaku disagrees, then you must prepare to seize power. Uchiha Shursui was taken aback, the skewer of grilled meat he had just picked up falling into the sauce dish, splattering his clothes with sauce. He hurriedly grabbed a napkin, flustered as he wiped at his attire. Seize power? Me? The word exploded in his mind, ringing in his ears. He recalled clan leader Fugaku's weary gaze from the clan meeting last night and the shouts of the radicals banging on the table. He could not even interject. Seizing power was absolutely out of the question. Uchiha Shursui's fingers tightened around his teacup, turning pale as the steam from the hot tea blurred his vision. Hinata Ju's words were like a shuriken, piercing precisely into his most conflicted vulnerability. Konoha needed peace, and clan leader Fugaku's decision would lead the Uchiha into the abyss. I will assist you in obtaining that position. If you do not wish to be clan leader, you may pass the leadership to Itachi when he is older. Uchiha Shisui regained some composure, but felt troubled. Ju-sensei, I truly am not suited to be the clan leader, and historically, the Uchiha has never had such a young leader. That is inconsequential. Others will assist you. No one becomes a clan leader overnight, Hinata-ju replied. If clan leader Fugaku consents to the elder position, but half of the clan council still opposes, can I use Kotoame Tsukumi? He abruptly fell silent, seemingly startled by his own words. Hinata-ju set down his chopsticks, a cold blue chakra aura surfacing in his Byakugan. Do you wish to alter the will of your clansmen? No. I merely. Shisui abruptly raised his head, but then let his head droop in despair. I don't know what to do. They are still my clansmen. Hinata-ju leaned closer to Shisui's ear, whispering, if Konoha and the Uchiha could only choose one, which side would you choose? Uchiha Shisui's body trembled, becoming somewhat rigid. I will choose, for that is how I can truly assist you. I will choose the Uchiha. Hinata-ju patted Shisui's shoulder with satisfaction. This was precisely why he chose to nurture Uchiha Shisui. If it were Uchiha Itachi, his choice would be the village, and beyond that, peace. Yet, these ideologies were ultimately instilled in him by Konoha's higher-ups. In a peaceful environment, Uchiha Itachi would indeed be an excellent candidate for clan leader. However, when faced with crisis, he would be a ticking time bomb. Perhaps modern thought influenced Hinata-ju. In any case, he could never quite warm up to Uchiha Itachi. Then we shall handle it through the umbu. If you cannot manage it, I can assist you. Uchiha Shisui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a napkin. He had witnessed Hinata-ju's power, the kind capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire village, making it exceedingly easy to deal with the Uchiha. Suddenly, Karui dashed over, stuffing a saliva-soaked rice ball into Shisui's hand. Brother Shisui, eat. Little Sasuke followed suit, holding up a piece of burnt meat. Here. Uchiha Shisui stared blankly at the two children, recalling the Uchiha children practicing shuriken techniques while donning protective gear, remembering their adoring gazes as they called out to him as Brother Shisui. Should civil war erupt, it would be these children who would suffer first. Uchiha Shisui clenched his fists, his gaze firming. I will raise the matter of the elder position at the clan meeting in 3 days. He paused, then added softly. But if the Uchiha remain unsatisfied, I will suppress them by force. Hinata-ju nodded slightly, then retrieved a specially crafted shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, handing it to Uchiha Shisui. This contains my chakra mark. If you need my assistance, channel your chakra into it, and I will appear before you immediately. Uchiha Itachi's expression grew solemn as he absorbed the entire conversation. 3 days, huh? Chapter 55. The Greedy Uchiha. 3 days later. Over 30 elite Uchiha gathered in a small room, some seated, some standing, others leaning against the walls. Clan leader Fugaku sat at the head, eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to the impending storm. Everyone. Uchiha Shisui stood to break the silence, his voice steady. My mentor, Hinata-ju, has secured an elder position for us in Konoha's upper echelons. The room erupted in chaos. An elder position? What we want is our land. A scarred ninja slammed his fist on the table. Exactly. What use is an elder position? Ever since we were pushed to the village's outskirts, our children have to walk an extra half hour just to attend school. Uchiha Makoto gently urged, let Shisui explain. Uchiha Shisui cast a grateful glance in her direction. The elder position means we will have a direct voice in Konoha's decision-making process, and significant roles within Konoha will include our Uchiha. This is far more valuable than a mere parcel of land. Another radical Jainin scoffed, Uchiha Shisui. You've spent too long in the umbu, and have forgotten your own surname. Uchiha Shisui's gaze turned icy. Mind your words, Tetsahana. Have I said anything wrong? Uchiha Tetsahana surveyed the room. Since the second Hokage established the umbu, we've been excluded from core power. And now you expect us to accept scraps? Over the past 6 months, the Uchiha's income had plummeted by 40%. The police force's quota was reduced, leaving the clan's youth unemployed. We need change, not to cling to the grudges of the past. Accepting this position could at least alleviate our current plight. Uchiha Hakadai sneered. A coup is the only path forward. It's time for the Hokage to be from the Uchiha. Enough. Suddenly speaking for the first time, Fugaku kept his eyes closed. Shisui, what are Hinata-ju's conditions? Shisui took a deep breath. To relinquish our claim to the old clan land, accept the elder position, and return to the political center of Konoha. What if we refuse? The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Uchiha Shursui felt the gaze of dozens of Sharingan fixed upon him. Then we shall gain nothing. Uchiha Te exclaimed as he abruptly rose to his feet. Look, he is threatening us. Shursui, have you already pledged allegiance to the Hyuga clan? Uchiha Te tore open his collar to reveal burn marks on his neck. Do you see this? On the night of the Nine Tails, I was on the front lines saving lives, yet the ANBU mistakenly injured our Uchiha comrades with fire release. Uchiha Shursui glared at Uchiha Te. Te, my teacher entrusted all the credit to me to attain this position. The Hyuga gained nothing. Who knows? The three Tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Shursui's eyes spun wildly, suddenly transforming into the kaleidoscope pattern of his Manjiki Sharingan. An intangible pressure enveloped the entire room, causing several young ninjas to stagger back. I will not allow you to insult my teacher. If you provoke me further, I will not hesitate to let you experience the power of these eyes firsthand. Uchiha Fugaku's three Tomo Sharingan spun with fervor, ultimately aligning into a blade-like pattern, each side adorned with a dot. A metallic scent filled the air. The two terrifying ocular powers clashed, causing the candle flames to flicker violently, and the Uchiha clan emblem on the wall seemed to tremble. Legendary eyes. Uchiha Meek murmured, her face pale. Uchiha Te laughed maniacally. Did you see that? With such power, do we still need to negotiate? We can directly control the Hokage. Shursui, you personally meet with the Hokage. We must reclaim our old clan lands and secure elder positions. Uchiha Fugaku spoke up. The patterns in Uchiha Shursui's eyes gradually faded. With all due respect, clan leader, this is impossible. Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms, his expression darkening. Shursui, you are the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan. Possessing formidable Manjiki Sharingan, you should stand with the family. The Uchiha clan wields immense power, and the village continually persecutes us out of fear. If we keep yielding, the Uchiha clan will face annihilation. Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki flickered ominously, his gaze fixed firmly on the Uchiha fan on the wall. This mission earned you considerable merit. Yet you merely secured an elder's seat. If the village refuses to return our clan lands, no matter how great our achievements, nothing will change. If you can leverage your position in the ANBU to control the Fourth Hokage, we can achieve a bloodless revolution. Uchiha Hakudai mocked. Shursui, are you an Uchiha ninja, or merely a puppet of Hinata Jainin? The atmosphere in the room became tense. Uchiha Shursui scanned the fervent faces of the radicals, suddenly realizing that from the outset, this clan meeting had only one possible outcome. I understand, Uchiha Shursui said calmly. He bowed deeply to Fugaku and continued. As a member of the Uchiha, I have fulfilled my duty to inform. As a ninja of Konoha, I will carry out my mission. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. What do you mean? Uchiha Shursui did not respond, instead turning toward the door. Uchiha Te attempted to stop him, but an invisible force repelled him. Stop him! Uchiha Fugaku barked, but it was too late. Shursui's swift movements were not mere boast. Near the Uchiha clan lands, countless ANBU had long been monitoring the area. Uchiha Shursui donned his ANBU mask, his eyes still filled with turmoil. He was well aware of Fugaku's words. However, what good would reclaiming the Uchiha lands do? Offending the entire village would leave the Uchiha clan with no chance of redemption. Master Jainin had foreseen this outcome, to alter the Uchiha's fate. Seizing power was the only path forward. Chapter 56. Resolving issues without resorting to force. Hinata Jainin suddenly appeared beside Shursui. What transpired? Uchiha Shursui briefly recounted the events of the clan meeting, mentally preparing himself for the possibility of a forceful coup. Hinata Jainin nodded slightly. Then give it to him. Uchiha Shursui was taken aback, raising his gaze in confusion toward Hinata Jainin. Master Jainin, did you not say? Hinata Jainin placed a hand on Uchiha Shursui's shoulder, smiling. Seizing power does not necessarily require force. Violence is merely a means of intimidation. Should I return now? Uchiha Shursui asked, bewildered. Just days ago, they had discussed how returning to the clan lands would hasten the Uchiha's demise. Why was there now an agreement? Hinata Jainin had wanted Shursui to express his stance during the clan meeting merely to gauge Uchiha Fugaku's intentions. Though Uchiha Fugaku did not wish to initiate a coup, he would not tolerate the gradual erosion of the Uchiha by the village. He sought change. Uchiha Shursui's significant contributions provided a chance to test the village's attitude, but the result left him deeply disheartened, solidifying his path toward revolution. Hinata Jainin grasped Uchiha Shursui's shoulders, and led him into a spatial passage, instantly transporting them to the Hokage building. The meeting room was filled with people, as if preparing for the final stages of suppressing an Uchiha coup. When Hinata J-Nin and Uchiha Shursui entered the meeting room, they drew everyone's attention. There is no need to be so tense. Civil war is not a necessity, Hinata J-Nin declared. Hokage-sama, please grant me 3 days. If I cannot prevent the Uchiha coup, I will bear all responsibility and personally oversee the suppression of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi Hatake, the fourth Hokage, relaxed his brow slightly. He was inherently opposed to civil war, yet the situation compelled him to make a decision. He agreed to Uchiha Fugaku's request. The Hinata clan was willing to return all properties of the Uchiha clan lands. Hinata hesitated, but upon seeing Hinata J-Nin's relaxed demeanor, he spoke up. The Hinata clan has no objections. Hinata J-Nin surveyed the crowd. Luran is on the verge of restoration and requires vast resources. The Hinata clan has already reached a cooperative agreement with the Queen of Luran. Though he did not finish his sentence, everyone present understood the implication. This was clearly a trade of greater interest for the Uchiha clan lands. Any dissent at this juncture would be seen as instigating trouble. YGA clan leader responded first, agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who opposed war, naturally supported Hinata J-Nin's proposal. Agreed. Nara Shikaku, witnessing Sarutobi's agreement, raised his hand. Agreed. Yamenka Inoichi, agreed. Akimichi Chza, agreed. Seeing the tide turn, others followed suit, voicing their approval. Kakashi Hatake let out a sigh of relief, quickly drafting a document and solemnly affixing the Hokage's seal. If this strategy could remain concealed, Hinata J-Nin would prefer not to reveal it too soon. However, finding a better solution seemed increasingly elusive. While the major clans relinquished their lands, they gained greater benefits, along with long-term interests, making it a foolproof deal. Luran would receive ample resources, and restoration was just around the corner. The Uchiha clan reclaimed their lands and status. It seemed as though everyone had received their due share. Yet, every matter carries a cost. Luran's procurement of vast resources would require substantial funds. Where would this money come from? Naturally, it would come from Hinata J-Nin's own pocket. In the short term, he could afford the costs of the materials, but in no more than 2 years, the funding chain would be entirely severed. The perfect solution would be to generate sufficient funds within these 2 years to cover the gaps until Luran's reconstruction was complete. As for how to acquire such a significant sum, Hinata J-Nin already had a preliminary plan. I oppose the coup. A clear voice pierced the tense atmosphere of the Nange Shrine. Uchiha Fugaku was about to announce the decision for the coup. The assembly fell silent, the flickering flames crackling. Shursui? Fugaku furrowed his brow. I have just returned from the Hokage building. Uchiha Shursui strode into the assembly, 100 pairs of Sharingan fixated on him. Evidently, the Uchiha clan is truly on the brink of insurrection. His gaze swept across familiar faces of his kin, revealing a mix of anticipation, anger, and, predominantly, skepticism. Uchiha Shursui felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The consequences of his tardiness were too dire to contemplate. Uchiha Tetsu abruptly rose, exclaiming, "Traitor! Do you dare to return?" Shursui disregarded Tetsu's provocation, kneeling before Fugaku. "Chief, the Hokage has acquiesced to all our demands. The ancestral land will be returned at its original value, and a seat on the council will be granted to the Uchiha." The assembly erupted in chaos. Impossible. This must be a trap. When have the higher-ups of Konoha ever been so accommodating? Fugaku's Sharingan subtly rotated as he scrutinized Shursui's youthful, yet resolute visage. When did this occur? Just moments ago, the Hokage's advisory council unanimously approved it. The documents are prepared and ready for signing tomorrow. Uchiha Hakudai scoffed. What a coincidence. Right on the eve of our planned coup. He turned to Fugaku, continuing, Chief Fugaku, this is clearly a stalling tactic. Once we lower our guard, they will. This is the fourth Hokage's official document. He is willing to use his position as a guarantee. Fugaku took the document, confirming the unmistakable handwriting of Minato. The Hokage's seal intact. This staggering revelation silenced the raucous assembly once more. Fugaku's pupils constricted slightly. What are the conditions? There are no conditions. Nonsense. This is clearly a ploy to keep us as caged birds. Chief, do not forget how they have treated us. Surveillance, exclusion, the confiscation of our land. Now, fearing us, they come to negotiate. Several radical elders echoed in agreement, reigniting the tension in the room. Shursui observed Fugaku's fingers tremble subtly within his sleeves. Uchiha Tetsu shouted, "Do not forget, this boy has been embedded in the Hokage's faction since childhood. His teacher is Hyuga Nin. He is a spy for the Hyuga clan." Shursui slowly rose, turning to face his kin. "My teacher has indeed taught me much. But he has shown me how to make the Uchiha genuinely strong, not lead the entire clan to destruction." He pointed forcefully towards the direction of Konoha outside the shrine. "Do you truly believe that our clan alone can withstand the might of all of Konoha? Even if we were to triumph, how many of our kin would perish? What of the elderly and the children? Coward! The honor of the Uchiha surpasses life itself." "Honor?" Shursui laughed in disbelief. "At the beginning of this assembly, you clamored for status and territory. Now that both are within reach, you demand a coup." Shursui finally comprehended. From the onset, the radicals' intent had been insurrection. They merely required a suitable pretext. Sacrificing the weak and the elderly for our pride. This is the essence of Uchiha's honor? He cast his gaze across every member present. "Lady Mikoto, do you support the coup?" Uchiha Mikoto, holding the bewildered Sasuke in her arms and grasping Itachi's hand, shook her head resolutely. Uchiha Fugaku abruptly lifted his head, the tomo in his eyes morphing into a kaleidoscope of Sharingan. "Even if we are to stage a coup, surely we must have a detailed plan?" Shursui retorted coldly. "Konoha currently has over 200 registered jonin, not counting retired ones and the hidden strengths of various clans. We Uchiha, even accounting for all our awakened eyes, barely number 57 jonin and fewer than 100 chunin." He advanced to the center of the assembly, his voice resonating. "Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, is currently in the village. The Umbu and various clans will side with the Hokage." Finally, Shursui pointed angrily towards the direction of the Hyuga clan's territory. "We may not even be able to defeat the Hyuga clan." Several elders who had initially supported the coup began to whisper amongst themselves. Fugaku's shoulders visibly relaxed. Uchiha Hakadai suddenly shouted, "The Sharingan can control the nine tails." Shursui retorted with a smirk. "Even if you manage to capture the Jinchuriki and summon the nine tails, what then? My teacher can incapacitate the Sans Shikaku with a single glance." Uchiha Tetsu argued, "What if that little brat from the Hyuga awakens their eyes? We have 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan." Shursui coldly replied, "No, my eyes shall not become the weapons of you foolish ones." "What did you say?" "Chief, make a decision. Grant me a chance. If within 2 years the situation for the Uchiha has not improved, I will support your coup." Fugaku sighed, signaling for silence among the crowd. The conditions presented by Shursui were indeed worthy of consideration. "Chief," Uchiha Tetsu exclaimed in disbelief, "this is not about giving up the struggle, but rather adopting a different approach." He surveyed his kin, continuing, 2 years is ample time for us to prepare thoroughly. If the village continues to harbor animosity towards us, I will personally lead us in reclaiming justice." Shursui exhaled in relief, knowing this was merely a delaying tactic, but it at least bought time for Hyuga Nin's plan. 3 days later, the Hokage's office officially announced the former Uchiha territory would be returned at its original price, alongside the granting of an elder seat to the Uchiha clan. The announcement was articulated with care, bestowing dignity upon the Uchiha while maintaining the prestige of Konoha's higher-ups. However, matters did not conclude there. As the Uchiha clansmen began to strut around their soon-to-be-reclaimed territory, tensions gradually surfaced. One day, Hyuga Nin strolled through the commercial district with Yakaina and K-Rin. K-Rin excitedly pointed at a newly opened dessert shop. "Is that Dango?" Just as Nin was about to respond, a cold laugh resonated from ahead. "Oh, if it isn't the prominent figure from the Hyuga clan, out shopping with 2 little girls?" For ninjas adorned in Uchiha clan insignia blocked their path. Leading them was Uchiha Tetsu, his 3 tomos spinning slowly, a mocking smile upon his face. He was a notorious radical within the clan, always advocating for a forceful seizure of power. Yakaina instinctively shielded K-Rin, while Nin gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Let's find another way," he said calmly. Preparing to pass by, Tetsu instantly blocked their path again. "What is this? The genius of the Hyuga clan fears us Uchiha? I've heard you command great authority before the Hokage." Raindrops trickled down the edge of Nin's umbrella, splashing on the ground. His voice remained steady. "Step aside." "And if I refuse?" Tetsu stepped forward provocatively. "Hasn't he your clan always looked down on us Uchiha? Now that the Hokage bows to us, what right do you have to be arrogant?" Hinata JKY finally raised his gaze to Tetsuhan, his reincarnation eye shimmering with a pale blue light. a flicker of pity crossing his expression. This is your final warning. Tetsuhan, incensed by that look, lunged forward to grasp Hinata J. Kai's collar, demanding the meaning behind his gaze. Yet, his wrist was firmly seized in midair. Hinata J. Kai's movement was nearly imperceptible, and Tetsuhan felt a sudden vertigo as his back crashed heavily against the sodden ground, rain splattering across his face. You bastard. The three other Uchiha ninjas immediately formed hand signs. Hinata J.K.Y. relinquished the handle of his umbrella to the nearby Yukonagi. As Yukonagi took the oil paper umbrella, preparing to pull K-Rin aside, the battle had already drawn to a close. The three had been knocked to the ground, clutching their abdomens in agony. Uchiha Tetsuhan struggled to rise, his face contorted with rage. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball roared forth, eliciting screams from the pedestrians on the street. Yet, Hinata J.K.Y. remained motionless, arms outstretched. Heavenly spin. A rapidly rotating chakra formed a flawless spherical barrier, completely rebounding the fireball. In the instant of Tetsuhan's astonishment, Hinata J.K.Y. had already appeared behind him, delivering a precise chop to his carotid artery. Tetsuhan's eyes rolled back as he crumpled to the ground. In the distance, hurried footsteps approached. Stop! Uchiha Shursui arrived with a squad of Umbu ninjas, and upon witnessing the four fallen Uchiha clan members, his expression turned markedly complex. Uchiha Tetsuhan's public use of fire ninjutsu warranted immediate arrest and detention for investigation. As the Umbu ninjas carried the unconscious Tetsuhan away, Uchiha Shursui exchanged a glance with Hinata J. Kentucky. This incident swiftly spread throughout the Hidden Leaf village. 4 Uchiha clan members had attacked Hinata J.K.Y. in public, only to be instantaneously subdued. Upon learning of the event, Uchiha Fugaku promptly set out to visit the Hinata estate in person. Hinata J.K.Y. welcomed the Uchiha clan leader in the tea room. Amidst the fragrant steam of tea, Uchiha Fugaku solemnly bowed. J.K.Y. Kun. I apologize for the disrespectful actions of my clan members. Hinata J.K.Y. did not respond immediately, but leisurely poured the tea. The sound of flowing tea was especially clear in the silent tea room. Clan leader Fugaku, Uchiha has regained its territory and dignity. What is the result? Uchiha Fugaku tightened his grip on the teacup, unable to respond to that inquiry. The discord between the village and the Uchiha had become increasingly irreconcilable. On this very day alone, numerous altercations had erupted between Uchiha clan members and ninjas from other families, some even resulting in physical confrontations. How do you intend to resolve the conflicts with the other clans? Hinata J.K.Y. cut straight to the point. What are the odds of a coup d'etat succeeding? A crack appeared in Uchiha Fugaku's teacup. These 3 questions struck him like shuriken, piercing the most vulnerable parts of his heart. I do not know. Hinata J.K.Y. rose and walked to the window. No, you must know what the Uchiha will face if this continues. Fugaku fell silent for a long while before suddenly asking, will you help me? I am not aiding the Uchiha. I am assisting Shursui. After all, he is my disciple. With a casual wave, a spatial portal materialized before them. Let us fight. If you win, the Hinata clan will unconditionally assist the Uchiha in a coup. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, adorned with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, involuntarily widened. For a moment, he felt a stir of hope. Are you speaking the truth? Hinata J.K.Y. stepped into the time-space portal, followed closely by Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 58. Kaleidoscope Sharingan and Reincarnation Eye border of the land of Earth. It was an open area with only a few protruding stone pillars nearby. A fierce wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust. Swish, swish, swish. Uchiha Fugaku leaped back 3 steps, swiftly forming hand signs with his right hand, while launching 3 shuriken wrapped in explosive tags with his left. Boom. Before the flames could explode, Hinata J.K.Y. charged directly into the explosion. His reincarnation eye locked onto the flow of chakra, and just as the flames reached him, an invisible repulsive barrier erupted. The fiery explosion collided with an impenetrable wall, scattering in all directions. What? Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted, his brow furrowed in confusion. He couldn't fathom what this technique was. Was it a wind-release ninjutsu? Whoosh. Hinata J.K.Y. was already within 8 steps of him. Uchiha Fugaku decisively abandoned forming hand signs. A steel wire scroll slipped into his palm from his ninja tool pouch, and with a flick of his wrist, the thin steel wires danced like silver snakes, instantly blocking Hinata J.K.Y.'s path. Uchiha Fugaku had honed his body techniques through years of battlefield experience. Yet he was not foolish enough to compete with Hinata in taijutsu. Hinata JKY's palms glowed with pale blue chakra, accurately severing 3 main steel wires. Too late. Uchiha Fugaku sneered, yanking the remaining wires. Boom. The ground erupted in a frenzy of sand. It turned out that he had secretly loosened the sandstone with chakra at the moment of landing. Now, a sandstorm surged forth, completely obscuring visibility. The battlefield descended into chaos. Clan leader Fugaku, obscuring the line of sight, only benefits Hinata. The crimson of the Sharingan flickered amidst the dust. In the next instant, a deadly confrontation would reignite. Swish. Before the dust settled, a glint of cold steel lunged toward Hinata JK's back. Uchiha Fugaku's kunai struck like a venomous serpent, yet at the crucial moment, Hinata JKY retaliated with a swift chop aimed at Uchiha Fugaku's wrist. So fast, Uchiha Fugaku immediately changed his tactic. Crack! The kunai slipped from his grasp. His left hand transforming into a claw aimed directly at Hinata JK's throat. The invisible repulsive field erupted, sending Uchiha Fugaku flying like a puppet with severed strings. This ability again. He clearly hadn't formed hand signs. This isn't ninjutsu. It must be some kind of bloodline limit. He forced himself to twist midair, landing with a slight tremor in his right hand. Without the time to ponder, a lingering shadow appeared before him. Whoosh! Hinata JKY surged forward, aiming a palm strike directly at his heart. Uchiha Fugaku swiftly dodged to the side, only to find the opponent's fingertips suddenly bursting forth with a strange pulling force. Oh no! Uchiha Fugaku's body was uncontrollably drawn back. In a moment of crisis, he leaned back sharply. Whoosh! The fierce palm wind grazed his chin, and he instinctively swept his right leg like a battle axe, forcing Hinata JKY to retreat several steps. Is it attraction and repulsion? Uchiha Fugaku gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow, the Sharingan firmly locking onto his opponent. The Pain's Deva Path possesses a similar ability. This young man. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Fugaku retreated while forming hand signs, as scorching chakra gathered in his throat. Boom! 3 ferocious fire dragons erupted from the air, roaring as they tore through the atmosphere, charging directly at Hinata JKY. Heavenly Spin. Hinata JKY brought his hands together, chakra bursting forth from his body. The rapidly rotating chakra barrier acted as an impregnable wall, deflecting the raging flames entirely. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, his thoughts racing. Is it impossible to continuously use that ability? However, the Heavenly Spin perfectly compensated for that weakness. Ordinary ninjutsu was ineffective, leaving only Jinjutsu as a recourse. As the fire dragons exploded, clouds of smoke surged. Now's the chance. Body flicker technique. No, it's not a substitution. Hinata JK's reincarnation eye focused, his gaze penetrating the ground. Uchiha Fugaku's true self was surging from beneath the earth. Earth release. Inner decapitation technique. The ground split open, and Uchiha Fugaku's hand, like a claw, shot forth, aiming for Hinata JK's ankle. The repulsive force erupted once more, sending Uchiha Fugaku hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times before barely stabilizing himself. He raised a hand to wipe the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking up at the blue eyes before him. Is this the pinnacle of the Byakugan's evolution? Those abilities from before were all the techniques of these eyes. It is not over yet. Uchiha Fugaku's 3 tomo began to spin rapidly, unleashing their power. Illusionary Chains Technique. Hinata JK's vision suddenly distorted as the illusory chains ensnared him. Hinata Gyojio's spiritual power surged like a tempest, instantly shattering the illusionary space. Is the illusion ineffective? Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth, blood vessels spreading in his right eye. How many hidden cards does this fellow possess? The 3-tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Fugaku spun wildly, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan blossomed in response. Susanoo. The dark purple chakra surged like a furious tide, and a formidable skeletal frame rose from the ground, transforming into a colossal half-giant, standing majestically. The giant fist of Susanoo, imbued with destructive power, ruthlessly struck towards Hinata Gyojio. Buzz. An invisible repulsive force collided violently with Susanoo's fist, and in that instant, the air exploded. Shockwaves erupting like raging waves, sending rocks flying in all directions for dozens of meters. Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope spun abruptly, his ocular power unleashed. Illusory moon space. Hinata Gyojio's figure froze, his consciousness drawn into the illusionary realm. Yet before Uchiha Fugaku could catch his breath, an overwhelming spiritual pressure, akin to divine wrath, descended upon him. What? Uchiha Fugaku abruptly looked up, only to see a pair of enormous Rinnegan eyes coldly gazing down from the heavens, reminiscent of a deity judging the mortal realm. Crack! The illusionary space shattered like glass, and the backlash surged forth. Uchiha Fugaku let out a muffled groan, blood tears cascading from his right eye. Impossible. Is the kaleidoscope's ocular technique ineffective too? Rinnegan chakra mode activated. A vibrant green chakra aura erupted like wildfire, and Hinata Jujio stood suspended in midair, his garments billowing as if a deity had descended. Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast. Before the words had left his lips, a golden blade of light, piercing through heaven and earth, descended with a thunderous crash. The skeletal frame of Susanoo crumbled upon contact, and Uchiha Fugaku let out a muffled groan, the technique forcibly undone. Retreating several steps to stabilize himself, the light blade halted mere inches from his toes. The ground beneath him emitted a mournful cry under the immense pressure. A bottomless chasm gaping wide, with golden chakra flowing like molten lava at its edges. Shall we continue? Hinata Jujio's voice was calm, as if the cataclysmic strike had no bearing on him. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the chasm that cleaved the battlefield in two, cold sweat silently trickling down his forehead. He understood. Had Hinata Jujio harbored murderous intent moments ago, he would have undoubtedly perished. Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, even the kaleidoscope Sharingan were no match. A profound sense of helplessness caused Uchiha Fugaku's clenched fist to finally relax. After a long pause, he slowly closed his eyes. I concede. Hinata Jujio dispelled the Rinnegan chakra mode and gently descended. The Patriarch Fugaku should understand that in the face of absolute power, the significance of numbers becomes negligible. Hinata Jujio stated. Uchiha Fugaku grasped the meaning behind these words, yet he found himself unable to refute them. Speak, what do you desire? Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fist, his voice low. Chapter 59, he gave too much. To appoint Uchiha Shursui as acting patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, initially believing Hinata Jujio was jesting. However, upon seeing the profound seriousness in Hinata Jujio's gaze, he fell silent. Uchiha Shursui was far too young, having only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. How could he possibly serve as patriarch? Such a precedent had never existed in Uchiha history. While Shursui's strength was sufficient to earn respect, mere strength was far from adequate. Do you believe he is qualified to serve as patriarch during your tenure? Hinata Jujio suddenly inquired. Uchiha Fugaku was about to respond, but was momentarily speechless by the question. Since he had become patriarch, the Uchiha clan had been in a steady decline, an undeniable fact. Then let us give the youth a chance. If Shursui becomes patriarch, I will offer my utmost assistance when needed. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, his gaze distant, as if contemplating the future. The Lulan Queen had already forged an alliance with the Hinata clan. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, then questioned, but Lulan has already perished, hasn't it? Hinata Jujio succinctly explained the situation regarding Lulan. Queen Sarah now commanded a formidable puppet army, possessing vast wealth and the core technological secrets of Lulan. I can arrange for the prominent families of Konoha to procure the necessary resources for reconstruction. Uchiha Fugaku had been patriarch for so long that he quickly grasped the crux of the issue. The various clans harbored animosity towards the Uchiha due to the reclamation of their territory, which had infringed on their interests. If they could be offered greater benefits, their hostility towards the Uchiha would naturally diminish. However, this must occur under the premise that the Uchiha does not instigate trouble. The materials and resources required for reconstruction are vast, and the entangled interests are significant. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku was absorbing the information, Hinata Jujio continued. Transporting resources requires military might, and I believe the Uchiha is exceptionally suited for this task. Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow. This represented the greatest benefit laid before the Uchiha. Not only could it resolve the unemployment crisis among the younger Uchiha ninjas, but it could also further ease tensions with the village. The interests of both parties would become intertwined. The various clans would need the strength of the Uchiha to ensure the safety of the resources. Change requires time, and it will undoubtedly involve bloodshed. There is only one opportunity. Should you yield to Shursui, I will ensure the Uchiha clan's interests are duly met. With the stakes laid out, it was best if Uchiha Fugaku understood. If he failed to comprehend, Alternative methods of dialogue with the Uchiha would have to be considered. Tomorrow morning at the clan meeting, I will announce that Shisui will temporarily assume the role of patriarch. Hinata Jujio smiled faintly, stating, a wise choice. But there is a condition. If the situation does not improve in 3 months, there will be no if. Hinata Jujio interrupted Uchiha Fugaku, a glimmer of blue light flashing in his rinnegan, his voice growing cold. I can assure you that what I can guarantee will not encounter unforeseen circumstances. Conversely, you, Patriarch Fugaku, if in such circumstances you still cannot quell the dissent within the clan, it will not be incompetence, but rather folly. The blue light in Hinata Jujio's rinnegan flared as his tone turned frigid. At that time, the only fate awaiting the Uchiha will be annihilation. The two locked eyes. Uchiha Fugaku's jawline tightening. After a long while, he sighed and nodded slightly, as if conceding. Since Patriarch Fugaku has agreed to my proposal, let us return and prepare swiftly. I hope we do not see any more thoughtless Uchiha like Uchiha Ironfire. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Was he still holding on to past grievances? In the Uchiha clan's assembly hall, as it was a clan-wide meeting, nearly every member of the Uchiha clan was present. Fugaku sat in the main seat, arms crossed. His gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting on Shisui, as he slowly spoke. From this day forth, Uchiha Shisui shall temporarily assume the role of patriarch. As the words fell, the hall erupted in an uproar. I support Brother Shisui. Shisui's strength and prestige are more than enough to lead the Uchiha. He is far superior to those old fools who only know how to boast of glory. The younger generation of ninjas stood, their eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Most of them had experienced the Night of the Nine Tails, losing loved ones and facing exclusion within the police force. To them, Shisui was not only a genius, but also someone genuinely willing to seek a path for the clan. Uchiha Itachi stood in the corner, his gaze calm, yet the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his stance. Absurd. Uchiha Hachida slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide with fury. When did the Uchiha come to be led by a mere youth? Uchiha Ironfire followed suit, coldly stating, Lord Fugaku, are you truly handing the clan's future to a traitor from the Umbu? Some conservative elders also furrowed their brows, whispering among themselves. They were not entirely opposed to Shisui. Rather, they were concerned about his youth and ability to navigate the complex dynamics between Konoha's higher-ups and the various clans. Uchiha Fugaku slowly raised his head, the oppressive aura of his kaleidoscope Sharingan suddenly erupting. Are you questioning my decision? Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor abruptly turned resolute, plunging the entire hall into an immediate silence. His supporters promptly voiced their allegiance, having previously conferred amongst themselves. Despite their doubts regarding Uchiha Shisui's capabilities, the tangible benefits presented by Hinata JKY were simply too substantial to ignore. The originally hesitant moderates, upon witnessing this, bowed their heads in acquiescence, refraining from further discourse. Just as the atmosphere reached a stalemate, Uchiha Shisui smiled subtly and retrieved a scroll from his robe, gently unfurling it. This document represented an opportunity one procured for the Uchiha clan. The scroll bore the official seal of Konoha, detailing a mission to escort goods from Lulan. Uchiha Shisui, holding the mission assignment, elucidated 35 merchant caravans, each allotted 4 Uchiha slots, with a task duration of 15 days. Uchiha Shisui surveyed the room, noting the burgeoning interest, and continued. The lead J Nin would receive a deposit of 100,000 Ryo. For the CH Nin, 20,000 Ryo. The hall erupted in a cacophony of excitement. It was the first time many had heard of a mission with a deposit, and a sum as significant as 100,000 Ryo at that. This was merely the advance. While the amount was not exorbitant, it could alleviate many families' pressing financial burdens. Uchiha Shisui further explained, upon completion of the task, one could settle for subsequent mission rewards at the Hokage's office. Moreover, there would be additional escort missions for rare minerals on the return journey. Uchiha Shisui gazed at the Uchiha clansmen below, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, and could not help but smile. A J Nin from the Uchiha clan could earn at least 1 million Ryo within a month. A CH Nin could secure a minimum of 200,000 Ryo. Even a Genin could earn 100,000 Ryo, all while gaining invaluable mission experience. Though the sums were modest, the Uchiha J Nin were in dire need of opportunities. In recent years, the Uchiha clan had been allocated significantly fewer mission quotas, a source of growing discontent. Hinata JKY's perspective diverged markedly from that of the denizens of this world. He believed that the Uchiha had been continually aggrieved by the erosion of their interests, a reduction in mission assignments, and a consequent depletion of clan resources, resulting in escalating economic pressures and mounting resentment that could culminate in an explosive uprising. In truth, resolving the external conflicts between the Uchiha and the village could alleviate the internal economic strains, precluding any notions of a coup. After all, it was only when pushed to the brink that individuals resorted to desperate measures. Uchiha Hakadai and Tetsahana's expressions froze, their radical faction members' gazes wavering. The moment Uchiha Shursui announced the mission's remuneration, a brief silence enveloped the assembly hall, quickly followed by fervent discussions. One middle-aged J-Nin abruptly rose, his voice trembling. "I earn nowhere near that in a year with the security forces." His wife, a Ch-Nin, clutched his arm tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. "The children's tuition, our debts. If we take this mission, we can continue to make ends meet." Nearby, a youthful genin was counting on his fingers. 100,000 Ryo is enough for new ninja tools and new clothes for my sister. His voice escalated with excitement. Nearly erupting, "I support Brother Shursui." Uchiha Hakadai's face turned ashen, yet he appeared conflicted. His family situation was far from secure, but the Uchiha's honor forbade him from yielding. "Are you so easily swayed by money? What of the Uchiha's honor?" Tetsahana grimaced in agreement. "These missions are clearly a ploy by the Hokage. They aim to divide us with wealth, compelling us to relinquish our authority over the security forces." Yet this time, their rhetoric lacked the usual fervor. A previously radical Ch-Nin slowly rose, speaking softly. "Hakadai-senpai, my son is set to take the graduation exam for the Ninja Academy next month, and I need to purchase new tools." His voice dwindled. "The salary from the security forces is hardly sufficient." Another youthful radical gritted his teeth. "Tetsahana-senpai, you have no family to support, so you can speak of honor, but my mother is ill. Who will lend me money for her medical expenses?" In the corner, a kunoichi holding a child could no longer contain herself. "My husband hasn't received a decent mission in 6 months. If we take this job, we can move out of this dilapidated clan residence." Another young ninja clenched his teeth. "My sister is gravely ill. With this money, she could receive the best treatment." An elder sighed. "We truly need these missions, but is it wise to abandon our positions in the security forces?" Uchiha Shursui calmly replied, "It is not a matter of abandonment, but rather of expansion. The Uchiha cannot remain confined within the security forces. We must cultivate more beneficial ties with the village." Uchiha Fugaku interjected at an opportune moment, stating that the positions within the security forces would remain intact, yet those willing to participate in the escort missions could choose freely. This compromise brought relief to many hesitant clansmen. Sasuke, perched on Itachi's back, curiously asked, "Brother, what are they discussing?" Uchiha Itachi gently responded, "These missions are not solely about earning money. Each escort fosters connections between Uchiha ninjas and the village's merchants, as well as ninjas from other clans, gradually diminishing hostility over time." Nearby, several young ninjas came to a realization. "I see now. No wonder Brother Shursui is so insistent on securing these missions." Uchiha Fugaku scanned the room. "Now, let us proceed to the final vote. Those in favor of Shursui temporarily assuming the role of clan leader and accepting the Lulan escort mission, please raise your hands." One by one, hands began to rise. Even members of the radical faction, under the pressure of financial need and familial obligations, slowly lifted their hands. Uchiha Hakadai and Tetsahana stood isolated, their expressions grim. Ultimately, Uchiha Fugaku announced, "The resolution passes." After the meeting concluded, the Uchiha ninjas departed in small groups, animatedly discussing the impending missions. Word had spread that additional rewards awaited in Lulan. "I want to sign up for the first batch. I haven't had a decent mission in months. I need to prepare my ninja tools." Uchiha Shursui stood at the doorway, observing the long-awaited smiles on his clansmen's faces, softly murmuring, "This is the true essence of the Uchiha." The merchant caravans of Konoha were being assembled on a grand scale, with the first batch of supplies from various clans en route. To mitigate any unforeseen incidents, Hinata JKY personally led the escort mission. The jolting carts traversed the muddy paths, and Hinata JKY leaned out to survey the surroundings. "Has no one maintained this road?" Beside him, a representative from the Hinata clan hurried forward to explain. "This is a newly established trade route, saving 7 days of travel to the Wind Country. There will undoubtedly be challenges along the way, hence the need for higher-ranked ninjas to escort us. Hinata JKY nodded slightly, grasping the higher-up's intentions. The village sought to avoid conflict with the Uchiha. Establishing new trade routes would save time and provide a venue for the Uchiha's combat prowess. Inside the cart, Yakina was practicing her chakra rotation with the rubber ball. While she had made noticeable progress, she was still far from achieving an explosion. Hinata JKY refrained from imparting any techniques, allowing her to explore independently, for the journey of practice was more crucial than mastering the Rasengan. Along the way, though numerous bandits lurked, they were effortlessly dealt with by the Uchiha J-Nin leading the convoy. Occasionally, wandering ninjas would pass by, but upon seeing Konoha's ninja presence, they opted to circumvent the area. Over time, the merchants began to hold the Uchiha escort team in high regard. The atmosphere grew more amicable, though several Uchiha clansmen seemed somewhat taken aback by the unfamiliar warmth. Yet, the gradual transformation in their expressions revealed their enjoyment of this newfound sense of recognition. Chapter 61. The Summoning of the Serpent. Half a month swiftly elapsed since departing from Konoha, during which no unexpected events transpired. The initial batch of supplies arrived at the ruins of Lulan, where foundational planning and construction were underway. Queen Sarah oversaw the site, her eyes sparkling with vitality as she witnessed the buildings rising from the ground. Lord Hyuga JKY. Upon spotting him, Sarah hurriedly approached with a joyful stride. Queen Sarah, this is the first batch of supplies from Konoha. As she gazed upon the numerous supply carts, her face lit up with delight as she embraced JKY, leading him to a makeshift shelter nearby. Just call me Sarah. I owe you a great deal. Even the Land of Wind has sent many to assist. JKY squinted slightly, activating his Byakugan to survey the area, noting the influx of unfamiliar faces on the construction site. Why would the Land of Wind send help? The resurgence of Lulan would not bode well for them. This inconsistency raised JKY's suspicions. At that moment, Sarah retrieved a collection of vividly colored crystals from a basket at her waist, placing them on the wooden table. JKY picked up one of the crystals, examining it closely. Its exterior shimmered with a spectrum of colors, evoking a sense of familiarity within. Is this a crystallization of Dragon Vein Chakra? He inquired, puzzled. Sarah nodded, affirming, yes, these crystals were collected from the ruins of the altar. JKY's gaze drifted towards the remnants of what was once a lost tower, now aglow with countless luminous energy crystals. Has a vein formed? JKY gasped in astonishment. This was undoubtedly a crystallization of residual Dragon Vein Chakra, containing immensely potent energy. He soon connected it to two primary applications, crafting explosive tags from Dragon Vein crystals or utilizing them as a convenient chakra replenishing source. He casually tossed a crystal to Yakina, whispering, try to see if it can replenish your chakra, but proceed slowly. Yakina did not question his intent. She took a red crystal into her palm, attempting to guide the energy within into her body. What a peculiar sensation. I can absorb the energy, yet my body seems to resist it. JKY took another crystal, and with a thought, drained its energy entirely. Upon closer inspection, he noted it differed slightly from pure Dragon Vein Chakra, resembling a diluted version. Is it akin to the products of sage art parasites? He pondered. Yakina, attempt to channel this energy into the rubber ball. Yakina mobilized the energy within her and, astonishingly, succeeded. A red vortex of energy began to swirl within the rubber ball. JKY grasped the concept. The energy within the crystals could not replenish lost chakra, but could substitute chakra for releasing ninjutsu, a consumable resource. Sarah, do you comprehend the significance of these crystals? JKY asked, his expression grave. Sarah instinctively shook her head. They're beautiful. The workers say they feel less fatigued holding them. And the Land of Wind is willing to purchase them at double the price in gold. Can they replenish stamina? If that were the case, matters would become quite complicated. How long have the ninjas from the Land of Wind been mining here? Over a month. JKY nodded slightly, surveying the ninjas nearby, who were now gradually encircling them. Shall we take action? He mused darkly. Yakina, go inform the leading jonin of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to prepare for battle. Understood. Yakina was startled and hurried to the area where Konoha ninjas congregated, relaying the message. Without needing JKY's prompting, the two jonin-led squads, spearheaded by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, quickly formed a defensive formation, having already sensed the tension from the sand ninjas. JKY bit his finger, smearing blood across the back of his hand, then rushed to the open ground, slamming his palm against the earth. Summoning technique. With a resounding boom, smoke billowed forth. And the colossal serpent, Manda, was summoned once more. Why have you summoned me again? JKY expressed his dissatisfaction. Manda, taken aback, had assumed he was called forth by Orochimaru for the promised sacrifice. Little brat, I still have an account to settle regarding the last sacrifice. JKY smirked, pointing toward the nearby sand ninjas. Those sand ninjas will serve as your offering, but if you dare consume an ordinary person, I shall skin you alive. Manda exhaled 2 jets of smoke from its nostrils, but ultimately held back. It vividly remembered the last battle. Anyone who could survive a confrontation with that monster was not one to be trifled with. Very well, they shall suffice. Manda acquiesced, charging toward the densest cluster of sand ninjas. With a swift opening of its jaws, it devoured several sand ninjas in one gulp. It's a massive summoning beast. Various ninjutsu struck against Manda's scales, failing to penetrate its defenses. The Konoha ninjas, initially poised to join the fray, hesitated instinctively. Rushing in now would only make them fodder. This is Lord JK's summoning beast, one of the Hyuga ninjas exclaimed. The Uchiha Jonin swallowed hard, realizing who JKY was, Orochimaru's former pupil. Initially dismissive, he felt his arrogance dissipate as he witnessed the colossal beast wreak havoc upon the sand ninjas. Soon, the sand ninjas began to scatter in panic. Leave some lower ranks to guard the supplies. The rest pursue the remaining enemies. Following JK's command, the 2 Jonin-led squads split and chased in opposite directions. Manda chose the path with the most fleeing enemies, clearly pleased with the quality of this offering. Do not flee. I have yet to satiate my hunger. Yakina intended to pursue, but was held back by J. Kentucky. Do you wish to court death? Yakina, taken aback, nodded softly. Sarah stood in a daze, struggling to comprehend how a conflict had erupted between the Sand and Konoha ninjas. Do you now understand? These dragon vein crystals possess the potential to incite a war. If discovered by ninjas from other villages, it could ignite the 4th Great Ninja War, JKY stated solemnly, locking eyes with Sarah. What should we do? Chapter 62. The Omen of the 4th Great Ninja War. Listen closely, Sarah. JK's tone was unprecedentedly grave. You find yourself in a perilous situation. The Land of Wind collaborates with you not out of goodwill, but because they are currently incapable of independently mining these crystals. Sarah's fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her garment. But the agreement clearly states that I hold the mining rights. They are only responsible for transportation and sales. An agreement? JKY scoffed. In the face of a power capable of reshaping the ninja world, an agreement is merely a scrap of paper. The Sand Village requires you to stabilize the vein. Once they discover a substitute method or their pressure becomes unbearable, you will find yourself as a corpse. Sarah's complexion paled further, her body trembling slightly. What am I to do? Abandon the vein? Her voice quivered with reluctance. Lulon needs these resources. JKY nodded slightly, acknowledging the unprecedented opportunity. Even he desired to share. If the vein could be controlled, it would not only resolve the Uchiha's issues, but also allocate more funds for Orochimaru's research. You are presented with but a singular choice: to align oneself with the formidable Fire Nation, and consequently prepare for an impending conflict with other hidden villages. Sarah, beset by uncertainty, is no fool. She perceives the gravity of the situation. Her gaze drifts towards the construction site. How many among those workers are clandestine spies with ulterior motives? I require time to deliberate, she finally uttered, her voice laden with fatigue. Hinata J. Nin nodded in acknowledgement, poised to respond, yet his senses detected an anomalous spatial fluctuation. Someone was approaching. A figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds materialized before Hinata J. Nin, who was then concealed behind a low wall. It was Uchiha Obito. By the time Hinata J. Nin gave chase, Uchiha Obito had already vanished into the Kamui dimension. Sarah hastily pursued, gripping Hinata J. Nin's arm with a sense of urgency. Who is that? She inquired. It's the Akatsuki. Fear not. They will not strike at the mine for the time being. Akatsuki? Hinata J. Nin refrained from explaining to Sarah, instead contemplating the implications. This crystal mine has the potential to incite the 4th Great Ninja War, a prospect that would benefit the Akatsuki. If I were Obito. After a moment's reflection, Hinata J. Nin reached a definitive conclusion. I would disseminate this information, alerting the other hidden villages to this secret. The Akatsuki could exploit this to weaken the military strength of the 5 great villages, preparing for their subsequent tailed beast capture agenda. This poses significant complications. Should the Fire Nation's daimyo become aware of this news, he would likely go mad. It represents a golden opportunity for unification in the ninja world. If the Fire Nation could gain absolute control over this mine, it would possess the capability to subjugate the entire ninja realm. War has become inevitable. The butterfly's wings have begun to flutter. The sole means of resolution lies in sealing the entire mine. Yet Hinata Nin hesitated. Uchiha Obito would soon disseminate this news, and the first to know would undoubtedly be the Fire Nation's daimyo. There exists another course of action, the death of Sarah. Without Sarah's suppression, the dragon vein crystals would remain untapped. Miners or ninjas descending into the depths would be assimilated by the overwhelming natural energy. Yet, Hinata Nin would not resort to such measures. He is a man of principles. Without Sarah's assistance, he could not so effortlessly absorb the majority of the dragon vein chakra, although he currently lacks the means to utilize it extensively in battle post-conflict. He could swiftly refine it into chakra for the Rinnegan. Sarah, summon your kin forthwith. Hinata Nin's voice brooked no argument. What is the purpose? Sarah queried, somewhat bewildered. To extract as much as possible, concentrating resources for transport to Konoha. Sarah bit her lip and turned to depart. Hinata Nin then instructed the ninjas of the Hyuga clan to dispatch ninja hawks to relay intelligence back to Konoha. Thus, a day and night elapsed. The vehicles intended for transporting goods were now laden with dragon vein crystals. Upon Hinata Nin's command, the convoy proceeded towards the Fire Nation's borders in a grand procession. Hinata Nin took up the rear, while the third Kazekage's puppet forged ahead, clearing the path. Uchiha and Hyuga elite Jounin flanked the sides of the caravan in vigilant defense. During their journey, Sunagakure ninjas dispatched multiple squads to intercept them, but were repelled by Hinata Nin and the third Kazekage's puppet with overwhelming force. When they finally traversed into the Fire Nation's territory, the apprehensive delivery team exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Sarah, situated in the midst of the group, endeavored to soothe her kin. However, the spirits of the people were notably low. They had scarcely discovered a path forward, with hopes of restoration, yet were beset by such tumult. After another day of travel, reinforcements from Konoha began to arrive in succession. 3 days later, Sarah and her people finally reached Konoha, where they were allocated a temporary encampment in the training grounds of the Hyuga clan. Upon Hinata Nin's arrival at the Hokage's office, he found Minato Namikaze rubbing his temples, visibly fatigued. "What troubles you?" Minato inquired, handing a letter to Hinata Nin. "This is correspondence from the daimyo of the Fire Nation." Upon opening the letter, Hinata Nin found it aligned with his predictions. The daimyo demanded that Konoha immediately dispatch forces to secure the Lulan mine. However, such an action would unequivocally declare war on the other hidden villages. The Lulan mine lies deep within the borders of the Wind Country, and conducting military operations in such a remote area poses logistical challenges. What a lunatic, Minato sighed. Not only the daimyo, but the heads of various clans in Konoha are also clamoring for immediate deployment. They wish to stake their claim. Hinata Nin replied, as Minato poured a bag of dragon vein crystals onto the desk and casually picked one up. The research department has tested them. Larger crystals can be utilized to perform one high-level jutsu without any chakra expenditure. This mine is exceedingly unstable and requires Sarah's forceful control for extraction. In the coming days, other hidden villages may demand we surrender Sarah. Minato nodded slightly, fully aware that this was precisely the dilemma he dreaded. Hokage-sama, if it comes to that, I may have to take Sarah and depart. Hinata Nin stated calmly. Minato's brow furrowed deeper. He comprehended Hinata Nin's intent, recognizing it as a viable solution. Yet, the consequence would label Hinata Nin as a rogue ninja for eternity. And Konoha would lose not only the puppet production line, but also an entirely new system of sage arts, alongside formidable combat prowess surpassing that of the Kage. Sarah is not something I can relinquish. I will bear the consequences alone. This was not a threat, but rather a genuine plan on Hinata Nin's part, to assist Sarah in establishing her own nation anew. That is unacceptable. Minato rejected Hinata Nin's proposal outright. If Konoha were to lose you, I would rather engage in simultaneous warfare with other hidden villages. Konoha is progressing towards a brighter future. Losing Hinata Nin at this juncture would undoubtedly plunge it back into turmoil. Chapter 63. The Extreme Pressure of Terumi Mei. For both personal and political reasons, Minato Namikaze wished to avoid Hinata Nin becoming a rogue ninja. He had saved their lives, assisting Konoha on numerous occasions. The situation had not yet reached such a dire state. Perhaps we could collaboratively develop the Dragon Vein crystals. Hinata Nin shook his head, gesturing towards the letter from the Fire Nation's daimyo. The daimyo demands we monopolize the mine and utilize it to wage war against the other hidden villages. We face but two choices. Either forcibly seal the Dragon Vein crystal mine and endure the wrath of the daimyo, or engage in warfare with the other hidden villages. Minato hesitated. Sealing the mine would inevitably lead to a reduction in Konoha's annual funding. Their strength would wane rapidly, plunging them into an awkward situation akin to Sunagakure, which is largely self-sufficient. Insufficient funding could incite internal instability or even ignite civil war. The Fourth Great Ninja War would similarly become unavoidable. I shall first visit Kirigakure to gauge the reaction of the Fifth Mizukage. If we can unite with the Mizukage to apply pressure on the other hidden villages, perhaps we can resolve this incident peacefully. Kirigakure's geographical position is unique, surrounded by the sea. Officially ruled by the daimyo of the water country, it operates independently, not reliant on the water country's support economically. Konoha possesses the strength to confront the four major hidden villages simultaneously, with Kirigakure's might added. They could indeed dominate the entire ninja realm. At such a juncture, other nations would undoubtedly seek a peaceful resolution, potentially even uniting to coerce the Fire Nation's daimyo. Should it come to a point where war becomes imperative, Konoha would not suffer significant losses. At worst, they could monopolize the mine and distribute a portion as a means of balancing the interests of each village. Naturally, all of this hinges on successfully persuading Terumi Mei. He had visited Kirigakure once before, leaving behind several concealed chakra marks. Relying on his previous memory, Hinata Nin stepped into the spatial passage. Alas, he held his forehead. Was it truly such a coincidence that she was bathing at this moment? The mist of the hot spring swirled around, droplets condensing on the smooth stone walls, creating a rhythmic dripping sound. Hinata stood at the edge of the bathing pool, striving to maintain his composure. Why are you averting your gaze this time? Didn't you see clearly last time? The voice of Terumi Mei, tinged with a lazy amusement, emerged from the enveloping steam. If I claimed this was an accident, would you believe me? Water droplets trickled down Terumi Mei's fragrant shoulder, her skin glistening with a pearlescent sheen in the mist, her long legs slightly bent, exuding a languid yet assertive posture. Another accident? That would indeed be surprising. She chuckled softly. Lord Mizukage, I am here to discuss serious matters. His voice was deep, making a concerted effort to remain calm. Serious matters? She retorted with a light laugh, slowly rising from the pool. Then why is your heart racing so fast? Stepping out of the bath, her bare feet touched the cool, damp stone, advancing towards him with each deliberate step. Hinata could feel her warmth, the humid fragrance almost brushing against his shoulder. I can assist you. Her fingertips grazed his chin gently. But first, you must help me. Terumi Mei's breath was tantalizingly close, carrying a faint aroma of tea. The mist can become an ally of the leaf, but you must first prove your sincerity. Her lips nearly brushed against his ear, her voice a whisper. Hinata throat tightened slightly. He found it increasingly difficult to resist her provocative demeanor. Such conditions seem rather personal, don't you think? Personal? Terumi Mei laughed softly, lifting his chin with her finger. Isn't politics the most personal of games? Her body almost pressed against his chest. He could distinctly feel her heartbeat. Or are you afraid? Her fingertips traced the collar of his clothing, finally pulling him closer. A brilliant blue light flickered in Hinata eyes, strikingly vivid amidst the mist. Afraid? He lowered his gaze, meeting Terumi Mei's stunning visage. She paused momentarily, taken aback by the sincerity in his eyes, which seemed to encapsulate the entire cosmos. I was merely contemplating. If Lord Mizukage truly wishes to test my limits, perhaps a different approach would suffice. Terumi Mei raised an eyebrow, intrigue glimmering in her gaze. Oh, such as? Suddenly, Hinata reached out, grasping her wrist and gently pushing her back against the stone wall of the bathing pool, the warm steam rising between them. Just tell me directly what you desire. The corners of Terumi Mei's lips curled into a smile, showing no sign of alarm. I desire your strength, but more importantly, I seek the future of the mist. If you could become my man, all matters could be resolved. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, the sliding door of the bathroom was abruptly pulled open. Lord Mizukage, a voice, filled with urgency, was abruptly cut off. His Byakugan clearly revealed everything within the bathroom. Terumi Mei was pinned against the stone wall by Hinata JKY. Their proximity, so close they could feel each other's breath. The young man's face flushed crimson, and he quickly turned away. I saw nothing. Terumi Mei chuckled lightly, lazily leaning against the wall. Ching, remember to knock next time. Hinata JKY released her, stepping back to regain his composed demeanor. Perhaps you should put on some clothes. Terumi Mei laughed softly, unperturbed by his gaze as she confidently approached the wardrobe, retrieving a bathrobe and leisurely slipping it on. Once dressed, she casually tied the sash, her bare feet gliding over the deep blue tiles, each step embodying the unique poise of the mist. Let us discuss matters in my room. Terumi Mei led Hinata JKY to her bedroom. Take a seat. She gestured towards the cushions by a low table, while she reclined on the window-side couch, her long legs subtly visible beneath the robe. Ching, prepare some tea. Hinata JKY maintained a respectful distance as he sat down, his Byakugan scanning every corner of the room. Once assured of their privacy, he finally met Terumi Mei's gaze. Lord Mizuki, call me Mei, she interrupted, her fingers entwining a damp strand of red hair, smiling lightly. In this setting, formality is unnecessary. Hinata JKY's throat subtly tightened. He refused to engage in her games. Lord Mizuki, the leaf requires the support of the mist. Terumi Mei laughed softly, rising from her seat to saunter behind him, her fingers lightly resting on his shoulder. The great ninja War 1T reached the land of water. It has little to do with the mist. If you desire our assistance, you must be prepared to offer something in return. 20% of the extraction rights. Terumi Mei smirked, her breath caressing his ear. The land of water is surrounded by ocean, far removed from continental strife. We could easily remain uninvolved, watching as your leaf battles other ninja villages. Ultimately, when you are at your weakest, we could seize the opportunity for a larger share. Hinata JKY did not turn around, his tone growing cooler. No more than 30%, or prepare for war. Terumi Mei wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her cheek close to him. What a dull man you are. I can agree to that, but you must first agree to one thing. Hinata JKY pushed Terumi Mei away, standing up. Speak. Become my man. And the mist will naturally stand by the leaf. Hinata JKY pondered for a moment, understanding Terumi Mei's underlying concerns. She feared that once the mist village was utilized, the leaf might suddenly renege on their agreement. At that point, the mist would have few options, having already alienated other ninja villages. Any attempt to switch allegiances would come at a hefty cost. A political marriage? Chapter 64. The Union of Agreement. What do you think has sustained the alliances of the ninja villages through the ages? Marriages are the most ancient form of contract, far more reliable than treaties that can be torn up at any moment. Noticing Hinata JKY's continued silence, she pressed on. Just like the Senju and Uzumaki of the Leaf, there has always been a marital bond during their zenith. Yet the Uzumaki clan was exterminated, Hinata JKY replied calmly. Terumi Mei continued. That was due to the death of the first Hokage. As long as you remain alive, the Mist Village will at least have sufficient assurance. Hinata JKY pondered for a moment before continuing. I might also have a change of heart. Terumi Mei chuckled lightly. I still trust your credibility. Oh, you chose to spare the Queen of Lulan rather than simply killing her. Isn't that enough? Hinata JKY nodded slowly. Why must it be me? The Leaf has other better options. Because you are handsome, she replied, leaving him momentarily speechless. He did not believe Terumi Mei's flattery. As he gazed into her emerald eyes, he perceived political calculations that transcended mere personal desires. The Raikage has already dispatched envoys to inquire about the dragon vein crystal. Just imagine the implications if the land of lightning and the land of water were to unite. Hinata JKY's pupils constricted. This was the scenario he dreaded most. Two military powerhouses joining forces against the land of fire. The scale of warfare would far exceed that of the Third Great Ninja War. You are threatening me. No. Terumi Mei turned away, her bathrobe outlining her graceful silhouette in the morning light. I am merely stating a political reality. In this world, only the strong can establish the rules. And you happen to be one of the most compelling strongmen I have encountered, fitting exactly my preferences. Hinata JKY rose to his feet. I require the Mist to immediately declare support for the Leaf. Additionally, you must mobilize the Mist's influence among the nations to pressure the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Terumi Mei's crimson lips curved into a victorious smile. Deal. Lord Mizuki. Ching's voice echoed through the sliding door, tinged with evident urgency. The emissary from the hidden cloud has arrived at the port, personally led by Reikage. The movements of Koyuki froze, a flicker of annoyance flashing in her eyes. It appears our guest has come earlier than anticipated. Inform Reikage that I shall meet him in half an hour. Hinata JKY furrowed his brow, with Reikage taking matters into his own hands. The situation was more serious than he had imagined. I must return to Konoha immediately to report to the Fourth Hokage. Wait. Koyuki grasped Hinata JK's arm. Let us meet in my office at midnight. Hinata JKY gazed deeply at her as the spatial portal slowly opened before him. As the vortex of space dissipated, the smile on Koyuki's face gradually faded. In the Hokage's office, Hinata JKY stepped out of the portal. What is the situation? Minato Namikaze set down the pen in his hand, his knuckles rapping against the scattered samples of dragon vein crystal on the desk. Reikage has already reached the hidden mist. Leading the charge himself, he replied. Minato stood, frowning. So soon. Koyuki is seeking a political marriage. Minato paused, then scrutinized Hinata JKY with suspicion, tentatively asking, with you? Indeed. The office fell into silence. Only the distant chirping of cicadas outside could be heard. Minato approached the ninja world map on the wall, tracing the area between the land of fire and the land of lightning with his finger. He had already begun to strategize how the war with the hidden cloud would unfold. I believe we can agree. After all, this is a mess of my own making. Hinata JKY stated. Are there any other options? Minato's voice drew him back to reality. If we unite with the sand, Hinata JKY suggested. Let us not count on the sand. They are fickle, he continued. He did not harbor animosity toward Koyuki. If this political marriage could tilt the odds in favor of the Fourth Great Ninja War, it would be a gamble worth taking. At midnight, the spatial portal opened atop the Mizuki's office building. You have indeed come. Koyuki's voice rang out from behind. Hinata JKY turned to see her leaning against the railing, clad in a blue Mizuki robe, her red hair billowing in the wind. Has Reikage arrived? He inquired directly. Yes, throwing a fit in the reception room. She chuckled lightly, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. He heard I postponed our meeting and nearly blinded Ao's other eye. Hinata JK's Byakugan glimmered slightly, piercing through walls to confirm the presence of a considerable amount of lightning chakra on the third floor of the office building. Among the tumultuous energy sources, one particularly ferocious source must belong to the Fourth Reikage. How do you plan to handle this? Koyuki suddenly stepped closer, her fingers brushing against his cheek. That will depend on your answer. JKY. Kuin, her voice softened. An explosion echoed from afar, causing the building to tremble slightly. Another loud bang followed, this time shaking the entire structure. Ao's voice called from the stairwell, Mizuki. Reikage says he will tear down the office building. The door to the reception room was kicked open. The towering figure of the Fourth Reikage filled the doorway, his bronze muscles crackling with lightning chakra. Seeing Hinata JKY standing beside Koyuki, his eyes narrowed to slits beneath his thick brows. I said, why the delay in our meeting? Reikage's voice rumbled like distant thunder. So it's Konoha's dog that arrived early to wag its tail, he sneered. Hinata JK's chakra surged outward, a murderous intent igniting within him. Koyuki sensed the danger. If Reikage were to perish in the hidden mist, it would spell disaster. She quickly grasped Hinata JK's arm. Reikage has traveled a long distance. How about we have some tea first? She proposed, moving gracefully toward the main seat as if hosting a banquet. By the way, this is Hinata JKY, my fiancé. Reikage's expression was as if he had been struck. What? The hidden mist and Konoha are about to unite? Koyuki poured tea with poise. Regarding the dragon vein crystal, we propose holding a 5 Kage summit to resolve this matter peacefully. Reikage's fist slammed onto the tea table, shattering the sturdy rosewood into splinters. Nonsense. The daimyo of the Land of Fire has already ordered troops to mobilize. That was previous information. Hinata JKY finally spoke. Reikage's gaze darted between the two, suddenly bursting into laughter. Good. Very good. He pointed at Hinata J. Kentucky. You think you can resolve conflicts in the ninja world by sleeping with women? Wait until the Cloud's fleet reaches the shores of the Land of Fire. Let us see what your pretty eyes can do. Reikage, this is the Hidden Mist Village. Please mind your words, Koyuki admonished loudly. Reikage scoffed and turned to leave, pausing at the door. Koyuki, you will regret this. When Konoha has drained the value of the hidden mist, the first to be discarded will be you island barbarians. As Reikage's footsteps faded, the iced tea cup in Koyuki's hand shattered. War is inevitable, she whispered. I will go attend to Reikage. Koyuki was taken aback by Hinata J-Kai's words. Do not act impulsively, at least not until Reikage leaves the land of water. Hinata J-Ky nodded slightly, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, after he departs from the hidden mist, I will seek him out to settle this. Chapter 65. Recruiting Kisame Hashigaki. I require your assistance with another matter. Is this part of the agreement? Koyuki teased. Consider it a personal request. After all, I will soon be your wife, and as a husband. Helping with a small matter should not be too much to ask, right? With that, Koyuki puffed out her ample bosom. Hinata J-Ky remained expressionless, not engaging. Speak then. If it's not too troublesome, I might assist. Koyuki pulled a sheet of paper from a thick book in the office. Hinata J-Ky leaned in to glance. Noting it was a personnel list, seemingly related to the Umbu's organization. What do you want me to see this for? Koyuki explained. This is the list of former subordinates of Kuratsuchi who have been forcibly conscripted. They are planning a coup soon. Hinata J-Ky took the list and glanced through it briefly. He was quite busy and had little time to deal with Koyuki's troubles in the hidden mist. Just as he was about to set the list down, one name caught his attention. Kisame Hashigaki. Is he also one of Kuratsuchi's subordinates? Koyuki replied, yes. I have interacted with him a few times. His strength is quite formidable. I can assist with this. Really? Koyuki had only intended to test the waters, but was pleasantly surprised by his affirmative answer. When do we act? Tonight. That evening, Koyuki led Hinata J-Ky to the Umbu base, which was far more ominous than he had imagined, evoking a sense of an underground lair. Welcome to the dark side of the hidden mist. Koyuki lit the torches on the wall, the flickering flames casting shadows in the darkness. She brought him to a wall inscribed with names. These are the victims from the era of blood mist, students killed by their comrades, ninjas executed by their superiors. Hatred is passed down through generations here. We are being followed. I know. Koyuki's voice turned very soft. They have been tailing us since we entered the base. It is the 3rd division of Umbu, loyal to Kuratsuchi. Suddenly, 3 shuriken flew towards them. Hinata J-Ky had anticipated this. He raised his palm lightly, and the incoming projectiles twisted and morphed in midair, redirecting as if guided by an invisible force. Clang! The 3 shuriken embedded themselves into the bluestone wall. 5 dark figures emerged from the blood mist, their animal masks gleaming coldly in the moonlight. The leader, wearing a fox mask, rasped mockingly, Mizukage brings Konoha's lapdog to desecrate the holy ground? Loud. A powerful force surged forth, pulling the Umbu member with the fox mask toward them. Hinata J-Ky stepped forward, simultaneously exerting strength from his waist and shoulders, delivering a palm strike. The Umbu member felt a sudden pain in his chest, followed by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air as a human-shaped indentation was forcibly created in the wall, leaving no doubt that the unfortunate individual could not be saved. In the face of such a violent assault, Koyomi May found herself momentarily stunned. Wasn't it said that the Hyuga clan's ninjas were renowned for their gentle fist techniques? What, then, was the source of that explosive power? Amidst the lingering shock of the onlookers, an invisible force surged toward them in a fan-like wave. 4 figures were swiftly obliterated, akin to mosquitoes crushed against the wall, blood splattering as they fell lifeless. Koyomi May's hands, previously poised to weave signs, gradually descended. This was no ordinary battle between ninjas, she exclaimed. Hyuga J-Ky cast a glance at Koyomi May, his tone indifferent. I harbor no thoughts of mercy toward my enemies. Koyomi May parted her crimson lips, hesitating as though words were caught in her throat. What she wished to express was the sheer monstrosity of Hyuga J-Kai's combat prowess, his ability to unleash devastating force without the need for hand signs. Coupled with a unique blend of repulsive and attractive forces, and a physical technique that diverged from the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. None of this could be associated with the Hyuga lineage. Well, it is indeed a commendable habit, she finally managed to utter. Just then, a man emerged from the shadows. His expression was stern, his skin a grayish hue, and his golden slit pupils glinted sharply, reminiscent of a shark. Patterns resembling gill slits adorned the sides of his face. His short hair stood on end, revealing sharp canine teeth, and he was clad in the attire of the Hidden Mist's Umbu, complete with a forehead protector. Slung over his shoulder was a large blade, wrapped in bandages. It was Kisame Hashigaki. Hyuga J-Ky remarked coolly. Kisame Hashigaki appeared somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that Hyuga J-Ky would recognize him. Truly, One who could eliminate the fourth Mizukage is no ordinary ninja, he chuckled. Be cautious. The Samahata possesses unique qualities that can devour chakra. Suddenly, Hyuga JKY recalled the tragic life of Kisame Hoshigaki. This man was indeed a tragic figure. In a flash, the Samahata lunged toward Hyuga JKY with astonishing speed, nearly sealing off all avenues of retreat. An invisible repulsive force halted the approaching blade mere inches from his forehead. The barbs along the blade suddenly retracted, emitting a sound akin to a whimper. Is Kisame afraid? Kisame Hoshigaki's shark-like eyes widened, and his muscular arms found themselves unable to advance even a fraction. Hyuga JKY lightly tapped the blade's tip. The violent repulsion sent Kisame, along with his weapon, crashing into the rock wall 20 meters away. Koyomi Mei swiftly sealed off the passageways using her dissolution technique, and the bubbling acidic liquid dissolved 5 approaching ninjas into mere skeletons. Kisame Hoshigaki is the most loyal hound of the Citrus Yagura. It would be best to eliminate him entirely. Hyuga JKY held a deep appreciation for ninjas like Kisame Hoshigaki, who remained steadfast in their ninja way, driven by an almost fanatical obsession to accomplish their missions. He gestured to Koyomi Mei, halting her hand signs. Wait, he deserves a better outcome. Kisame spat blood and laughed maniacally, saying, Boy, are you pitying me? An overwhelming mental force suddenly bore down upon him. Kisame Hoshigaki's knee slammed into the ground, the Samahata morphing into a smooth, stick-like form, trembling violently. Hyuga JKY raised his arm, revealing the wedge mark left by Otsutsuki before his demise. Upon seeing this mark, the Samahata quivered even more, retreating behind its master. Kisame absorbed the chakra from the Samahata, and his wounds healed significantly. He widened his pupils and rasped, Is the Samahata afraid of that mark? I once slain an enemy that descended from the starry skies. Although Kisame Hoshigaki did not understand the nature of the mark, he possessed chakra akin to that of tailed beasts, enabling him to sense the terrifying chakra emanating from the wedge with unparalleled clarity. This was no longer mere chakra. It was an energy response from a higher dimension. Cold sweat trickled down Kisame's forehead. You managed to kill such a being. You truly are a monster. Hyuga JKY lowered his sleeves, his expression turning solemn. At this moment, that entity resides within me, poised to seize control of my body at any moment. Therefore, I require a blade to sever my own head before being entirely overtaken. Choose, Kisame. Will you be buried in the blood mist of the old era, or will you accompany me, becoming the weapon poised to decapitate me when the need arises? Hyuga JKY fixed his gaze upon Kisame Hoshigaki, an air of deadly intent surrounding him. Kisame's shark-like eyes bore into Hyuga JKY's, his lips curling to reveal a fearsome grin. You want me to become your blade? His fingers slowly tightened, causing the bandages of the Samahata to unravel, exposing its fearsome blade. Countless images flashed through Kisame's mind. During the Blood Mist era, he had personally slain comrades, believing that those who failed their missions lacked the worth to live. Yet, at those moments, a voice within him always urged him to reconsider. The twisted face of the pufferfish demon from Suigetsu, cursing the betrayal of the Hidden Mist's higher-ups, haunted him. Lastly, the hollow eyes of Yagura, who, despite committing acts against the village, still shouted for the future of the Hidden Mist. All of it felt wrong. What is it that I truly serve? The Hidden Mist? No, merely a group of deceitful manipulators. Hyuga JKY's voice pulled him back to reality. Kisame, you know better than anyone that the Blood Mist era was nothing but a ruse. In such an environment, you must have endured tremendous hardship. Kisame's pupils slightly contracted. Hyuga JKY's final words struck a chord deep within him. How did he know? Your loyalty was exploited, your blade stained with the blood of comrades. Yet the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist never cared for you. Hyuga JKY's voice was low and resolute. But now, I require your blade, not for the slaughter of comrades, but to sever the chains of the old era. Kisame's breath quickened slightly, the trembling of the Samahata resonating in his palm. Chapter 66. The Choice of Raikage A. How ironic it is that I, a rogue ninja, have become an executioner. Kisame knelt on one knee, the Samahata laid across his front. Mr. JKY, my blade is yours. Excellent. Kisame, then let us together deal with the remnants of the old era. Kisame grasped the Samahata, rising to his feet. Shall we eliminate everyone? Hyuga JKY shook his head. Anyone who wishes to maintain the policies of the Blood Mist era is the enemy. Understood. Kisame Hoshigaki led the two onward, sealing the mechanisms within the passageway ahead of time, allowing them to reach the deeper layers of the base without hindrance. When Koyomi May beheld the sudden emergence of an expansive underground area, she gasped in astonishment. You have established such a hidden domain underground. The structure resembled a beehive, with twisting passages connecting to various critical locations within the hidden mist village. No wonder so many managed to escape during the cleansing night. They were hidden away in such a place, Koyomi May marveled. Hyuga J. Kai's Tensigen scanned the entirety of the base, confirming the final count. There are 36 individuals in total. Kisame, identify those you deem trustworthy. Eliminate the rest. Kisame glanced at Hyuga J.K.Y. The intention clear. He was to take away those he could trust. Thank you, Mr. J. Kentucky. Hyuga J.K.Y. and Koyomi May observed from a platform as the battle unfolded below. It was a one-sided massacre. Kisame seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of chakra, and with the Samahata's assistance, he became an unstoppable force, capable of devouring even the most sudden attacks from his adversaries. Hyuga J.K.Y. was hardly surprised. Not only ninjutsu, but even-tailed beast bombs could be easily consumed. After a while, Kisame returned to the platform with 3 members of the Hidden Mists Umbu. Mr. J.K.Y., aside from those who have defected, everyone else is accounted for. Hyuga J.K.Y. nodded slightly, extending his right hand toward the hive-like base below. A massive repulsive force suddenly radiated outward. The architecture was twisted and destroyed, the terrifying destructive force blocking all the densely packed passages. The rumbling continued, dust swirling, and the entire platform shook violently. Such power. It is truly horrifying. Is the old era finally coming to an end? Kisame Hashigaki's pupils constricted sharply as he chuckled dryly. Such terrifying power. It certainly commands respect. In the office of the Mizukage, Hinata J.K.Y. placed a specially crafted kunai on the Mizukage's desk. Kuratsuchi picked it up, sensing the peculiar chakra within. This is a communication device, in case of emergencies. You can input your chakra into it, Hinata J.K.Y. explained. I understand, said Kuratsuchi. I will take Kisame with me, if you have no objections. Kuratsuchi sighed. Having witnessed Hinata J.Kai's strength, she had no grounds for protest. As long as you're satisfied, she replied. Hinata J.K.Y. nodded slightly and added, I shall take my leave now, hoping you can fulfill your promises swiftly. He turned and exited the Mizukage's office, followed closely by Kisame and his 3 subordinates who had been waiting outside. Where shall we go now, Mr. J.K.Y.? To speak with the Raikage, replied Hinata J. Kentucky. The Raikage? Utilizing his spatial abilities, Hinata J.K.Y. searched the sea and ultimately located the Raikage's warship. He stood atop the waves, quietly observing the distant vessel. A bolt of blue lightning appeared before him. You're looking for me, little brat from the Hyuga clan? The Raikage's voice thundered like a storm. How is Killer B? Is his sage training going smoothly? The Raikage raised an eyebrow and snapped. Enough, that was a transaction. Since you, Lord Raikage, deem it a transaction, why not engage in another one? The Raikage scoffed but remained silent, showing no inclination to act further. Hinata J.K.Y. continued. Konoha has formed an alliance with the Mist Village. The island brutes of the Land of Water have no say. They are only fit to live off fishing around the islands. The Raikage dismissed this with disdain. And what of the Mist Village's military strength? The Raikage again scoffed, but did not refute Hinata J.Kai's statement, evidently acknowledging the combat prowess of the Mist Ninjas. Kid, you are too young to comprehend the thoughts of those in power. The daimyo of the Land of Fire seeks to unify the ninja world. And as long as he obtains that mine, Konoha possesses the strength to counter the combined assaults of other ninja villages. The daimyo will not easily relinquish this opportunity. You overlook a fact. If Konoha unites with the Mist Village, you will stand no chance. The Raikage's lips twitched, yet he did not argue back. For Konoha indeed has the capability to single-handedly contend with the other 4 great ninja villages. If they join forces with the Mist Village, the so-called 4th Great Ninja War would become a farce. Once the entire mine is under control. Even if the daimyo of the Land of Fire attempts to threaten Konoha by cutting funding, he must weigh the consequences carefully. Though the Raikage appeared burly and hot-tempered, he was certainly not politically naive. He instantly grasped Hinata J.Kai's plan. The union of the Mist and Konoha would render the other 3 great ninja villages powerless. In such a scenario, the daimyo of other nations would inevitably unite to pressure the Land of Fire's daimyo for a ceasefire. Konoha would then agree to the ceasefire, resolving the distribution of the Dragon Vein mine through peaceful means. Your words are not trustworthy. Then let us fight. You will understand. Hinata JKY did not wish to waste any more breath. In the ninja world, only the strong can set the rules of the game. The chakra mode of the Tensigen activated. The Raikage roared, and his figure instantly vanished. The sound of air being torn apart had yet to reach his ears when the Raikage's fist was already bearing down on JK's face. Bang! The Raikage's fist shattered the afterimage. Raiji no Tachi. Another attack came, but Hinata JKY evaded once more. Although the Raikage's speed was formidable, Hinata JK's dynamic vision was even more terrifying. In his perception, the Raikage's movements were no different from those of an ordinary person. After several consecutive attacks, the Raikage abandoned his offensive. Gritting his teeth, he remarked, "Do you intend to cower and evade like a coward?" Boom! A green light flashed, and a punch struck the Raikage's abdomen, sending him plummeting into the depths of the sea. Clutching his stomach, the pain made him scream, but he inadvertently gulped down a mouthful of seawater. He quickly closed his mouth, only to see that green light pursuing him again. The Raikage sensed something was amiss, underwater. Hinata JK's speed showed no signs of diminishing. As he drew closer, he realized that it was the chakra emanating from Hinata JKY that isolated the seawater. Boom! Another punch sent the Raikage sinking further down. Fighting in the water rendered the Raikage's lightning techniques utterly ineffective. Useless. Though the Raikage could not hear what Hinata JKY was saying, he could read his lips. Damn it, you insufferable brat. The Raikage seethed inwardly. Yet reason urged him not to continue fighting underwater. Prolonged exposure would lead to death. He attempted to swim a distance towards the surface, but was driven back once more. After several attempts, the Raikage's chest felt as if it might explode. He could hardly hold on. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, Hinata JKY finally closed in, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him into the air. "You resemble a dog right now." The Raikage finally gasped for air. But before he could take a second breath, Hinata JKY hoisted him out of the sea. He was kicked like a ball towards the direction of the mist ninjas. The scene fell into a sudden silence. Kisame's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the battered Raikage. The mist ninjas were equally shocked. This was their leader, reduced to such a state, while the opponent seemed to be exerting minimal effort. Had it not been for the desire to end the war swiftly and the fact that the Cloud Village possessed the secret techniques sought by Hinata JKY, the Raikage would have been a corpse by now. "The Cloud Village will choose neutrality," the Raikage said, clutching his abdomen with difficulty. Hinata JKY sneered. "Why not say that sooner? You." The Raikage erupted in rage, ready to charge forward, but was restrained by his subordinates. The rise of Kuratsuchi caused the Raikage to suspect that Hinata JKY had secretly eliminated the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. Now he was convinced, for he was not even a match for Hinata J. Kentucky. His once proud speed offered no advantage at all. If the Cloud chooses neutrality, you will receive a 10% share of the mining rights after the war. The Raikage attempted to argue, but was cut off by Hinata J. Kentucky. Or else, death. The Raikage nearly ground his teeth to dust, but ultimately restrained himself, nodding in humiliation before being assisted back to the warship by his subordinates. Chapter 67. Who will repair the dam? Kisame and his subordinates were left speechless, astonished that such an arrogant figure as the Raikage had been utterly humbled. "Mr. JKY, wouldn't it be better to eliminate them right here?" Kisame inquired, perplexed. "The Cloud Village possesses what I desire," Hinata JKY replied. Kisame nodded, albeit with some understanding. Hinata JKY opened a spatial portal on the surface of the sea, bringing Kisame and the others back to Konoha. After settling them in a hotel, he promptly made his way to the Hokage building. Through the vision of the Tensigen, the conference room in the Hokage building was currently filled with people. As Hinata JKY stepped into the conference room, he tread lightly, leaning against the wall to quietly observe, unnoticed by anyone. As discussions deepened, the situation of the war gradually became clear. Northern Front. Orochimaru leads 4,000 Konoha ninjas, engaged in battle with the IWA ninjas at the border of the Land of Earth. Western Front. Jiraiya commands an equal force at the border of the Land of Wind against the Sunagakure. Eastern Front. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in confrontation with Yunin at the border of the Land of Water, currently engaged in minor skirmishes. Hyuga J. nodded slightly, pondering that it seemed Raikage had no intention of direct involvement in the conflict. Nara Shikaku traced 3 red arrows on the map, pointing towards the logistical routes deep within the desert. J. Nin's gaze followed the crimson trajectories as the Uchiha clan crest and the Hyuga family emblem appeared on the frontline defense map. It appeared that Konoha was indeed serious this time. Namikaze Minato surveyed the 3 offensive routes and ultimately made a decision. Kakashi, you will lead the ambush strike team for infiltration from the east. Understood, Hokage-sama. Kakashi accepted the order and hurriedly departed. Catching sight of Hyuga J-Nin leaning against the wall as he passed, Kakashi nodded slightly as a form of greeting. J-Nin continued to mentally rehearse scenarios. Konoha had no possibility of defeat, provided external forces did not intervene. However, he feared the Akatsuki might unexpectedly interfere. Minato noticed J-Nin and assigned him the final assault task. After receiving the mission, J-Nin departed. He required only a small team, given his overwhelming maneuverability, which was well suited for such covert operations. Thus, he took only 2 companions, Yukinagi and Kakashi. At noon, the trio lay in wait in the desert region, near the supply route of the Sand Village's forces. With Yukinagi by his side, the sweltering heat was somewhat bearable. Both Kakashi and Yukinagi hailed from the Mist Village. But Yukinagi had not had the chance to become a ninja and was instead subjected to experimentation on the operating table. Had it not been for J-Nin's basic instruction, she would have struggled to control her suddenly rampaging ice release bloodline limit. J-Nin's Rinnegan spotted a convoy 3 kilometers away, comprising 13 supply vehicles. They're coming. 5 kilometers away, he alerted. Kakashi grinned, revealing his sharp, white teeth. Rest assured, Mr. J-Nin, I have set enough explosive tags along the designated route. As the convoy drew closer, it entered the explosive tag's designated detonation zone. Kakashi poked his head out from the sand, swiftly forming hand seals. Explode. Hundreds of explosive tags detonated simultaneously, unleashing a firestorm that soared dozens of meters high, engulfing the supply convoy in a scorching whirlwind of yellow sand and heat. No one survived. Dozens were forever buried beneath the sands. It seemed to go even more smoothly than anticipated. Yukinagi's fingertips trembled slightly as the yellow sand twisted in the heat waves, causing her stomach to churn. She instinctively clenched her fists, a chill uncontrollably escaping from her fingers. With tiny ice crystals climbing along the grains of sand, forming a frost-white web of ice beneath her feet in an instant. J-Nin gently placed his hand on Yukinagi's shoulder. She closed her eyes, a thin layer of frost clinging to her lashes. Let us go. The explosion has drawn the Sand Village's attention. J-Nin led the 2 to a new ambush location closer to the Sand Village. Kakashi swiftly set up explosive tags along the ambush route with remarkable dexterity. This was Yukinagi's first experience on the battlefield, and she felt a surge of anxiety, especially after completely lifting her chakra restrictions. After extensive training, she could barely control the chaotic ice release chakra within her. Under J-Nin's careful guidance, she even developed an unmarked ninjutsu. This technique, dubbed Blizzard, was not truly a ninjutsu. It merely released the unstable ice release chakra within her all at once. While its effects were astonishing, its control remained inconsistent. With J-Nin's Rinnegan, the trio could monitor the movements of the Sand Village forces without exposing themselves. Kakashi was exceedingly exhilarated, seemingly in complete support of J-Nin's hit-and-run tactics. Naturally, this strategy relied heavily on J-Nin's space-time abilities. The blazing sun scorched the desert as the Sand Village's supply convoy advanced through the yellow sands. They're here. J-Nin's Rinnegan pierced the heat waves, locking onto a target several kilometers away. However, this time, the explosive tags did not yield the expected results. The Sand Village's demoning unit had detected numerous explosive tags buried in the sand and had detonated them in advance. Looks like they've gotten clever. Allow me to take the lead this time, Mr. J-Nin. Kakashi grinned, his sharp teeth glinting in the sunlight. Very well, but don't take too long. J-Nin nodded. Kakashi sprang from the sand pit, swiftly forming hand seals, chakras surging forth like a torrent. Water release, great water wave. Boom. A colossal wave erupted from the desert, crashing towards the Sand Village convoy like a tsunami. The Sand Village ninjas were taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a large-scale water release in the desert. Ice release, blizzard. Yukinagi's chest expanded as she expelled a wave of cold air. The chill rapidly spread, freezing large expanses of water into ice. The convoy, supplies, and ninjas were all transformed into glistening ice sculptures under the scorching sun. Kakashi's pupils dilated. He had underestimated the young girl beside him, who was merely expected to serve as logistical support, not realizing she could wield such a vast ice release technique. It appears I underestimated you. Yukinaji was equally astonished by Kakashi's ability to execute such a large-scale water release in the desert. The two exchanged glances, silently admiring each other's strength. Jainin surveyed the battlefield, confirming there were no survivors before opening a space-time portal. Withdraw. Inside the Sand Village Command Center, Raza listened grimly to the report. It's them again, the water and ice users from Konoha. Their strategy is straightforward. Create water with water release. Instantly freeze it with ice release. Our forces barely have a chance to resist, gritted one of the fortunate escaping Sand Village Jainin. We cannot continue like this. We must increase patrols and locate this Konoha squad. Raza commanded coldly. Deploy the sensory unit. We must track down these intruders. Chapter 68. Movements of all sides in the sweltering desert. Konoha's defenses were rapidly being fortified. Jiraiya stood atop a makeshift lookout tower, gazing into the distance at the movements of the Sand Village forces. The Sand Village's retreat was faster than anticipated. The assault team arranged by Minato had caused significant trouble for them. Who was leading it? A nearby strategist produced an intelligence scroll and replied. It should be the strike team led by Hyuga Jainin. Yamanaka and Noichi adjusted his sunglasses, calmly analyzing. The reconnaissance insects have reported that multiple supply stations of the Sand Village have been destroyed, causing disarray in their logistics. Raza had no choice but to retract frontline forces to prioritize the security of their supply routes. Jiraiya's lips curled into a smirk. That kid Jainin has truly given us a delightful surprise. Relay to the entire army. Fortify the existing defense lines while dispatching reconnaissance units to confirm the status of their supply reserves. Deep in the desert, far from the Sand Village's rear, Jainin's Rinnegan scanned the distant sand supply station, a cold smile gracing his lips. Found it. The next target, he murmured. Kakashi, wielding his sword, grinned widely. Mr. Jainin, your abilities are indeed well suited for warfare. Jainin fixed his gaze on the camp, commanding, let us make it quick. Their sensory units have already become alert. Move out. The Sand Village's guard ninjas patrolled anxiously, ever since several supply points had been destroyed. Their nerves were frayed to the breaking point. Boom. Suddenly, the ground erupted as Kakashi burst forth from the earth, his sword sweeping through the air, sending several sand ninjas tumbling away. Water release, great water wave. A colossal wave surged through the desert, as the sand ninjas watched in terror as the torrent engulfed their entire camp. Ice release, snowstorm. Yukinaji raised her hand and blew, unleashing a frigid blast that instantly froze the massive wave, encasing the supply station along with the sand ninjas in ice. The figure of Hyuga JKY appeared like a specter in the sky, his Tensigen perceiving the entire scene, ensuring not a single adversary escaped. With the mission accomplished, we shall proceed to the next defense line. An urgent meeting convened at the Sand Command Center. Arsha slammed his fist on the table, his expression dark and foreboding. It's that squad again. How did they locate our supply station? Maki gritted his teeth and replied, according to the survivors, they seem to possess remarkable reconnaissance abilities. Our concealment measures proved utterly ineffective. Chio narrowed her eyes. To accurately pinpoint our supply points and execute such large-scale water and ice release jutsu in the desert, this squad poses a greater threat than the main forces of Konoha at the front. Arsha took a deep breath and coldly commanded, consolidate the frontline troops, prioritizing logistical support. Simultaneously, dispatch elite pursuit teams to annihilate this squad. At the Konoha Command Center, Jiraiya reviewed the latest battle reports, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. JKY and his team not only destroyed the Sand-S supplies, but also forced them to withdraw troops from the front lines. Oil Woman Shimi nodded. The Sand-S offensive has weakened, significantly alleviating the pressure on our defenses. With a sudden intensity, JKY's Tensigen focused. Someone is approaching, and they are remarkably swift. Kakuzu licked his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent? Retreat. JKY led his team to relocate once more. Thus, an intriguing scene unfolded in the desert. A vast army of ninjas floundered about like headless flies, and whenever JKY's team created chaos, numerous sand ninjas would converge to encircle them, only to find nothing upon ensnaring their net. This exemplified the advantage of information disparity. With JKY's unparalleled mobility, no number of foes could prove effective. This was the terrifying aspect of possessing space-time abilities. After 2 consecutive days of intense combat, Even the so-called tailless beast Kakuzu began to feel the strain. Yukinaji too approached her limit, and reluctantly, the team had to take a temporary respite. Finally, on the night of the third day, the declaration from the Mist Village landed like a bombshell, stirring tumult in the ongoing ninja world war. As a messenger hawk descended upon the temporary command center in Konoha, bearing a scroll sealed with the Mist S insignia, Namake's Minato was bent over a map, marking the latest enemy movements. Nara Shikaku stood by, furrowing his brow as he analyzed the Sand's unusual troop movements. Lord Minato, urgent intelligence. A communication ninja burst through the curtain of the command center. Minato lifted his head, taking the scroll. His azure eyes rapidly scanned the text, his expression shifting from astonishment to elation. The Mist has finally joined the fray, he exclaimed. The Mist has declared their alliance with us. And the daimyo of the Land of Water has simultaneously declared war on the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. Shikaku took the scroll, his normally weary eyes widening. He hastened to the map, tracing the coastline with his finger. The Mist-S fleet can directly threaten the Sand-S homeland from the east, while a Wagakure-S supply lines will be completely exposed. This is a divine opportunity, Minato replied, his fists instinctively clenching. Immediately notify all frontline divisions to adjust the operational plans. Shikaku had already picked up a pen, drawing new arrows on the map. Jiraiya's forces can switch from defense to offense, while Orochimaru's side needs to solidify defenses to prevent Iwagakure from becoming desperate. What about JKY's team? Shikaku inquired. They have successfully completed their mission and can be recalled. Meanwhile, at Jiraiya's camp on the eastern border of the Land of Fire, Oil Woman Shimi's swarm had just returned with news of the enemy's unusual movements. The Sand's forces are retreating? Jiraiya stroked his chin, growing alert. This is illogical. They clearly hold the advantage. Suddenly, a communication toad leapt from Jiraiya's sleeve, inflating to the size of a basketball. Lord Jiraiya. Urgent report from the Konoha Command Center. As the news of the Mist-S alliance was relayed, cheers erupted within the camp. Shimi adjusted her sunglasses, her swarm buzzing excitedly around her. The Mist-S involvement will completely alter the situation on the Eastern Front. Yet Jiraiya did not immediately celebrate. He gazed towards the direction of the Sand-S retreat. Our Sha 1T concede easily. Shimi, send your swarm to monitor all retreat routes. Understood, she nodded, her dark swarm dispersing into the night sky like a cloud. Jiraiya turned to his adjutant. Prepare the entire army for action, but do not act recklessly. Lord Jiraiya. A reconnaissance ninja appeared in an instant. Confirmation that the Sand-S forces are in full retreat. Jiraiya finally smiled. Relay the orders. The entire army moves to the border. We must leave room for future negotiations. At Orochimaru's defensive position, Iwagakure's assault had persisted for 3 days and nights. When the news of the Mist-S alliance arrived through a summoning beast, Orochimaru's golden slit pupils gleamed with intrigue. What a pity, the war has just begun, and my experiments remain unfinished. He licked his lips, watching the continuously retreating Iwagakure front lines, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Anoki, even in retreat, you forget to lay ambushes. He formed hand seals, and the ground suddenly erupted with 3 coffins. In the face of true power, such tricks held no significance. The coffin lids slowly fell, revealing the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Orochimaru gazed at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Go, escort the Iwagakure ninjas. As the silhouettes of the 2 legendary ninjas emerged on the battlefield, the Iwagakure retreat instantly transformed into chaos. In the Sandfront Command Center, Arsha slammed his fist on the table, sand and gold scattering. Those bastards from the mist chose to ally with Konoha. They must be insane. He roared, veins bulging on his forehead. Immediately contact Iwagakure. We must redeploy. A pale-faced advisor chimed in. Wind Shadow. The fleet from the Land of Water has appeared on our eastern coast. The daimyo has ordered us to return to defense. Arsha's fists clenched tightly, recalling the days he had been toyed with by that elusive Konoha squad, suddenly realizing space-time transferability. The Mist-S alliance was all premeditated. Arsha forced himself to calm, retreat, prioritize the safety of Sunagakure. But this war will not end so easily. We possess a vast quantity of dragon vein crystals, and this time we must seize the territory of the Land of Fire. At the border of the Land of Water, Raikage smashed a rock with his fist. He had just received word of the Mist-S involvement. Those island brutes actually chose to trust Konoha. What benefits did they receive? Reikage A pondered the 1.5 mining rights Hyuga JKY had promised him. 2 or 3%. An advisor cautiously suggested, Lord Reikage, continuing the war is not in our favor. Perhaps we should consider negotiations with Konoha? Reikage fell silent for a long while before finally sighing. Humph, you handle the negotiations. Yes, Lord Reikage. On one side of the Konoha defense line, Sarutobi Hiruzen was puffing on his pipe, listening to reports from the Umbu regarding various movements. Upon hearing the news of Reikage's request for a ceasefire, he slowly exhaled a smoke ring, finally revealing a look of contentment. Relay the orders to accept the Cloud's ceasefire request and prepare for negotiations. Chapter 69. The Six Paths of Pain join the fray. At the Iwagakure Front Command Center, Inoki hovered in midair. On the map, the constantly retreating marks of the rock-hidden troops pierced his eyes like a thorn. Outside the tent, the groans of the wounded rose and fell like waves, while the flickering glow of medical ninja's chakra illuminated the darkness intermittently. Lord Tsuchikage, an Umbu ninja, appeared like a gust of wind, kneeling on one knee, his voice hoarse. The Eastern Front has collapsed. Orochimaru has used some forbidden technique to resurrect the first and second Hokage. On hearing this, Inoki's fist struck the table with tremendous force, causing the sand table to tremble. He slowly raised his head, and a chilling smile flickered in his murky eyes. That smile resembled a malevolent spirit born from darkness, radiating an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The first Hokage? Orochimaru has summoned the first Hokage? Good, very good, he murmured. Since Konoha dares to play this card, we shall not hesitate to turn the table. Do you intend to take action personally? Inoki's lips curled into a grim smile. No, I shall meet with the Wind Shadow. At the temporary command post of Sunagakure, the barrier of the tent vibrated subtly. Raza's gaze turned icy, and the sand transformed into sharp spikes, all aimed at the tent entrance. Inoki, coming here at such a late hour to discuss the details of a funeral? Raza said coldly. Inoki's figure floated in, and he spoke in a deep voice. Funeral? No, Raza, I am here to assist you. The Iwagakure battlefield has collapsed completely, has it not? You are barely able to care for yourselves, yet you wish to help us? Inoki landed, his face darkened. Orochimaru has summoned the first and second Hokage. Raza's pupils constricted as he sprang to his feet. The first Hokage? Inoki nodded and continued. You do not wish to experience the wood release of the first Hokage, do you? Raza's expression fluctuated as he paced within the tent. This battle cannot be fought. We should negotiate instead. Inoki chuckled coldly. Negotiate? How much can we gain? A tenth or half of the extraction rights. Raza inhaled deeply, holding a significant amount of dragon vein crystal stones. If not for the pressure exerted by Konoha's assault team on Sunagakure's rear, Jiraiya's forces would have long since crumbled. How could Raza be willing to relinquish the Lulon mines and the territory of the Land of Fire? The main battlefield lies within the territory of the Land of Wind, where Sunagakure holds absolute advantage. As long as the conflict prolongs, Konoha's logistics will struggle to keep pace with the frontline consumption. He calculated silently in his heart. The Mist Village has likely reached an agreement with Konoha to secure a significant share. The Cloud Village has remained inactive, evidently waiting to observe the situation before deciding whether to strike Konoha. If I propose negotiations now, I could at most secure a tenth of the extraction rights. What can we do? That band of bandits from the Cloud Village has probably surrendered already, Raza said expressionlessly. Inoki spoke softly, since Konoha has acted so resolutely. We can hire the Akatsuki to intervene and implement a decapitation plan. With dragon vein crystals? Indeed. Inoki's voice was sharp as a blade, imbued with undeniable determination. Are you insane? Those rogue ninjas are more dangerous than tailed beasts. Precisely because of this, they can shatter Konoha's undefeated myth, Inoki replied. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Raza remained silent for a long while before slowly retracting the sand, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. 50%. Sunagakure will only provide the crystals and not directly participate. Inoki's smile deepened. Agreed. At the border of the Land of Rain, deep within an abandoned mine, a sinister aura hung in the air. 200 billion, Kakuzu said calmly. A bundled price for 3 lives. The face of the Iwagakure Umbu emissary, hidden behind a mask, began to bead with cold sweat. This exceeded the budget. The voice of the Iwagakure Umbu trembled. Kakuzu sneered, clearly confident about the transaction. Too expensive? Then prepare to sign a defeat treaty. The Umbu gritted their teeth and finally produced a sealing scroll from their pocket. 5 boxes radiating a golden glow filled the air. This is the deposit. Kakuzu opened one of the boxes, and as his black line touched the crystal, he instinctively recoiled. It's genuine. His lips curled into a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. The deal is established. Just as the Umbu intended to leave, a metallic scraping sound echoed from the shadows. The body of Sasori's puppet emerged slowly, the tail of the Hiriko swaying gently. Sasori's voice was chilling. The bounty owed by a Wagakure from last time has not yet been settled. The Umbu froze, awkwardly retreating. Kakuzu stored the crystals away and glanced into the dark depths. Has Pain agreed? Sasori smirked. Weakening the 5 great nations is precisely the Akatsuki's objective. Pain has been waiting near the battlefield, ready to be paid for his services. Orochimaru stood high above, coldly surveying the battlefield. The first Hokage's would release ravaged the land, tearing the ground apart with enormous fissures. The second Hokage's water release surged like a torrent, threatening to destabilize Iwagakure's defenses. The soldiers of Iwagakure retreated steadily, their defenses crumbling. The Edo Tensei is the most perfect technique, Orochimaru remarked, extending his long tongue to lick his lips, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Unfortunately, the sacrifices are too weak to unleash the true power of the first Hokage. Suddenly, Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. A small figure descended swiftly, creating a small crater upon impact. Summoning technique. The diminutive figure summoned 5 others. The black cloaks adorned with red clouds billowed in the wind, exuding a chilling presence. Chapter 70. Feel the Pain, Shinra Tensei. The voice of Nagato, the Deva Path, whispered like the breath of death. Summoning technique. Triple Rashomon. 3 colossal gates of hell rose from the ground, emanating a powerful aura. Attempting to withstand the impending assault. Boom! The terrifying repulsive force erupted instantaneously, sending debris flying as it crashed into the Rashomon. The 3 gates of hell twisted under the pressure, emitting a grinding sound, yet they ultimately held firm. Orochimaru hid behind the Rashomon, a true sense of dread finally appearing in his eyes. Pain, is it? It seems I must take this seriously. With a fierce determination, Orochimaru formed hand seals. The once hollow eyes of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju began to shimmer with life. Orochimaru appeared behind the 2 Hokage, inserting kunai bound with curse seals into their heads. Brother, it seems we have been summoned to the ninja world through Edo Tensei, Hashirama Senju said, surveying their surroundings with a hint of melancholy. After my death, has war still raged? Orochimaru quickly interjected. Hokage-sama, let us not converse now. Please assist the Konoha forces in retreating. The enemy before us is exceedingly formidable. Hashirama Senju gazed at the Deva Path of Pain and the advancing puppet army. Brother, this body cannot exert much power. We should instead cover the retreat of the Konoha ninja forces. Hashirama nodded. Wood release. Advent of the Divine Tree. As Hashirama slammed his palms on the ground, countless gigantic trees erupted from the earth, shattering the puppets on the battlefield, but they suddenly crumbled within 100 meters of Pain. Sasori hurriedly retreated, his eyes filled with longing as he looked at Hashirama. The first Hokage? Such perfect material for puppetry, yet he remained self-aware. This level of combat was beyond his capability to engage in. Sasori's figure gradually withdrew, observing the battlefield from a safe distance. Hashirama chuckled awkwardly. I must admit, I'm feeling somewhat out of place. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on the battlefield ahead, sensing something was amiss. The first Hokage's would release appeared to be restricted. Is it due to the weakness of the sacrifices? Hashirama clapped his palms together. Then let us utilize this. Countless wooden avatars differentiated from the trunk, each carrying 3 wounded individuals as they swiftly retreated. The 6 paths of pain began their pursuit, targeting the formidable Orochimaru positioned at the rear. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, a cold smirk appearing on his lips. Ah, it seems that old man Onoki desires my head. Suddenly, the figure of Senju Hashirama descended from the skies, landing before Orochimaru. That pair of eyes. Senju Tobirama followed closely behind and casually inquired, Orochimaru, what is the origin of those eyes? They must have evolved from the Sharingan. Senju Tobirama stated, momentarily taken aback, his expression growing grave. The Sharingan? Senju Hashirama echoed, surprised. It appears a remarkable talent has emerged among the younger generation. Honorable Hokage, please exercise caution. Their eyes can share vision, warned Tobirama. Summoning technique. 3-headed dog, centipede, and horned rhinoceros burst forth from the smoke. The animal path stood atop the back of the Yatagarasu, vigilantly surveying the skies. "Tobarama, watch your back. Something is approaching," Hashirama exclaimed. "I am aware." Wood dragon technique. Senju Hashirama clapped his palms together, and a colossal wooden dragon surged upward, carrying both Senju Tobarama and Orochimaru. The dragon seemed to sense the impending ambush from the salamander and promptly seized it by the throat. The salamander was swiftly dispatched, dissipating into smoke. Water release, water shockwave. Senju Tobarama rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing 3 razor-sharp water lines that severed the heads of the 3-headed dog. Another summoned beast was eliminated. At that moment, several missiles were launched from below. A branch extended from the belly of the wooden dragon to intercept the missiles. "It seems those eyes are not as formidable as they appear," Tobarama remarked disdainfully. Hashirama scratched his head in agreement. "Indeed, Madara is the more troublesome opponent." Orochimaru quickly interjected. "Honorable Hokage, the most formidable among pain is Nagato. Do not underestimate them." At that instant, Nagato leaped onto the back of the Yatagarasu, hovering in front of the wooden dragon. A pitch-black gravitational sphere was hurled above the dragon's head. With his hands clasped together, Nagato proclaimed, "Shinra Tensei." A tremendous gravitational force emanated from the sphere, causing the wooden dragon to lose control and be drawn toward it, ultimately being shattered into splinters and dissipating into the air. Not good. Tobarama grasped onto both Hashirama and Orochimaru, executing the Flying Thunder God technique. As the trio materialized below, the ground began to tremble violently. The earth fractured, being relentlessly pulled into the sky. "What technique is this?" Tobarama exclaimed in shock. Hashirama stomped heavily on the ground, channeling a vast amount of chakra, causing robust tree roots to sprout from the earth, stabilizing their footing. Truly astonishing destructive power. At that moment, the centipede and horned rhinoceros seized the opportunity to charge at the 3. The ground quaked incessantly. Orochimaru coldly snorted, biting his finger to summon forth. Summoning technique. A massive purple snake emerged from the smoke. Upon recognizing its summoner, Orochimaru, its eyes sparkled with dangerous intent. "Orochimaru, have you prepared the sacrifice? This time, I require 200. Pointing toward the battlefield, Orochimaru replied, "Eliminate pain for me, and I shall ensure your satisfaction, Manda." "Humph, you better deliver." Manda moved with astonishing speed, quickly ensnaring the horned rhinoceros. Silence. Manda's massive jaws clamped down on the rhinoceros's neck, injecting venom that swiftly reduced it to smoke. Only the centipede remained, and Manda's size posed no challenge to it. As the Yatagarasu dove down, Nagato descended gracefully from the sky. "The legendary god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Your resurrection is but another futile cycle in this world of suffering." "This chakra, are you of the Uzumaki clan?" Hashirama inquired, perplexed. Nagato's expression remained cold as he continued. "The Uzumaki clan was long ago annihilated. The one before you is the deity of the new era. You once established Konoha, bringing a fleeting peace. Yet war has never ceased. Only through making this world feel pain will they truly comprehend the value of peace." Hashirama's expression turned grave as he countered. "To make the world suffer? Do you wish to become an oppressor?" Nagato stepped forward, coldly responding, "No, I shall become the god of the new era. Feel the pain." Shinra Tensei. Chapter 71. The Golden Wheel of Obliteration. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands together. Wood release, wood pillar wall. A semicircular wooden barrier instantly rose, with powerful repulsive force meeting it head-on. However, the impact still caused the wooden wall to tremble violently, splinters flying. Orochimaru's gaze darkened as he swiftly produced a specially crafted kunai from his sleeve. It was the space coordinate for the Rebirth Eye left to him by Hokage Nin. Without hesitation, he infused chakra into it, yet there was no response. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings but finding no trace of Hokage Nin. Is he engaged in battle? Doubt clouded his mind. He was certain the coordinates were flawless. Above the clouds, a slender figure emerged from a spatial portal, quietly hovering. The Rebirth Eye emanating a ghostly blue glow as it surveyed the battlefield below. There seems to be an issue with the coordinates. Looking down, he grasped the current situation. The 6 paths of pain were thwarting Konoha's elite forces, while the Iwagakure ninja army launched a counterattack, flanking the retreating Konoha forces from both sides. Let me try that technique. Inside him, the dragon vein chakra surged like a mighty river. being refined and transformed at an astonishing speed. In the ceiling space, a colossal serpent formed from the dragon vein chakra, sensed its power being rapidly siphoned away, and began crashing against the spatial walls in desperation, only to be thwarted by a powerful mental barrier. Since the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, Hyuga Nin's mental prowess had reached the first level of the 6th tier. The fortified ceiling space prevented the dragon vein chakra from causing any significant upheaval, forcing it to watch helplessly as its strength was continuously drained. In a non-combat state, Hyuga Nin could utilize the dragon vein chakra normally, as his overwhelming spiritual power left it no room to resist. However, in combat, he could only allocate a portion of his mental energy to suppress the dragon vein chakra, limiting his access to a mere fraction of its might. The dragon vein chakra harbored immense temporal power. Direct manipulation would result in being consumed by it, necessitating refinement for proper use. The spiritual entity of Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly appeared above the dragon vein chakra, observing the external situation with a cold smile. The dragon vein chakra quieted, ceasing its resistance. Under dual pressure, the massive serpent could only submit obediently. Otsutsuki Kagaya greedily absorbed the dissipating temporal power. This fellow truly wastes it. The temporal power is the essence of dragon vein chakra. In the external realm, Rebirth Eye chakra mode, activate. One by one, emerald green chakra orbs materialized around Hyuga Nin, orbiting him like stars. The orbs continuously merged and compressed, ultimately coalescing into a pure golden chakra. The blue light of the Rebirth Eye surged, and his mental energy surged wildly, forming a circular halo of golden chakra that slowly revolved around him. The dragon vein chakra continued to be refined, with green orbs appearing and merging into the golden halo, making it ever more resplendent. After 77 seconds had elapsed, the energy of the luminous wheel reached a state of saturation. The dragon vein chakra was indeed colossal, surpassing that of an ordinary tailed beast. Charge complete. Haha. The scum of Konoha, prepare to meet your demise. A rock-hidden elite ninja cackled maniacally as he surged forward. However, at that moment, hey, what is that? A sensory-type ninja abruptly looked up, his pupils contracting in alarm. In the sky, a golden figure descended from above, akin to a divine being arriving. Get down. The sensory ninja sensed the terrifying aura of the luminous wheel, a power on the verge of explosion. He promptly lay flat on the ground. The golden wheel of 8 directions obliterated. Buzz. Hyuga 19 no longer suppressed the luminous wheel. The energy found an outlet, rapidly spreading outward. This golden circular slash swept across the battlefield like a ring of death. Within a kilometer radius, it transformed into a realm of annihilation. The sounds of flesh bursting echoed incessantly. Countless rock-hidden ninjas were cleaved in half before they could even scream. Blood mist erupted, enveloping the left side of the battlefield. The sensory ninja pressed himself against the ground, feeling the golden chakra brush past his back, the chill of death making him tremble. Just 2 meters away from him, a comrade who had been charging forward found his upper body slowly sliding off, while his lower half remained in a running posture. Monster, monster! His lips quivered. His eyes filled with boundless terror. Devapath Pain suddenly turned his head. The Rinnegan fixated on the direction of the expanding golden wheel. Such a level of chakra? It is neither a tailed beast nor sage art. It must be Hyuga 19. Senju Hashirama stared blankly at the horrific scene unfolding on the left side of the battlefield. Akin to a hell on earth, this could only be described as a one-sided massacre. Senju Tobarama raised his brows in astonishment, exclaiming, "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" He quickly gathered his thoughts. Orochimaru, is that person one of our Konoha ninjas? Senju Tobarama glanced at Orochimaru beside him. Orochimaru smirked, slowly replying, "Yes. He is a ninja from the Hyuga clan and also my disciple. This level of destructive power surpasses even Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. When did the Hyuga clan acquire such devastating strength?" Senju Tobarama had already been shocked twice today, first by Pain's Rinnegan, and now by an energy slash that had annihilated hundreds in an instant. Orochimaru explained, "This is a technique belonging to the Rinnegan." Senju Hashirama, puzzled, inquired, "Rinnegan?" The first Hokage realized he seemed somewhat out of touch with the times. He had never heard of the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan evolving into such a fearsome ocular technique as the Rinnegan. He chuckled. "It seems we do not need to retreat for the time being." Orochimaru licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Hyuga 19. Scorpion's puppet body trembled slightly. Witnessing such power made him question whether his puppets truly deserve to be called eternal art. Damn it, this guy is stronger than last time. It seems retreat is necessary. The surviving Konoha ninjas stared blankly as the golden will swept across the battlefield, then erupted into ecstatic cheers. Lord 19 has arrived. Are we saved? Hyuga 19's Rinnegan surveyed the scene. Devoid of any pity, war is inherently brutal. One must be prepared for death upon stepping onto this land. The morale of the left side rock-hidden forces completely shattered, and they began to retreat in a frenzy, plunging into utter chaos. Even the commander's attempts to halt them proved futile, as these men were paralyzed by fear. Damn it! Retreat. Chapter 72. The Clash of the Divine Universal Pull. Due to the complete collapse of the left side rock-hidden forces, the right side rock-hidden troops found themselves in an extremely awkward predicament. The Konoha Legion, led by Orochimaru, received new orders. Cease the retreat and launch a full counterattack. Retreat, hurry, and retreat. The commanding figure, Huang Tu, bellowed with fury. He quickly formed hand seals, slamming his palms to the ground. Earth release, earth and stone flow. The ground beneath Huang Tu instantly softened and collapsed, rapidly spreading outward in a frontal fan shape. As chakra continued to be infused, the mud flow surged toward the main Konoha ninja force, its scale horrifying. Dozens of fire-release ninjas leaped to the forefront, with the Uchiha clan ninjas comprising the majority. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great flame bullet. The enormous fire techniques intertwined, staving off the advance of the mud flow. Huang Tu's objective was achieved. The rock-hidden ninjas took the opportunity to fall back, creating a significant gap between them and the Konoha forces. Meanwhile, Hyuga 19 did not pursue the retreating rock-hidden forces. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Pain's 6 paths at the center of the battlefield. It was the perfect opportunity to test the extent of my growth. The last time he faced Pain's 6 paths, Hyuga 19 had just transplanted Hashirama's cells, and his body had yet to fully adapt. With the help of Minato, he had managed to take down the animal path and the Naraka path, but ultimately had to retreat due to insufficient chakra. However, now, he had completely adapted to Hashirama's cells and had become the Jinchuriki of the Dragon Vein, his mental prowess elevated by 3 levels. Hyuga 19 transformed into a green light, racing toward the center of the battlefield. Devapath Pain impassively raised his hand, fingers splayed. Almighty push. The blue light of Hyuga 19's Rinnegan flickered, a repulsive force countering the attack. At the moment of collision between the two tremendous powers, an explosive sound resounded. The air within a 100-meter radius was instantly vacuumed, transforming into a hellish void. The ground collapsed in silence, rocks soaring into the air like leaves, only to be pulverized mid-air. Devapath Pain's robes billowed in the storm, a cold glimmer emanating from the depths of his Rinnegan. Hyuga 19, you are indeed a dangerous individual, capable of wielding Pain's 6 paths techniques. Hyuga 19's gaze sharpened, his Rinnegan piercing through the chaos of smoke and debris, clearly capturing the sudden surge of energy within Devapath Pain. Is this guy really going to unleash such a scale of ninjutsu here? Devapath Pain had already levitated, his hands slowly spreading apart. A sack of rice must bear several floors, Shinra Tensei. Hyuga 19 inwardly cursed, pressing his palms together, veins bulging at his forehead, as chakra surged from his Rinnegan, forming a repulsive force to counterattack. Simultaneously, 5 chakra orbs transformed into umbrella-like shields on either side of him. The entire battlefield's surface roiled like a furious sea. Ancient trees uprooted, and before they could even touch the ground, they disintegrated into ash mid-air. Distant observers gasped in horror as they realized the rubble beneath their feet was rising against gravity. The entire spatial gravity was collapsing. This is bad. The energy is overflowing. Senju Tobarama shouted sharply, while Senju Hashirama had already slammed his palms heavily against the ground. Wood release. Wood domain. The divine trees bursting forth from the earth were instantly transformed into countless wood chips the moment they touched the repulsive field, cascading down like an avalanche. Orochimaru's triple summoning technique had barely risen from the ground when it was obliterated by the ensuing shockwave. Retreat. Everyone was frantically falling back, centered around Hyuga 19. The surrounding ground crumbled and rapidly collapsed downward. As the final shockwave swept through, the entire plain had morphed into a colossal pit over 10 miles in diameter. Only the area where Hyuga 19 stood at the center remained intact. Dust enveloped the entire battlefield, leaving no one aware of what had transpired in the core zone. Hyuga 19's complexion grew pale as he gasped for air. The dragon vein chakra within him was being frantically refined, replenishing his earlier expenditure. That last strike had nearly drained his chakra. That was close. I almost couldn't endure it. After this clash of repulsion, Hinata JKY gained a clear understanding of the disparity between himself and Nagato. In terms of combat prowess, he was undoubtedly on par with Pain. But Nagato had the outer path golem as a safeguard. Although JKY was a host of the Dragon Vein, he found it challenging to utilize much of the Dragon Vein chakra during battle. It was imperative to enhance his mental fortitude, enabling him to harness more of the Dragon Vein chakra. Once his chakra replenished to 90%, Hinata JKY slowly ascended, standing in opposition to the celestial Pain in the sky. Nagato, shall we continue? The figure of Pain gradually receded amidst the heat waves. Hinata JKY chose not to pursue. Despite the replenishment of his chakra, his physical state was less than optimal, with his internal energy tumultuous, as if a hand were recklessly stirring his organs. You won't fare any better, Nagato. As predicted by Hinata JKY, Nagato, hidden in the shadows, was now bleeding profusely from the nose, his complexion ashen, and his gaunt chest rising and falling unevenly. Having employed 2 massive ninjutsu consecutively, and engaging in an extended clash of repulsion with Hinata JKY, even with the outer path golem providing an almost limitless supply of chakra, Nagato's already poor physical condition was unable to withstand such exertion. Nagato, are you alright? Conan hurriedly approached, supporting the swaying Nagato. Taking a deep breath, Nagato gradually regained his composure. Hinata JKY, that fellow has become even stronger than before. Conan sighed, suggesting, let us retreat for now. I understand. Further away, Orochimaru's head emerged from a pit, surveying his surroundings before slowly crawling out from the earth. His eyes gleamed with excitement. These 2 pairs of eyes are quite exhilarating. Not far off, the wood release barrier created by Senju Hashirama had long since shattered, yet it had ultimately withstood the vast shock waves. That was close. I nearly couldn't hold it. He exhaled deeply, his shattered arms gradually regenerating. Behind Senju Hashirama, a throng of Konoha ninjas had survived amidst the terrifying aftermath. Senju Tobarama's half-destroyed body was visibly regenerating, and he gazed solemnly at the battlefield's center. This Hinata brat is exceptionally dangerous. If he harbors any hostility towards Konoha, the consequences could be dire. Senju Hashirama approached with a smile, clapping Tobarama's shoulder heartily, laughing, you worry too much. We should have more faith in Konoha's ninjas. Tobarama shot Hashirama a glare, responding calmly, brother, please be quiet. In the direction of the Iwagakure forces, ninjas continued to emerge from the cracked earth. All troops, retreat immediately. Do you wish for the Iwagakure ninjas to fill that pit? Yelled the Tsukikage, interrupting. Chapter 73. Kuratsuchi's concern with the full retreat of Iwagakure's forces. Victory for Konoha was officially declared. The Konoha ninjas erupted in cheers, while Hinata JKY remained seated atop a towering stone platform, feeling the toll of exhaustion. After retrieving the Edo Tensei, Orochimaru approached the stone platform. You appear to be in poor condition. Hinata JKY simply lay on the ground, letting out a sigh. Orochimaru-sensei, your Edo Tensei is not perfected. Perhaps it suffers from a lack of high-quality sacrifices, Hinata JKY remarked casually. Orochimaru nodded slightly, acknowledging this flaw. Not only are the sacrifices inadequate, but the technique itself has room for improvement. I will send some sacrifices over soon. Oh, Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued, but he did not press further. Konoha Hospital. 5 days had passed since that fierce battle. Minato had granted him a month-long leave, and after lying in bed for 5 days, he was nearly recovered. I heard you've become quite famous. Hinata JKY turned to the door of the hospital room, raising an eyebrow slightly. What brings you here? Kuratsuchi chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Why can't I come? You are my fiancé, after all. Hinata JKY recalled this fact and understood Kuratsuchi's motive for visiting Konoha personally. She aimed to secure benefits for the hidden mist village, while fearing Konoha might change their mind and exclude them from negotiations. Kuratsuchi sat beside the hospital bed, gently grasping Hinata JKY's hand, her touch tender and natural, as if holding the hand of a husband of many years. Hinata JKY did not reject her, though his expression remained largely unchanged. I heard you frightened the Iwagakure ninjas quite a bit. Even Anoki sent his son to Konoha for negotiations. Hinata JKY replied calmly. What are you worrying about? Kuratsuchi withdrew her hand, feigning shyness, retorting, I'm not worried at all. Your breathing and heartbeat are irregular, indicating you're quite anxious, she remarked. A playful smile gracing her lips as she leaned in closer. Isn't it natural for the heart to race in front of someone one likes? Kuratsuchi gazed steadily at Hinata JKY, her demeanor relaxed. Hinata JKY chose not to contest this matter, since he had agreed. He would not go back on his word. I think you'd look even more lovely with your bangs swept to the side. Kuratsuchi paused, being a clever woman. She immediately grasped the underlying meaning, that he would ensure her interests were protected. Really? Kuratsuchi graciously pushed her bangs aside, revealing her entire face. Upon glancing again, though her appearance showed little change, her aura transformed entirely. With less allure, she exuded more of the vivacity appropriate for her age. You needn't worry. I will strive to secure the interests of the Hidden Mist Village, and regarding our engagement, you may dissolve it at any time. Before she could finish her sentence, Kuratsuchi lunged forward, pressing her ample form against Hinata JKY's chest. I am not foolish. Who wouldn't be fond of such an outstanding man like you? After rising, Kuratsuchi shifted the conversation, saying, the situation in Konoha seems rather dire. Hinata JKY raised an eyebrow, asking urgently, what has happened? Last night, a delegation from the Hidden Cloud clashed with the Uchiha, and it seems one of their lower-ranked Uchiha was killed. Hinata JKY sat up straight, a hint of alarm flickering across his mind. Is it Danzo? To resolve the historical grievances between the Uchiha and Konoha, Hinata JKY had exerted considerable effort. Just as he had managed to settle the superficial conflicts, this incident arose. If mishandled, it could reignite war with the Hidden Cloud. You want me to resolve this issue? Indeed, if this matter is not addressed, the benefits we secured for the Hidden Mist Village may evaporate. Hinata JKY nodded slightly, recognizing the need for a careful resolution. Should the Hidden Cloud go to war with Konoha, the sand and rock villages might very well turn against them once more. Do you think it's possible that the sand or rock villagers were involved? Hinata JKY shook his head slightly, rising from the bed and changing into fresh clothes. It is still unclear. I need to investigate the situation first. Then I will stay here with you. I will remain in Konoha until the matter is resolved, Kuratsuchi declared. Uchiha Clan Grounds. Uchiha Kanzuya knelt at the entrance of the clan leader's office, having gone a day without sleep, his eyes bloodshot. Kanzuya, you have been kneeling all night. Perhaps you should return home and rest. The clan leader will surely handle this matter. A colleague tried to persuade him, but he remained unresponsive. The Uchiha lower-ranked ninja who died last night was his lover. They had planned to hold their wedding soon, only for this tragedy to strike. Uchiha Shursui emerged from the compound, weariness etched on his face. The Hidden Cloud refuses to release the body. Without their cooperation, we cannot further investigate the truth of the incident. Within the Uchiha, chaos reigned, and emotions ran high. Not merely the radical faction, but the entire Uchiha clan embodies such an attitude. They demand that Uchiha Shursui provide an explanation, insisting that the murderer must pay with their life. The Uchiha clan remains remarkably united in this matter, a stark contrast to the Hinata clan's disarray. Hey, Uchiha Kagami, rise. I shall seek justice for you, Uchiha Shursui declared. The three-tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami involuntarily activated, his crimson gaze consumed by vengeance. What's this? Uchiha Shursui felt a jolt of surprise. He sensed that Kagami's Sharingan possessed an unusual power, far exceeding that of a typical three-tomo. Kagami, too, was aware of this. Had it been before, he would have celebrated with Uchiha Shizune. Yet now, with his most cherished lover gone, no one could share in his joy. Shursui's headache intensified as he recalled his own experience with the Manjiki Sharingan. Kagami's current state was perilously close to awakening his own. Should Kagami activate the Manjiki, the protests within the clan would only amplify, potentially prompting Uchiha Fugaku to strip him of his position as clan leader. 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan could incite the already paranoid Uchiha into contemplating a coup. The conflict between the Cloud Village's envoy and an unawakened Uchiha clan member that resulted in murder appeared utterly illogical. Shursui's suspicions were manifold, rendering him confused about how to proceed. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and the radical faction within the Uchiha all bore suspicion. Shursui, you must avenge Shizune. None from the cloud should escape unpunished. Uchiha Kagami clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Kagami, Rest assured, I will uncover the truth, Shisui assured him. Massaging his temples, the echoes of the elder's furious shouts and the younger ninja's indignation still ringing in his ears. At Kagami's words, he became agitated, abruptly rising to his feet, only to stumble and fall due to having knelt for too long. Kagami! Shisui rushed to support him. Kagami forcefully pushed Shisui away, shouting, "What is there to investigate?" It was the cloud who killed Shizune. Many witnessed it. Kagami's three-tomo Sharingan began to spin rapidly, the depths of his sorrow and rage finally awakening it. The three-tomo gradually settled into a double, triangular formation. Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami inhaled deeply as the Manjiki slowly faded away. I shall seek an audience with the Fourth Hokage immediately, hoping for intervention in this matter. Shisui felt overwhelmed. Ordinarily, this would be a fortuitous development, as Kagami was his most steadfast supporter. However, at this moment, the presence of the Manjiki could precipitate considerable trouble. Kagami, this matter is not so simple. The Cloud Envoy had no reason to kill an unawakened Uchiha. Such an act would only provoke the clan's wrath. Shisui, do you take me for a fool? Kagami's agitation resurfaced. Calm yourself. I will investigate thoroughly and provide you with answers. Kagami was no fool, yet the evidence was glaring. Many had seen the event unfold. To manipulate AJ Nin without Sharingan's ocular prowess was utterly impossible. Nevertheless, Kagami firmly believed that no clan member would commit such an act. As the honor of the Uchiha forbade infighting, this was an unyielding decree. Thus, he had already drawn a definitive conclusion in his mind. Kagami's chest heaved violently, the Manjiki flickering in his eyes. He fixed a cold gaze upon Shisui, stating, "Shisui, are you questioning our own kin?" Uchiha Shisui remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. I merely find the situation suspicious. The Cloud Envoy's purpose here was to negotiate a peace treaty. Committing murder at such a juncture serves no benefit to them. Are you implying that Shizune deserved to die? Kagami's fist struck the wall beside him in fury. She was on the verge of becoming my wife. Witnessing his friend's anguish pierced Shisui's heart. He stepped forward, his voice resolute. Kagami, grant me 3 days. If I cannot uncover the truth by then, I shall accompany you to the cloud for accountability. Kagami's Manjiki slowly rotated before reverting to ordinary black pupils. He inhaled deeply. His voice subdued. Very well, 3 days it is. That night, Shisui ventured alone to the scene of the incident. Under the moonlight, the dried bloodstains remained starkly visible. Activating his Sharingan, he meticulously examined every detail. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a seemingly inconspicuous corner. There lay a nearly imperceptible trace of chakra, not belonging to any cloud ninja, yet imbued with a sense of familiarity. Shisui activated his Sharingan for closer scrutiny. Indeed, it was residual chakra from the Sharingan. This is the chakra of the 8th. Shisui retrieved a sealing scroll from his pocket, collecting the lingering chakra within. If it were me, I would never leave such conspicuous traces. Shisui sensed something amiss, as if clues had been deliberately left behind. The following dawn, Shisui arrived at the Uchiha compound, standing before a modest, even somewhat shabby dwelling. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked on the door. Uchiha Hakadai's stern face appeared. Curiosity etched across his features. Shisui, what brings you here so early? Shisui met his gaze unwaveringly. Elder Hakadai, what do you know about Shizune's murder? Uchiha Hakadai's smile faltered momentarily before returning to normalcy. What do you mean? I am also deeply saddened. Our clan has just lost an exceptional young woman. Shisui had not misjudged. He had witnessed a fleeting expression change on Hakadai's face. I discovered traces of your chakra at the scene. The air thickened with tension. After a long silence, Uchiha Hakadai sighed. Come inside, we need to talk. Inside, Hakadai poured Shisui a cup of tea. Shisui, you are a clever individual. What the Uchiha needs now is unity, not infighting. Shisui clenched his fists. So you orchestrated this murder to frame the cloud? It was a necessary sacrifice. Hakadai's eyes sharpened. More and more clan members harbor illusions about the higher-ups in Konoha, especially you, Shisui. We require an event potent enough to incite the clan's anger. The honor of the Uchiha cannot be trampled upon by Konoha. You are mad. Shisui erupted, standing abruptly. This is inciting war. Hakadai leisurely sipped his tea. The war has long commenced. It should not conclude so swiftly. The Uchiha can only establish their prestige and achievements on the battlefield. You are the Uchiha's genius. You should stand with the clan. A chill gripped Shisui's heart. He turned to leave, only to hear Hakadai's voice behind him. Do you think Kagami will believe your findings? When he learns the truth, the first to perish will be you, the traitor. Lord 19, here is the investigation report you requested. Hinata JKY sat up, perusing the Hinata clan's report on the incident. The Uchiha Sharingan manipulated a Cloud J Nin into killing Uchiha Shizune. Various possibilities instantly flooded his mind. Regardless of the chosen course of action, it appeared impossible to perfectly quell the incident. Komaime leaned in, casting a cursory glance at the intelligence. Unable to suppress a laugh. The assassination occurred during the gathering of emissaries from various ninja villages in Konoha, indicating that the mastermind had plotted this in advance. Hinata Juji crumpled the investigation report into a ball and carelessly discarded it on the ground. Komaime instinctively spat lava at the paper, reducing it to ash. As the wrong party, Kimogakure would undoubtedly seek retribution, possibly even demanding compensation in light of this opportunity. Leaning against Hinata Juji's shoulder, Komaime offered a pointed remark. Hinata Juji nodded slightly. He had a general understanding of the situation and had initially suspected Danzo's involvement. Chapter 75. The Eerie Kaleidoscope Ability Hailing from Kirigakure. Komaime had witnessed her fair share of internal conflicts and immediately recognized the nefarious machinations of the puppet master. The most challenging aspect was navigating the upper echelons of Konoha. Any approach would inevitably place them in a passive position. Komaime delicately placed a piece of fruit in Hinata Juji's mouth, her fingertip lingering at his lips. Should Konoha attempt to resolve this matter, it would be akin to exposing the most perilous of wounds. Long-simmering resentments would be ignited in the presence of the delegations from various nations. Hinata Juji nodded slightly. There was no way to intervene. Even if the Uchiha discovered the killer internally, the majority would not accept it, believing instead that the higher-ups of the Uchiha had capitulated to the village out of weakness. The unfortunate scapegoat would be the clan leader, Uchiha Shursui. Additionally, the discord between Konoha and the Uchiha would only escalate. The plan was flawless, yet it should not have left any vulnerabilities at the final stage. Komaime continued. This is intended to incite discord within the Uchiha. On the evening 2 days later, Uchiha Kanzuya arrived at the banks of the South Hechuan River as promised. Have you clarified the situation? Uchiha Shursui turned, speaking with difficulty. Kanzuya, the truth may bring you greater pain. Enough with the preamble. Who killed Naoko? Shursui inhaled deeply. The eighth elder manipulated the Kumogakure ninja to orchestrate this assassination. Uchiha Kanzuya's expression froze. Moments later, he burst into laughter. Shursui, to protect Kumogakure. You would slander the Uchiha elders? I have evidence. Uchiha Shursui produced a scroll, continuing, this is a chakra sample from the eighth elder, matching perfectly with the scene. Uchiha Kanzuya's Manjiki Sharingan activated, the triangular patterns spinning wildly in his eyes. I don't believe it. Although the eighth elder is stubborn, he would never commit such an act. You've surely been bribed by Kumogakure. Anger clouded reason as Uchiha Kanzuya's pent-up rage erupted at that moment. He needed an outlet for his fury, lest he succumb to madness. Kanzuya, I understand your feelings, but die? Uchiha Kanzuya suddenly launched an attack. Uchiha Shursui's eyes widened as he activated his own Manjiki Sharingan. Susanoo. A green chakra skeleton rapidly took form, blocking Uchiha Kanzuya's great fireball technique. From a distance, Uchiha Hakadai silently observed the battle between Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Kanzuya, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Yet, from even further afield, Hinata Juji's Tensigen witnessed it all. Indeed, it was the doing of someone within the Uchiha. Oh, do the ninjas of Konoha enjoy playing such games from the shadows? Komaime languidly leaned against his shoulder, her fingertip playfully poking at his abs. However, you do seem more robust than last time. Hinata Juji nearly toppled from the tree. We are on a mission. Thus, one must maintain optimal condition, Komaime replied. Inching closer, her crimson lips nearly brushing against his ear. Would you like me to hydrate you, dear brother? Hinata Juji found himself speechless at Komaime's sudden flirtation. Be serious. Komaime pressed even closer, as if wishing to meld into Hinata Juji's form. What is the matter? Don't you like it? Uchiha Kanzuya unleashed his left eye's technique. Kagutsuchi. Boom. The ground splintered, dust billowing. When the haze dissipated, Uchiha Kanzuya stood unharmed. Uchiha Shursui's pupils constricted. Did I miss? No. He was certain his attack had struck. Uchiha Kanzuya's Manjiki coldly regarded Shursui. Uchiha Shursui resumed his assault, the chakra blade of Susanoo swinging down like a meteor. Bang. Bang! Bang! Each strike landed solidly, yet Uchiha Kanzuya's ebony Susanoo remained steadfast, akin to a war deity. Something felt amiss. Uchiha Shirsue's mind raced. My attacks hit. Were they absorbed? A cold smile curled at Uchiha Kanzuya's lips. Shirsue, have you had enough? Now it's my turn. Reverse punishment. In an instant, Shirsue's Susanoo trembled violently. Crack! Countless fissures appeared on the green chakra armor, as if sliced by invisible blades. What? Uchiha Shirsue attempted to reinforce Susanoo, but the retaliatory strikes compounded all previous power, shattering his defenses in an instant. These were my earlier attacks. It became clear that Uchiha Kanzuya had not negated the damage, but rather stored all of Shirsue's attacks, returning them in full force at this moment. Finally, Susanoo could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered. Uchiha Shirsue knelt, blood seeping from the corner of his eye. Is this your Manjiki ability? Uchiha Kanzuya's Manjiki coldly scrutinized Shirsue, slowly articulating. Now, can you still stop me? In the shadows, Uchiha Hakadai wore a satisfied smile. A perfect ability. With this, Shirsue was destined to fall. However, just as Uchiha Kanzuya prepared to deliver the final blow, a figure flashed into view. Hinata Juji disregarded Uchiha Shirsue. He had already assessed the previous battle. Uchiha Shirsue had not fought with his full strength, continuously holding back, not even employing Sage Mode. If he were to lose to someone who had just activated their Manjiki Sharingan after grasping the opponent's abilities, then he deserved his fate. In the next moment, Uchiha Hakadai felt a chill at the nape of his neck. You. How? Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground. Hinata Juji seized him by the collar. Striding toward the battlefield, the farce was set to conclude. The combatants sensed the anomaly and paused, retreating. Upon witnessing Hinata Juji approaching, dragging Uchiha Hakadai, they were momentarily stunned. Eighth Elder. Teacher Juji. Hinata Juji glanced at Uchiha Kanzuya. A commendable Manjiki ability. With these eyes, you barely reach the threshold of Kage level. However, it does not catch my eye. The combination of storing and releasing damage appeared invincible, yet once the capacity reached its limit, it would spell self-destruction. Unless this Manjiki possessed limitless endurance. If that were the case, it would transcend mere Kage level, approaching the realm of Super Kage, perhaps even nearing the 6 paths level. Shirsue, mercy in itself is not a flaw. But to show mercy to one who wishes to take your life is sheer folly, Hinata Juji remarked softly. Chapter 76. Worn thin, Uchiha Shirsue remained silent. Even so, he could not bring himself to strike at Uchiha Kanzuya. The true culprit is here. Cease hostilities, Hinata Juji asserted. Uchiha Kanzuya's gaze was fierce, and as Susanoo stirred, the mental oppression from Hyuga had already descended. His head felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, causing him to kneel in agony, clutching his head and crying out in torment. The dark Susanoo shattered spontaneously. Shirsue, use your Jinjutsu to interrogate him, commanded Hyuga, bringing Uchiha Hakadai before Shirsue and slapping him awake. Uchiha Hakadai sensed the impending danger and attempted to struggle. You all. Yet, his body was firmly restrained by Hyuga, rendering him utterly immobile. Uchiha Shirsue activated his Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Why did you kill Naoko? Uchiha Hakadai's expression turned vacant, his eyes hollow, because Naoko's death could incite a coup within the Uchiha clan. In that moment, Uchiha Kanzuya felt his sanity shatter completely. He seized Uchiha Hakadai by the collar, rage consuming his entire being. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun violently as he bellowed at the dazed Uchiha Hakadai. Haven't you always boasted of the Uchiha's glory? Why then, must you slay one of your own? Is it for the glory of the Uchiha that you commit such an atrocity? Uchiha Shirsue placed a hand on Kanzuya's shoulder. Calm down, let him finish, he urged. Now, who instructed you? Shirsue continued his interrogation. No one instructed me, Hakadai replied, raising Hyuga eyebrow as he inquired. Then why did you deliberately leave clues? I don't know, came Hakadai's answer, leaving Uchiha Kanzuya momentarily stunned. Hyuga suddenly realized that Uchiha Hakadai had been manipulated. The only Jinjutsu capable of ensnaring someone without their awareness must be a secret technique wielded by Uchiha Obito. It must be Obito, thought Hyuga. If this were the case, everything would fall into place. Shirsue, take him back and clarify this matter. Uchiha Kanzuya knelt on the ground, recognizing that Uchiha Hakadai had evidently been controlled. However, the Jinjutsu capable of controlling an Uchiha must be even more profound. The mastermind behind this must surely be a member of the Uchiha clan. The outcome remained unchanged. It was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan who had caused Naoko's demise. I'm sorry. Uchiha Kazuya's eyes grew vacant. A certain belief within him seemingly shattered beyond repair. Uchiha Shirzue sighed and helped Kazuya to his feet. I understand your anger, but we must remain calm and find the true perpetrator. Terumi Mei's gaze sharpened as she recalled the unusual behavior of the fourth Mizukage, Keiki Yagura. Could it be the same individual behind this? The group escorted Uchiha Hakadai to the Hokage building. Inside the Konoha high-level conference room, Minato Namikaze sat at the head of the table, his eyes scanning each individual present. Uchiha Hakadai was manipulated into assassinating Uchiha Naoko while in an unconscious state. Uchiha Shirzue reported gravely. His mind was controlled by a powerful genjutsu, one he didn't even notice. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette, his brow furrowing. This situation resembles that during the Nine Tails incident. Could it be connected to the one who manipulated the Nine Tails? Minato Namikaze pressed his hands against the table and stated solemnly, "We must immediately disclose the truth to the entire village." Soon, Konoha officially announced the truth behind Uchiha Naoko's murder. What nonsense! How could Elder Hakadai be manipulated? Voices of outrage erupted within the Uchiha compound, with some even blocking the police force's entrance, demanding an explanation from Uchiha Shirzue. Uchiha Fugaku stood at the center of the clan meeting hall, his expression dark. He surveyed the agitated clansmen and spoke slowly. Hakadai was indeed ensnared by Jinjutsu. "Chief, are we simply to accept Konoha's narrative?" A radical ninja shouted, rising from his seat. "This is an affront to our Uchiha's credibility." Uchiha Fugaku cast a cold glance at him. "What do you propose? To continue opposing the village? Let us not forget that during the Nine Tails incident, we were already under suspicion. Although the matter was temporarily quelled, it was far from resolved." Uchiha Kazuya stood before the memorial stone, gazing at Uchiha Naoko's name. "Naoko, I will find the true murderer." His kaleidoscopic Sharingan flickered with an eerie light in the darkness. In the distance, Uchiha Obito emerged from a space vortex. The seeds of hatred had already been sown. As for the distribution of post-war interests, representatives from the 5 great shinobi villages finally reached an agreement after 5 days of negotiations. Iwagakure and Sunagakure would each receive 10%, Humogakure 1.5%, Kirigakure 3%, and Konoha 3.5% of the mining rights. Sarah and her fellow members of the Hyuga clan, who remained in the Hyuga territory, began their return journey with the second batch of merchant caravans. Sarah was deeply grateful for everything Hyuga-juku had done. During this time, envoys from the 5 great shinobi villages frequently engaged with her, discussing the pricing of the dragon vein crystal. While they had secured mining rights, they still needed to pay the corresponding money or goods. Sunagakure sought to exchange manpower and security for the dragon vein crystal, for the nascent nation of Lulan. Though Sunagakure contributed the least, it was precisely what Sarah needed. Iwagakure aimed to exchange stone materials and a small portion of goods for the dragon vein crystal. The land of Earth was abundant in stone, to the extent that even if it were offered for free, no one would want it. Yet, these materials were precisely what Lulan required for its establishment. Although other shinobi village envoys scolded them for their shamelessness in trading worthless stone for genuine wealth, Queen Sarah had already agreed, leaving the envoys from the other villages begrudgingly accepting the situation. Humogakure, being the farthest from Lulan, faced logistical challenges. Though they secured 1.5% of the mining rights, they could only muster the courage to purchase the crystals outright with money. Though it felt like a loss, strategic resources like the dragon vein crystal had to be bought regardless of the price, as they could yield several times the profit upon resale. Konoha, being pragmatic, exchanged a large quantity of quality goods directly for the dragon vein crystal. Kirigakure, lacking economic strength, could only provide a large amount of seafood and shipping vessels. For this, Terumi Mei had clung to Hyuga-juku for several days, nearly wearing him down with her requests until he finally intervened on her behalf. Naturally, Sarah agreed, for without Hyuga-juku's protection, they would face even more frenzied plundering. The higher-ups from Kirigakure who accompanied Terumi Mei were overjoyed. Initially, they had harbored doubts about Terumi Mei's decisions. Now, they could only summarize their feelings with 2 words: so fragrant. Chapter 77. No comparison, no hurt noon arrived, and Uchiha Shirzue visited Hyuga-juku's home bearing gifts. Upon entering, he found Terumi Mei in an apron, serving a steaming bowl of chicken soup to the dining table. Uchiha Shirzue's expression froze. His mind boggled that the fifth Mizukage of Kirigakure would engage in such domestic tasks at his teacher's home. Shirzue, come, sit and eat with us, Hyuga invited warmly. At the dining table, Terumi, Mei, and Nanayuki were whispering animatedly, occasionally bursting into quiet laughter as if discussing something delightful. Mina sat beside Nanayuki, cradling Shiranui. Uchiha Shirzue leaned closer to Hyuga and whispered, Teacher, what is going on with the Mizukage? Hyuga glanced at Terumi Mei and casually replied, She is my fiancée. Uchiha Shirzue nearly choked on his food, but fortunately reacted in time, covering his mouth with both hands. He stared at Terumi Mei, then back at Hyuga, stammering, Teacher, you are truly remarkable. After the meal, Hyuga stepped outside with Uchiha Shirzue, strolling down the bustling streets of Konoha. Uchiha Shirzue couldn't help but speak up, Teacher, what must I do to effectively manage the Uchiha clan? Recognition and integration, Hyuga replied instinctively. Uchiha Shirzue understood the words, yet he felt utterly at a loss regarding how to implement them. Much like the previous escort mission to Lulan, he found himself at a complete loss. What am I to do? He inquired. Allow me to propose an idea for you to try, came the response. The eyes of Uchiha Shirzue gleamed with curiosity as he pressed. What method? Let us devise a strategy for the police force, reallocating 60%. Uchiha Shirzue paused, bewildered. What sort of method is that? It's unacceptable, teacher. Such an action will only amplify dissent within our clan. Hyuga anticipated this reaction from Uchiha Shirzue. He patiently elaborated. The objective is to help the villagers of Konohagakure recognize the significance of the Uchiha clan. Let 3/10 be entrusted to the Hyuga clan, 2/10 to the Umbu. As for the remaining 1/10, allow Lord Hokage to select candidates. Uchiha Shirzue remained in a state of confusion, yet sensed an unusual undertone he could not articulate. The Hyuga clan, known for their rigid demeanor, were ill-suited for the duties of the police force. The Umbu operatives, with their heavy air of ruthlessness, were devoid of compassion and would undoubtedly offend many. As for personnel from other clans, they might exploit their authority to engage in unsavory dealings, inciting public outrage before long. If this were the case, would Konohagakure not descend into chaos? Only by helping the villagers comprehend the importance of the Uchiha can they truly accept you, Nin concluded. A flicker of understanding crossed Uchiha Shirzue's gaze, as if he grasped the essence of the plan. Teacher, I see now. You wish for the villagers of Konohagakure to acknowledge the Uchiha through comparison. Nin offered no further explanation, merely instructing Uchiha Shirzue to proceed with the arrangement. As a man of action, Uchiha Shirzue hastily returned to devise a comprehensive plan. On the day the announcement of the reorganization of the Konohagakure police force was posted, the village erupted in turmoil. Uchiha Shirzue stood atop the police headquarters, observing a multitude of Uchiha clansmen gathering at the entrance, protesting. Lord Shirzue, the clan is in an uproar. Uchiha Ta materialized beside him. Followers of the 8th Lord are convening at the Nain's shrine, demanding your impeachment. Inform them this is the decision of clan leader Fugaku. Uchiha Ta hesitated, ultimately bowing his head in acquiescence before vanishing. Among the crowd below, a Hyuga branch member was seen replacing the clan emblem on the police force's entrance with the insignia of the Hyuga clan alongside the emblem of Konohagakure. The Uchiha fan symbol was relegated to the side, replaced by this new emblem. This scene constricted Shirzue's heart as if grasped by an unseen hand. Regretful? Nin's voice suddenly resonated behind him. Shirzue did not turn, merely shook his head. I did not anticipate it would be so painful. Nin approached his side, his Tensigen fixated on the tumultuous crowd below. Just then, a commotion erupted. A young Uchiha ninja was gripping the collar of a Hyuga clansman, shouting, What right do you have to interfere with police affairs? The Hyuga, expressionless, responded, according to Article 37 of the Konohagakure Police Regulations. Using insulting language during duty incurs a reprimand. To hell with your regulations. The Uchiha youth swung his fist, only to have it seized by Shirzue in a sudden intervention. Ta, apologize immediately. His voice, though soft, commanded an immediate silence from those nearby. Uchiha Ta's eyes brimmed with defiance. Brother Shirzue, they are humiliating the Uchiha. This is an order. Uchiha Ta gritted his teeth, ultimately lowering his head in apology to the Hyuga ninja before storming out of the crowd. Shirzue watched his retreating figure, a bitter pang resonating within him. He understood this was merely the beginning of the storm. In the weeks that followed, Kanahegakure plunged into unprecedented chaos. At the morning market, two vendors quarreled over stall boundaries. Traditionally, the Uchiha patrol would swiftly intervene to mediate a compromise acceptable to both parties. However, today, a Hyuga and two Umbu were on duty in that area. According to Article 12 of the Kanahegakure Market Management Regulations, stalls must be at least 15 meters apart. Your goods exceed by 17 centimeters. They must be removed at once. The elder vendor rubbed his hands nervously. I've always set up this way. The Uchiha never objected. Regulations are regulations. Noncompliance will incur a fine of 5,000 ryo. Nearby, Mrs. Haruno frowned at her neighbor, whispering, "What is with these Hyuga? They are so rigid." The Uchiha at least listened to both sides. As her neighbor began to agree, an icy glare from an Umbu member silenced them both. The situation deteriorated further at the Kanahegakure hospital. A patient quarreled with a nurse over the emergency queue, and the on-duty Umbu ninja swiftly subdued the patient, arresting them for public disorder. The patient's family pleaded for leniency, but received nothing but the cold response of "We are following procedure." Excessive. Kushina slammed her palm against Minato's desk, her crimson hair swirling. "Minato, you must put a stop to this behavior." Minato rubbed his temples, the desk littered with villagers' complaints. "I have already met with the Umbu commander, but they insist this is a necessary measure for maintaining order. And the Hyuga? Are they not the ones who claim to uphold the rules? Therein lies the issue." Minato replied with a wry smile. "They adhere to the rules too strictly. Just yesterday, a child from the Hyuga branch sought to fine a little girl for picking a flower in the park for damaging public greenery, only to be stopped by the Uchiha." Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief. The Uchiha would never act like that. Minato gazed thoughtfully out the window. This must be the outcome Nin was aiming for. In Chapter 78, the naturally proud Uchiha clan, Minato also toiled under immense pressure to manage the daily influx of complaints. The situation reached its zenith in the third week. A scion of a prominent family exploited their position to favor a relative in a commercial dispute, later discovered accepting bribes. The news sent shockwaves throughout Kanahegakure. That evening, a throng of villagers spontaneously gathered in front of the Hokage office, brandishing signs demanding the return of the Uchiha police force. Leading the charge was none other than the once complaining Elder Yamamoto. "Hokage-sama." Elder Yamamoto trembled as he raised a megaphone. "We were wrong. The Uchiha may sometimes have stern expressions, but they genuinely care for our village. These newcomers are either overly rigid or utterly indifferent, and there are even cases of corruption. We cannot endure it any longer." Cheers of agreement erupted from the crowd. Uchiha clansmen passing by stared in astonishment at this display of unreserved support. Uchiha Tetsuhiko stood at the edge of the crowd, overhearing a conversation between two women. "Yesterday, my wallet was stolen in the shopping district, and the new police took 3 hours to arrive to take a statement, constantly urging me to hurry. Yes, I remember when my son had a fever. It was the Uchiha patrol who helped carry him to the hospital. Now these people." Uchiha Tetsuhiko felt something swell within him, taking root deep in his heart. As a staunch representative of the Uchiha's radical faction, he was profoundly moved for the first time, realizing that his efforts over the years were indeed acknowledged. He quietly turned to leave, only to encounter Uchiha Sh. who was also eavesdropping around the corner. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the complex emotions reflected in the other's eyes. "Sh. You." Uchiha Sh. averted his gaze, yet Tetsuhiko noticed the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. That evening, at the gathering of the South He Shrine, the once vociferous radicals clamoring for the impeachment of Shursui fell silent. Uchiha Inaho rose, surveying the crowd before bowing deeply. "I may have been mistaken. Konoha truly needs us. This is a conspiracy. The village seeks to divide us. Enough, Kagawa." An aged voice resonated from the depths of the shrine. The crowd turned to see the long-absent Uchiha elder, who had been unwell, slowly emerging with Shursui's assistance. "Having lived over 70 years, I can discern sincerity from deceit. The villager's current stance is genuine." The elder's trembling hand rested on Shursui's shoulder. "Shursui, you are in the right. The glory of the Uchiha lies not in the power we wield, but in how many require our presence." Shursui exhaled with relief, feeling that he had weathered the storm. That evening, Shursui paid another visit to Hyuga J-Kai's residence. Upon entering, he eagerly recounted the Uchiha clan's reaction to the situation. Hyuga J-Ky shook his head slightly. It was the first time he had seen Shursui so exhilarated. as if he had fulfilled a long-held dream. Once Shursui had shared his thoughts, JKY spoke. Let them wait. The longer this drags on, the more favorable it becomes for the Uchiha. Shursui paused, scratching his slightly itchy scalp. Wait, if this continues, I may truly lose my sanity. Teacher, could this lead to further complications? I've heard that the Hokage has been under considerable pressure to quell the villagers' complaints. JKY casually replied, It's all right, let him bear it for now. After bidding farewell to Shursui, Kei-mei emerged from the inner room. She sat beside JKY, naturally linking her arm with his. Is this your strategy? JKY nodded slightly. He recalled having read a book with a similar narrative. The most memorable scene depicted a once-caring husband who suddenly disappeared, prompting his previously harsh wife to recognize his significance. She gradually realized that her spoiled temperament was unjust toward him, leading to her paying a heavy price in her quest to recover him. The conclusion was inconsequential. JKY snapped back to reality, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, Kei-mei chuckled lightly. It truly is a clever tactic. Without comparison, the villagers of Konoha cannot appreciate the Uchiha clan's contributions over the years. Once a direct contrast is established, they will realize that the Uchiha are best suited for the duties of the police force. After all, if decades of experience are overshadowed by newcomers, their existence becomes questionable. JKY responded thoughtfully. Kei-mei produced a crumpled piece of paper from her bosom and placed it on the coffee table. JKY picked it up and frowned immediately. The confidential library of the Mist Village had been breached, and all research materials regarding bloodline limits were stolen. This matter is too delicate. I may not be able to assist you. Kei-mei anticipated his response and replied calmly. If you can help me resolve this predicament, I can provide you with decades of research data from the Mist. JKY felt a stir of intrigue and inquired, Research on bloodline limits? Are you truly so generous? He found it hard to believe. Kei-mei shrugged. What choice do I have? If this situation is mishandled, I may not even retain my position as Mizukichi. JKY nodded slightly, grasping the intentions of the Mist's higher-ups. They aimed to shift the blame onto Kei-mei. This task is not insurmountable. Once I address the Uchiha matters, I shall visit the Mist Village. JKY affirmed. Kei-mei pecked him swiftly on the forehead before rising. Then I shall return to the Mist. There are many matters awaiting my attention. 3 days later, Namikaze Minato officially announced the reorganization of the police force. Teams of 3 were formed, with the Uchiha clan serving as captains, each leading a Hyuga ninja and an Umbu member. On the day of the announcement, cheers erupted throughout Konoha. Uchiha Shursui led the new police force on patrol through the streets. To his astonishment, passing villagers no longer averted their gazes. Instead, they nodded in greeting, and some even offered freshly baked treats. Uchiha Sh awkwardly accepted a rice ball thrust upon him by an elderly woman, murmuring his thanks before hastily rejoining the group. Uchiha Taika playfully nudged him with his elbow. What's wrong? Not used to it. Be quiet, Shursui responded, a warm sensation swelling within him as he observed this scene. He gazed up at Hokage Rock, the visage of the fourth Hokage overlooking the village. In that moment, he truly felt that this place was home for the Uchiha. Before the memorial stone stood Uchiha Kanzuya, quietly reflecting. His Mangeki Sharingan mirrored the name of his beloved, Izuko, etched upon the stone. Can you see this, Izuko? The village has finally begun to accept us. Not far away, atop the treetops, Uchiha Obito stood in quiet contemplation, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Hyuga JKY. I never imagined you would resolve the Uchiha's animosity in such a manner. For now, consider this a victory. He cast his gaze toward the distant solitary figure, coldly smirking as he approached. Chapter 79. The affair between Orochimaru and Bairuho in the Forest of Death. Orochimaru turned to see Hyuga JK's arrival, setting aside his work. JKY. Kun, what brings you here? Hyuga JKY briefly recounted the theft of the bloodline limit materials from the Mist Village, emphasizing the reward for completing this task. The decades of research data on bloodline limits from the Mist Village? Orochimaru's interest peaked, realizing how beneficial this information could be for his studies. I suspect Bairuho is behind this, JKY stated. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, but he fell silent for a moment, seemingly recalling memories of Bairuho. Bairuho, you say? I've heard he is engaged in experiments on bloodline fusion, which indeed raises suspicions. I will take care of this matter. 3 hours later, in the underground third level of the exchange office in the land of hot water, the one-eyed elder behind the counter trembled at Orochimaru's presence. Lord Orochimaru. This is against the rules. A white snake slithered from Orochimaru's sleeve, its venomous fangs gently pressing against the elder's throat. Rules? I am in a hurry. Moments later, Orochimaru exited the exchange office. Hyuga JKY immediately approached him, inquiring, Orochimaru-sensei, have you found any leads? 30 miles north, at an abandoned hot spring inn. One of the buyers is a rogue ninja from the Cloud Village. At dawn the following day, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the forsaken inn, a comatose ninja dangled from the rafters, ensnared by a massive python. The Akatsuki organization. Things are becoming intriguing. Hyuga JKY felt a sensation of being watched. His immense spiritual energy swiftly pinpointed the source. He turned to gaze toward the northeastern mountains. With a flash of blue light from his Rinnegan, his field of vision extended several kilometers. Soon, he discovered a square barrier set upon a cliff platform. Orochimaru-sensei, there's a barrier reaction on the cliff to the southeast. Humph. It must be Bairuho. He enjoys dwelling in places with a commanding view. The two hastily traversed the dense forest, with JKY leading the way. As they approached, an abandoned shrine perched on the cliff gradually came into view. It's a barrier. Orochimaru raised his hand in signal, coolly stating, you stay here. This is a matter between him and me. JKY nodded in agreement, watching as Orochimaru proceeded alone toward the shrine. The moment Orochimaru crossed the torii gate, his figure seemed to vanish behind a layer of invisible film. In the dimly lit center of the grand hall, a figure cloaked in gray stood with his back to the entrance, gazing up at the crumbling ceiling. You have indeed arrived, Orochimaru. I knew only you could find this place. It has been a long time, Obito. You have changed quite a bit. I almost failed to recognize you. Orochimaru remarked as he stepped forward, his serpent-like eyes fixated on his old friend's silhouette. Obito suddenly turned, the cloak slipping away to reveal a pallid visage. Changed. Indeed. I am no longer the worthless fool who always trailed behind you. Orochimaru frowned slightly. I have never perceived you in that manner. You lie? Obito roared, his form flickering and instantly appearing before Orochimaru with a speed that left an afterimage. You geniuses will never understand. Despite our equal efforts, why is it only you who reaps all the rewards? Anticipating the assault, Orochimaru swiftly unleashed the Kusanagi sword from his mouth to parry the attack. Your swift movement bloodline limit has evidently succeeded, he acknowledged. Obito vaulted backward, landing on a toppled pillar. Orochimaru quickly formed seals and declared, wind release, great breakthrough. Obito extended his right hand, palm outward. Dark release, absorption. A violent wind blade howled forth, yet as it approached Obito, it was entirely absorbed. Futile, Orochimaru. He laughed. Arms wide, no ninjutsu can affect me. This is how I transcend you. Transcend? Orochimaru scoffed, suddenly slapping his hands against the ground. Serpent binding technique. Countless venomous snakes surged from his sleeves and the earth, flooding toward Obito. In an instant, Obito transformed into a blur, weaving through the serpents, severing them as he passed. Not finished yet. Obito suddenly appeared behind Orochimaru, a kunai aimed at his back. Yet Orochimaru's body contorted, softening like a snake to evade, countering with a slash that tore through Obito's sleeve. The two distanced themselves, standing 10 meters apart. Gasping, Obito glared at Orochimaru, jealousy igniting in his eyes. Why do you always handle everything with such ease? It has been like this since childhood. The third Hokage favored you. Jiraiya, that fool, viewed you as a rival. And Tsunade, she hardly spares me a glance. Your technique is indeed impressive. Perhaps we could explore its limits together, Orochimaru offered. Obito sneered, do not underestimate me, Orochimaru. I refuse to lose to you in this regard. I have gained the support of the Akatsuki, and soon I will collect all 5 bloodline limits and become the perfect ninja, and you shall perish here today. A blinding light erupted from Obito's palm. Dark release, malevolent obliteration. A beam of pitch-black energy shot towards Orochimaru. He quickly formed seals, triple Rashomon. 3 massive demonic gates rose from the ground, the black beam piercing through the first 2 before dissipating against the third. Come back to Konoha, obediently. I shall never return to that decaying place. Obito bellowed, launching himself forward in a blur, attacking from all angles. Orochimaru closed his eyes, biting his thumb and slamming it to the ground. Summoning technique. A colossal purple serpent erupted from the earth, its tail sweeping through half the shrine. Obito was forced to reveal himself, clumsily dodging the onslaught of serpents. Did you think you were the only one with summoned beasts? He snarled, biting his finger. Summoning technique. A creature resembling a griffin appeared beneath him. The two titanic beasts clashed, the remnants of the shrine collapsing in their wake. Suddenly, the space warped, and Uchiha Obito emerged between them. The game is over. Obito, the leader awaits you. Gritting his teeth, Obito cast one last glance at Orochimaru, smirking. Orochimaru, when we meet again, you shall witness the full extent of my technique. Uchiha Obito placed a hand on Obito's shoulder, and the space twisted once more. Hinata Nin observed from a distance, murmuring to himself. It seems Obito has stolen the research data from the Mist Village. Obito joined the Akatsuki for that information. Chapter 80. The interception by the Akatsuki. As Hinata Nin and Orochimaru returned to the village, they received a summons from the Hokage. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, they found several individuals already gathered. Shirzue, I understand your feelings. But as the acting clan leader of the Uchiha, the village needs you to stabilize the Uchiha situation. Uchiha Shirzue lowered his head. Yahiko would not have defected without reason. Orochimaru leaned against the window, his golden serpent eyes narrowing, fingers lightly caressing the frame. Interesting. Yahiko's defection coincides precisely with our recent contact regarding Obito. His gaze shifted to Minato. Lord Hokage, may I lead the team? Minato was taken aback, contemplating for a moment before surveying those present. Kakashi, Hinata Nin, and Yamenka Kiyomi. Finally, his gaze settled on Orochimaru. Very well. Orochimaru will be the captain of this mission. Outside the gates of Konoha, Nin-sensei, please ensure you bring Yahiko back safely. Hinata Nin sighed. Do not worry. I will bring him back. Kakashi observed from the side, pondering how to ensure the success of this mission. Yamenka Kiyomi, a sensory ninja skilled in medical ninjutsu, and proficient in the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique, felt nervous as it was her first high-level mission. Kakashi gently patted his stiff junior, offering reassurance. Do not be anxious. This mission will be an excellent opportunity for you to gain experience. Kiyomi nodded, responding, Yes, Kakashi-senpai. Orochimaru declared, Let us set forth. Based on the intel from the Umbu, Uchiha Yahiko escaped Konoha during a shift change among the guarding ninjas. Judging by the route, his destination is the Land of Rain. The team swiftly traversed the dense forest. Hinata Nin was somewhat distracted. It was not the prospect of Uchiha Yahiko joining the Akatsuki that troubled him, but the fear that Uchiha Obito intended to sacrifice him to Obito. Should Obito acquire Yahiko's Mangeki Sharingan, their future encounters would become exceedingly challenging. They must retrieve Uchiha Yahiko before Obito completed the ritual. His abilities, when paired with Obito's bloodline limit, posed a significant threat. Hinata Nin's Tensigen pierced through the rain, tracking the faint traces ahead. Suddenly, Kiyomi trembled, shouting, Be careful, someone is approaching. The space warped, and Uchiha Obito materialized from the vortex. Konoha's hounds, you pursue quite tenaciously, he rasped, his voice deliberately hoarse. Kakashi Sharingan spun rapidly. Be cautious. His space ninjutsu allows him to phase his body. We must strike when he attacks to hit his physical form. Hinata Nin moved subtly, positioning himself to shield Kiyomi. Through the Tensigen's vision, he clearly discerned the face beneath the mask belonging to Uchiha Obito, as well as two unusual chakra signatures lurking underground. Black Zetsu was concealed within the roots of a tree 20 meters away. Kakashi's Raikiri sliced through the curtain of rain, only to penetrate the illusion. Orochimaru's serpents lunged from all directions, also meeting with failure. Futile, the masked man suddenly solidified behind Kakashi, a kunai aimed at his back. Now, Kiyomi seized the fleeting opportunity. Forming hand seals, mind transfer technique. Almost simultaneously, several sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground. Hinata Nin, having anticipated the move, deftly evaded with Kiyomi, while Kakashi's Raikiri clone dissipated, transforming into lightning that struck Uchiha Obito. However, Uchiha Obito's previous attack was merely a tentative strike and had not fully materialized. Perched upon a branch, Uchiha Obito sneered, quite the coordination. Kiyomi, Hinata JKY issued a warning, and a wave of mental pressure accurately descended upon Uchiha Obito. His body noticeably froze. The rain around them was instantaneously evaporated by chakra, transforming into mist. Under the cover of the dense fog, Kiyomi Yamashiro finally completed her hand signs. Mind transfer technique. The intangible mental energy pierced through the mist, striking Uchiha Obito, who had just solidified. His form abruptly stiffened, and the expression beneath his mask turned adorably dazed. It worked. Kiyomi's consciousness invaded Obito's body, ready to compel him to remove his mask. Hinata JKY swiftly tossed Kiyomi to Kakashi and, with a few instantaneous movements, positioned himself before Uchiha Obito. The moment the mask was removed, he reached for the Kimui Manjiki. Hinata JK's hand penetrated Obito's head. Has he become intangible? Hinata JKY retreated, observing Kiyomi Imashiro behind him. Kiyomi suddenly bent over in pain, her mental connection forcibly severed. In the distance, a half-visible Black Zetsu emerged from the ground. Hinata JK's Tensigen locked onto Black Zetsu's position, but the latter had already retracted underground. The forest returned to silence, save for the sound of raindrops striking the leaves. Kakashi helped the weakened Kiyomi to her feet. What was that? Some form of remote mental interference. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, speaking. Kiyomi's complexion was pale. I'm sorry. I was so close to succeeding. Chapter 81. Can your reaction outpace light? The team reorganized and ventured deeper into the land of rain. At that moment, Black Zetsu's face emerged from a pitcher plant. White Zetsu voiced his dissatisfaction. Black Zetsu, why didn't you directly attack that Konoha woman earlier? Oh, I see. You're afraid of the Hinata brat. He nearly took you down last time. That Hinata clan child possesses formidable sensory abilities. A sneak attack would be futile. White Zetsu inquired, what now? Obito almost exposed himself. If Konoha learns he is alive, it would be quite amusing. Continue monitoring. As for Konoha's pursuers, Black Zetsu glanced towards the direction where Hinata JKY and the others had vanished, sneering, let them witness the power of the Rinnegan. Hinata JKY suddenly raised his hand, signaling the team to halt. Alert! Several white Zetsu surged from the rain curtain, their bodies exhibiting unnatural inflation. Hinata JK's Tensigen flared to life as he warned, be careful. They have explosive tags implanted within them. Kakashi swiftly formed hand signs. Everyone scatter. Earth-style earth barrier. A massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, adorned with several doghead reliefs. Earth-style earth flow castle. A purple-black wall, significantly larger than Kakashi's, blocked the explosive aftermath. Obito aims to exhaust Nagato. Preparing for the recovery of the Rinnegan later, Hinata JKY mused. He could have simply taken Uchiha Obito away. Yet he chooses to toy with Konoha's pursuit team. Hinata JKY gestured for everyone to stop. He leaned closer to Orochimaru's ear and whispered a few words. Orochimaru nodded slightly. We will continue the pursuit. JKY, you will cover our retreat. Although the rest of the team was puzzled, they did not question Orochimaru's orders. After all, he was one of Konoha's legendary 3 ninjas. Once the rest of the team vanished from view, Hinata JKY activated a space-time portal and stepped inside. The damp mist enveloped the outskirts of the Rain Village forest. Uchiha Obito stood atop a giant tree branch, his 3-tomo Sharingan slowly spinning. A surge of powerful chakra abruptly manifested behind him. Uchiha Obito. He spun around suddenly, his Manjiki Sharingan activating instantly. You? The reason Hinata JKY could precisely locate Uchiha Obito was that during their previous encounter, the mental pressure he exerted had left a concealed spatial coordinate on him. To his surprise, it had indeed come into play. Caught off guard by Hinata JK's sudden appearance, Uchiha Obito was stunned but quickly reacted. As their eyes met, the Sharingan's Jinjutsu was already set in motion. Illusionary Chains Technique. 3 shuriken shot towards Hinata JKY, but just as they were about to hit, they were repelled by an invisible barrier. What? Obito's brow twitched. This technique had never failed him before. Uchiha clan members were nearly invincible in one-on-one battles due to the formidable Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. In the absence of allies to disrupt chakra and break the illusion, a ninja caught in such a trap had no chance of survival. However, this was contingent upon a comparable level of power or minimal disparity. The gap in mental power between Uchiha Obito and Hinata JKY was far too vast. To attempt to control Hinata JKY with a mere chains technique was indeed laughable. Uchiha Obito glared at Hinata JKY, his hands rapidly forming seals. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. 3 fire dragons surged forth from his mouth, charging towards Hinata J. Kentucky. Yet, Hinata JKY merely raised a hand, and the fire dragons were dissipated by an invisible repulsion. What technique is this? Is it some form of no-hand seal ninjutsu? Information in battles between ninjas is crucial. Lacking knowledge of the opponent is akin to fighting in the dark. However, This was Hinata J-Kai's greatest advantage. A powerful wave of mental energy suddenly enveloped Uchiha Obito. As the mental force increased by 3 levels, Hinata J-Ky could wield this technique with ease, and its consumption was reduced by 50%. Obito's body unexpectedly sank. Not this feeling again. A wave of intense pain surged through him, as if countless needles were piercing his brain. No, the Sharingan cannot be defeated by the Byakugan. A profound sense of humiliation and unwillingness drove Obito's Mangekyou Sharingan to spin wildly, resisting this mental pressure. This feeling. Uchiha Obito knelt on one knee, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet a strange exhilaration surged within him. He could distinctly perceive that under such extreme pressure, his ocular power was slowly increasing. So it is, extreme pressure can indeed awaken the potential of the Sharingan. Hinata J-Ky frowned slightly, sensing that Obito's chakra was undergoing a qualitative transformation. Suddenly, a surge of dark chakra erupted from within Uchiha Obito, instantaneously forming a half-skull shape of Susanoo. Has he grown stronger under such immense pressure? Hinata J-Ky pondered. The skeletal structure of Susanoo emitted an agonizing grinding sound, the dark chakra roiling like lava, gradually forming muscular veins. As the armor completed its formation, the distinctive Tengu mask of the third form suddenly closed. The enormous dark Susanoo wielded a chakra blade, exuding an oppressive aura. Hinata J-Ky, you will pay for your arrogance. Uchiha Obito roared, swinging the Susanoo's blade towards him. Hinata J-Ky did not confront the attack directly. Instead, he instantly leaped to a tree 10 meters away. He refrained from launching an aggressive assault, aware that Uchiha Obito's ocular technique could store up damage and return it in a single strike once a certain threshold was reached. The Rinnegan chakra mode activated. A vibrant green chakra enveloped him, burning like flames. 5 emerald spheres materialized in Hinata J-Kai's hands. The spheres gradually merged, radiating golden light. Can your reaction outpace light? Uchiha Obito was perplexed by this statement. However, it soon became clear to him. A beam of golden light shot forth, piercing through Susanoo and pinning Uchiha Obito against the tree behind him. The air twisted under the intense heat, and Uchiha Kazu's pupils suddenly constricted. How could this be possible? It seems I have arrived just in time. White Zetsu's head emerged from the ground, and the half-face of Black Zetsu slowly materialized. Take him away. White Zetsu enveloped the injured Kazu, preparing to drag him underground. Want to escape? The overwhelming gravity pulled Uchiha Kazu and White Zetsu towards it. Damn it! White Zetsu extended his arm, using wood release to entwine around a tree trunk, while Uchiha Kazu mirrored the action, producing a chain to secure the opposite side. Hyuga J-Ky sneered, intensifying the pull. 2 trees were uprooted, along with Uchiha Kazu and White Zetsu, hurtling towards him. J-Kai's fingertips danced. 6 truth-seeking balls orbiting like satellites. No, this man is too terrifying. I must abandon this Uchiha. Reluctantly, White Zetsu detached from Uchiha Kazu's body. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Kazu swiftly formed hand seals, his chest swelling as he expelled a massive fireball towards Hyuga J. Kentucky J. KY did not flinch, extending his left hand forward, conjuring a hemispherical barrier. The raging flames were completely absorbed as they neared his half-meter radius. What? Uchiha Kazu gasped. Hidden among the distant tree trunks, Black Zetsu's gaze darkened, his heavy voice rumbling. This is the ability of the hungry ghost path. Uchiha Kazu could not believe his eyes as he stared at the composed Hyuga J-Ky. His ninjutsu was actually absorbed? 8 trigrams, empty palm. Uchiha Kazu was struck in the chest, coughing up blood mid-air. Hyuga J-Ky seized Uchiha Kazu by the neck, violently slamming him against a nearby tree trunk. A dull thud echoed, and Uchiha Kazu's brain suffered a violent jolt, causing him to lose consciousness on the spot. Hyuga J-Ky cast a cold glance towards Black Zetsu's direction. Black Zetsu felt a chill run down his spine, hastily burrowing deeper underground. Chapter 82. The Eye of the Moon Plan. Hyuga J-Ky, clutching Uchiha Kazu, entered a natural cavern, a common sight in the land of rain. Within the dim cave, the flickering firelight illuminated Uchiha Kazu's fluctuating expression. His chakra network was sealed by gentle fist, rendering him weak, while his resentful gaze fixated on the figure before the campfire. He had been defeated by this man twice, with no opportunity to counter, although he had awakened the most powerful Mangekyou Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The most difficult truth for him to accept was that this man belonged to the Hyuga clan. Even the Uchiha clan's greatest prodigy, Shisui, had bowed to him. The glory of the Uchiha clan seemed a mere jest in the presence of those excessively beautiful eyes. Are you unwilling to accept this? Hyuga JKY casually tossed a log into the fire. Calm, confident, unruffled. These were the traits that Uchiha Kazu could only observe. The Rinnegan is the ultimate form of the Byakugan. Your Manjiki Sharingan is merely the second stage. It is entirely expected that you cannot defeat me. Hyuga JK's tone was flat, as if stating an utterly mundane fact. What did you say? The leader of the Akatsuki possesses the Rinnegan, which evolves from the Sharingan. If I am not mistaken, you have entered that illusionary space known as the Eye of the Moon plan. Uchiha Kazu felt a shiver run down his spine. This man instilled fear in him, as if there were no secrets he was unaware of. No, that is not an illusionary space. Naoko is still alive. We can still live happily together. Uchiha Kazu erupted in a desperate roar. Indeed, Uchiha Kazu came to realize, shouting, "You are testing me. You noticed? You." Uchiha Kazu took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. As long as I can be with Naoko, what does it matter if it is an illusionary world? Hyuga JKY produced a sealing scroll, unsealing it to reveal the corpse of White Zetsu on the ground. This is a product of the Eye of the Moon plan. I believe you have seen it before. What are you saying? Hyuga JKY ignored him and continued. The Eye of the Moon plan is a large-scale illusion that projects Tsukuyami onto the moon. It is a technique that controls everyone through infinite Tsukuyami. The divine tree envelopes the ninjas under illusion, continuously extracting their chakra. While they are alive, they indeed enter a fantasy world of their innermost desires, but once their chakra is depleted, they become monsters like White Zetsu. Then, they die completely. At the end of his statement, Hyuga JKY kicked the corpse on the ground. Do you wish to become such a monster? No, you are lying. Uchiha Kazu's face contorted. This was his last hope, yet it was ruthlessly crushed by Hyuga J. Kentucky leaning against the rock wall. Hyuga J. Kai's emotions remained entirely unperturbed. One evidence: the Hinata clan's confidential library contains documents on the Eye of the Moon plan. A meaningful smile appeared on Hyuga J. Kai's lips as he continued. I can take you to see the original world. The place where those consumed by the divine tree became White Zetsu. If you merely wish to infiltrate the Akatsuki to investigate the murderer of Naoko, then you still possess a sliver of reason. If it is the latter, then you are even more foolish than I imagined. Uchiha Kazu's pupils constricted suddenly. You are wavering. Hyuga JKY keenly detected the shift in his emotions. You wish for revenge, yet want to believe in that lie, hoping for Naoko's return, do you not? Uchiha Kazu abruptly raised his head, the Manjiki Sharingan in his eyes nearly igniting with rage. Shut up. What do you know? You know nothing. I know. Hyuga JKY interrupted him, his tone still calm. I understand the pain of losing someone important, but indulging in illusions will only make you a pawn of others. Uchiha Kazu's chest heaved violently, anger and despair intertwining. He did not want to admit it, but JK's words stabbed like a knife into his heart. If the Eye of the Moon is a falsehood, then Naoko's death is utterly meaningless? His voice was hoarse, almost a whisper to himself. No. Hyuga JKY shook his head. There is another way to resurrect her. Uchiha Kazu's pupils suddenly contracted, as if a drowning man had grasped a lifeline. The Rinne rebirth technique. Uchiha Kazu's breath momentarily halted. The leader of the Akatsuki possesses the Rinnegan. Only the Rinnegan can activate the Rinne rebirth technique. Hyuga JKY chuckled softly, continuing, but he would not use this technique for you, for the price is the life of the caster. Uchiha Kazu's fists clenched tightly. Then what use is your talk? Hyuga JKY slowly retrieved a scroll from his robe. Because I have a way to bypass this cost. The scroll unfurled, revealing the secret technique of Sunigakure, the life transfer technique. This technique can transfer life force, and coupled with White Zetsu's body, it can negate the cost of Rinne rebirth. Even if the corpse can no longer be preserved, her soul can be temporarily summoned back using Orochimaru's modified Edo Tensei technique. A flicker of uncertainty flashed in Uchiha Kazu's eyes, only to be quickly replaced by skepticism. Even so, the leader of the Akatsuki would not cast this technique. Oh, I thought you were completely consumed by your emotions. I did not expect you to retain some reason. Hyuga JKY glanced at the dazed Uchiha Kazu. Continuing, I am in the process of developing the Rinnegan. I have successfully awakened the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and evolving to the Rinnegan is only a matter of time. If you do not believe me, You may personally inquire with Uchiha S-Fei. S-Fei. Yes. The time has come for you to make a decision. Will you place your trust in the Akatsuki's Moon Eye plan or in my Rebirth Eye plan? Uchiha Obito is not a fool. The claims made by Hyuga JKY are substantiated by crucial evidence. And the truth can be discerned through investigation. There is no need to deceive him. The man with the spiral mask from the Akatsuki offers nothing but a chilling promise. And it is highly likely that he is the architect behind the murder of Naoko. Why do you choose to assist me? Hyuga JKY recognizes Obito's wavering resolve and continues, It is Shursui who wishes to aid you, and he is my disciple. I need you to infiltrate the Akatsuki. If they merely seek to recruit you, then you shall become my eyes within their ranks. Uchiha Obito fell into silence, haunted by the masked man's voice echoing in his mind. Join us, and you shall see her. Yet, Hyuga JK's words cut through that illusory promise like a sharp blade. Why should I believe you? Hyuga JKY scoffed. You have become foolish enough to cling to the lies of the Moon Eye plan, yet refuse to trust me? Even if you doubt me, surely you can place your faith in Shursui. Chapter 83. The Ritual of the Ghostly Yarrow Technique. Uchiha Obito's understanding of Hyuga JKY is largely derived from Shursui's accounts. Whenever Shursui, hailed as the clan's foremost genius, is mentioned, an unusual glimmer of admiration and aspiration ignites in Obito's eyes. This extraordinary bond between master and disciple has sown the seeds of hostility within Obito's heart. As an observer, he must concede that a figure capable of inspiring such devotion from someone as proud as Shursui possesses remarkable qualities. From the incident with the Queen of Lulan to the collaboration with the Mist Village, Hyuga JKY has demonstrated not only an overwhelming prowess, but also an unwavering commitment to his promises. A trait that stands out in the harsh world of ninjas where the strong prey upon the weak. I agree to your terms, but you must uphold your end of the bargain. A prudent choice. I shall escort you back to Konoha, where that masked figure will come seeking you again. If they intend to use you merely as a sacrifice for the ghostly Yarrow technique, inject chakra into this kunai, and I shall arrive at once. Hyuga JKY handed over a specially crafted kunai. Obito accepted it. Outwardly, it appeared no different from an ordinary kunai, albeit slightly smaller. 1 hour later, deep within the forest, sealing techniques entwined around Uchiha Obito like chains, suppressing his chakra, rendering him unable to do anything but silently follow Hyuga J. Kentucky. Upon reuniting with the pursuing team, Kakashi scanned Obito, confirming his identity before lowering his guard. JKY-senpai, you are truly formidable. Yamashiro Aki rushed forward, her eyes sparkling with fervent admiration. She had witnessed the divine battle on the battlefield of Awagakure, and now stood before the legend who had single-handedly altered the course of that conflict. Hyuga JKY tilted his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Aki, you are 2 years my senior. There is no need to address me as senpai. But. Aki stammered, her cheeks flushing as she realized that the seemingly omnipotent ninja before her was, in fact, younger than herself. Orochimaru stood nearby, his serpentine eyes narrowing slightly as he observed the scene with an enigmatic smile. Hyuga JK's strength had transcended the confines of age. He was indeed a remarkable disciple. Let us return to Konoha. The journey back was uneventful. Upon arriving at Konoha, Uchiha Shursui had already received word and awaited them at the village gates. Hyuga JKY entrusted Obito into Shursui's care, whispering a few words. Shursui raised an eyebrow, quickly composing his expression and nodding at Hyuga J. Kentucky. Obito was temporarily placed in the interrogation room of the police force. After all, having chosen to defect from Konoha, it was impossible for him to act as though nothing had transpired. This matter would have to be handled with discretion, with time, as inquiries faded. So too would the interest in the incident. 5 days passed, during which Hyuga JKY received almost daily correspondence from Terumi Mei, urging him to expedite his actions due to mounting pressure on her end, as the Elder Council of the Mist Village had begun discussing impeachment proceedings against her. Hyuga JKY found himself at a loss. Unless Obito acted soon, there would be no way to uncover his hidden stronghold. More than a month later, Terumi Mei ceased her correspondence. Hyuga JKY suspected she may have lost her position as Mizukage, though it was unlikely her life was in jeopardy, as the special kunai he had provided had yet to yield any response. Another half-month slipped by. News emerged from the Uchiha clan that Uchiha Obito had vanished without a trace. The Uchiha clan promptly shifted all blame onto Uchiha Obito, who possessed space-time abilities. Hokage Minato could only accept this narrative, as he was aware of only 3 individuals capable of such techniques: himself, Hyuga JKY, and the mysterious figure who had attacked Konoha during the Nine-Tails incident. In the Land of Grass, at the Blackstone Mountains, Uchiha Obito received his orders. Your mission is to guard this location. Do not allow anyone to disrupt the ghostly Yarrow technique ritual. Obito nodded slightly. Since joining the Akatsuki, he had maintained an utmost indifference, refraining from any communication. This demeanor suited his role as a spy. Currently, Obito was merely an outer member of the Akatsuki. Though his abilities had been validated by Nagato, qualifying him for formal membership, he needed to complete several tasks to prove his worth before being fully accepted. With that, Uchiha Obito faded into the vortex of space and time, concealing the specially crafted kunai within his long sleeve. He infused it with his chakra before swiftly retreating to find a place to hide. In Konoha, Hyuga JKY felt a sudden resonance of Rebirth Eye chakra. Someone was summoning him. Based on the location, it appeared to be in the Land of Grass. Uchiha Obito, Hyuga JKY summoned his trusted allies, gathering Kakashi and Yukinaji. In the Grand Hall at the valley's center, 12 stone pillars inscribed with incantations surrounded an imposing altar upon which 5 ninjas were bound, each representing fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning. The hollow ceiling descended 5 beams of light, illuminating these 5 positions. The formal members of the Akatsuki observed the distorted ritual with cold detachment. Obito stood at the altar's center, arms outstretched, his face alight with excitement. Ever since defecting from Konoha, he had been preparing for this day. Originally, he had anticipated a lengthy period of concealment until that day when a man wearing a spiral mask approached him, promising to fully support him in completing the ghostly Yarrow technique. Within a matter of months, thanks to the Akatsuki's formidable resources, all preparations for the ritual had been completed ahead of schedule. Kisame's green eyes narrowed, his tone dark. After all the resources the organization has expended, if this culminates in nothing more than a revolting mass of sludge, I shall not let him off easily. Sasori, concealed within his crimson puppet, spoke with disdain. Physical transformation is merely a fragile vessel. Eternal art lies solely in puppetry. Konan stood silently nearby, her expression impassive, as long as the outcome holds value. The process is of little consequence. Uchiha Obito leaned against the shadowy rock wall, his Sharingan observing the proceedings with indifferent scrutiny. The art of Goemon. What kind of power can it truly manifest? Chapter 84. The Chaotic Clash with the Akatsuki Organization. As the last ray of sunlight was consumed by darkness, Bailu stood at the center of the altar, erupting in laughter. Ha! A perfect solar eclipse. The ritual of the Goemon Luo technique is finally about to commence. The sacrificial ceremony officially began. The Goemon Luo technique. 5 bound bloodline limit ninjas were gradually enveloped by a viscous purple-black substance until they were completely consumed. The purple-black fluid began to coalesce towards Bailuhu in the center of the altar, gradually merging into his body amidst his maniacal laughter. Nearby, Konan furrowed her brow, clearly feeling uneasy about the unfolding scene. It was indeed discomforting. Kakuzu's expression darkened, his mind fixated on one thought. If Bailu's combat power post-ritual fell short of his expectations, he would surely kill him and sell him in the black market to compensate for his financial losses. Underneath his mask, Obito Uchiha's Sharingan glowed with a crimson light. He contemplated the moment Bailuhu completed the ritual. He would lead Pain in the 6 paths to attack Konoha once more. He was determined to eliminate Hinata JKY, who had repeatedly thwarted his plans, having become an obsession for him. Due to JK's interference, Konoha's core combat power, Namake's Minato, had survived, and an unpredictable variable like Hinata JKY had emerged. Deidara, leaning against the entrance of the Great Hall, dismissed the Goemon Luo ritual with indifference. He took out his latest puppet for adjustments, positioning himself as an outsider. Once the sacrificial ceremony concluded, Bailuhu slowly descended, his aura soaring. Just as he was about to express his overwhelming emotions, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Now, concealed in the apex above, Hinata JKY activated his Tensigen, emanating a brilliant blue light. Action. Understood. Kisame Hashigaki slammed his Samahata into the ground, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. Torrential waves cascaded down, flooding the entire Great Hall in an instant. The members of the Akatsuki were caught off guard, each employing their own techniques to escape the surging waters. Ice release, snowstorm. Yuka Nagisa exhaled a chilling mist from her lips. The icy fog rapidly froze upon contact with the water, swiftly encasing half of the hall in ice. Kisame, 3 o'clock. Understood. Kisame directed the flow of water, the ice rapidly spreading towards the struggling Kakuzu and Konan. Kakuzu's face contorted with rage as he unleashed a wind-release ninjutsu beneath him, using the recoil to finally break free, then leaping toward the ceiling. Konan was swept to the corner of the hall by the torrent. Desperately grasping a corner of a statue, spreading her wings, she stumbled toward the hole in the ceiling. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "Damn it. Water release techniques are too constraining against my jutsu." Kisame and Yuka Nagisa, having gained the geographical advantage, launched their assault on the Akatsuki members below, forcing Kakuzu and Konan to evade frantically. Humph. A cold snort resonated from below. Explosion release. Infinite explosions. The ceiling of the great hall was shattered into pieces by Bailu's explosive release. Hinata JKY, Kisame, and Yuka Nagisa retreated to the valley's summit. A combination of ice and water release techniques. Kakuzu extended his tendrils, batting away the falling boulders from the ceiling, his gaze cold as he swiftly dashed outside the hall. The third Kazakage's puppet suddenly appeared above Kakuzu, countless iron sand needles raining down like a torrential storm. Kakuzu hastily formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. The iron sand was halted by the earthen wall. The third Kazakage's puppet redirected and charged towards Obito Uchiha. Obito activated his intangibility to evade the attack. But the iron sand, like a persistent gum, continued to weave around him. "This guy is targeting me." The iron sand's assault forced Obito into a defensive position, with explosive tags sporadically detonating around him. On the other side, Bailuhu approached Hinata JKY and the others with blinding speed, his gaze fervent and disdainful, seemingly eager to test the power he had just acquired. Scatter. Kisame and Yuka Nagisa vanished, each seeking their respective opponents. Deidara's appearance provided Obito with a momentary reprieve. The third Kazakage's puppet was interrupted and had to retreat temporarily. Obito reappeared on the opposite side of the valley, his expression malicious as he surveyed the battleground above and below. Hinata JKY, do you intend to disrupt my plans once more? The third Kazakage's puppet wielding iron sand charged toward Obito. Deidara, having sensed the situation turning dire, had already evacuated the Great Hall. His disinterest in the ritual allowed him to avoid the onslaught of the water-ice combination, preserving his combat power intact. He surged toward the third Kazakage's puppet, his tail needle launching forth. "This is my puppet." The battlefield fragmented into several sections, with Kisame confronting Kakuzu and Konan alone. Yuka Nagisa intercepted Deidara, who sought to pursue the third Kazakage's puppet. Hinata JKY engaged Bailuhu in combat, finding himself at a disadvantage in their taijutsu clash. Gazing at the metallic sheen on Bailu's surface, Hinata JKY murmured to himself, "My taijutsu cannot breach his defense. This fellow is indeed worthy of becoming a puppet." Bailuhu extended his arms, his gaze filled with contempt as he addressed Hinata JKY. "Futile, your taijutsu cannot penetrate my defense." Chapter 85. The exceedingly inflated Bailuhu. Hinata JKY's Tensigen shimmered with blue light, surveying the entire battlefield. The northwest section of the valley had transformed into a lake, although Kisame faced two opponents. He maintained the upper hand by leveraging the terrain. Konan's paper jutsu, while formidable, was naturally countered by Kisame's water release. Kakuzu's Doton Ketsuri no Jutsu barely broke the water's surface before Kisame's water shark bomb technique thrust him back beneath the waves, his furious curses mingling with the splashing water. In the southeastern valley, Yuka Nagisa dominated her battle with Deidara, the mist she exhaled merging with her ice-release chakra, establishing a domain within a kilometer radius as her absolute territory. In this battle, Hinata JKY had tasked her with stalling Deidara, allowing her to unleash her bloodline limit without restraint. A puppet master facing a powerful ice shield capable of freezing chakra threads could only be described as thwarted. Even the puppet's body experienced significant impact, its joints becoming encased in ice, rendering its movements sluggish. Meanwhile, the third Kazakage's puppet commanded a cloud of iron sand that blotted out the sky, and every time Obito emerged from intangibility, he encountered preemptive iron sand thrusts. Explosive tags detonated around him intermittently, infuriating Obito, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. The moment he considered entering the Kemui dimension, explosive tags would fly toward him, and the iron sand would rush at him in unison. This damned puppet possesses its own consciousness. Obito could only utilize fire release to assault the airborne third Kazekage's puppet, but the effect was minimal. This was a dual package specially designed by Hinata JKY for Obito, while it could not eliminate him directly. It was sufficient to serve as a constraint. Next, he only needed to deal with Bailu. As long as he could resolve that threat, the tide of battle would shift in their favor. A claw enveloped in lightning grazed Hinata JKY's clothing, and he swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping Bailu's ambush. Not bad. Little brat with the Byakugan. The figure of Bailu solidified before Hinata JKY, the newly acquired Shunshin rendering his speed almost instantaneous. However, how many times can you perceive this? Before the words could settle, Bailu vanished once more. The shockwave from the repulsive field erupted around Hinata JKY, forcefully driving back Bailu, who had been mid-attack. An intriguing ability indeed. Adjusting his posture in mid-air, Bailu's Sharingan spun rapidly as he scoffed. But how long can your chakra sustain this? Hinata JKY remained silent. The optimal strategy against a loquacious adversary was to let him prattle on. Although the Shunshin was swift, he perceived it as merely trivial, his dynamic vision fully capable of keeping pace. The Tensigan chakra mode activated. With a flick of his wrist, several massive boulders soared towards Bailu. A metallic sheen enveloped Bailu's body as he neither dodged nor flinched, the boulders colliding with him, producing a resounding clang. Ha ha ha. Useless. I am invincible now. Neither ninjutsu nor taijutsu can harm me. Bailu's Sharingan locked onto Hinata JKY as he employed Shunshin to enhance his body and launched a counteroffensive. Hinata JKY regarded Bailu with a bemused expression, wishing to ascertain the extent of his power. After all, Bailu was the predetermined puppet material he had selected long ago. He swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release. Wind pressure. Bailu's face twisted into a mocking grin. Fool. Useless. Ninjutsu cannot harm me. It only puts you at a disadvantage. The wind pressure was absorbed by Bailu, rendering it ineffective. Hinata JKY felt as though a fly buzzed incessantly in his ear. Do you truly believe victory is assured? Bailu's face contorted with malice as he bared his sharp teeth. Indeed, you possess no means of triumph. Destructive self-destruction. A dark shockwave surged towards Hinata JKY at breakneck speed. Extending his right hand, he absorbed the entire energy. You possess the power of the underworld. Underworld? If you say so. Rapidly forming hand seals, Hinata JKY completed a complex sequence in an instant. Water release, water dragon bullet. A colossal water dragon, fierce and menacing, charged towards Bailu. With a cold snort, Bailu extended his right hand and absorbed the water dragon bullet. Subsequently, he returned a far more ferocious shockwave, expanding in a circular manner to create an unavoidable vacuum. Hinata JKY bit his finger, then clapped his hands to the ground. Summoning technique, Rashomon. Two massive gates, adorned with Azura-like faces, erupted from the earth, blocking the shockwave's assault. The shockwave impacted the Rashomon, producing a disconcerting metallic distortion. Though the gates warped and deformed, they successfully withstood the attack. In the instant the gates vanished, a wind release, spiraling shuriken sliced through the smoke, propelled by immense wind pressure towards Bailu. This was one of the few ninjutsu techniques in which Hinata JKY had achieved mastery. Bailu smirked, his gaze frenzied, as he extended his palm to absorb the spiraling shuriken. Hinata JKY chuckled from a distance. The previous two waves of ninjutsu were merely a prelude to set up the spiraling shuriken, allowing Bailu to lower his guard. True to form, Bailu found he could not absorb the spiraling shuriken. It was driven by extreme rotation and wind pressure, not merely ninjutsu. The cellular-level impact ravaged Bailu's body, and his fate remained unchanged, defeated by the same technique. Had he not been concerned about damaging Bailu's body irreparably, Hinata JKY had numerous methods to swiftly eliminate him. The rapid conclusion of this battle stemmed from Bailu's inflated ego, believing himself invincible and disregarding all others. Moreover, there was a lack of intelligence. The wind release, spiraling shuriken was not easily handled. Even Pain's six paths had suffered greatly under this technique. Hinata JKY swiftly moved to Bailu's side. Bailu lay on the ground, utterly incapable of movement, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he gazed at Hinata JKY. In his final moments, images of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya flickered through his mind. No matter how hard he chased, he could never match their strides. He still could not prove himself to them. Hinata JKY, expressionless, struck his palm to Bailuhu's heart, ending his hasty life. Chapter 86. The Umbrella of Koyomi. May Hinata JKY bit his finger, drawing blood to carve a line across his palm, then pressed a hand to the ground. Summoning technique. A small, entirely black snake appeared before him, its scales gleaming with a metallic luster, measuring only 2 meters in length. Little Black, dispose of this. Hinata JKY nudged Bailuhu's corpse. Yes, Lord J. Kentucky. Little Black opened its mouth, clamping onto Bailuhu's collar, its jaw unhinging in an exaggerated manner, a strong suction pulling Bailuhu directly into its body. Remarkably, its abdomen, as thick as an arm, showed no signs of bulging. This creature was an anomaly discovered during Hinata JKY's training in Orochimaru's Dragon Cave. Though small, it possessed sentience and unique spatial abilities. Consequently, Hinata JKY had forged a summoning contract with Little Black. Little Black regurgitated a transparent glass vessel, containing the eternal Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Sasuke, suspended in a pale yellow nutrient solution. Now is not the time for this. Hinata JKY ruffled Little Black's head, the little creature obediently nodding before swallowing the glass vessel. You may return now. Little Black complied and vanished in a puff of white smoke. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the far end of the battlefield. Kakuzu's water-based mass creature was shattered by Hoshigaki Kisame, but Konan seized the opportunity to strike, launching 2 paper spears that struck Kisame's back. With a muffled grunt, Kisame reached behind to extract the paper spears. At this rate, I will be worn down. Hinata JKY surveyed the entire battlefield. Yukinagi was relentlessly pursuing the beleaguered Sasori, currently untroubled. Uchiha Obito was forced to evade the 3rd Kazekage's puppet. While only a situation arose with Hoshigaki Kisame, Hinata JKY's figure flickered as he dashed towards Kisame's location. Out of the corner of his eye, Kisame caught sight of Hinata JKY and broke into a wide grin. It seems we have won. Kakuzu and Konan also noticed Hinata J. Kentucky Bailuhu has been defeated. Konan's expression turned frantic as she unfurled her wings to ascend. Kakuzu, retreat now. Hoshigaki Kisame hefted his sword onto his shoulder, positioning himself to block Kakuzu's escape route. Effectively sandwiching him between himself and Hinata J. Kentucky leaves something behind. Hinata JKY's Tensigen flared with a brilliant blue light. His figure traced a faint blue afterimage through the air, crossing the battlefield in an instant. So fast. Kakuzu instinctively summoned his clones for support. But Hinata JKY's target was not Kakuzu's main body, but rather the lightning clone much closer to him. Before the lightning clone could react, Hinata JKY's hand blade accurately pierced its chest, the pulsating heart of lightning exploding in his palm. At this moment, Uchiha Obito, who had been lingering at the periphery, finally arrived. Fire release, great fireball technique. Mission accomplished, let us go? Hinata JKY and Hoshigaki Kisame were forced to evade, allowing Kakuzu a moment to breathe. Kisame, still eager for battle, merely clicked his tongue before turning to follow Hinata JKY in a hasty retreat. The conflict between Yukinagi and Sasori was not overly intense. Sasori's puppet techniques were rendered ineffective by the icy domain, leaving him persistently pursued and struck by Yukinagi, a situation far from dignified. Yukinagi, let us go. Yukinagi took a deep breath, acknowledging that her strength was insufficient, realizing even the restrained Sasori was beyond her capabilities. The 3rd Kazekage's puppet floated in midair, suddenly dissipating into smoke, summoned by Hyuga JKY through a summoning technique. Uchiha Obito clenched his fists as he watched the departing figures. This persistent individual truly is a haunting presence. Kakuzu reabsorbed his remaining 2 clones and delivered a powerful punch to the rock wall. Damn it. I told you not to trust that Bairuhu fellow. We wasted so much money for the organization, achieving nothing, and I lost 2 hearts in the process. Konan sighed as she approached Kakuzu. Yet, there was not entirely no gain. At least a pair of Manjiki Sharingan had joined the Akatsuki. Kakuzu glanced at Uchiha Obito but remained silent. The scorpion, Sasori of the Red Sand, awkwardly emerged from the side of the valley, his gaze icy. Damn that ice release ninja. Such abilities are a nightmare for puppet masters. I must create a puppet capable of countering ice release. Having left the battlefield, Hyuga JKY and his companions found a concealed cave to rest for the time being. Yukinagi hurriedly pressed on the wounds of the Akatsuki member, Kisame Hashigaki. Her movements clumsy. The bandages in her hands tangled uncontrollably, and more powder was spilled than applied. Kisame, however, seemed unfazed, grinning widely as if his gaping wounds were non-existent. Leaning against the rock wall, Hyuga JKY closed his eyes to rest, contemplating the next steps in their plan. The body of Baruhu was now in hand, successfully fulfilling Konan's commission, and they had acquired a potent puppet for the future. The third Kazekage's puppet leaned more towards functionality, while Baruhu's individual capabilities were stronger. If its combat awareness were to be enhanced further, it could rival the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Baruhu's true power undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary Kage. Yet Hyuga JKY categorized his strength as merely average or even below that. This was due to Baruhu's lack of intellect and his arrogant nature. Even if granted autonomy, he would still carry some of his former habits. If Kakashi were to possess Baruhu's full abilities, he could potentially reach a level beyond Kage. Once they had sufficiently rested, Hyuga JKY led his companions back to Konoha while he himself made his way to the hidden mist village. In the Mizuki's office, raindrops tapped against the window, mirroring Konan's tumultuous thoughts. She stood by the window, rubbing her slightly swollen temples. If this individual does not return soon, I might truly end up marrying into Konoha. The documents on her desk piled high. Search reports, ninja transfer requests, inquiries from the Elder Council, and some restless clan factions. These matters weighed heavily on Konan's mind. Mizuki, Elder Genjutsu requests an immediate audience with you. An Umbu ninja knelt at the door. Taking a deep breath, Konan shoved the impeachment draft into a drawer and adjusted the collar of her Mizuki robe. Let him in. As Elder Genjutsu entered, he cast a cold glance at Konan, followed by two council members who bore hostile expressions. Maintaining her composure, Konan spoke, "You seem rather impatient. If my fiancé returns and sees your faces, do you think he would retract the Lulan agreement? Or perhaps..." Her sentence trailed off, yet her meaning was clear to all present. For over a month, Konan had managed to hold her ground by waving the banner of Hyuga J. Kentucky. The higher-ups in the Mist Village needed to consider the benefits of the Lulan agreement while also being mindful of Hyuga J. Kai's reputation. Thus, they had been devising ways to prompt Konan to step down voluntarily. The Mist leadership was well aware of the truth behind the death of Keiru Yashiro. It was Hyuga J. Kai's doing. Why they refrained from voicing it was solely due to Hyuga J. Kai's overwhelming strength, particularly evident in his catastrophic abilities demonstrated during the conflict with the Land of Earth and Pain. Chapter 87. The Progress of the Rinnegan. I'm late. Hyuga JKY leapt through the window, startling Konan from her reverie. Elder Genjutsu's eyes widened, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Hyuga JKY. He stammered. Hyuga JKY turned to Elder Genjutsu and casually asked, "What were you saying just now?" Elder Genjutsu hastily waved his hand, awkwardly turning to leave. Konan slumped into her office chair, exhaling in relief. Hyuga J. Kai's return signified that the matter had been resolved. Even if they had not discovered the thief of the documents, with him by her side, the elder council members would not dare to overstep. "You finally returned." Konan's tone carried a hint of reproach. Hyuga JKY casually adjusted his attire, responding, "The mission turned out to be more complicated than anticipated." Konan took a step closer, and as she approached within an arm's reach, she suddenly raised her hand to gently brush the raindrops off his shoulder, reminiscent of a wife welcoming her husband home in the rain. "If you make me wait this long again, I will be quite troubled," her voice lowered, revealing a vulnerability uncharacteristic of the Mizuki. Hyuga JKY noticed the dark circles under her eyes. "You haven't rested at all. It's those old men who keep pressuring me to step down." He continued, "The mission is complete. While I did not recover the stolen documents, I brought back Baru's body, a vessel that achieved the fusion of 5 bloodline limits." Konan paused, instinctively wanting to refute this statement. Yet she understood Hyuga JKY well. He did not joke about such matters and was rather serious. 5 bloodline limits. If that is truly the case, it is worth countless times more than the missed documents. "I can only provide you with a limited amount of bodily tissue for research. That should suffice to give me a robust counter against the Elder Council," he remarked. "However, I must caution you not to harbor excessive hopes. Baruhu is an exception. He began modifying his body over a decade ago, and the technique of the ghostly flame was merely a catalyst. The true fusion characteristics stemmed from Baru's numerous modifications to his body. That's not important. As long as it can silence those old geezers, it is enough," Konan replied. Hyuga JKY then shifted the conversation, asking, "Is it possible to successfully transplant a bloodline limit into a body with no chakra nature?" Conan pondered for a moment before responding, "Theoretically, it is impossible. Bloodline limits are, in essence, a fusion mutation of two chakra natures. If the recipient lacks the corresponding nature, the transplanted tissue cannot survive, let alone fuse. So, this path is unfeasible? Give me the documents. I need to return to Konoha immediately," Hyuga JKY stated. Conan retrieved a storage scroll from her drawer and tossed it to him. "Are you in such a hurry?" Hyuga JKY produced another storage scroll from his pocket, containing a portion of Baruha's body tissue and detailed information on the ghostly flame technique. "This information should be enough for you to secure your position as Mizukichi." With that, he stepped into the spatial portal beside him, vanishing from sight. In the laboratory, Hyuga JKY rubbed his tired eyes, sorting through the research data that Conan had provided. It was a chaotic mess, and finding anything useful felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. His mental prowess had recently advanced to the first tier, level 7. Yet he still lacked a solution. He was seeking a method to help Might Guy integrate bloodline limits. Hyuga JKY picked up one of the data sheets, observing the nearly deranged hypotheses and experimental records. It seemed that this conundrum would need to be addressed by Orochimaru. He closed the scroll, feeling utterly bereft of ideas. Quickly organizing the materials, he locked them in a specially designed safe before leaving the laboratory. Upon returning to the Hyuga clan compound, Hyuga JKY encountered his sister, Nanika. "You finally decided to come back." Hyuga JKY scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. He only revealed his true self in front of his sister. I'm a bit hungry." On July 1st, a slap landed on Hinata Jio's head. He possessed the strength to confront Nagato directly, yet he could never escape his sister's clutches. "Wait in the living room. I shall prepare your meal," she instructed. At the dining table, he inquired, "Where is Kumiai? Why did she not return with you?" Hinata Jio cleared his throat, helplessly replying, "Sister, she is the Mizukichi. Naturally, she is in the land of water. And what of the Mizukichi? Even she must consider marriage. Can't you take the initiative to bring her back from the land of water sooner? I quite admire her. She is not only beautiful, but also incredibly capable." Listening to his sister's incessant chatter, Hinata Jio merely focused on his meal. After a prolonged struggle, he finally surrendered. "Fine. I promise to bring her back to Konoha as soon as possible." Satisfied, his sister nodded. After dinner, Nanami took Kagaya to bathe, while Hinata Jio signaled to Minai that he wished to speak in the study. Once the door was closed, his expression turned serious. "How do you feel today?" Minai nodded gently, touching her right eye. "Much better than before, but there is still some swelling and pain." Hinata Jio leaned closer, slightly lifting her eyelid. The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan was gradually adapting to its new host. The rejection was no longer evident, and its power had increased slightly compared to the time of transplantation. "The swelling and pain are normal. Do not worry too much." He released her and returned to his room, sitting at his desk and sighing. No wonder Uchiha Madara awakened his Rinnegan only in his later years. Such evolution requires not only a suitable vessel, but also an extended period. The evolution of the eternal Manjikyu is too slow. What kind of opportunity is needed to hasten its progress? Hinata Jio's short-term plan was to enhance the combat capabilities of Might Guy and Uchiha Shursui. They had already proven their worth in battle against Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Uchiha Shursui lacked not talent, but rather the heart of a true warrior. Holding the position of clan leader would certainly temper his disposition. The next morning, Hinata Jio arrived at the Hokage building, leaping through the window into the Hokage's office. The Umbu nearby had grown accustomed to his antics. Protocol dictated that he should announce his arrival and obtain permission to see the Hokage, yet Minato Namikaze was unconcerned, and the Umbu naturally did not intervene. "Jukuin, just the person I was looking for," Minato beckoned. "I hope this is not another S-rank mission." Minato chuckled lightly and retrieved a scroll detailing a mission to the land of demons from a neatly arranged stack of documents. Hinata Jio scanned the scroll and asked, "Why was I specifically chosen for this mission to the land of demons? How does the priestess know about me?" "I am not entirely sure. But the priestess's attendant has come to Konoha personally. Perhaps you can inquire with her directly." "Very well, I accept the mission." Hinata Jio proceeded to the foreign guest house, and after some inquiries, arrived at the last room on the 3rd floor. A knock on the door was soon answered from within. "Are you Hinata Jio?" A young woman in peculiar attire stood before him, and he nodded slightly. "I am the attendant to the priestess. You may call me Hai." Upon entering the room and taking a seat, Hai appeared anxious, asking when Hinata-jyo could depart for the land of demons. After some discussions, they settled on a departure time, and Hinata-jyo took his leave. From high, Hinata-jyo learned that the priestess had foreseen the future where she sealed the Moriya consciousness, prompting her to come to Konoha to submit this mission. Despite the priestess's ability to foresee the future, Hinata-jyo found it difficult to believe. While he could utilize some ordinary sealing techniques, sealing a being of Moriya's caliber was beyond his capabilities. Only the sealing techniques passed down in the land of demons, combined with the priestess's unique bloodline, could pose a threat to Moriya. It cannot possibly be the Earth Explosion Star, can it? This was Hinata-jyo's only plausible conjecture. In addition to the threat of Moriya, the Huangquan sect within the land of demons had been increasingly active, significantly endangering the lives of the citizens. Exterminating the Huangquan sect was also within the mission's scope. These matters would be clarified upon Hinata-jyo's arrival in the land of demons. After he personally inquired with the priestess, he was also intrigued by the priestess's ability to foresee the future as it pertained to powers of the Sage of Six Paths. Regarding this mission to the land of demons, Hinata-jyo had already chosen his companions, Kisame Hoshigaki and Yukinaji. They were his most trusted subordinates. Suddenly, the alarm bells of Konoha rang out. It was an urgent summons from the Hokage, requiring all ninja of Chunin rank and above to assemble at the Hokage building immediately. Hinata-jyo furrowed his brow, sensing that such a large-scale summons was rather unusual. His figure swiftly traversed the rooftops of Konoha, soon arriving at Hokage Rock, surveying the entire village. Large numbers of ninjas gathered rapidly from various training grounds and mission centers, while the shadows of the Umbu darted across the rooftops, relaying urgent information. Using his Rinnegan, he quickly located Kisame and Yukinaji amidst the crowd. Could it be that the Huangquan sect has summoned the Undying Legion? Finding Kisame and Yukinaji engaged in training, Hinata-jyo abruptly appeared. Kisame, accompany me to the land of demons. Kisame looked around, resting Samahata on his shoulder. It seems something significant has occurred. With all this commotion in Konoha, one might think the ninja world war is about to erupt. Yukinaji queried, what exactly is happening? It seems all the ninjas are heading towards the Hokage building. Hinata-jyo explained, it appears something has transpired in the land of demons. We must depart now and discuss it en route. Hinata-jyo opened a space portal. Will your subordinates be joining us? Kisame inquired. The trio cast expectant glances at Hinata-jyo, clearly eager to accompany him. After a moment's consideration, he decided that having them with him during the battle against Moriya, especially as guards for the priestess, would be prudent. Very well, you may all come along. Their excitement was palpable. They were eager to undertake a mission once more. They traversed the space portal and arrived above a valley. Below, a 10-kilometer-deep pit was clearly visible, created during Hinata-jyo's clash with Pain. Upon seeing the immense pit, Kisame's subordinates gasped in astonishment. Such a large pit could not have been caused by a meteorite, could it? I heard this was the main battlefield for Iwagakure and Konoha ninjas. Could this have been created by ninjutsu? Kisame chuckled. This pit was made by Mr. Jyo and the leader of the Akatsuki. What? Impossible. Is that true? Hinata-jyo interrupted their astonishment, pointing further away. Look, the Undying Legion is nearing the border of the land of Earth. The group gazed at the scene he pointed to, their breath taken away. Thousands of clay soldiers surged from the canyon, moving in perfect unison, their bodies inscribed with strange incantations, eyes glowing, wielding enormous weapons. The ninjas of Iwagakure formed a defensive line, raising earthen walls that were brutally shattered by the sheer force of the Undying Legion. It appears these Undying Legion members are quite formidable, Kisame squinted, observing. Their chakra feels peculiar. They can even automatically repair their bodies, the perceptive female ninja, K, remarked. Kisame stepped forward and grinned. Shall we probe these creatures? Hinata-jyo nodded slightly. The dry persimmon ghost sharks swiftly formed seals, unleashing the water release, great exploding water collapsing wave. He opened his mouth wide, directing a torrent of water towards the canyon passage below. The multitude of clay soldiers within the canyon were engulfed by the surging waters, yet their relentless advance continued unabated, propelling them forward beneath the surface without a hint of deceleration. The ice release, blowing snow followed. Yukinaji inhaled deeply, then exhaled a frigid mist downward. The icy chakra rapidly spread along the rock walls, solidifying the water and encasing hundreds of clay soldiers in a thick layer of ice, effectively halting their movements. The ninjas from Iwagakure, bewildered, erupted in thunderous applause. With the canyon passage temporarily frozen, the pressure on Iwagakure's ninjas eased, allowing them to intensify their counteroffensive and finally suppress the undead army. They quickly began to reinforce their defenses, erecting earthen walls from all directions to completely encircle the undead legion. "Let us proceed," Hinata JKY declared as he charged into the land of demons, with several companions swiftly following. As they delved deeper, the interior of the land of demons revealed devastation, limbs and bodies strewn about, a scene of countless casualties. Yukinaji, filled with compassion, suggested, "Should we not assist the people of the land of demons?" However, Hinata JKY remained silent, quickening his pace. The dry persimmon ghost shark interjected. It would be wiser to eliminate the root of the problem. Hours later, the group finally arrived at the shrine of the priestess in the land of demons. The night sky now darkened. The perimeter was heavily guarded, torches flickering amidst a landscape littered with corpses, a clear indication of prior fierce battles. They were devoid of personnel to clear the dead, each soldier remaining silent, perpetually wary of the next assault from the Hell's teachings. Hinata JKY led his team to the palace's main entrance. "We are the ninjas sent from Konoha for support." The captain of the guards rushed over, visibly relieved upon seeing the mission scroll from the land of demons. "We have successfully repelled several attacks from the Hell's teachings, but our forces are critically depleted. Take us to the priestess. Quickly, guide the ninjas from Konoha to see the priestess." A young boy, appearing no older than 11 or 12, set down a spear taller than himself and trembled as he led the way. Hinata JKY exhaled in relief, grateful for their timely arrival. It seemed the soldiers of the land of demons were nearly exhausted, resorting to deploying even children. The dry persimmon ghost shark remarked from behind. "The soldiers are clearly worn out." The guiding boy straightened his posture, seemingly determined to prove his worth. Upon entering the palace, they were taken aback by the extensive damage within, the floors stained with blood, a testament to numerous fierce confrontations. Chapter 89. The game between the priestess and the phantoms. Hinata JKY walked along the western corridor of the palace. Behind him, the dry persimmon ghost shark traced a dried bloodstain on the railing with his fingers, then leaned in to sniff it. This was left 2 days ago. As they progressed, Hinata JKY sensed a shift, as if stepping into a peculiar barrier. Here, there were no signs of battle. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent flute notes echoed from a distance. The boy turned in panic, cold sweat forming on his brow. His voice trembled. "This is how we communicate in the land of demons. The Hell's teachings are coming." Hinata JKY gazed westward, his Byakugan glowing with a pale blue aura. Penetrating several kilometers away, a dense throng of figures advanced towards them at great speed. "Ghost Shark, take 2 people and head due west." The dry persimmon ghost shark removed his sword and faced the west. "Hikyo, Shimo, follow me." The 3 vanished in an instant. Hinata JKY turned to Kei, pointing southwest. "You and Yukinaji head in that direction." Kei nodded in agreement. Hinata JKY then looked at Yukinaji, saying, "Conserve your chakra. Your task is to buy time. And follow Kei's instructions." "I understand." Kei and Yukinaji disappeared into the corridor. The guiding boy, puzzled, couldn't help but ask, "Ninja, can just a few of you withstand an assault from hundreds?" Hinata JKY ruffled the boy's hair, offering him a reassuring smile. "Fear not. As long as we are here, they shall not breach this place." The boy led Hinata JKY to the main hall. "Priestess, I have brought them." With that, the boy bowed his head and slowly exited the hall. "You seem quite intrigued by our barrier," a voice emanated from the front. Belonging to the priestess clad in a formal white chahaya. "These barriers are indeed unique. They are attempting to breach them," the priestess stated. Hinata JKY inquired seriously. "What occurs if the barrier is breached?" "My power largely derives from the sealing array beneath the palace. Successive priestesses have infused their strength into this array upon stepping down. Should the barrier be compromised, my strength will gradually wane." The priestess sighed, continuing, "Once the barrier is breached, they can invade the subterranean palace." Hinata JKY contemplated this. To seal the phantoms, the integrity of the palace's barrier must be maintained, as the priestess's power is fundamental to this sealing. He remained skeptical of the priestess's prophecy. The optimal method for sealing the phantoms would be to lure them to the demon sealing mountain, utilizing the priestess's power to seal them once more. However, the palace equally required guardians. Deciding who to assign this task posed a significant dilemma. Ninjas are indeed formidable, But if hundreds were to disperse and launch a simultaneous attack on the palace, even Hinata JKY would find it challenging to resolve the conflict swiftly. The third Kazekage's puppet was a prime example of an efficient reaping machine, possessing agility and extensive area of effect attacks. It could simultaneously redirect assaults while executing precise strikes in confined spaces, unless the consciousness of the phantoms personally intervened. Even a multitude of ordinary foes could be eradicated without exception. Even the core members of the Hell S teachings would be insufficient. Yet, Hinata JKY could not leave the third Kazekage's puppet behind. In the face of the phantoms, this puppet would play a crucial role in suppressing them. Should another ninja squad arrive for support, the issues at hand could be swiftly resolved. At that moment, a servant entered with fragrant tea, interrupting Hinata JK's musings. He took a sip, and a solution began to crystallize in his mind. "Priestess, please share your thoughts." The priestess, her demeanor serious, began to seal the phantoms. "We must lure them to the demon-sealing mountain. I will personally venture there to entice the phantom's consciousness to manifest, and at that moment, I will resolve this predicament once and for all." Hinata JKY harbored a doubt. Why would the phantoms follow her to the demon-sealing mountain? Couldn't their consciousness merely shift hosts to continue their chaos? Will the phantoms certainly pursue? The priestess nodded, explaining, "If they do not come, I can reinforce the seal. Their consciousness will be unable to command the body's strength." After a moment of contemplation, she continued, to counter the priestess's power. The phantoms must merge with their physical form, whereas to permanently seal the phantoms, the priestess must act after their consciousness and body have fused. Though somewhat convoluted, Hinata JKY seemed to grasp the intricate relationship. This was the age-old struggle between the phantoms and the priestess. Thus, the phantoms are creating such upheaval to lure you to the demon-sealing mountain. The priestess nodded slightly, proceeding. "We both desire to eradicate each other completely, yet hesitate to act impulsively. Should we fail, neither could bear the consequences. This is the fate of the priestess lineage." Hinata JKY comprehended. In essence, if the priestess did not go to the demon-sealing mountain to reinforce the seal, the phantom's consciousness could wield part of their strength to wreak havoc outside. Thus, the priestess must thwart the phantoms from reaching the demon-sealing mountain to strengthen the seal. The phantoms would, in turn, strive to prevent the priestess from fortifying the seal. This cycle of fate had persisted for millennia. Typically, a shrine maiden merely needs to reinforce the seal on the corporeal form of the malevolent spirit to temporarily resolve the issue, much like her predecessors. However, Hinata Jukyu detected a hint of determination in the shrine maiden's words. It appeared she desired to take decisive action to completely eradicate this trouble in her generation. "You wish to resolve this issue once and for all?" Hinata Jukyu inquired tentatively. The shrine maiden's gaze was resolute as she looked at Hinata Jukyu, solemnly bowing in preparation for a prostration. Quick to react, Hinata Jukyu moved beside her to halt the act. "My lady, there is no need for such reverence. Since I have accepted this task, I will assist you to the best of my ability." The shrine maiden cast a grateful glance at Hinata Jukyu, and then spoke earnestly. "I do not want my daughter Cheyenne to bear the burden of the shrine maiden lineage's fate for millennia." She turned her gaze towards the sleeping infant behind the screen, her hands tightly clutching her skirt. "I have glimpsed the future. With your help, I am certain I can permanently seal the malevolent spirit this time." Hinata Jukyu's expression grew serious. The shrine maiden had thrust the weight of this responsibility onto him. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Are you certain that the malevolent spirit will return to its corporeal form? The shrine maiden may possess the resolve, but the spirit may not. I will open a corner of the seal. The malevolent spirit will undoubtedly seize this opportunity, as it is its only chance in a millennium." Hinata Jukyu furrowed his brow in thought. If he were trapped for 1,000 years and suddenly found a means to break free, he too would not easily relinquish the chance. If the malevolent spirit is sealed completely, the next generation of shrine maidens will no longer need to rely on their foresight abilities. "I shall bestow upon you the sacred spring I have accumulated over the years as recompense." Hinata Jukyu raised an eyebrow, quickly inquiring, "The sacred spring? If I drink it, will I gain the ability to foresee the future?" The shrine maiden shook her head, replying, "Only those of the shrine maiden lineage can acquire foresight from the sacred spring. Ordinary individuals will experience a significant enhancement in their perceptive abilities, which should prove beneficial to you shinobi." Hinata Jukyu's interest peaked at this critical juncture. If Might Guy were to consume the sacred spring, It would perfectly solve the issue of his inability to sense natural energy. This was indeed a remarkable prospect. If drinking the sacred spring could enhance mental fortitude, that would be splendid. Perhaps it could even enable a direct breakthrough to the second tier. Awakening new abilities ahead of schedule, Hinata Jukyu pondered. Very well, I promise you. The malevolent spirit must be sealed. The shrine maiden finally smiled. Although she foresaw that Hinata Jukyu would agree, a flicker of uncertainty lingered in her heart. That is splendid. We must act swiftly, while the barrier remains unbroken. Hinata Jukyu bit his finger and slammed his palm onto the ground. Summoning technique. The puppet of the third wind shadow emerged from the mist. You shall remain here, obeying the shrine maiden's commands while I attend to matters. The third wind shadow puppet nodded and floated behind the shrine maiden. My lady, I will gather additional personnel. Hinata Jukyu vanished into the spatial passage, disappearing from the shrine hall. In the Water Shadow's office, Terumi Mei was reviewing documents when she sensed a disturbance in chakra and looked up. Upon seeing Hinata Jukyu, a smile graced her lips. Leaning her chin on one hand, she spoke in a languid yet teasing tone. What a surprise visit at this hour. Are you perhaps hoping to take me out? Hinata Jukyu cleared his throat and replied earnestly. There is an urgent mission requiring support. Terumi Mei raised an eyebrow, tapping her fingers lightly on the table, deliberately elongating her tone. Oh, for you to personally seek assistance, it seems the matter is rather significant. Hinata Jukyu nodded, swiftly delving into the details. The malevolent spirit from the land of demons is on the verge of breaking its seal. The shrine maiden intends to set a trap to eliminate it entirely, but requires additional manpower. Terumi Mei's playful demeanor vanished, her gaze sharpening. The malevolent spirit? That legendary immortal entity? Indeed, the shrine maiden has a method to permanently seal it, but we need to lure it into revealing its true form. We must ensure her safety while restraining the Otsutsuki cult to protect the shrine hall. After a moment of contemplation, Terumi Mei spoke. Do you intend for me to dispatch personnel? Hinata Jukyu met her gaze resolutely. Yes, 2 teams of elite shinobi, absolutely reliable. Terumi Mei stood, circumnavigating the desk to stand before him, slightly leaning forward with a teasing smile. So important a task entrusted to me. It seems my standing in your eyes is higher than I presumed. Hinata Jukyu thought to himself that Konoha had no one else available. But as he met Terumi Mei's fervent gaze, he swallowed his words. You are the most suitable candidate. Terumi Mei chuckled lightly, straightening up. Very well. Considering your rare initiative to seek me out. She turned towards the door but looked back at him, adding, however, once the mission concludes, you must properly express your gratitude. Give me 10 minutes, and I will gather the personnel. Hinata Jukyu nodded slightly and settled onto the sofa, awaiting silently. By the way, what did the Elder Council say? Terumi Mei's lips curved into a knowing smile as she sat beside Hinata Jukyu, wrapping her arm around his. What, are you concerned about me? After all, I have accepted your favor, Hinata Jukyu replied. Water Shadow, are you truly going in person? Ao emerged from the shadows. Terumi Mei stood, walking towards the coat rack to retrieve her deep blue Water Shadow robe. He rarely asks for my assistance. I cannot let this opportunity slip by. With the robe draped over her shoulders and her belt tied neatly, she turned to Ao. Which individuals should I notify? Have Yuri and the team, led by Momochi Zabuza, assemble here immediately. Ao's singular eye widened in surprise. Water Shadow, those are our 2 strongest teams. What if something goes awry? Terumi Mei scoffed. If they cannot withstand the test, it merely proves they are unworthy of inheriting the Mist's ninja blades. 5 minutes later, 2 fully armed Umbu teams appeared in the Water Shadow's office. Terumi Mei provided a brief overview of the mission details and concluded with a weighty tone. This is an excellent opportunity for Kirigakure to showcase its strength to the ninja world. Do not disappoint me. Momochi Zabuza nodded slightly, his excitement palpable beneath his mask. Though bloodthirsty, he had no desire to turn against his comrades. Enemies, however, posed a different matter. I will not let you down, Yuri replied with a bow. Hinata Jukyu opened a spatial passage, softly instructing, you go ahead. Terumi Mei led the way, followed closely by Momochi Zabuza. Yuri glanced back at Hinata Jukyu, nodding before leading the team into the spatial passage. In the shrine hall, Hinata Jukyu spoke with gravity. Now, let's assign tasks. The 2 Umbu teams will split into 2 groups. One will remain in the hall to guard the barrier, while the stronger group will accompany me. Both Momochi Zabuza and Yuri stepped forward simultaneously, exchanging defiant glances. Terumi Mei interjected, Yuri, you will stay. Your speed is better suited for defending the hall. The remaining group must ensure the outer barrier remains intact. Yuri shot a sidelong glance at Momochi Zabuza, smirking. Humph, I won't give them a chance to approach the hall. My lady, this is Terumi Mei, the fifth water shadow of Kirigakure, Hinata Jukyu introduced. The shrine maiden slightly bowed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you immensely. Terumi Mei replied with a smile. It is only right, especially since it was my man who made the request. The shrine maiden, taken aback, glanced at Hinata Jukyu, and upon seeing his lack of denial, smiled and nodded towards Terumi Mei. As women, they understood each other's implications. This was a subtle acknowledgement of Terumi Mei's concern about her potential rivalry. Hinata Jukyu unfurled a map of the land of demons, spreading it across a low table. The malevolent spirit's consciousness had already attached itself to the leader of the Otsutsuki cult. Hinata JKY pointed to the map indicating the demon sealing mountain. Our mission is to safely escort the shrine maiden here and lure the malevolent spirits into the open. Let us depart. His words were abruptly interrupted by the sound of an explosion. It seemed the guests had arrived earlier than expected. Ringo Amaya drew his twin blades, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. In a flash, he vanished from the grand hall, accompanied by 3 subordinates. The explosion shattered the tranquility of the hall, as hundreds of Yomi cultists gathered outside the barrier. Cloaked in dark purple robes, their faces painted with incantations made from bone ash, they appeared frenzied. Like puppets bereft of sanity. For the sake of immortality, the leading priest shouted. The cultists immediately responded with hoarse roars. Ringo Amaya's thunderous blades sliced through the air, felling the first 3 cultists that charged forward. With a cold smirk, Ringo Amaya remarked, a horde of monsters. We must move. The shrine maiden followed closely behind, rushing out of the hall under the protection of the team led by Momochi Zabuza. It's the shrine maiden. Capture her. A cultist in the crowd recognized her and shouted loudly. How annoying. Momochi Zabuza swiftly formed hand signs, his chakra swirling within. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon materialized from thin air, clearing a path through the crowd. A cultist caught in midair by the dragon continued to scream, resembling a brain-controlled insect. The shrine maiden was swiftly flanked by 2 umbu from the mist, making their escape. Kisame, follow me. Hearing Hinata J. Kai's call amidst the chaos, the excited Kisame Hashigaki immediately ceased his onslaught and swiftly joined the group. Momochi Zabuza cast a wary glance at Kisame, his expression unfriendly. It seemed there was some unresolved tension between them. Kisame hoisted his sword back onto his shoulder and chuckled nervously. Don't look at me with such terrifying eyes. I am already under Mr. J. Kai's command. Humph. Momochi Zabuza snorted dismissively, turning silent as he forged ahead, his massive blade cleaving through foes, scattering them in 2. Caution towards the south. Hinata JKY warned loudly. Without warning, a water dragon surged toward the group. Kisame's hand signs moved with such speed that they were nearly imperceptible. Water release. Water barrier. A towering wall of pressurized water erupted beside the team, intercepting the dragon's assault. Send someone to eliminate that troublesome foe. He may be a key figure of the Yomi cult. He has revealed himself. Kisame shouted. Just as the high-pressure water wall crashed down, a whirlpool suddenly erupted on the river's surface. Water droplets, suspended midair, hovered ominously. Yomi guides the way, and the 100 demons march. The droplets coalesced into countless skeletal shapes, seemingly alive, and flew directly towards the shrine maiden. A figure clad in a dark feathered cloak descended upon the skeletal water steps. With a casual wave of his right hand, Kisame's water barrier suddenly boiled, transforming into hundreds of twisted water serpents that surged back towards them. Do you think you can impede the messenger of Yomi? Hand over the shrine maiden, and I might consider granting you a swift death. His gaze was vacant, eyes directed at the night sky as if seeking something he revered. Soon, his body began to liquefy, continuously shifting and reforming among the serpents. Clear the way. The team scattered, fully aware that K-Mei was about to strike. Chapter 91. Celestial Barrier Quaking Stars Boiling Release. Mist Technique. K-Mei inhaled sharply, unleashing a stream of high-temperature acidic mist towards the Yomi messenger. The water serpents evaporated instantly upon contact with the mist, as if encountering a natural predator. When K-Mei's acidic fog surged forth, the messenger did not flinch. Instead, he spread his arms wide and laughed maniacally. Come forth. Let this messenger witness your pitiful tricks. Insects. His laughter suddenly warped, and he realized his body was disintegrating at an alarming rate. The hem of his cloak began to emit smoke, and for the first time, a look of terror crossed his once arrogant face. Impossible. My water transformation. The last half of his sentence morphed into a wretched scream as he desperately attempted to reassemble his form, only to find his body melting like a candle. Kei-mei disdainfully glanced at the charred remnants and quickly rejoined the main group. As the team pressed on, they encountered more enemies. This time over 100 clay soldiers from the Undying Legion. Hinata JKY leaped forward, pushing with one hand. A tremendous repulsive force sent the clay soldiers flying, some shattering on impact while others crashed against the rocky walls, breaking in half. Advance. The team broke through the blockade of clay soldiers, encountering scattered Yomi cultists along the way, all swiftly dispatched by Momochi Zabuza and the Mist Umbu. Upon reaching a high ridge, a towering, dark-skinned brute obstructed their path. The giant, clad in a wide cloak adorned with a flower of the underworld, caused the ground to tremor violently, transforming the terrain into a bowl-like trap that enclosed everyone within, rapidly closing in. Kisame anchored himself with chakra, his sword embedded in the ground as he exclaimed, "This could be troublesome." Just as Kei-mei prepared to form hand signs, Hinata JKY halted her. "I will handle this." Hinata JKY's Byakugan glimmered with a soft blue hue as he formed a highly compressed gravitational sphere with both hands. As the sphere ascended, he pressed his palms together. Celestial collapse. The converging bowl-shaped rock layers emitted a mournful wail. The earth split and soared upwards, forming a colossal spherical mass. The Earth Messenger, sensing danger, burrowed into the ground to evade the gravitational pull. "Take the Shrine Maiden and go." Hinata JK's thunderous command jolted the stunned group. Kisame cleaved an escape route with his sword. Kei-mei quickly formed hand signs. Upon completion, she inhaled deeply and unleashed a high-pressure, high-temperature water blade towards the escape passage. The water blade sliced through from left to right, widening their escape route. Momochi Zabuza, wielding his massive sword, shattered the rocky layers and broke free, while 3 Umbu carried the Shrine Maiden away, disappearing from sight. The Earth Messenger emerged halfway, his bronze face contorting amid the rain of debris, his once proud earth burial technique forcibly torn apart. The Earth Messenger's form became visible, his gaze cold and menacing as he spoke. "First, I shall eliminate you before pursuing the Shrine Maiden. It won't take long." Hinata JKY smirked. "Just the opportunity one need to test my newly developed abilities." Hinata JKY thrust out his left hand, releasing repulsive force, while his right hand plunged into a suddenly materializing spatial rift, emerging from the back of the Earth Messenger. A powerful repulsive force launched the Earth Messenger like a cannonball, lifting him off the ground and smashing him against another wave of repulsion. The collision of these forces created spatial ripples, freezing the Earth Messenger midair. Pain tore through his body, but he remained silent. His petrified skin cracked inch by inch. Yet he still roared, forming Earth release seals. The ground erupted with 7 rock pillars, forming a defensive array that withstood the fatal combined attack. When the repulsive force dissipated, the Earth Messenger crashed to the ground, kneeling, drenched in cold sweat, blood trickling from his mouth. This technique was inspired by the battle against pain at the borders of the Land of Earth. Combining the enhancement of spatial abilities to create a new ninjutsu, he named Reversal Surge. "You're still alive? You are far stronger than that waterfall." Summoning technique. Hinata JKY bit his finger, slamming it onto the ground, and a small black figure emerged from the mist. Small black, Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi sword exhaled, peering around cautiously before spotting an enemy, only to retract its head and dissolve back into smoke, nullifying the summoning. Hinata JKY sheathed the Kusanagi sword at his waist, drawing it forth with a blade imbued with wind nature transformation. As he thrust the sword's edge into the right side, a rift in space unfurled, unexpectedly protruding just 3 inches from the ear of the Earth Messenger. A layer of stone armor suddenly enveloped the messenger's neck, and sparks flew as the blade grazed past. He swiftly retreated, rolling awkwardly on the ground. Rising, he forcefully patted his chest. A purple-black entity began to writhe within him, and his injuries began to heal rapidly, his physique expanding dramatically. Hinata JKY drew his blade, glancing at the bloodstain on its tip with a light laugh. "How will you respond to this move?" Hinata JKY casually gathered a large chakra ball in his palm and thrust it to the right. This time, the Earth Messenger was prepared and dodged in advance. After the attack missed, Hinata JKY clicked his tongue, realizing he had yet to master the intricacies of spatial manipulation. He had intended to create a secondary spatial passage right next to the messenger's head, but miscalculated the distance slightly. With the deepening of the seal, Hinata JK's body was gradually transforming into that of Otsutsuki. It was precisely for this reason that he discovered his spatial abilities had been enhanced. Not only could he easily open a secondary spatial passage, but he could also create a two-way route. If he wished, he could now open a passage in the Hokage's office to summon Minato Namikaze for support. Yet, this increase in power also meant the seal was nearing completion. Once the seal fully transformed Hinata JK's body, the spirit of Otsutsuki Kagaya would occupy him. Although his spiritual power was formidable, it was relative to whom he was compared. Given 3 more years to develop, he was confident he could suppress the spirit of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Alas, time waits for no one. Hinata JKY sighed bitterly, dismissing such thoughts as he gathered a wind-release shuriken in his palm. The high-pressure wind blade spun rapidly, forming 4 shadowy shuriken-like images. As the Earth Messenger emerged from the rocky wall 100 meters away, the wind-release shuriken pierced through the rift in space. Descending from above, useless, the Earth Messenger shattered the ground beneath him, raising an entire cliff as a shield. From the dust, his cold laughter echoed. I told you. The Earth reveals all to me, Earthquake Star. Hinata JK's icy voice resonated from a spatial passage 10 meters away. The Earth Messenger's voice was abruptly silenced. The rocks beneath him groaned under the strain, and the night sky suddenly brightened as if it were day. Chapter 92. Inside the Seal Mountain, when the Earth Messenger looked up, he beheld a sight that would haunt him for life. The heavens split open. Burning meteors penetrated the atmosphere, enveloped in a ring of crimson flames. Their descent traced fiery tails across the night sky, illuminating vast expanses. What is this? The Earth Messenger's voice caught in his throat, his gaze turning vacant. Is this ninjutsu? The ground beneath him began to tremble, countless fragments floating into the air. He instinctively attempted to use Earth Release to escape, only to find his abilities had inexplicably failed. Why? How is this possible? The gravitational field of the Rinnegan distorted the structure of space, and the Earth Messenger realized he stood at the center of a web-like spatial rift, utterly transformed into a lamb awaiting slaughter. The colossal meteor accelerated to the sound of a deafening sonic boom. Is this madman seeking mutual destruction? Hinata JK's right hand suddenly reached out, striking the top of the Earth Messenger's head with a large chakra sphere. He then vanished into the spatial passage, fleeing the battlefield. As the meteor collided with the ground, the world seemed to plunge into a brief silence. Then, a cataclysmic shockwave exploded outward in a circular pattern from the impact crater. Boom! The earth rolled like waves, the surface within a kilometer being violently upheaved. Countless rock layers vaporizing instantaneously under the high temperature and pressure. Where the shockwave passed, towering ancient trees were uprooted, twisting and breaking in midair, only to be torn to shreds by the violent gusts. Dozens of kilometers away, Momochi Zabuza and others were hastily retreating with the priestess when a sudden shockwave surged toward them like a colossal wave. Get down, Terumi shouted, swiftly forming hand seals and slamming her hands to the ground. Earth Release, multiple earth flow walls. Several thick rock walls shot up from the ground, stacking before them. However, the power of the shockwave exceeded all expectations. The first earthen wall crumbled upon impact like thin paper. The second and third walls followed suit. As Terumi gritted her teeth, maintaining her chakra output. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. The umbu of the mist, at the critical moment, enacted the earth flow wall once more, barely managing to shield against the ferocious shockwave. The group huddled beneath the earthen barrier, staring in awe at the terrifying devastation wrought by the shockwave. What level of ninjutsu is this? Zabuza's pupils constricted, his gaze fixed on the apocalyptic scene in the distance. The blade of Kisame Semihata was deeply embedded in the ground as he knelt, steadying himself. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. Hey, this can't possibly be the commotion caused by Mr. JKY, right? If we were to be hit directly, we might not even leave behind ashes. At the center of the shockwave, the bottom of the meteor crater had transformed into a searing inferno. The Earth Messenger was no more. On a cliff several dozen kilometers away, Hinata JKY quietly observed the rolling mushroom cloud in the distance. His continuous use of large-scale ninjutsu was an attempt to test the limits of utilizing Dragon Vein Chakra in battle. Is it possible to exceed 3 times my chakra capacity? Such a level is still far from sufficient. Hinata JKY was dissatisfied with this outcome, but it was all he could manage with his current spiritual power. He swiftly settled into a meditative position, channeling the dragon vein chakra to convert and replenish his Rinnegan chakra. The ceiling space transformed into a colossal serpent form that began to batter against the ceiling cage. However, it was firmly suppressed by the immense spiritual power of the Rinnegan, with the dragon vein chakra being continuously siphoned and absorbed into Hinata JKY's body. 5 minutes later, Hinata JKY exhaled a breath of turbid air. His chakra fully replenished. A spatial rift opened beside Terumi Mei, and Hinata JKY emerged. The team regarded him with expressions of astonishment. A strange sense of camaraderie shared among them. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just as surprised. Just now, while battling that guy, a meteor suddenly fell from the sky and crushed him. Listening to Hinata JKY's explanation, Kisame merely stood by, silently chuckling. The reactions of the others were similarly skeptical. A meteor suddenly falling during a fight? No one would believe such an absurd excuse. Even the priestess frowned, knowing that such nonsense would not be taken seriously. Enough of these irrelevant details. Let us continue our journey. Hinata JKY took the lead. His Rinnegan activated as he guided the team along the optimal path towards the looming Seal Mountain. His Rinnegan scanned the surroundings, and he raised his hand to halt the team's advance. 300 meters away, a significant chakra presence was detected, likely belonging to the Undead Legion. Fire release, Ghost Lantern. Dozens of azure fireballs suddenly floated out from the crevices as the fire messenger appeared, stepping upon flames. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Zabuza completed his hand seals in an instant, the water dragon engulfing all the fireballs. Among the rising steam, his decapitating sword swung towards the messenger's throat. The fire messenger transformed into flames and dissipated, reconstituting on the rocky wall, a crack appearing on his mask. The silent killing technique of the mist? The fire messenger crossed his arms, roaring, cruciform flame dance. Flames surged forth as Zabuza leapt back, simultaneously forming seals. Water release, Water Barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Zabuza advanced, his decapitating sword cleaving horizontally, severing the fire messenger's left arm. Before Zabuza could react, the severed arm transformed into flames and reattached. Useless, my body is fire itself. With a wave of the fire messenger's hand, 3 fire dragons burst forth with a deafening roar. No longer hesitating, Zabuza Momochi swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, Great Waterfall Technique. In the explosion resulting from the collision of water and fire, he suddenly charged forth from the mist. His decapitating blade aimed directly at the messenger's heart, only to sever a mass of flames instead. You all go ahead. I will deal with this fellow, he declared, his gaze fierce as he pointed his blade at the fire messenger. The leader, Hinata Juniji, continued their advance towards the Sealing Mountain, circumventing the fire messenger only to encounter a tall, gaunt man clad in the distinctive feathered garment of the Yomi cult. Lord Mizukage, we will handle this, Kohome nodded, pressing on with Hinata Juniji deeper into the fray. At the moment Zabuza's blade pierced the fiery form, his left hand swiftly formed seals. Water release, Water Prison Technique. The water sphere enveloping the messenger boiled violently, yet evaporated relentlessly due to the intense heat. The fire messenger laughed heartily. Foolish. How could ordinary water ninjutsu possibly? Suddenly, sealing runes appeared on the surface of the water sphere. This was a combination of the water prison and fire sealing technique, a skill that Mist Ninja must master, for they needed to counter the formidable fire techniques of the Uchiha on the battlefield. It was serendipitous that it would find application today. Water release, Great Exploding Water Wave. The massive wave spewed from the mouth of Kisame Hashigaki, hurling dozens of clay figurines off the precipice. Lava release, Melting Monster Technique. As Kohome completed her hand seals, she unleashed a torrent of high-temperature, magma-like substance from her mouth. The searing lava instantly engulfed the burning figurines, reducing them to charred remnants, melting even the surrounding rocks. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A surging water dragon rose from behind her, crashing violently onto the cooling lava. The high-temperature rocks met the water with an explosive force, creating a tumult of steam as the crumbling debris and solidified lava completely obstructed the underground passage from which the figurines emerged. Kohome turned to Hinata Juniji, calling out, "Leave this to us. You take the priestess and reinforce the seal." Hinata Jiniji nodded in response, leading the priestess into the depths of Sealing Mountain. Closely followed by the third Kazakage's puppet, he maneuvered through the intricate corridors with the priestess in his arms. Suddenly, the Rinnegan warned him. He leapt onto a floating staircase above the lava, just as several energy spikes descended upon their previous position. The priestess's expression shifted, and she cautioned from his embrace. The consciousness of the specter must be hidden within the cave. It has already begun to control part of its body.